Chapter 13, A Dozen Problems. Chapter Text. In the House of Cards. Wraith. Lord Wraith raked his eyes over Lara. That is certainly a unique outfit you have there. It was a hectic night. Oh, I see. Wraith nodded, looking over Lara at Tanya and Inari. What happened to you, dear daughters mine? We were attacked by some enemies of the family, Tanya replied steadily. At least, judging by their words. Lord Wraith paused, scrutinizing her, raising an eyebrow at her injuries. Enemies? He asked gently, brushing past Lara to stand in front of his younger child. His hand reached up and ran fingers through Tanya's platinum blonde hair, stopping as he found some blood caked into it. Shit. Do not be afraid, daughter. He coaxed. You can tell me everything. His fingers cupped her chin, gently raising her head so they were making eye contact. Harry fought down a wave of possessiveness at the sight, though he could not suppress his unease. If Lord Wraith didn't see it now, he would have to be an idiot. I was attacked by some sort of zombie witch, Tanya replied, her face betraying nothing as far as Harry could see. Lord Wraith blinked. He turned to examine Lara, looking over her injuries more closely. If that is the case, I am pleased that you protected your little sisters, Lara. He frowned. Although I am less than pleased about this provocation. We cannot let this stand. The entire time, he kept a hold of Tanya's chin. I will make some calls. Lara promised, face placid, but Harry could sense she was anything but calm. Good. Good. Wraith smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. Though it appears you require some medical attention. I trust you know that hospitals provide such a thing. Bruce is here, Lara replied. I'm sure he can take care of it. Bruce. How many minions did they have? The doctor. The one that followed you from California? Quite fortuitous. This was taking way too much time, but Harry clenched his jaw as Tanya glared at him out of the corner of her eye. If I may, father, Tanya interrupted, Thomas's injuries are severe, and Lara's wounds need tending as well. Lord Wraith hummed. And the outsiders? The wizard saved my life. Lara said. I've invited him here under truce as compensation. Wraith's head tilted to the side, examining Harry as if he was some curious specimen. There was familiarity there, and some specific animosity. Oh boy, the White King had beef with him, and he hadn't even insulted him yet. In that case, it would be quite rude to ignore my debt to you, young wizard. I will honor her invitation. Thank you for your assistance. Right. Harry began, before Tanya glared at him again. You're welcome. But we've kind of got some pressing stuff, don't we? Lord Wraith sighed, a flash of irritation passing through his eye. Youth, so impatient. He finally let go of Tanya, gesturing to his thugs. Two of them moved to help Thomas. Lara, call your physician, if you would. Assuming, of course, that he has mind enough left to perform. Lara bowed again, though it seemed there was a bit of resentment in the movement. I expect you and Thomas in my chambers at dawn to discuss the events. Oh, and Wizard Dresden. The White King knew him by name on sight. That was concerning to learn. Lara can show you to Thomas's chambers. That girl of his is there, no doubt. I will have someone show you to a spare room later. His gaze swept across the room, finally alighting on Charles with a blink, like he was surprised to see the random human. Maybe he was. And who might you be? Charles pointed a thumb at Tanya and Inari. Friend of theirs, sir. She needed a ride. Lord Wraith smirked. Oh? Is that so? He looked back at the twins. Why don't you make your friend comfortable, Inari dear? It would be cruel to make him drive home at this hour, don't you think? Inari nodded, smiling nervously, sharing furtive glances with her twin and their friend. Wraith drifted into the house, before pausing. Oh, and Tanya dear, he gave his daughter a slow look over his shoulder. Come, we have much to discuss. Tanya stiffened, her gaze darting to Thomas, who was being supported by two of the goons. Now. Lord Wraith left, trailed by his bodyguards. Tanya shared a wide-eyed look with Harry, before nodding her head at Thomas and tentatively following her sire into the house, ignoring the desperate warning look Harry gave her. He ground his teeth, hating how the old bastard seemed to suck the life out of usually vibrant people. But right now he could not really afford to be antagonistic. Harry moved over to Thomas, swapping out with one of the goons. Inari moved to help, but Lara held up a hand. Go with your friend. Inari pursed her lips. I've got some ice cream in the car, if that helps. Charles interjected. Inari covered her face with her hands. Why do you always have ice cream? He shrugged, I have a cooler in my car. Inari just looked even more embarrassed for some reason. Harry let out a grunt as he lifted Thomas up again. You sure you don't want help with that? A sly, but somehow genuinely concerned voice interrupted them, the other Wraith sister now suddenly unfrozen. What the hell had Papa Wraith done to them? I will handle it, Elisa, Lara answered instead. Please keep an eye on them. Sure thing, Mom, the pixie cut Wraith snarked, meandering after Tanya and Lord Wraith that was a very short dress. Lara waved off the goons and threw her brother's other arm over her shoulders, taking care not to touch Harry accidentally. It seemed that as injured as Lara was, she was still strong enough to lift her brother without too much trouble. Or she was putting on a brave face. The two of them hauled Thomas into the house and up a shallow, curving stairwell, while Inari pulled her friend down the hall. That was more cordial than I was expecting from you, Lara commented on the way up. Harry snorted. Seemed like a nice guy, but doesn't seem like he likes me. Lara gave him a look around her brother, something like approval in her face. You saw that? I'm more observant than I look. She nodded. It would seem so. You should know that deception is our trade, wizard, and you are right, my father does not like you. I suspect he means to kill you. I get that a lot. Lara smiled, and Harry had to clamp down on another surge of lust, though this may not have come just from her aura. She was intelligent, tough, and he could respect her desire to protect her family. The lingerie ensemble and the way specific parts of her body bounced while she moved definitely made it worse. The blood should have detracted from the look, but nope. Moving on. It did give him an excuse to examine the rest of her though. After reaching the top of the stairs, they went down a long hall. Harry tried to remember the way out if he needed it, but his fatigue was making it difficult. Lara paused, letting him catch his breath, before they continued on. So, how's he looking now? Thanks to your little trick, he seems to be out of mortal danger. Lara replied. He will still need to feed or else his hunger may drive him mad. That bad still? I am unsure just how much you know of our hunger. I know enough. Both from Bob and Tanya's commentary. Is that so? Then you'll know that he will be recovered once he feeds. Something was niggling at Harry. Ah, he spotted one of Lord Wraith's bodyguards in the reflective surface of some decoration. Any reason your dad's driver's tailing us? Lara nodded. She'll dispose of the body, if need be. So, he's that messed up? I still have a few of those boosters. Lara paused, looking off into the distance. If it can help, I will fetch your pack for you. She shook her head. But I doubt it will be enough. This is his suite, she said, opening a door, leading them into a large room dominated by a sunken pit in the floor. What the heck was that for? The carpet was a lush crimson, with pillows strewn about and a smoking brazier in the center of the pit. Well, that's a fire hazard if he's ever seen one. On the other side of the room, a curtain moved and a girl Harry recognized walked in from another room. Justine looked better than she did the last time he saw her, but that was hardly a surprise, since Thomas was a much more gracious host than Bianca had been. Dressed in an oversized bathrobe rumpled with sleep, Thomas's favorite lover, and that might actually be accurate, just looked a bit tired. Thomas? My God! Evidently awake enough to notice that. She rushed over to her lover as the two carrying him set him down on the pillows and cushions in the pit. Harry glanced over his shoulder, eyeing the driver standing outside the room and speaking into a cell phone. He was repeating himself, but this family was messed up. Harry? What happened to him? I will fetch your pack, Lara spoke up, ignoring Justine entirely. I also need to fetch Bruce. If you will excuse me. That really wasn't a request, as she left without waiting for a response. Harry didn't excuse her, for what it's worth. Justine wrung her hands, fear and confusion running over her face. What's going on? Lara shot him, Harry answered quietly. And then we had a run-in with some black court goons. Lara shot him. Didn't seem like it was her first choice, but she was pretty enthusiastic about it anyways. Then he helped us fight the Blamps, so his reserves are pretty shot. Lara says he might still be a goner if he doesn't feed. Justine glanced at the doorway, and her face blanched at the sight of the driver standing there. Oh. She began to tear up. Oh. Oh no. Not my poor Thomas. Harry grabbed her arm. Wait. I have some stuff that can help him. You may not have to do this. But he's going to die. Do you think he'll be happy if you do instead? Her lips trembled and she exhaled slowly, eyes closed. I don't think so. Not really. But he'll be alive. You know, Harry mused. From the way he talks about you. I'm not really sure he'd take that trade. Justine froze. What do you mean? He's already tried trading someone else for you. Harry waved a hand dismissively. But it's not really my place to tell. Either way, wait a bit. I'll see what I can do for him. She stared at him, confused, before settling down next to Thomas. She looked up at Harry questioningly, before running her hand over her lover's face. Thomas shifted, leaning his head into the touch and placing a soft kiss on Justine's hand. The girl shivered. He might not take too much. He's always careful with me. Like at the ball? Harry asked acidly. Justine flinched. That wasn't his fault. It mostly wasn't, but Harry was still a little bitter. Maybe, it still almost got you killed. Unlike Susan, Thomas had deliberately brought Justine there. She was silent for a long moment. I'd have thought you'd understand. When you love someone, there isn't much you won't do for them. She looked up at him, face resolved. Isn't that right? Harry bit back a retort. He really didn't have much of a leg to stand on when it came to that. Damn. It had been years, but the hole Susan left never really filled. His friends helped, and as much as he hated to admit it, having more money did make life a hell of a lot easier. But even if life had got better, he couldn't help but wonder what could have been. Fucking Bianca. He was going to kill every one of those batfuckers and feed them all to Tanya or something. One day. Justine smiled sadly at him. See, I knew you'd understand. He felt the energy from his belt peter out, but spite kept him going, just for a little bit. You still don't have to do it. At that point, Lara returned with his backpack, looking vaguely amused. Of all the things I could have predicted, I did not expect Inari to take her friend to the kitchen. She was still barely dressed. Harry took the bag with a nod. Not that surprising, she's got to be pretty hungry. Wait, phrasing. He fished out the first aid kit and pulled out another strip of metal. Justine watched curiously, and with some trepidation, as he slipped it into Thomas's mouth. One strip was drained. Then two. Soon, all of them were gone. Thomas looked better, but it became pretty clear that it wasn't enough. Damn. Lara sighed. It seems like he was more drained than I thought. Either that, or your trinkets can't feed this deep of a need. Harry scowled. Maybe. Tanya's usually pretty topped off. Lara gave him a long, searching look. What? She shook her head. Come, I'll show you to the room we made available for you. Harry frowned, looking back at Thomas and Justine, dressed up like some sacrificial lamb. He stood, ready to plant his feet. The fatigue hit him like a truck and he stumbled. Lara and Justine helped steady him, the former being careful to only grab his clothes. You'll tell him for me, won't you? Justine whispered at his side, a few tears running down her face. That I love him. Tell him yourself, Harry snapped. He had said it too late. Come now, wizard, Lara cajoled. It is not so certain anymore, thanks to your help. You need your rest. Tired as he was, Harry could not really resist Lara's pull. Leaving Justine, possibly to her death. He was lucky Lara seemed serious about her truce. She led him out of the room and down a few hallways. Harry's vision slowly shrank into a grey tunnel, and he lost track of the path, blinking briefly back to alertness when they reached a room. It was similarly sized to Thomas's, though less ridiculously furnished. There was a really comfy-looking bed, a neatly ordered desk, and a couch. Unlike most of what he'd seen of the place so far, there really weren't any decorations in the room. Maybe that's just what the guest rooms were like. Harry was asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Was it just him, or did it smell familiar? Tanya followed after her sire with no small amount of trepidation. Even though he was her father, and this was their home, a place where she theoretically should be safe, it had been a long time since she had felt comfortable here. Even St. Mary's was more like home, no matter how much she felt she did not belong there. Her sire, perhaps it would be better to think of him as her lord, led her into a study. It was the one he used to read to them in. He took a seat in the same chair he used then, gesturing magnanimously to the lush carpet. Did he expect her to sit on the ground like when she was a child? She chose to stand instead. Judging from the pleased glint in Lord Wraith's eye, that had been the correct choice. He still was in no hurry to begin, taking a sip from a steaming mug of what smelled like tea one of the servants had brought. He took his time, savoring the taste, or the power in making her wait. You know, my dear, he finally began, setting his mug down with a quiet clink. You look so much like your mother. Tanya furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Is that unusual? Lord Wraith chuckled. As humorless as she was. He shook his head, almost fondly. But be that as it may, your mother was quite the helpful woman, and believe me, I still feel her loss to this day. Tanya found that hard to believe, based on his usual habits. He did not even deign to call her mother by name, did he forget? I miss her as well. Or, at least, the idea of her. She died shortly after their birth, so she had no real memories of her. He smiled sardonically. I appreciated your mother's realism, and I am glad to see you have inherited some of her good sense. Tanya found that slightly dubious, as while personalities were heritable, in a sense, they typically required some actual interaction. That is kind of you to say. It seemed like just some talk to sweeten the real discussion. Lord Wraith snorted. Ah, but it is just the truth. He waved his guards away. We have some matters we must discuss alone. John and Jane Doe left with synchronized bows. Tanya briefly watched them leave, before returning her attention to her sire. He stood, languidly, as if she had nothing better to do than just standing there waiting for him, then picked up a chair and set it down in front of the fireplace. Please, he gestured for her to sit. There is no need to stand on my account. Tanya obliged him, even if a part of her wondered if it wasn't due to her being taller than her sire. Thank you, father. What is it you wish to discuss? Many things. He reached down, now that she was sitting, and ran a hand slowly through her hair. Tanya fought down a shiver, she could not show weakness. You have always been my most self-sufficient child, he mused. Remarkable, especially in this day and age. He ran his thumb over some of the congealed blood from her head wound. Congealed, pink blood. But I must say, I did not expect even you to handle the revelation so well. He brushed his knuckles gently along the side of her face, before cupping her chin and gently, but inexorably lifting so she looked up at him. Tell me, daughter, what happened to your first encounter? Tanya's lips thinned. At first, she had not mentioned her condition to her family because she did not expect them to believe her. After she learned more, she had just assumed they already knew, and were giving her space to become independent. She had been expecting this conversation for some time. There are no remains to be found. The thing that turned her was dust in the wind, if Mr. Carpenter was to be believed, and he was no liar. A look of surprise passed over Lord Wraith's face, before changing into a wide grin. His hand slipped from her face and he began to laugh, rearing his head back in amusement. It was the most genuine sound Tanya had heard him make. She fought down another shiver. She was going to need a long shower after this to feel clean again. Oh, I could always see you were cold-hearted, daughter mine. Her sire smiled widely, and Tanya was not sure she liked the gleam of approval in his eyes. Even so, I did not think to have such high hopes for you. To be able to fledge without guilt at all. He patted her on the head, mimicking a proud father. My, modern women are quite something. Theoretically, the praise should be welcome, but it felt wrong. Rationally, it made sense that vampires would prize their inhumanity as a way to parade their superiority, and Tanya did indeed pride herself on being able to view the world rationally. But this just felt dirty. Though, I must ask. Lord Wraith leaned down over her, bringing himself down to eye level with his daughter. Why did you never tell your father, dear daughter? Surely you knew that we care for you. While Lord Wraith had made sure she was well cared for materially, he had been quite insistent on hiding the supernatural world from his younger children, so Tanya had had no indication that her family would have even taken her seriously, let alone provide care. Of course, she could not say that aloud. You are usually busy, she answered instead. I did not wish to bother you with my personal business. Lord Wraith clicked his tongue, stroking her head. Dear daughter, any personal business of yours is my concern. Come now, don't be shy, father will listen. Tanya frowned. Just what did he want to hear? Should this be our priority, father? Black Court ambushed us tonight, is that not more pressing? An annoyed gleam passed through his eyes, but it was gone in a moment as he nodded slightly. Always so task-driven, dear daughter, you ought to find time for family matters too. He straightened and turned away, facing the window. Though your concern is understandable, we cannot let this go unanswered. He looked over his shoulder at his daughter with a slight smile. But rest assured, you will be safe here tonight. They will not dare to challenge us so directly. That seemed slightly presumptuous, even if it was likely correct. Even so, a Black Court which could manage some rather dangerous indirect attacks if given time. If it pleases you, father, I have already begun preparations to deal with these intruders. Perhaps that would move the conversation away from the awkward topics. Lord Wraith reoriented himself to face her, one eyebrow arched curiously. Oh? You are industrious indeed, daughter. Tell me more. My wizard friend is in the process of narrowing down their location. We have also acquired the services of several individuals who will be able to assist. Your wizard friend, Lord Wraith rolled the last word in his mouth, almost disbelievingly. Just how dependable is he? He has a proven track record. Her sire smiled widely. Good. Good. I am sure he will make a valuable asset. Tanya nodded. He is quite useful in a fight, as well as competent in warding schemes. He is also single and unattached, correct? Lord Wraith mused, striding across the room and settling smoothly back into his chair. Quite the catch. He stirred his tea idly, before taking a slow sip. What did he mean by that? Dresden was not romantically involved with anyone at the moment, but he was still clearly pining for his half-vampire lover. It was both admirable and slightly sad. Not unlike his mother, it seems. Tanya's brow furrowed in confusion, something her sire noticed, as he made to speak again. I had the pleasure of his mother's companionship for some time. He elaborated. A very passionate woman, she was, his lips quirked up, as if in fond reminiscence. Very stubborn, and so willful. He grinned, revealing perfect white teeth. And so satisfying to mold. You have a good eye, dear daughter. Did that mean? His smile faded. Though do be careful, dear. I hear he is at least as willful as his mother was. You would be wise not to let that behavior run rampant. I am confident I can convince him from anything too egregious. Mr. Dresden respected the rule of law, and usually only cut loose against supernatural creatures, who were not exactly protected under human law. Though it was true that he had a bit of a destructive tendency. Her sire let out a short laugh. Excellent. It is quite the irony, isn't it? My child by a wizard proved not but a disappointment, while a mundane mortal produced such a dutiful scion. He shrugged his shoulders, somehow making it appear an elegant gesture. I suppose that as entertaining as willful women can be, it is not surprising that they produce frustrating children. Wait, Dresden had a sibling? Who was also her sibling? Based on the timeline, it would have to be Thomas. Ah, so perhaps his pentacle was not merely a sign of dabbling interest. It also explained her half-brothers. Why was that distinction important to her, previously inexplicable fondness for the wizard? Apparently interpreting her confusion incorrectly, Lord Wraith waved a hand dismissively. Bah! You are not old enough to appreciate that conversation. He gave his daughter a knowing smirk. The wizard performed well tonight, did he not? Tanya nodded. She actually didn't know for sure, but Dresden got Inari out safe and largely unharmed, so she would count that as a success. Well then. Her sire gestured towards the door. Such a service deserves recompense, does it not? We can discuss other matters later, you are young still. Go. Reward your wizard. The way he phrased that order sounded odd to Tanya, but Dresden was likely quite hungry, so she supposed throwing together an early morning meal would be quite reasonable. Very well, father. She stood gracefully and left the room at his nod, passing by his two silent guards just outside the room. Hey, that was pretty quick. Tanya blinked, spotting Elisa leaning against a salacious statue. You're such a go-getter. It is good to see you are well, Elisa. Elisa sighed, rolling her eyes. Come on, you don't have to be so formal all the time. Live a little. Tanya raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you want, sister? OL Lara told me to keep an eye out for you while she's getting busy. The pixie-cut sister shrugged, draping herself over the statue. I thought that meeting would have taken longer. A lot quieter too. She smirked at Tanya. You seem to be less keeping an eye out than trying to seduce an inanimate object. Tanya observed drily. Elisa laughed. Must be how your freak feels about you. Why would Dresden think she wanted to seduce inanimate objects? You're no fun. Elisa huffed. Inari's in the kitchen with her squeeze, by the way, in case you want to join in. Thank you, Elisa. That had been decidedly uncomfortable. She needed a shower, and some sleep. But first, Tanya did need to speak with her twin. Today had started as a pretty normal day. Well, technically yesterday, since it was past midnight, but whatever. When she had woken up yesterday morning, the weirdest thing Inari had expected to deal with was working on a pornography set. She wasn't exactly fond of the job, but after yesterday, she would take the awkward job over fighting for her life and really uncomfortable family revelations. Though funny enough, her family apparently being vampires who fed on sex actually helped explain a lot of things that had bothered her over the years. She finally had an answer for how everyone related to her looked young, and why their staff were usually so compliant. It was still felt really squicky to learn that a lot of people had been mind-controlled and raped throughout the place she had grown up in. She wouldn't say she'd rather not know, but now she got why ignorance would be tempting. Honestly, she could kind of see why Rosalina had deliberately not told her about her own heritage when she'd fussed over her roommate's apparent weird blood condition. Not that she wasn't a little mad. You would think that this kind of thing would be a priority to explain. But it turns out dear old dad was a creepy sex vampire and didn't care about things like good parenting. Nope. Not thinking about that right now. That was something for future Inari to freak out about. Present Inari was going to eat this ice cream and calm down. She was glad Charles was here, even if he looked a bit unnerved. It was calming to have some normalcy after a real weird day, and the ice cream he had was always really good. Actually, where did he get the ice cream anyways? It wasn't branded or anything. Hey Charlie. Inari asked, leaning on her friend's shoulder. Did you ever tell me where you got this ice cream, and I just forgot? He shrugged. Don't think so, unless I forgot about telling you. Well, where did you get it? Inari bumped him gently with her elbow. My freezer. Inari puffed out her cheeks at him indignantly. Charlie. What? I'm serious, I made this myself. Oh. She took another bite to avoid thinking about it. You know, you could probably sell it, it tastes great. Charles gave her a flat look. Inari, it has onions in it. I think you and I would be the only people who like it. Nope. Not thinking about why he made ice cream specifically for her. Well then other people just have to miss out. Maybe it wasn't safe for Charles to be here. But she hadn't brought him here, so it wasn't her fault, not that she wouldn't feel really bad if something happened to him. But even with the stuff she learned tonight, she was pretty sure that he'd be fine as long as she was with him. Father wouldn't hurt him in front of her. Probably. I'm kind of surprised you like it so much, Charles said, shifting slightly and glancing around the kitchen she had taken him to. With this much money and a full wait staff, I'd figure that they'd manage to whip something much better up. Well, Inari started, 1, they have to make food for other people too, and 2, they tend to not really understand the stuff I want to try, so I usually end up doing it myself. Charles snorted. I suppose it isn't that surprising for professional chefs to have difficulty going against their instincts. Inari sighed. While it'd be nice, they have a hard enough time already. If you say so. Charles didn't know. I do have to say, this all is a little weird to me. Maybe he knew enough. Him being here was very bad. If father had been asking about guys special to her. Inari almost choked on her ice cream. Are you okay? Charles set her up gently as she coughed, hunching over as her stomach turned unpleasantly. Not from the ice cream. It tasted great. No, she sighed. Not really. She pushed the bowl of ice cream away and leaned against her friend again. I mean, the ice cream's great, but I think today, well yesterday's catching up with me. Sounds like a rough night. Understatement of her life. Do you want to go to sleep now? Charles asked gently. You look pretty damn tired. Inari shook her head, trying to burrow into her friend's shoulder. I just ate ice cream. Just stay like this, please? Okay, guess we'll just sit here for now. Inari relaxed slightly. This was the nice thing about hanging out with Charles, he never really minded doing nothing. Well, except when he had to go and do something urgent, but sitting and chatting was enough fun for him. He and Xander also actually listened to her ramblings. On that note, that was probably also how they became friends with Tanya. As carefree as some people seemed to think she was, Inari wasn't naive enough to think that her looks or family's money weren't major reasons she had so many friends. It was why she appreciated the friends that were able to look past that, like the Carpenters. And Charles. He seemed to periodically forget that her family was rich, somehow. Maybe he had something against rich people? Inari tilted her head to look at her friend, watching as his eyes periodically flicked nervously around the room. She was pretty sure Charles had no idea about their family secret, but something was clearly bothering him. You know you don't have to stay if you don't want to. Charles frowned. Not to be rude, but this place is a little creepy. He shrugged. Having a staff kinda just seems weird to me when not at a restaurant or hotel. Inari snorted, leaning into his shoulder. I'm trying to imagine my siblings doing all the housework for this, and it's kinda a funny picture. Her friend nodded, a yawn creeping onto his face. Probably not a good idea to drive back at this hour though. Inari jabbed him in the side. Have you been staying up late again? Hey, it wasn't my fault this time. Even though he was right, Inari still puffed her cheeks indignantly at him. Charles just raised an eyebrow. What, would you prefer Tanya have to hoof it all the way over here? Course not. That doesn't mean you should stay up so late. I would like to point out that both of us are awake at this ungodly hour, and you are the one eating ice cream. Inari sighed. You know I don't have to sleep as much as most people. Charles shrugged the shoulder she was leaning on, before yawning again. You don't have to feel bad about it. Not like you forced me to stay up that couple of times. She did feel a bit guilty for accidentally making him oversleep. But he was probably going to say something really sappy without meaning to, so she just admitted defeat. Apparently tired enough, Charles plopped his head onto his arms resting on the counter. Oh come on. When she said sleep she didn't mean to do that. He was going to wake up with a sore neck. Beaut, this was kind of comfy, so Inari decided not to say anything. For now. Yes, definitely for now. They lapsed into silence as Charles dozed off, his breathing steadying. Oh, his glasses were going to leave a mark. Inari carefully plucked them from his face and set them on the counter in front of him. There, that's better. She sat up a bit, no longer leaning on her friend, before setting her head down on the counter with a sigh. She could not distract herself forever. There had always been something off with her family. When she was young, she could be excused for not noticing, but she was legally an adult now. She could not run from the truth anymore, especially not after tonight. When she had first twigged onto the supernatural, she had been so naive with wonder. As she had gotten older, the world's ills became clearer, but she had never really considered that her family could be anything more than a mundane evil at worst. Just how short-sighted was she? The signs were all there. Tanya definitely knew something was up a long time before Inari had ever seriously considered it. And of course, her twin had not explained it to her because Inari would have been too naive to take it seriously. And she really couldn't blame her twin. Wrapping her head around the fact that her family, people she loved, were responsible for causing so much pain, it made her want to puke now. How bad would it have been if she'd learned about it earlier? Inari had tried her best to be a kind person, but what good did that do when she'd lived off the suffering of so many people? For once, she cursed her ability to remember people so easily, as faces flashed through her mind's eye. All the different staff they had who inexplicably quit, all the people her siblings must have killed. She gagged, a quiet, choked sob escaping from her as she shuddered. Tanya. Tanya must have turned. But how? She never had a boyfriend before Mr. Dresden, and she'd never shown any interest in dating before that. Oh. It must not have been something she wanted. Tears welled up in Inari's eyes. How could she have been so blind? It was obvious something bad had happened, but she had never pressed, because Tanya was always fine, had always been fine. But that wasn't true, was it? So much for her empathy that people said she had. So much for her kindness. What good was any of that when she couldn't even see how her own twin was hurt so badly? No wonder Tanya had latched on to Mr. Dresden so much. If her own family didn't care enough to notice if her own twin didn't. She was such a failure. Did Tanya even need her? She'd always been independent, it seemed like she'd always had an idea of what to do. Tanya was smarter, more mature, and didn't need to chatter with random people for companionship. What could Inari do? Remember names and faces. What use was that? Her other siblings. Inari didn't know what to think anymore. What do you do, when your family are monsters? She whispered tearfully. Be something else, Charles muttered sleepily. I'm so sorry, did I wake you? Wasn't ever really asleep. Oh, sorry for bothering you. You don't. Hey. Bother me. Inari turned her head to peek over her arm at him. Really? Even with all my rambling? Charles shrugged, head still down. You're not forcing me to talk to you, are you? No. Did she have baby vampire powers that made people like her more? Well then don't worry about it. Did she really have any friends at all? Or was it all just because of the family secret? Could she even make real friends? Inari blinked as Charles poked her in the forehead. Hey. He shrugged again, one eye staring sleepily at her. You looked like you needed to be poked. Inari pouted at him, even if she was internally thankful for the distraction. Anyways, your family being bad doesn't mean you are. Maybe. Inari buried her face in her arms again. But I still benefited from the bad stuff they did. I don't think I can ever make up for that. Charles scoffed. Sunshine, we're all descended from thieves, rapists, and murderers somewhere in our family tree, it's kind of a certainty in this world. We can never undo the bad our scummy ancestors did, and it isn't really our job. That doesn't mean it's right to ignore it. No. Charles reached out and patted her on the head, one of the few times he was the one to initiate affectionate contact. Inari leaned into his touch with a sigh. I know I'm related to some bad people, he mused. Some of the stuff my dad's mentioned about my relatives isn't really nice to hear about. He turned his head to the side, squinting at her. But I'm not responsible for their actions. I can really only be responsible for my own. He drew his hand back and tucked it under his head again. Not sure that compares with what you're going through. But that's my thought, for what it's worth. Inari hugged him. It's worth something. Thanks. Oh no. She was getting his clothes dirty. Guess I'm still your pillow. Okay then. The two of them lapsed into a comfortable silence. Maybe falling asleep like this wouldn't be so bad. He did have a point too. Inari couldn't control what her siblings did. But that didn't mean she was blameless entirely. She knew her siblings. They didn't have to be monsters. But some had chosen to be, and she couldn't in good conscience ignore that, shared blood or not. The sound of quiet footsteps reached her ears and Inari looked up to see her twin enter the kitchen, an unsettled look on her face. Just what did their father say to her? Inari stood and hugged her twin, pulling back slightly as Tanya winced in pain. Are you okay, sis? As well as can be expected, Tanya replied. Though it seems I should be asking you that question. You seem distressed. Inari pursed her lips, hugging her twin closer, despite her protests. Of course I'm distressed. I just found out something terrible happened to you 3 whole years ago and I never noticed. Her twin stiffened in confusion. Terrible? As inconvenient as it is, my condition is manageable. How can you just shrug it off? Inari hissed, pulling back and grabbing Tanya by her shoulders. And why did you lie to me about it? She frowned. Did you think I would think badly about you because of what happened? Tanya stared at her uncomprehendingly. I did not think you would believe me. Vampires are not something most people consider acceptable explanations. Inari sighed. Maybe, but you've never been one for fantastical things. I'd have at least taken you somewhat seriously. The older twin patted her reassuringly on the arm. I thank you for the trust you have in me. But there is no reason to worry about that, even back then. The situation resolved favorably and Dresden and Mr. Carpenter were there to assist me. But do you trust me? Of course I do. Tanya's brow furrowed. So why didn't you tell me? Inari's face scrunched up, a toxic mix of emotions rushing through her. About all of this? Why keep me in the dark about this whole vampire thing? Or all the other dangerous stuff? Tanya grabbed her twin and pulled her close. I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you. Inari paused. Why not? This isn't the right place to discuss it, Tanya whispered into her twin's ear. Then why are you here? Inari groused. You promised we would be able to talk, and now you say it's not the right place. She was being a little unfair, given that Tanya would have had to find her to talk to her first. I was here to make some food. I assumed our guests were hungry, Tanya's eyes widened. Hell's bells. She tore out of Inari's embrace and dashed out of the room like she had left the stove on in a different kitchen. Inari glanced at Charles, who looked up sleepily at the noise. She glanced after her twin. Whatever got Tanya so concerned had to be important. She ran after her. Tanya bounded up the stairs with a grace Inari envied. Really, it was obvious in hindsight her twin had become something different. But Inari was quite fit herself, so she was fast enough to avoid being left entirely behind. Hey, wasn't this the way to Thomas's room? Oh. No. Justine. Tanya rushed through the door to their brother's suite, and Inari reached the entrance moments later. She froze at the sight. Thomas looked inhuman. His skin glowed silver and stretched strangely over oddly protruding bones. The visceral confirmation of her family's inhumanity overwhelmed the creepiness of seeing her brother in the act. The disturbing sense of incestuous attraction trumped both the other feelings, and Inari slumped against the door frame, bent over and dry retching. She heard her brother snarl, and she looked up hesitantly, just in time to see her twin wrestle him off Justine. Her brother's lover looked drained, paler even than she usually was, eyes rolled back into her skull and limply slumped against a bunch of pillows. Thomas bared his teeth at Tanya, but flinched back as she bloomed silver herself, a wild snarl of her own bubbling out of her chest. It was a feral sound, something Inari never expected to hear from her almost always composed twin. Tanya hissed a strange word and flicked a finger, a bloody, pink line appearing on Thomas's chest. She then jammed something into the cut and their brother groaned, a sound that made Inari feel very uncomfortable. Was this her future? Turned into some beautiful monster? She retched again at the foreign, incestuous feelings drilling into her skull. No. No. This was wrong. Tanya. Thomas croaked, his voice dry, raspy, and filled with confused horror. Welcome back, brother. What the hell are you doing? Ensuring you did not kill your lover. What? Thomas blanched as he saw the state his girlfriend was in. Justine. He grabbed her shoulder and shook her, but she was in no state to respond, just moaning softly and leaning into his touch. She should be able to recover, now that you are cogent enough to avoid drinking too much. You know. Thomas sputtered. He blinked, finally registering his younger sister's predatory glow. You fledged. When? How? Tanya shushed him, pushing him back down onto the pillows. You need to recover, don't worry about that right now. Don't worry. How do you expect me to not worry? He froze, shocked eyes meeting Inari's horrified expression across the room. Inari, he choked. Inari fled. She nearly bowled Charles over in her haste, accidentally shoving him against a wall. She clutched at him desperately and sobbed. This was all too much for one night. Charles didn't say anything, he just held her, patting her on the back encouragingly. Was there really anything he could say to help? Inari didn't know how long they stood there. It probably wasn't all that long in actuality, but it certainly felt like forever. Probably time to go to sleep. Charles eventually asked. Maybe things will be better when you wake up. Or at least you'll be rested. Inari doubted she would sleep well. The hysterical energy left her and she slumped against her friend. MB. So, where's your room? Charles asked awkwardly, still sort of pinned against the wall. I can take her there. When did Tanya get here? Here, let me take care of her. Her twin gently tried to pry her away from Charles. No. Inari objected, tightening her hold on her friend. It was petty, but her twin unnerved her right now, and she wasn't sure she trusted herself not to say something she could never take back. Tanya sucked in a sharp breath. Inari didn't have to look to know there was a hurt look on her face, but right now she was having a little bit of a hard time caring. If this was what trying to be nice got her, what was the point? Can show you the way. Tanya croaked, sounding far more defeated than Inari had ever heard her. Oh. Guess she does care, under all that stiffness. Now she just felt bad. All right. Charles patted her on the back again. Let's go get you situated. Inari did not remember the walk to her old room, the fatigue from this no good, very bad night finally crashing down on her. Was that a puppy? The last thought that passed through her bleary mind was that despite being mostly bone and muscle, Charles was surprisingly comfy to rest on. Throughout her long life, Lara had been through worse nights than this, but she would definitely add it to the list. She had been careless, too comfortable in the comfort of the modern age. Tonight had been a grim reminder of her own fragility, in more ways than one. 3 young black court, 2 barely out of the grave, had nearly been the end of her. She had been saved by a young wizard, shame she could not reward him in a mutually satisfactory way, and by her youngest sibling. Lara still wasn't sure where sweet young Inari had found the daring to threaten monsters at gunpoint, but it was certainly brave of her to serve as a distraction for whatever spell Dresden had cast. That in and of itself would have been galling enough, having to be saved by an overgrown child, an admittedly powerful and quite handsome one, and looking weak in front of her cute little sister, but that was not the end of it. Not only was Inari somehow partially aware of what they were, despite father's commands, not only did Dresden bullishly throw them into a peril by explaining the change to Inari, but Tanya had fledged without her knowledge. Even worse, it had been nearly 3 years since she became one of the family in truth, and never in that time had Tanya ever come to her big sister for help. She had updated Lara on her school life, but never that. Did her little sisters not trust her? Was she not sisterly enough for them to come to her? More importantly, why had Tanya gone to a wizard? No, a strange man she never met before? She couldn't have seriously thought the man in a phone book would truly be a wizard, could she? If she had been that desperate, why hadn't she called her family? What was it that caused Tanya, the least prone to flights of fancy, to trust a self-advertised wizard over her family? Lara's little sister had the romantic sense of a rock, there was no way she would be taken in by his rugged looks. Lara almost considered the possibility of enthrallment, but she knew Dresden's reputation, and after meeting him personally, she thought the chances of that were negligible. The young wizard was as blunt as his reputation made him out to be, with his idea of subtlety apparently being equivalent to planting a bomb in a crowded room and glaring at people until they ignored it. The fact that he had actually managed to fool her for some time did not help her current worries much. He was clearly more cunning than what his reputation suggested, his brute force magic and irreverent tone masking a sharp mind. That should have made Lara more skeptical of him, but it ironically relieved her slightly. She would be more concerned if Tanya was taken with a man who was actually stupid. Lara also had serious doubts that a man who started a war in an attempt to save his lover would consider magically enthralling a new one, no matter how lovely Tanya was. No, it was far more likely that he saved her from something and... Oh. For once, Lara was thankful that their first feeding was lethal. It seemed she owed Harry Dresden quite a bit more than she had thought. Lara kissed Bruce on the cheek before sinuously sliding off her bed. She had pulled back her hunger so he would remain functional. After all, he had healed her injuries in more ways than one, not to mention checking over her brother's wounds in record time. Perhaps Tanya would be willing to share for a little while. Dresden certainly found them both appealing enough. But if her cute little sister turned out to be the jealous type, Lara could always teach her a few tricks. Tanya may be inexperienced, but she was a very fast learner. Though. Lara frowned as she stepped into the shower to clean herself off. Dresden's touch had burned her, an echo of true love protecting him. Tanya did not burn her, and the protection was not that fresh. Perhaps they would actually be willing to share. Tanya would have had to feed in the meantime, after all, and there was nothing that her cute little sister hated more than the laziness that enthralled kind exhibited. Perhaps she had a coterie of would-be scholars. The young man that had given her a ride seemed unusually agreeable, though he seemed more taken with Inari. Tanya's situation was familiar, even if she seemed to have adjusted better than any of their siblings had. It did not excuse Lara's negligence, but it was not as pressing as a problem. Even though father seemed to have also discovered her turn, Tanya was valuable for her cunning, both financial, like her mother, and apparently strategically, though it would remain to be seen how well games translated to reality. Inari was a different story. Unlike her twin, unlike all of them, really, Inari was a gentle and kind soul who would have made many friends even without her supernaturally fine breeding and familial wealth. She could not possibly handle her change as well as her twin. And now she knew about it. Father did not care for such things, and he would break her, but there wasn't anything Lara could do. The eldest Wraith daughter shivered, a small part of her whispering that she should have gone along with Thomas's foolish scheme, if only for the chance to spare her little sister. It was drowned by the faces of her late siblings flashing through her vision, smothered by her father's phantom fingers crawling over her flesh. A part of her liked it. No. It would not work. A tiny, battered part of her wondered if Thomas had a point. Father had been a bit strange recently, and he seemed to be more lenient with Tanya and Inari. No, if Lara was in his shoes, she would have let her little sisters run free, they were just too useful that way. Inari was too kind to turn on them, and Tanya would be hard-pressed to find a more profitable support network. Lara stepped out of the shower, toweling herself up and slipping into a bathrobe along with a pair of new slippers, enjoying the feeling of the comfortable clothes on her fresh skin. Thomas would be distraught in the morning, having woken up to his. Wait. Wasn't that Buck who gave Tanya a ride the one Inari was fond of? Lara rushed out of the room, running barely dressed again that night. She had not been there for Tanya when she fledged, she'd be damned if she was not there for Inari. She burned through some of her fresh energy, reaching Inari's room in a flash. Tanya stood outside her twin's door, lips pursed in discomfort. Lara found herself staring down the barrel of a gun as Tanya twitched suddenly. Relax, little sister, it's me. Tanya let out a breath, slumping slightly against the wall, her gun almost disappearing whence it came. When did her little sister become so skilled with such weapons? Going to the shooting range was one thing, that confidence spoke of actual experience. My apologies, elder sister. The events of tonight have me on edge. Tanya looked down at her. When did the cute little sisters get so big, with a speculative gleam in her eyes? But what brings you here in such a rush? Lara sighed in relief. By your tone, I presume Inari will not be joining us tonight. Tanya frowned. It does not appear so. She jerked her head towards her sister's room. They both fell asleep, almost immediately. The elder sister stepped silently to the door, opening it slightly to peer inside. True enough, Inari was sound asleep on the couch, curled around her shorter friend. My, how her sisters had grown. She shut the door slowly, letting out another breath. That is a relief. She turned her gaze back to Tanya, who stared back accusingly. But it is only a matter of time. Tanya frowned, her cute, not truly the proper term now, face radiating disapproval. Lara, tell me the truth, is there a way for her to be free? Father would have to be deposed, for one. Although this is not the place for that conversation, little sister. Tanya snorted. Then where? Lara reached up and ran a hand through her younger sister's hair, stopping at the clumps of dried blood. Why, you are filthy, little sister. You must get to the bath immediately. You cannot be serious, Tanya said flatly. Oh, but Lara was. And that was how Lara ended up washing her little sister's hair for the first time in almost a decade. Is this truly necessary to prevent our conversation from being overheard? Tanya sulked in the bathtub as Lara rubbed shampoo into her hair. The shower was running, the noise covering their voices, if they were careful. Oh, there are certainly other ways, Lara conceded. But subtlety is just as important. And it helped assuage her feeling inadequate as a sister, if only superficially. I fail to see how this isn't suspicious, Tanya said flatly, scrubbing some grime and dried blood off of her skin. I have not needed your help for this since I could reach the shower controls. Lara pouted, not that her sister could see it. Can't an older sister wish for some nostalgic things, even if their little sister is full grown? It seems irrationally common, Tanya groused. And I am not so sure it is truly effective as a cover. Our staff knows not to interrupt us when we are in the bath. Or in bed. They are not primarily the ones we are concerned about, are they? Lara stilled, her finger coming to a halt. No, they are not. Privacy was not at all sacred to a stronger member of the family. But other avenues would be equally fruitless to stop them if they so wished. Best to remain below notice. Tanya huffed. You may be right, but I would prefer not to be wet and undressed in that event. What manner of cover was she thinking about that didn't involve that? I'm done with the shampoo. Lara began rinsing her sister's hair, sending foaming water down into the bathtub. And I believe we do, in fact, need to talk. Tanya hummed in affirmation, eyes closed to prevent water from getting in them. What have you learned about our nature, sister dear? I want to ensure Wizard Dresden has not led you wrong. Why are you concerned about this now? Tanya asked, her tone suggesting merely bemused curiosity, but Lara could feel the cutting accusation. Why, isn't it obvious, little sister? Of course Lara could not exactly admit she had not realized that Tanya had fledged when she did. You brought a man home to meet father. Tanya opened an eye and gave her sister a skeptical look. I was not the one who invited Dresden here. Dresden? Lara feigned confusion, internally amused. I was speaking of your friend who gave you a ride. What was his name? Charles? She was not, in fact, talking about that Buck. Tanya rolled her eyes. I did not bring Charles here for the purpose of meeting father, I simply needed a ride here since my motorcycle was destroyed and he was friendly enough to agree. Her eyes narrowed. Why did you bring Dresden here anyways? Surely you have your own mode of transportation. Oh, was that hint of jealousy she heard? Do I need a reason to bring back a tall, dark, and handsome man? Yes, Tanya was nonplussed. But I find it unlikely you brought him here for salacious reasons. You were on an adult film set, there would be no need. Bah, she was no fun. The same reason you acquired his services, he is a useful deterrent. Lara wrung some of the water out of her sister's hair, before lathering it with shampoo again. And you have yet to answer my initial question. Fine. Tanya closed her eyes again as soap scud slid down her head. Essentially, our condition involves a parasitic entity attached to our souls that feeds off of the life force of living things, with a taste for humans in particular. To acquire this energy, it has the ability to drive its victims into a vulnerable state during which it becomes easier to extract this energy. So far so good, if a bit unflattering. Lara ran her fingers through her sister's hair yet again. Do go on. They usually do this through heightening emotion to encourage the victim to make more of their energy available, Tanya answered, holding herself stiffly at the contact. Our hungers prefer carnal lust as a medium. The hunger is also poisoned by energy from a person exemplifying something anathema to its taste, true love, in our case. Dresden appeared to be more knowledgeable about them than she expected. Where did he get this information? It was no longer a secret, but the White Court did not exactly advertise it, for obvious reasons. Tanya couldn't possibly have learned it herself. I feel you are being a bit uncharitable to our hunger, Tanya dear, Lara prodded while rinsing her sister's hair again. It does provide us quite a few boons. Tanya sighed. Yes, if not for its mind-warping nature, it might be considered a symbiotic entity, as it grants us perfect health and perpetual youth if satiated. Its energy reserves can also be used to heal rapidly or to gain supernatural strength, but it is draining. If too much is used, the hunger will drive us mad and destroy our minds. Harry Dresden certainly warranted further consideration. It appeared that his reputation as a bumbling brute was not as accurate as Lara had thought. While most of this information was not incredibly difficult to find, it was not commonly available, not to mention how it was slightly concerning to discover a powerful wizard with a rather fiery grudge against vampires had such accurate knowledge, even if his ire was mostly directed at a different court. And Lara had invited him into her home. No, given his apparent attachment to Tanya, this was an opportunity. Well, it seems your wizard friend is quite knowledgeable. Lara finished washing her sister's hair. Why don't we get the rest of you cleaned off as well? I do not need your help for that. For just a wash? That was certainly true, but for looking her best? Even with their supernatural charm, there were many ways to supplement it, especially since Tanya seemed genuinely fond of the wizard. Well, which scent would be best? Lara had not expected that kind of development from Tanya, but now that it had happened, was it not her sisterly duty to help her sister pursue it? Scent. Oh, Tanya, Tanya, Tanya. I need soap, not perfume, Lara. Truly, no appreciation for the art. So you do need my help after all. What is this nonsense? Tanya snapped. I thought you wished to have a serious conversation. Lara stopped short, cursing herself for getting so sidetracked. Tanya. She shifted so she could look her little sister in the eye. You cannot fight father. Tanya furrowed her brow. I am serious. Lara hissed, collecting a soap with a scent she was sure Dresden would find irresistible. He has killed all of our siblings who challenged him. Her younger sister's eyes widened. That's why we only have one brother. Lara smiled sadly, her little sister was sharp indeed. Yes. Lara began lathering the soap on her little sister. And I fear Thomas is not long for this world. So that is why you shot Thomas. Tanya snatched the soap from Lara, beginning to use it herself. To curry favor with father. Lara shivered, face slackening at old memories. You do not want to cross father. He did not just kill, he made them suffer in ways. She grabbed another bar of soap to distract herself, much to Tanya's chagrin. What makes you think I wish to turn on our father? Tanya asked carefully, momentarily distracted from Lara's soapy machinations. Well, for one, you seem to be assembling a power base under your own control, what with your investments, your collection of mortal minions, and your wizard friend. Lara smiled slyly. It is frankly quite impressive for your age. Tanya blinked. I simply desired to not coast off the family fortune. I would much rather contribute than leech. That. Lara really should have expected that. She smiled, shaking her head fondly. Of course, but you must understand what it appears like to others, dear sister. I see, Tanya replied, pursing her lips in an expression that quite fit her youthful, but mature face. Though father seemed unbothered by this when we spoke earlier. It was rather odd. In the past, father would most certainly have curtailed Tanya's activities by now. It couldn't be sentimental feelings for Raiko, could it? No, father was not one for such things. So why? You must be careful, Tanya. Lara warned, starting to rinse off her sister, who bore an expression not unlike an unamused wet cat. He is no doubt watching your moves. She pulled Tanya close, running the water over both of them, whispering in her sister's ear. You must not fight him when the time comes, Tanya. It will be better for you both. Father seemed to dote on them, and if Inari remained as amiable as she was, he would have no reason to make her suffer. Time for what? Tanya hissed, tensing at the sudden contact. You know what I refer to. Lara said softly, shivering as she felt his phantom fingers groping her flesh. Father will want confirmation of your loyalty. You need to give him that, when he asks. I do not want to see you slain. Tanya frowned, perhaps finally understanding the danger she was in. Finally, she nodded. I will be careful, elder sister. Good. Lara stepped back, letting her younger sister clean herself. There were many other things they needed to discuss, but Lara sensed that Tanya was reaching her limit of credulity. Lara grabbed a bottle of conditioner, applying it to Tanya's hair as she finished washing herself. There, now her little sister was fresh and rosy for her friend. As they dried off, Lara moved on to the next stage. Won't you let me do your hair, Tanya? It has been so long. Tanya paused, before smiling slightly. Why not? Lara smiled back, sitting her sister down in front of the mirror. She looked quite fetching in a towel. He's surprisingly good at hair, Tanya muttered. But no expert. Had she been having Thomas do her hair? Well, Lara would just have to prove her superiority. What tickles your fancy, little sister? Lara asked, running a comb through Tanya's platinum hair, a shade not dissimilar to the glow they cast when they drew on their hunger. An unusual color for their family, but an auspicious one. What about your friend? Perhaps a braided bun? Tanya mused. Formal and elegant, really? Lara wondered. Don't you want something more adventurous? Tanya snorted. Adventurous is not what I need right now. Lara hummed. You would know better than I. It was true that Dresden did not seem to be too impressed by grand spectacle. My, little Tanya was cunning. Now, the elder Wraith mused as she expertly braided her sister's hair, how to get Tanya into the appropriate clothes. Just what are you planning, sister? Is sisterly concern not enough? Lara pouted, fingers weaving through her little sibling's silky hair gracefully. This seems a bit extravagant for just that. Tanya commented flatly. Lara smirked. Don't worry, little sister, your man will be all yours tonight. I am simply doing my duty as an older sister. The wizard was not going to know what hit him. A/N, thanks to Obloquy Sunny and half_baked_cat for their suggestions and corrections. The next chapter will feature more wraith things, though probably less creepy. I probably also won't be able to get it out Friday night, since I'll be a bit busy the next few weeks. I would say that I hope no one was too unsettled by this chapter, but that would be against the point of why I wrote it as it is. Chapter 14, Friday the 13th. Chapter text. Tanya will seem quite a bit out of character in this chapter. There is a reason for it. A rite of passage close call. Harry had some pretty bad experiences with dreams. A few years back a capital N nightmare took a bite out of him while he slept, which had been unfun, not to mention that fucker was a big part of what made that Halloween suck. Krivos and Bianca were dead. Mavra would get her soon too. He hadn't really had pleasant dreams after that ball, though they had gotten better after he moved out of his old apartment. Guess the place brought up bad memories. Some of them were weird. He hadn't dreamt of going to school for a long time, most were not really worth mentioning, and some were actually pretty nice. This dream was one nice one, but it hurt. Susan had never been to his new place, and they never cooked together, but it was nice. So was the smell of food. Harry awoke as his stomach growled, but he squeezed his eyes shut with a groan. It had been a nice dream. His body still ached and fatigue still weighed him down. His throat was parched and his stomach protested its emptiness. At least the bed was comfortable, and the smell. Wait, he still smelled food. He blinked his eyes open groggily. The room was still quite dark, though there was a lamplit in the corner casting a gentle light through the surprisingly austere room. Well, that wasn't quite the right term. The bed was comfortable, the furniture looked handcrafted, so very pricey, and there was a computer. But there were no decorations like he had seen around the mansion, everything looked functional and plain. The bed was really nice though. It was almost like Tanya had furnished the room. Oh. Harry pushed himself up with a groan. Why the hell did Lara bring him here? Wait, maybe it was better not to make assumptions. Ah, you're awake. And there was Tanya. He looked up as the young wraith stepped lightly into the room, wearing nothing but a towel. Oh. Wah? Harry asked intelligently. He couldn't stop himself from goggling at her beautiful form. It was somehow better than he'd imagined. You must be hungry, Tanya observed, gesturing to the table, which had a plate with a couple sandwiches on it. I also brought refreshments. She held up her arms, a bottle of Max beer in each hand, before leaning down to set them on the table. Harry could not help but notice how the movements accentuated her assets. Were they always so generous? Harry was still a bit groggy from sleep. Yes. That was it. Not that he was too busy staring. I would prefer it if you did not eat while on the bed, Tanya commented with a smirk. It makes the housekeeper's job more difficult. Harry's stomach growled, a bit of a welcome distraction, and he clambered off the bed. Ah great, his clothes were still dirty, stained with blood, sweat and grime. I also brought fresh clothes for you. Tanya gestured to the couch, where a few shirts and pants were neatly folded. They are some of Thomas's spare clothes, ones he hasn't worn yet. I presumed you would not want anything my sire owns. Yeah, that was fair. Although you brought clothes for me, and not yourself. Harry asked groggily as he plopped himself down in a chair across from her. Part of him wasn't really complaining. But it was kind of weird. Tanya sighed in annoyance, reaching across the table to hand him one of the beers. Was that bruise on her chest? Here, you sound parched. She twisted her lips, letting out a huff which moved one of her bangs, drawing Harry's attention to her elegantly done hair. My sister took my clothes to wash them, and just happened to forget to leave replacements. Yeah, that seemed sketchy. What a weird time to prank your siblings. She do this often. Tanya still had her cross earrings. And her shield charm. Her bangs were styled in a way that drew the gaze downward to where the top of her towel ended. Yep, that was a bruise all right. No, Tanya shook her head, sitting back in her chair. This is a first. Perhaps she is simply stressed due to recent events. Harry popped open the bottle of beer to distract himself from how her posture made the towel slide down dangerously. Maybe, Harry mused. I definitely could use a beer after tonight. Thanks for that. He was pretty sure Lara was up to something. But why would she do this? If she was trying to seduce him, Tanya would have already had plenty of opportunities, and if Harry was honest with himself, she really didn't need the help. Tanya picked up her bottle of beer and opened it, leaning forward, damn it don't look, to clink it with his. Cheers. Harry took a sip. Yup. Max still made the best beer in town. Wait. Aren't you underage? Tanya raised a delicate eyebrow, swirling her bottle of beer and crossing her long, smooth legs, towel bunching up her thighs. Are you going to report me, Pi Dresden? Harry snorted. I'm sure you'll drink responsibly. Seemed like even Tanya was willing to bend a few rules after tonight. He took a deep draught of his beer. He didn't know how Tanya got a hold of it, right now he really couldn't bring himself to care. Tanya drank from her own bottle. Wait, shouldn't she be able to get other clothes for herself? She had to have some clothes here. Is this your old room? Hold on, that was a bit of an awkward question, because it meant. Yes. Tanya replied, setting her beer down. I do not know why my sister brought you here when we have guest rooms. It meant he had just taken a nap in Tanya's bed. This family was weird. I can get out if you want. Tanya scoffed. That bed is one of the few pieces of furniture I can guarantee no questionable sexual activity took place on. Too much information there. Don't you have clothes here if this is your room? While she was really nice to look at, Harry didn't need that distraction right now. Probably. Tanya sighed, crossing her arms under her bust, pushing up the lovely globes. It seems one of my sisters removed all my normal clothes from my room. It was probably Felicia. Normal clothes. Harry's stomach growled audibly. Ah, so you are hungry. Tanya uncrossed her limbs in a mesmerizing motion, an inch more of pale flesh laid bare, and handed him the plate. Harry took it, his mouth watering as he bit into the sandwich. He groaned happily. He hadn't known how much he'd needed a roast beef sandwich until now. Tanya's cooking had always been pretty good, but Harry swore that she kept getting better. Tanya leaned back, crossing her arms again and glancing to the side a bit apologetically. It isn't a steak sandwich, but it is a bit late in the night to cook that. Harry swallowed. It's really good, Tanya. I'd have eaten basically anything you whipped up just now. She smiled, almost bashfully, shifting slightly in her seat. That's very nice of you, but my cooking is hardly stellar. Sure, you can't beat Mac, Harry said between mouthfuls, but you probably got some fancy chef's beat. Did Tanya just blush? She did. That was too cute. There is no need to flatter me. I don't think any compliment I give you is gonna be flattery. Harry had seen an unusual amount of supernaturally beautiful things that could be described as women, and Tanya did not lose out in comparison, far from it. Tanya's blush deepened, the red flush creeping down her neck towards her breasts. Was she drunk? Is the drink getting to you, Dresden? Tanya asked, trying to distract from her embarrassment that her state of dress made impossible to hide. Harry shook his head. Don't really feel it. If he was feeling buzzed, it was because of the view. Oh, the sandwich was gone. She really knew what he liked. Well good, Tanya huffed, then you will not be at risk taking a shower you sorely need. She straightened, her crossed arms shifting her towel tantalizingly. Harry did need a shower. No arguments there. A cold shower. He stood, wincing as his cuts and bruises complained and he groaned. Maybe not a cold shower. Do you need any medical attention? Tanya asked, concern on her face. Harry shook his head. I'll be fine with some rest. He looked at the clothes Tanya had brought. Are these gonna fit? One downside of being so tall was how hard it finding clothing sized for you. I believe so. Tanya answered. But perhaps not well. Thomas is the closest in height and frame to you, but you are still a good deal taller. Harry smirked. Aren't you the closest to me in height? Tanya raised an eyebrow. Yes, but as you can see, she waved down at her towel-clad form, I don't have clothes for myself, let alone you. She had to know the effect she had on people, or was she really that oblivious? What the heck happened with that anyways? Harry asked, feeling a bit angry at her sisters. Do they expect you to go around the house naked? Tanya hummed thoughtfully. My sisters sometimes do so, perhaps Lara simply forgot I have different preferences. What? No. Bad Harry. Can't you wear these clothes? Harry waved at the shirt on the couch. They'd definitely fit, just not that well. They are my brother's clothes. Tanya said archly, before blinking. Also, I can afford to be less than dressed here. I would advise against you trying it. Harry felt she was protesting a little too much, but if she wanted to wear a towel that was up to her. Okay then, I'll go take a shower. A shower sounded nice. He grabbed the spare clothes and stumbled into the bathroom. His shirt stuck to his skin as he pulled it off, his pants scraped against bruises as he removed them, and he was pretty sure his shield bracelet and watch were going to leave a mark. Should he wear them in the shower? No, water would cause complications and Tanya valued privacy enough not to intrude. He turned the knob and stepped into the shower when the water heated up. Man, how had he ever managed without hot water? Well, technically his part of the house still wasn't connected to the gas, but semantics. This shower was fancier than the one in the townhouse, with different settings and all that, or at least Harry assumed it did based on the markings. Either way, the hot water eased his aches and pains a bit, as well as making him feel a bit cleaner. It didn't really help with his dirty thoughts. After close to a year of proximity, he'd thought he'd gotten a bit used to her supernaturally good looks. How she never seemed to intentionally flaunt it helped, as well as her preference for practical or comfortable clothing. He was not prepared for seeing so much more of her, all those smooth curves and vast expanses of creamy, perfect flesh. Harry shook himself. Curse it all. He shouldn't be lusting after a teenager. Even if she was legally an adult and seemed much older. He could blame her wraith aura, but after being hit by Lara's, Harry realized that Tanya kept hers remarkably under control. Which just meant most of his feelings were his own. He thumped his head gently against the shower wall. No, it was just hormones. He hadn't been with anyone since Susan, and this was just his body complaining about it, especially with someone like Tanya around. But no, there could be nothing more there. It was a bit hard to tell, given how formal she was with everyone, but while Tanya considered him a friend, Harry was pretty sure she wasn't interested in anything more. She was, oddly celibate for a wraith. Did she get off on violence? Wait, no, while wamps often were pretty influenced by their flavor of emotion, feeling that emotion by themselves wasn't how they fed. It really wasn't surprising Tanya was so interested in the life batteries, she found emotions to be irrational and frustrating. He stepped out of the shower, drying himself off. Man, the towel was quite comfortable, maybe that's why Tanya didn't seem too fussed about finding clothes. Did she like it when he looked? No, couldn't be. The clothes she'd brought him sort of fit. Thomas was shorter than him, so they were a bit tight, but he'd take them over the blood-stained ones he had been wearing previously. They were actually pretty comfortable, if a bit thin. Well, it was a fairly warm night. Harry stepped out of the bathroom, feeling a bit more in control of himself. Only for that to come crashing down as he saw that Tanya had not fixed her clothing problem. She was currently picking through a drawer, so it didn't look like it was due to lack of trying. Her back was to him and she was bent slightly at the waist, revealing more of her statuesque body, the entirety of her lethal legs on display, and a hint of her lower hemispheres. Harry had not lied to Lara when he said Tanya was more beautiful. Lara had an aura that made her an artist's wet dream. Ideal, unattainable, almost fake. Tanya hit the perfect sweet spot between art and function. Her long legs were smooth and perfectly sculpted, toned, taut, and going on for days. Her arms were a mix of elegant lines and tense power. Her silvery hair gleamed like starlight, not just meticulously braided like coils of silver, but also pulled expertly into a perfectly centered bun blooming like a rose above the tempting nape of her neck, serving both as pleasing ornamentation and keeping her hair out of the way. It was a lot fancier than what she normally did, but the lack of mirrors at their place made it a bit tricky to do anything too complicated, and Harry was no expert in styling hair. There really aren't any clothes that'll work? What, did your sister fill your room with gag clothes? Tanya glanced over her shoulder, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a face that could cause traffic accidents. She cocked an eyebrow, meeting his gaze and nodding. It seems the clothes fit you well enough. Her silvery blue eyes were like starlit pools, and these were some of the few eyes Harry could actually get lost in without risking a soul gaze. She licked her lips slowly, red running over red, then frowned. As for your question, she reached into the drawer and pulled out a lacy piece of lingerie. They are all in this style. Oh. For a moment, Harry wondered whether she'd look better in a towel or in thin lace. Actually, she always looked great. Probably out of them too. Quite troublesome, aren't they? Tanya's lip quirked up. Sometimes I feel like my siblings are all children, even though they are so much older than me. See your problem now. She may have a point, immortality could lead to kind of being the same for a long time. Though for her, it might not be a bad thing. Tanya turned to face him and straightened, posture all official-like, spine straight, legs spaced slightly and hands clasped behind her. The hairdo made her look very professional, but her whole serious mien was undermined by the towel and all her bare, beautiful skin. Her face was fit for a painting, with the severe look you'd find on a stern school teacher pulled over delicate, youthful features in an intoxicating contradiction. The soft curve of her throat, highlighted by a black choker cinched above her clavicle, the pale slope of her shapely breasts, half hidden tantalizingly by her towel, and her elegant arms that looked none the worse soaked in the blood of a dying red court. Are you all right? Harry blinked, realizing he'd been staring like a love-struck idiot. He didn't think he'd ever heard Tanya sound so concerned for him. Yeah, I'm good. Just tired. His body was exhausted, he was sure of it, but he felt a sudden rush of energy. He glanced at her closet to distract himself. They really switched out your whole wardrobe. Either Tanya had a sort of a prank war with her sisters or the older wraiths had tried an intervention. It seems so. Tanya agreed drily. Her bare feet patted lightly on the carpet as she strut closer, hips swaying distractingly, producing his staff from seemingly nowhere. Where did she get that? I thought you could use some assurance in enemy territory. She slowly slid her hand down it, running a finger across some of the runes. Though please refrain from committing arson. Harry took his staff gratefully. Thanks, you need me to do anything? It was a little unnerving to see his weapon in her shapely but dangerous hands. Yes, that was it. It may be wise to ward the door. Tanya mused, licking her crimson lips. Wait, when did they get the color? Wait. You expect me to sleep in your room? Tanya gave him a quizzical look, angling her head to the side, her bangs and earrings drawing Harry's gaze down her exposed neck and yet further. You already have. Are you going to sleep with Inari then? Tanya bit her bottom lip, looking to the side morosely. She doesn't want anything to do with me right now. Hey. I'm sure she'll have calmed down a bit in the morning. Harry tried to reassure her, decidedly not focusing on how cute that looked. Tanya closed her eyes and sighed. I hope so. I may have taken her for granted. Harry reached out to give her a reassuring pat, then froze as he couldn't find a safe place to put his hand. It's Inari. He said instead. If you actually talk it out, I'm sure you'll work it out. Then again, I don't have siblings so I'm not exactly an expert. Why was Tanya looking at him like that? Hopefully, you're right. She eyed his floating hand. Are you trying to pat me on the head? She smirked. I wouldn't mind it so much. You are the only one tall enough to be able to do so without making it look awkward. Was she drunk? Harry obliged her, running his hand over her silvery scalp. Wow, her hair really did feel like silk. Did she just lean into it? Was that a purr? She might actually be drunk. Crap. I'll sleep on the couch. Harry declared, pulling his hand back. Maybe she wanted him around as a kind of security blanket. It was always a bit strange when Tanya youth leaked through. It was pretty cute. Tanya huffed. Nonsense. You're my guest, and you've already slept in the bed. She gestured towards the couch. Not to mention the couch is too short for you. I'd be a poor host if I offered you that. Harry really hadn't expected her to be a lightweight. So, where will you sleep? On the couch, of course. Wouldn't it be rude of me as a guest to make you sleep there? A mischievous grin crept over Tanya's face, brightening her features. Why, are you suggesting we share the bed? Gah. It has been so long since he'd been with someone. Just thinking about her pale flesh, pressed up against him, warm and wonderful. Harry shook his head furiously. It's decided then, Tanya declared triumphantly, hands on her hips, chin raised triumphantly. Was there a tinge of disappointment in her voice? No, Harry must be imagining things. Fine, I'll try and ward the door. He really didn't want to have to explain this to anyone. There wasn't exactly a threshold to anchor a proper ward, but Harry was able to at least reinforce the door and add an alarm. He was too tired to do anything too fancy. As he worked on the door, Tanya continued searching through her clothes, to no avail, if her frustrated sigh was anything to go by. Would you mind assisting me? Tanya asked resignedly when Harry turned away from the door, gesturing to her open closet, drawers, and cabinets. Which one of these isn't too ridiculous? How was Harry going to judge that? He was hardly a fashion expert, and he knew even less about women's underwear. His eyes settled on a drawer in the corner Tanya had left closed. He strode over to it. Maybe she had missed this one. Wait. Tanya moved to stop him, but he had already opened it. Why did she have handcuffs? Harry closed the drawer, trying to bleach his brain of the images running through his head. Now he knew where Tanya had gotten her choker for her shield charm from, and that it originally had a leash. Just, why? That is not a clothes drawer. Tanya mumbled, blushing scarlet. He was never going to be able to look at that shield charm the same again. He heard a snapping sound and turned to see Tanya drinking from a water bottle, probably to wash away the awkward moment. Harry could not help but stare at her choker as she gulped down her drink. He was not going to be able to unsee it now. She set the bottle down on the table, having gone through most of it. Now that Harry was looking in that direction, he noticed several more bottles of water there. He had really tunnel-visioned hard there. Tanya picked up another one and offered it to him, blush spreading nicely down to the top of her towel. While beer is more enticing, it does not help with dehydration. Thanks. Harry took the bottle, thankful for the distraction. These are sealed, so you don't have to worry about my family slipping some unwanted additions in. Harry almost spat out some water. Is that something I have to watch out for? Tanya looked at him like he was an idiot. No, as I said, the bottles are sealed. Otherwise, it is a possibility. He hoped she wasn't speaking from experience. Well, good thing I have you looking out for me. He was actually pretty thirsty. The water tasted good, maybe it was some fancy brand, or maybe he was just that thirsty. Harry gulped the whole thing down in short order. He set the empty bottle down on the table and turned to see Tanya staring thoughtfully at him. What? She started, scarlet tongue running over her lips. Nothing, sorry. Today has been exhausting. No kidding. Harry felt fatigue setting in again, and he yawned. He was tired, too tired to care about how awkward this was. Time to go to sleep then. Harry sat down on the bed, hoping blood hadn't got into the sheets. Tanya frowned, she did not pout. Yes, but I would prefer not to sleep in a towel. For a moment, definitely only a moment, Harry wondered if she was going to sleep nude like some of her sisters. Why do you want me to pick for you? He asked once he came back to himself. Tanya winced. If I pick one out, my sisters will assuredly find out and they'll pester me about it endlessly and foist more of them on me. Harry really didn't understand that train of thought. And how would it be better if I picked it out for you? Wouldn't that just make it worse? They would not pester me. Tanya replied. Harry was pretty sure she was reaching a bit here. If his brief interaction with some of her sisters was anything to go by, it would be the opposite of what she was thinking. Could you just, not pick one out? Harry asked flatly. Tanya's eyebrows rose in surprise, a small, mischievous smile lighting up her face. Are you suggesting I sleep without clothes? All that statuesque, pale flesh, including the parts he hadn't seen yet. I meant the towel. Harry spluttered. I am not sleeping in a wet towel. Tanya shot back archly. Get a dry one. Tanya huffed, looking unusually childish. I have my hair in order, I am not wearing a towel with it. Her hair would still look good without the towel, or with any clothes that didn't cover her face. Actually, she still might look good. Tanya, Harry sighed. You'd look great in anything. Just pick something. Well, she smirked, loosening her towel. I suppose I shall see why my sisters are so fond of going without. Fine. Fine, I'll pick out some damn clothes for you. Part of Harry objected to his interruption, but he told it to shut up. Harry stepped over to her closet, trying to tamp down his embarrassment at the sight of all the salacious underwear. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said they changed out the whole thing. Out of the few things my sisters are diligent in, Tanya muttered, joining him in perusing the available pieces of fabric, this is probably one of the most annoying. If Harry has anything to say about it, he'd go with the mind-whamming people, though he could kind of see where Tanya was coming from. Most of the clothes were way too small to cover much of anything. Not really an improvement over the towel. You know, they kinda all look the same. He commented idly. There was probably more underwear in this room than clothes he owned. Indeed. Tanya agreed. Which is why it is rather frustrating when my sisters badger me about wearing the same style of blouse frequently. Well, I don't have any siblings to comment on my fashion sense. Harry shrugged. Why was Tanya giving him that look? The only person who really does that is you. Oh. Harry got it now. He shuffled through a few of the drawers. Same stuff. More of the same stuff. Oh look, the same stuff in a different color. He spotted something shaped differently. Hey, well, I found gloves. Harry picked it up and showed it to Tanya. It was quite long, more like a sock for your arm, except with a hole at the end. On closer inspection, it wasn't a glove at all, with only a slot for the middle finger, still weird, but at least it was novel. Tanya took the sleeves from Harry, holding them up with one hand, her other hand held against her stomach to keep the towel from falling now that she had uncaught it. I suppose it is at least distinct from the majority of this ridiculous collection. From there, Harry just looked for anything that looked different than the rest, also finding some really long socks. Glancing through yet another drawer, Harry found the first piece of clothing that was large enough to be folded. Straightening it out revealed it to be something that looked like a bathrobe. This is the most continuous fabric I've seen in your stuff so far. He commented drily. Tanya blinked, before smiling. Well, that's a relief, I was seriously considering throwing in the towel. Harry laughed. Ha! Glad to see you've joined the pun side. Tanya glared, snatching the robe out of his hands. I have done no such thing. Sir. I did not reference an alternate meaning of a word. Sounds like you're in denial. Tanya stared Harry in the eye with the most unimpressed look she could muster, then let go of her towel. Harry quickly turned away to let her change. Getting an eyeful of beautiful, pale curves, rosy peaks and toned flesh. Why was that mirror right there? He squeezed his eyes shut, which didn't help as the brief glimpse was etched into his mind. Not literally, like with the sight, but he doubted he would forget it any time soon. Well, I will turn in now. Tanya sounded unbearably smug. Harry turned and opened his eyes, finding her giving him a profoundly self-satisfied smirk, her red lips quirked oh so tauntingly and her silvery eyes glinting teasingly. He glanced over her new clothes. The sleeves had seemed weird, but Tanya made it work somehow. The odd one-finger glove drew attention to her long, delicate-looking fingers. They were not delicate, Harry had seen them guts deep in a red, dyed crimson as she relieved them of the blood they had stolen from their victims. The long stockings? Whatever, they highlighted her shapely legs, drawing his gaze up to where they ended on her sculpted thighs. And the robe, Harry gulped. He could see why it was in the collection now. There was about as much fabric as a bathrobe, but it was much thinner, leaving just enough to the imagination to not be useless. But even its light color could not hide where sheer fabric ended and creamy flesh began. Even worse, it had clearly been sized for a younger Tanya, hugging her curves in a way that made the translucent cloth do almost nothing. Night. He plopped himself onto the bed unceremoniously. This was too much for one day. Is it not to your liking? Tanya asked, her tone undermined by the playful lilt in her voice. You look great, Tanya, like always. Harry groaned. She had to be drunk, better to go to sleep, she'd be normal by morning. Tanya made noise that sounded weirdly close to a giggle. Harry couldn't help but look at her questioningly. And now he was staring at her again. She really did look great. Harry was starting to think that clothes couldn't really add much to Tanya's appearance, aside from highlighting certain parts of her, like how this translucent nightgown drew his eyes. He jerked his gaze up to her gleaming eyes and was met with an amused smirk that would make Lara proud. Actions make better compliments than words. Harry groaned and covered his face with a pillow. Didn't you say you were tired, Tanya? He probably should have stopped her from drinking. Tanya laughed. I am, perhaps it is simply the hysterical kind of fatigue. Harry pulled the pillow off his face to give her an unimpressed look, only to watch as she sashayed over to the couch, the robe accentuating the sinuous motion of her body in a fascinating way. It was a very pleasant way to end the day, especially with how crazy it had been. But it was a bit tortuous at the same time. He was dreaming again, and he knew it. He was going on a run with Susan. A cheerful, very much human Susan, dusky skin without tattoos, no predatory edge in her posture, and an open smile he hadn't seen for far too long, probably never again. She asked him something, teasing him for his grumpy mood, though with some genuine concern in the mix. This wasn't real. And Harry knew that vivid dreams could be a sign of danger, but this didn't feel like that. Dream Harry smiled tiredly and replied with some excuse about a rough job. Dream Susan complained good-naturedly about him working too hard and not spending enough time with her. Harry agreed with her apologetically. He really had missed out on a lot of time with her. In all fairness, those cases were ones where there was more on the line, and he didn't regret helping those people. If only it didn't have to come with so much personal loss. If he hadn't bailed on Susan as often, maybe she wouldn't have been so insistent on going to the ball. Or maybe he should have brought her in more. Susan wasn't a coward and was too adventurous for her own good, but if she had seen more of the danger the world posed, maybe she would have listened to his warning. Perhaps it would have been best if they hadn't gotten involved in the first place. If she wasn't so close to him, she wouldn't have gotten as many of those good stories, but she would still have a normal life running around as a reporter for the Arcane. Dream. Susan grabbed his hand and pulled him down the park path, teasing him for his brooding. The two of them broke into a run, not really racing, but still pushing a decent pace. The real Susan hadn't been out of shape, but she hadn't been that fit while her day job was a reporter. She'd gotten a lot more athletic during her time with the Order of St. Giles. Dream. Susan was closer to the latter, another clear indicator it was a dream. The two of them picked up the pace, beginning a race in earnest. Susan was faster than Harry remembered, but it was a dream, so he was even faster. Dream. Susan pouted at him, before complaining that he should have let her win. Dream. Harry laughed, making some offhand quip that had Susan rolling her eyes. They sat on a park bench to catch their breaths, watching the sun set over the lake, which didn't make sense because the city was to the west of the lake, but hey, it was a dream. Susan scooted into him and pressed herself against his side, wrapping his arm in a hug. Harry leaned into her, breathing in her smell, some floral scent mixed with a tang of spice. It wasn't something Susan had ever worn, but it smelled delightful. Her touch almost felt real, more tangible than he expected for a dream. She sighed contentedly, breath tickling his neck, and snuggled in closer, the contact vividly. Harry blinked awake, eyes focusing on the shadows splayed out across the ceiling to Tanya's room, cast by the soft glow of a dim night light. Another breath caressed his neck, and he realized with a start that the touch from his dream had been real indeed. The alluring scent of flowers and spice kicked him into wakefulness, and Harry glanced down at his side, not daring to move. Tanya clutched at his left arm, her arms wrapped around it in the same way Dream Susan had. For a moment Harry felt a bolt of panic, afraid that his touch was burning her, but he felt soft fabric on his arm, not skin, the thin cloth of the gloves and robes apparently enough to protect her from the burn. Tanya exhaled again, her breath tickling the bare skin of his neck and spreading goosebumps all through his flesh. The slight shifting as she inhaled brought Harry's attention to her soft breasts pressing nicely into his side. He didn't move, struck by bewilderment and concern. It was still dark outside, so not that much time could have passed. Did Tanya wait until he fell asleep before switching over to her bed? No, that wasn't something she would do, though she had been acting a bit weird, and he remembered the lack of touch in the first part of his dream. Time was difficult to measure in dreams, but acquiring a Tanya limpet had to have happened well after he fell asleep. As far as he could remember, Tanya didn't sleepwalk, but he did remember a few times when she had been exhausted, and even her fancy brain made mistakes when that tired. Maybe she had to use the bathroom and then went to her bed out of habit. That didn't really explain the hugging his arm part. That wasn't important right now. He shouldn't get close in this way to Tanya, both because of the dangers to both of them, and due to the awkwardness it could add to their currently pleasant relationship. Even though a part of him wanted to stay where he was, Harry inched himself slowly away from his, whatever they were to each other. Hopefully, he could extricate himself without waking her up. Tanya made a sleepy sound of protest as he pulled away, clutching his arm closer to her chest. Fortunately, she didn't actually have a solid grip on him, his limb just held in her arms, so he managed to gradually slide his arm free, trying his best not to think about the soft flesh it had been sandwiched in. As he pulled away, his fingers slipped into the low-cut neck of the robe, trailing a line across creamy skin. Harry yanked his hand away nervously, but Tanya just shifted in her sleep, arms reaching out searchingly before wrapping around his abandoned pillow and pulling it to her chest. Oh, maybe Tanya was just a huggy sleeper. That was unexpected, and kinda cute. Well, with the twin like Inari, some things probably transferred over. Harry swallowed dryly as he looked over her gorgeous sleeping form. Tanya's face was relaxed, giving her a more peaceful look than he was used to seeing. It looked good on her. He shook his head, stepping carefully to the bathroom, where he splashed cold water on his face, which helped clear his head a bit. The effects of the dream and Tanya's unexpected closeness still lingered though, and he ended up staring into the mirror trying to distract himself. Hey, now that he thought about it, this was the first time he'd really looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. He made sure there weren't any proper mirrors in his home, too many things that could use them as an entrance. He was used to it, even if it had made shaving a bit more of an adventure. It was probably a good thing Tanya didn't really use makeup, or else she would have objected to getting rid of mirrors more. As it was, she has just decided to use Harry as a mirror of sorts, asking him for his opinion on her outfits, particularly if something was off or missing. Harry yawned. Man, he was still tired. Though he actually looked surprisingly good despite the crapshoot of a day he had. He was still going to have to shave soon, but he didn't look as scruffy as he remembered. Maybe Tanya nagging him about personal grooming was worth something after all. She certainly kept herself looking good. And she was pretty fast at it too. He shook his head. The lack of sleep must be getting to him. He stumbled back into the room and collapsed onto the couch. Ow! Tanya wasn't lying about it being too short for him. But he'd been through worse. The couch smelled like Tanya's perfume. Okay, maybe not. Harry closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Harry dreamed yet again. Dreaming of Susan wasn't that strange, he'd been having those for a long time. They'd been terrible after the ball, but they had gotten better after he moved. The dream being this connected was a little strange though. After getting home from their run in that strange floaty way dreams could be, Dream Susan took a shower while Harry made some sandwiches. Dream Susan came out wearing a towel, and Dream Harry stared like an idiot again, much to Susan's amusement. When was the last time they'd been together like this? They'd never be like this again. Unless Harry could find a cure for the red cord infection. He had found no answers there. Everything and everyone said that it couldn't be done. After this long with no luck, he was almost starting to believe that too. Well, if there was some way to delete the red cord from existence, maybe that would work. But that was a pipe dream. Dream Susan swatted him to shake him out of his musings, annoyed at the lack of attention he was paying her. Dream Harry smiled, giving her a kiss on the cheek, before going to take a shower of his own. It was quick and in a flash the two of them were seated at the kitchen table, having a drink and some snacks, Dream Susan looking gorgeous in the low light. They talked about stuff happening in their lives, joked about silly things, and flirted outrageously. Harry could see where this dream was going. They embraced and kissed, the bright memories of their time together blending together like a collage of wonderful pictures, and for a second, Harry thought he might be able to fold Sunshine into a handkerchief again. One moment they were in the kitchen, the next in their bedroom, their bodies entwined passionately. Skin pressed against skin, tender and intense in a way Harry had not felt for quite a long time. Could this ever actually happen again? It felt so real. His other dreams hadn't been this poignant. He really should just enjoy the dream for what it was, but the practical part of Harry whispered poisonously that this could never happen, that Susan was half-turned, and their last time was a fluke, a true last time. The dream shifted, tattoos snaking over Dream Susan's skin, her face twisting hungrier. She strained against the pale rope suddenly holding her in place, bringing Harry back to their last night together, and not in a good way. Dream Susan struggled, her tongue running tantalizingly over his neck, her bloodthirsty mouth held just away from his throat. The taste was too much for her. She lurched forward, snapping the fraying rope and sinking her teeth into Harry's neck with a hungry moan. Heat and pain bloomed at Harry's jugular and his hand shot out, seizing a fistful of Susan's hair and desperately yanking her head away. Susan wrapped her limbs around him, almost crushing the wind out of him in an embrace both alluring and terrifying, trailing her long tongue along his tender neck in an electrifying sensation. Harry jerked awake at a deep-throated sultry moan vibrating through the smooth body wrapped tightly around him in a sensation that felt sinfully good. A panting breath caressed his throat and the smell of flowers, spice, and everything nice filled his nose. Warm skin rumbled against his own and his fingers felt silky strands of hair clutched between them. This wasn't a dream. His eyes snapped open and he tensed. Looking down, he saw Tanya draped over him, lithe limbs encircling him and gorgeous, pale flesh pressed against his body, soft and solid in different places, with only thin fabric separating them. A cool, moist, electrifying contact startled him as Tanya's tongue ran gently over the same spot Dream Susan had bitten and he flinched, a sensation like lightning shooting down his spine. His hand, tangled in her noose-like bun, jerked her head away from his neck, like it had been done up just for this purpose, angling her lovely sleeping face towards his, giving him an intimately close look at the soft curve of her throat and her slightly parted crimson lips. Tanya sucked in a breath, body tensing sinuously around him like a vice, flesh molding to him perfectly like a glove. Her neck straightened, pushing her head into the crook of his neck, velvety hair tickling his throat as his slackening hand lost its grip on her silvery locks. Her lips pressed into throat and teeth nipped sharply at his skin. Harry twitched reflexively, sending the two of them rolling off the couch and into the soft carpet with a muffled thud. He landed on top of her, his greater weight pressing down on her, searing the sensation of their touch into his memory, from the feeling of her deliciously soft breasts mashed against him, the toned muscles of her stomach and the tense clenching of her limbs around him, her fingers digging into his back. Tanya stiffened, but somehow didn't wake, her limbs pinning Harry to her in an embrace so tight he could barely breathe. Stars and stones. Tanya wasn't drunk. Harry was suddenly wide awake, mind shockingly clear. She was hungry. He tensed, thrashing in her grip, trying to pull away to no avail as she moaned sleeping into his throat. A part of him didn't want to. She couldn't feed on him, his touch burned her crap. Harry tried to push himself off the ground, but Tanya clung to him like a limpet, dragging them both back to the ground as she let out a pained, keening sound. Let go, damn it. Or you'll keep getting hurt. Groping awkwardly, Harry snaked a hand into her bun again and pulled her head away from his neck, wincing at the angry burns on her lips and face. After a tortuous eternity, that probably only lasted a few seconds, Tanya relaxed, panting in pain, her grip slackening and her arm slid down limply to the floor. Harry jumped off of her, rolling across the floor away from the hug of death. His breath came in ragged gasps and his borrowed clothes were soaked through. He laid there on the carpet for a minute, catching his breath and trying to collect his Tanya jumbled thoughts. The tingling sensation where she bit him spread. Harry rubbed at the spot, his hand coming back slick with saliva and a few beads of blood. Hey! He had thought Tanya simply had more control over her hunger, fitting how she seemed to be always put together. But she had never been that hungry before, since she refused to use it most of the time, and their regular hunts kept it sated. Tonight she had drawn on her hunger more than she ever had before, and then she immediately charged it with a few batteries, like injecting caffeine into its veins. Harry shivered, cooling sweat making the room feel chilly. She wasn't drunk, but it must be similar to the first time someone got intoxicated, just with a soul-sucking parasite instead of booze. This was going to be really awkward to explain in the morning. A shifting of cloth drew his attention back to the young succubus as she shifted in her sleep. In the dim glow of the night light, Harry could see her flushed features, the rapid rising and falling of her chest, and the glimmering sheen of sweat over her form, plastering her diaphanous nightgown to her skin. Even with Tanya in this state, Harry was probably still safer in her room. She couldn't feed on him, and he didn't and couldn't trust any of her sisters, except for Inari, but that would be weird. Still, if tonight's trend held, he was not going to sleep until the morning. A traitorous part of him pointed out that he really didn't mind this kind of interruption. A warm body next to him as he slept. No, he wasn't going to risk burning Tanya just because he wanted a hug. Harry pushed himself into a sitting position and grabbed his backpack, before standing up and shuffling over to the table. He slumped into the chair and cracked open one of the water bottles still on the table, downing almost the entire thing in one go. Despite the fatigue from yesterday and his interrupted sleep, his mind felt remarkably clear, not unlike if he'd had a cup of coffee. That was good, since he needed to focus. He rummaged in his bag and fetched a box of nails, a dead 9-volt battery and a metal hoop. First, he took out a nail and cleaned it off. Next, he set the battery in the metal circle, dabbing a bit of blood on the hoop and charging it with his will. A magically isolating barrier popped into place over the battery. He placed the nail on top of the battery, resting on both contacts. If the battery hadn't been drained, there would have been a current running through it. Harry placed a finger on the nail, channeling some of his power into it, whispering Isuri under his breath. A spark jolted through it, charging it with properties of the empty battery. Picking up the nail, he carefully pressed it to the beads of blood at his throat. A wave of fatigue crashed over him as the iron drank life, the edges of his vision darkening. He pulled the nail away, now humming to his senses with stored energy. His breath came out ragged, and he grabbed the table to brace himself until the feeling passed, still leaving him feeling like he'd just survived an asthma attack. Now armed with a fresh life energy battery, Harry stumbled back over to Tanya, though making sure to stay out of reach. He kneeled down near her head and brought the nail to her mouth. He nearly flinched as she suddenly tilted her head and wrapped her soft lips around the nail and sucked on his fingers. Did she just lick them? A jolt of energy, and Tanya's body glowed a soft silver, highlighting her lovely form. The energy from the nail was drained in short order and Harry pulled it away. Tanya's head dropped back to the carpet and she let out a soft sigh, looking content. Her breathing calmed, and her body relaxed. With that problem solved, Harry stepped back to his pack and wrapped the nail in a rag, sticking it in his disposal box. He was going to feel it in the morning, but it was worth it. Probably. He finished the open bottle of water, wondering just what possessed him to spend the night here. He glanced back at his landlady sprawled out on the floor like a drunk sorority girl. Ah, right. Harry stepped back over to Tanya, bent down, and gently shifted his arm under her form, being careful to touch bare skin as little as possible. He picked her up slowly, still a bit surprised she stayed asleep through the whole thing. She was usually a pretty light sleeper. Maybe she was just as tired as he was. Walking slowly, he carefully carried her back to her bed and settled her onto the comfortable mattress. She made a sound of protest as he pulled away, but made no attempt to grab him. Harry shifted a pillow over for her to hug, then gently pulled the covers over her. He was pretty sure White Court vampires didn't get colds, but it would probably be chilly with clothes that thin. That sorted, he shuffled back to the couch and collapsed back onto it, his legs hanging off the side awkwardly. As uncomfortable as this was, he was out like a light. Harry slept dreamlessly for the rest of the night. But he woke not too long afterwards, a little voice in his head whispering that today was a special day. When he was a kid, those happier times, he remembered feeling this on his birthday or Christmas, but after his dad died, that had stopped. The last time he had felt this way was when Justin adopted him, and when he brought Elaine home. If that was anything to go by, today was going to be a special kind of painful. His body kind of agreed, the aches and pains not really much less than what he remembered from yesterday. But his mind was still surprisingly clear and he barely felt groggy at all. His legs complained and he shifted to get more comfortable. Ow! That was the floor. Yeah, the couch wasn't all that comfortable. Not compared to the bed, or Tanya. Wait. The events of the previous night flooded back and Harry jerked fully awake. No vampire limpet this time. He shook his head furiously, stretching out his legs as the prickling sensation of a limb waking up stung at them. Maybe there was something there. He and Tanya were friends at the very least, but something more? With how out of character her hunger seemed to push her. Harry hauled himself up until he was sitting on the couch, exhaling loudly. It had to have been the hunger. He had never seen Tanya act like that before. The closest thing would be the times she was flush with victory after bringing down her prey, turning the tables on a would-be predator of humans. If it was her, and not her hunger, why now? She had plenty of opportunity to try something like this, why wait until they were in the family manor? If Harry didn't know better, he would have thought she lured him here for backup in case things went south, but he did. It was clear that Tanya was at least as unnerved by her father as Harry had been. More importantly, Michael believed in her. He rubbed at his face with his hands, a clinking sound bringing his attention to his left wrist, where his shield bracelet, watch and a strand of rope sat. Harry sighed in relief. The rope had been on his right wrist, and he must have forgotten to put them back on after the shower. Someone must have put them back on, and the only real option was Tanya. If that wasn't a sign she hadn't planned on trying to eat him, he wasn't sure what was. Plus, Tanya was smart enough not to forget he would burn her. The door to the room opened, and Harry looked up to see the cause of his concern enter the room, 2 plates of food in her hands. He gulped, a bolt of raw need shooting through him. She was still wearing the thin nightgown, the grey light of morning giving him a barely obstructed eyeful of beautiful flesh. The rope stung his wrist. Rise and shine, Tanya greeted, not meeting his eyes, a red flush spreading across her face and neck. Hey, guess the rope wasn't a failure after all. Morning, Harry mumbled back with a yawn, eyeing the food instead of the all-too-attractive woman. Why hadn't she tracked down more clothes yet? Tanya set the plates down on the table with a shake of her head. I whipped up some breakfast for you, she muttered, uncharacteristically bashful. Harry frowned. You all right? You still seem kind of hungry. He had hoped it would have been enough, but she still seemed pretty out of it. Tanya sighed, straightening her posture, attempting to compose herself, even if she was clearly uncomfortable. I apologize. I thought I had more control over her, but I was clearly mistaken. It's not your fault, Harry countered, I should have been more careful. But at least it was me and not someone without protection. He glanced over her, wincing slightly at the angry red marks across parts of her pale flesh. Sorry about that. These are the product of my own lack of self-control, Tanya scoffed. And your remarkable dedication, she added softly. Considering last night was kind of like your first time getting drunk, Harry began, rubbing a hand over his face, I think you handled yourself pretty well. While drained, Tanya had acted about the same as Lara when she was topped off. It is still not excusable. Tanya hissed, crossing her arms defensively. If I get a bit banged up I might well be a hazard to my allies. Well, then I'll just have to make sure you never get hurt again. Tanya blinked. That is likely impossible. Harry waved a hand disarmingly. Sorry, not the time for jokes. I didn't think you had any time like that. Tanya shot back, a slight grin on her face. I can be serious when necessary. Harry objected. She returned a skeptical look. When had they gotten so comfortable around each other? In all seriousness, he paused, looking her deliberately in the eye, something he couldn't do with many other people. What does this make us? Tanya bit her lip thoughtfully, and an expectant silence stretched between them as they tried to distill their relationship into a few words. I quite like our current cohabitation arrangements, Tanya began cautiously. Are they not satisfactory for you? No, it's great, Harry replied quickly. I don't think I've been this comfortable since I lived with my dad. Are we good just leaving it at that? Tanya nodded slowly and swallowed, looking away. Yes, I believe that would be for the best. Harry frowned. If I'm making you uncomfortable. Tanya shook her head, pale blue eyes snapping back to his. You are not. Harry blinked. I know what you feel about me, she said, smirking slightly. My hunger can sense her favorite emotions, after all. Gulp. He really didn't know how he had missed that until now. Sorry. Tanya laughed. You are hardly the only one who looks at me with hungry eyes. Her lips twisted in a wry grin, still a fetching shade of red. And compared to many others, your lust is rather pure and flattering. What? Tanya frowned, eyes darkening. There are an unfortunate number of normal humans with dark desires. When you are bombarded with the feelings of those who want you as a trophy, possession, or as something to tarnish in envy, she smiled, almost shyly. Pure carnal admiration and slack-jawed staring is refreshing. Every word Tanya said technically made sense, but Harry still felt that she was reading the world like an upside-down newspaper. So wait, you want me to stare at you? Obviously not when we have something important to do, Tanya sniffed, tilting her nose up haughtily. Otherwise, being an object of desire is a goal of many people. Even though I don't care so much about that, it is still quite flattering. She smiled wanly. And besides, you can at least see me as a person, even if you stare at me like admiring a painting. A painting of her would look really good. There were times when Harry wondered if Tanya was an alien. Wait. What about you? He asked hesitantly. Her hug of death, it was actually very nice, was probably because of her hunger, but based on what he knew from Thomas, it wouldn't have come from nothing. Do you stare at me sometimes? Tanya stiffened, eyes glancing around furtively. She pursed her lips, then looked down. My hunger has the temperament of a hormonal teenager, and you are a handsome man. Hey. Really? Sure, he didn't look as washed up as he did after Susan was turned, but that seemed a little bit of an exaggeration. Tanya snorted at his face of disbelief, before letting out a short laugh. I am tempted to point out that you are an absurdly tall man with rugged features, an aura of danger, and a protective streak that many women appreciate even if it wounds their pride, but if I couldn't sense others lusting after me, I think I may have been as clueless as you. Are you still drunk? Harry blurted out. Tanya, self-reflecting, was weird. She shook her head, that damnable amused smirk only getting wider. If you do not trust my judgment, perhaps it would help if I told you Lara described you as tall, dark, and handsome. What? It seems she finds you about as appealing as you found her. He was getting teased by Tanya. This day was already weird as hell. Tanya's face became serious. I apologize. That is likely not a comforting thing to learn. Vampires wanting to eat me isn't something that new, Harry joked. Tanya dropped her face into her hands, massaging her temples for several seconds before straightening again. My sisters seem convinced that we are in a romantic relationship, she blurted out, cheeks flushing a nice, rosy red. Hey. You know, Harry mused. In hindsight, I can see why they might think that. Charity was going to kill him. Gulp. And, if I understand my family's quirks correctly, Tanya continued, they will leave you alone as long as they believe it to be so, like how they do not feed off Justine. Her face twisted in an expression of confused distaste. Don't think that'll last long, given the, burning sensation. Harry waved his hand awkwardly. It'd be useful while it lasts though. Wait. Is Justine? He asked hesitantly. Tanya smiled slightly. She still lives. Thomas was able to snap out of it soon enough to avoid killing her. Harry let out a sigh of relief. I should probably still get out of here. Tanya nodded. Inari and Charles have already left. She sighed. I can't say I blame her for getting out as fast as she could. Oh, right. Good thing he was fine too. Harry felt a little bad for forgetting about him. Good, we should get going then. Harry gestured to her clothes. Don't you have something other than that somewhere? Tanya looked down, then froze, her face turning a similar color to her lips. It's actually quite comfortable. Harry gave her a skeptical look, then shrugged. You can wear what you want, though you probably need to get changed before we leave. Tanya nodded, still furiously blushing, grabbing up a pair of chopsticks and picking up her plate. Harry's stomach growled, and he grabbed his own plate of breakfast food. Bacon, sausage, and some eggs. Real tasty. The two of them ate in comfortable silence, a familiar activity, if in an unfamiliar place, for Harry. Harry started, chewing on a piece of bacon, you didn't actually answer my question. Tanya froze, before swallowing a piece of sausage. I don't really know. She set her plate down, folding her hands in her lap. With my tag-along, it is hard to determine where its influence ends and my own feelings begin. She licked her lips, glancing to the side before making eye contact again, her face softening into a sad smile. Not to mention that your loss still pains you so much. Harry flinched. He had probably spent more actual time around Tanya than he had around Susan, even though they had dated for several years. But the emotion vampire was right, he still wasn't really over Susan. When they were together, he hadn't made her priority, and now it took a sex vampire to consider anything else. He shook his head. We don't have to figure it out right now. He looked Tanya in her uncharacteristically vulnerable eyes. Promise to talk about if one of us figures something out. Tanya nodded. That would be for the best. They went back to eating as if nothing had happened. As they were finishing their meal, Thomas stepped into the room's doorway and stopped short. His face slackened in surprise and his jaw dropped wide enough to fly a passenger jet through. Ruff. Mouse barked excitedly at the sight of his friends from where he was held in Thomas's hand. Hayek the hedgehog snuffled sleepily in his other hand. Is something the matter, Thomas? Tanya asked, raising an eyebrow expectantly. Wha? You? Him? How? Well, that was another person convinced. A/N. If it was not plainly clear already, Tanya wasn't entirely in the driver's seat tonight. Either way, less creepy wraith things this chapter, unless you count Tanya acting more like a normal wraith creepy. Again thanks to Sunny Obloquy and half_baked_cat for their proofreading and suggestions. Chapter 15, 10-4 Oh Mother. Chapter text. Meeting the family. Tanya stood, walking over to her brother and taking her pet hedgehog from him. Do you happen to know where Lara stored my clothes? Hey. Thomas grunted gormlessly. Wait, no. How did this happen? She snorted. Evidently not. Tanya smiled at Harry, looking a bit like a not-so-family-friendly Disney princess cradling her hedgehog friend in her arms. I believe the two of you have something important to discuss. She nodded her head to the side. I put your cleaned clothes by your pack. Take all the time you need, I will be waiting. Tanya strode out of the room, and Harry was relieved that her gait looked more normal, still looked gorgeous. What exactly did she mean? Did you want something, Thomas? Harry asked coolly, finding Thomas's shocked expression kind of funny. Thomas worked his jaw for a moment. I have several questions. Rough. Mouse barked squeakily, tilting his head curiously. Harry stood, looming over the shorter vampire. You want something? I just want to talk. Thomas placated, holding Mouse out towards Harry. And to return this little guy. Given the mess that happened after our last talk, Harry cautioned, forgive me for being a little skeptical. After what I just found out, Thomas shot back, I suddenly have a lot more questions myself. Harry took Mouse, the small dog snuggling into him excitedly, looking a bit disappointed at the lack of pockets to burrow into. Question for question, then. Okay, Thomas sighed, plopping himself down in a chair. What are your intentions with Tanya? She's a friend, Harry replied, taking a seat again. Friend? Or friend? Thomas asked seriously. Hey. It wasn't his turn. How's Justine? Harry asked sharply, setting Mouse down on the couch next to him. The puppy sniffed at his new surroundings curiously. Thomas stiffened, face twisting in guilt. She's alive, I didn't take too much. But Tanya. He glared at Harry. What happened to her? She got jumped. Fuck. Thomas cursed, slamming a fist in the table, the clattering sound from the plates startling Mouse, who hid between Harry and the couch. Harry didn't blame him, he'd probably react the same. At least the fucker's dead. Thomas growled. Yeah, Harry agreed. Michael made sure of it. I'm sorry, what? We're actually not really sure what happened, Harry tried to explain. Tanya doesn't really remember, but Michael found the remains of a vampire. Thomas looked physically ill. What the fuck? I don't think that kind of thing happened, Harry replied. Given it's Tanya, she probably tried to rip its heart out. Come on Tommy, it was his turn to ask questions. Thomas slumped back against his chair, his face slackening in shock and what Harry hoped was shame. We really messed up, didn't we? How is she still alive? Looks like he was too out of it to play the question game. Harry shrugged. He didn't really know either, and he was pretty sure Tanya didn't want to talk about it. It's Tanya, she'll find a way. Thomas stared at him, gears turning in his head behind his eyes. Something seemed to click and he began to laugh hysterically, throwing his head back and running a hand down his face. Empty night. Never, thought, Tanya would be weak to a white knight. He gasped out between his laughter. That didn't sound like Tanya it. Actually, he might have a point. Not being a white knight exactly, but Tanya was a bit paranoid about her security. Don't think she is, Harry drawled. She'd say something like a knight in shining armor is probably inexperienced and not to be trusted. Well, good thing you aren't very shiny. Thomas laughed back. Hey. Harry snorted. But enough idle talk, you came here for something, and it wasn't this. Thomas blinked, eyes going wide. What? He shook his head and sighed. Yeah, but first. I have some things I would like to know first. Harry interrupted him sharply. Will Justine recover? Thomas stared at him for a second, before looking down. Yeah, I think so, I'll make sure she will. She's asleep right now. He looked up at Harry again, shame and an odd gleam of hope in his eyes. I never wanted to hurt her, you know that right? That why you brought her to Bianca's? Harry shot back cruelly. Thomas flinched. Harry, I said I was sorry. I can't say I don't blame you for what happened, but I understand why you did it. Thomas may have kicked Susan to the mercy of the Red Court, but it wasn't his fault Susan was there. That had been on Harry. Thomas stared at him in confusion. What? I'd do a lot for the woman I love, Harry replied. So I can understand why you would do similarly, even if I hate the result. I don't know what you're talking about, Thomas said, the quaver in his voice betraying the lie. Have you talked to Justine? No, she's too drained. Do you know what she told me? Before she went to you? No. Thomas looked at him, confusion and trepidation in his expression. She told me she loved you. Harry declared. Thomas froze as if the world was collapsing around his ears, staring off in the distance. Asides from ripping his stomach open like Tanya did to Betfuckers, Harry wasn't sure there was anything that would be as painful for the vampire. Harry stood. I better get going. Don't want to wear out your hospitality. It may have been a bit cruel, but it was something Thomas needed to hear. Wait. Thomas called, reaching out a hand to stop him. He took a trembling breath, face turning a color almost as ashen as he was yesterday while bleeding out on the ground. There's still something I need to talk to you about. No, Thomas, Harry said. Tanya and I aren't did just kind of sleep together. We aren't dating. Thomas snorted. Sure. And Tanya just decided to wear lingerie for the first time in her life for no reason. Lara stole her clothes. Harry protested, wondering if he should let Thomas jump to conclusions or try to clear up the situation. That sounds like something she'd do. Thomas admitted. But that wouldn't stop Tanya if she really cared. He had a point there. Just be careful, all right? Thomas requested, wincing uncomfortably. I don't want to see either of you hurt. It was a lot harder to see Tanya's older siblings as monsters when they seemed to really care about each other. Although, why do you care so much? Harry asked, eyes narrowed. Tanya's your little sister, but you've gone out of your way to help me as well. What's your angle? Thomas opened his mouth, then shut it again. Does the old man think you're Tanya's thrall? What did that have to do with this? Harry shrugged. How would I know? Though I guess Lara thinks we're together. And wanted to join in. Harry wasn't sure how to feel about that. Thomas let out a breath. Good. I think. He glanced over Harry. You're not actually her thrall, are you? Could you even tell? Harry asked, feeling morbidly curious. Tanya had never fed directly on him, but as recent events had shown, her aura definitely could affect him. Though, it seemed different from Lara's or Thomas's. Normally, it's pretty obvious, Thomas mused. But Tanya would hate having a thrall not productive enough, or something. Well, I actually got more productive since I met her, Harry replied, so clearly I'm not her thrall. As tedious as keeping track of finances more carefully was, it was surprisingly helpful. Right. Good. Thomas still looked confused. He shook his head. Still, I never expected Tanya to get with someone this fast, especially not you. Hey. Wait. Was that a good or bad thing? Either way, Thomas continued, if father thinks Tanya's got you wrapped around her finger, he probably won't try to kill you just yet. That was nice to hear. That isn't very encouraging. Harry said flatly. No, Thomas agreed. But it'll keep you safe-ish while you're here. I'm still not sticking around. Even if that was true, Harry didn't want to risk it. He had seen the look in Lord Wraith's eyes. Unless you've got more to say. Thomas stood, walking over to the door. I can show you the discreet way out, around the guards and monitors. You don't seem very convinced your dad doesn't want to kill me. Harry replied drolly, walking over to collect his clothes. Give me a minute. He went inside the bathroom and changed. Hey, maybe he should get more comfortable clothes. Now that he felt the comparison, it might be worth it. Feeling a bit more like himself, he walked out of the bathroom, staff over one shoulder. He put on his backpack and scooped Mouse up, slipping the puppy into one of the suit pockets. Thomas scrutinized him oddly. What? The vampire smirked. I see it now. What are you talking about? Harry growled. Thomas laughed, waving at the door. We can talk as we go. If all of her family was so cryptic all the time, Harry was starting to appreciate Tanya's blunt but confusing way of explaining things. He shrugged, then followed Thomas out of the room and down the hallway. So, Thomas began, turning to look at him. Just how much do you know about us? Our nature, I mean. Enough. Harry answered curtly. Though I still don't get why you didn't tell them about it. Our father forbids it. Thomas answered quietly. I didn't know when I was that age either. That is stupid and incredibly risky. Thomas shrugged. He'd kill us if we disobeyed. Yet, Harry scoffed, and as a result, 2 of your siblings almost ended up in a different court. Thomas winced. Thanks for making sure that didn't happen. I didn't do it for you. He laughed. No wonder you have the bane. Harry had a suspicion that Thomas wouldn't be laughing about that topic soon. True love's protection, he muttered. If it weren't so real I'd have laughed at it. My life certainly doesn't feel like a Disney movie. Ha! I'd have thought you would be more of a romantic. Thomas smirked, stopping by a panel and nudging it with his hip. It slid open, revealing a dim secret hallway. He stepped in and gestured for Harry to follow. Love is a powerful thing, Thomas began, looking over his shoulder. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love always forgives, trusts, supports, and endures. Love never fails. When every star in the heavens grows cold, and when silence lies once more on the face of the deep, three things will endure: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is love. 1 Corinthians 13. Harry finished. Tanya mentioned her father would read that to them sometimes. I think you tweaked it a bit there. Thomas blinked. Yeah, I paraphrased. Father makes us all memorize it. A bit like how parents put vomiting stickers on stuff they don't want their kids getting poisoned by. Harry snorted. I think it backfired a bit, given Tanya and Inari. Thomas nodded, then cocked his head curiously. You're definitely right about Inari, but Tanya. Harry's lips quirked up in a wry grin. She has it on a checklist for an ideal relationship. Probably based on the Carpenters. Thomas's eyes widened. Okay, what the hell was going on with the older wraiths and giving him weird looks? That's so much like her. Thomas laughed. Guess she has objective proof it exists and is possible. His face turned serious. Maybe not for us though. You just jinxed it, you fool. But on another note. This isn't the exit, Thomas, why are we here? Just wait a bit. He assured Harry, before walking further down the hallway, leading them to a lowly lit room which seemed to be a big fancy study, given the numerous books and many expensive and comfortable-looking leather chairs. A whiff of pipe smoke permeated the room. Thomas stepped over to the other side of the room and opened a door. Beyond was a long room. He flicked on the lights, revealing thick grey carpeting, grey walls, and 3 sets of portraits hung on the other 3 walls of the rooms. I still can't really believe you're here. Never thought you'd be in one of our houses, even this one in Chicago. I need to show you something. Thomas was acting a bit too familiar here. A portrait. Yeah, Thomas said. Father always paints a portrait of the women who bear him children. Take a look. Harry didn't like where this was going. He started at the left wall. Hey, it seemed that Wraith was a pretty good artist. The first one depicted a tall woman, who was probably Mediterranean, dressed in clothes that looked like they were from the 16th or 17th centuries. A golden plate at the base of the portrait read, Amelia Alexandria Salazar. He went around the room. For a sex vampire, Wraith apparently hadn't sowed his oats as much Harry had thought. He wasn't a historian, so he couldn't put an exact finger on it, but it looked like none of the portraits were made within a few decades of each other. Going left to right, the clothing got closer to that of the present day. The second to last portrait was one of a woman with dark hair, dark eyes, and sharp features. She wasn't the traditional standard of beauty, was Tanya skewing his sense of that, but her features were definitely striking and intriguing. She sat on a stone bench wearing a long, dark skirt and a deep crimson cotton blouse. Her head was tilted arrogantly, a self-amused smirk on her face, and her arms rested on the back of the bench on both sides of her, casually claiming the entire space as her own. Harry froze, his heart pounding in his chest. His vision narrowed and unfocused, making it difficult to read the nameplate. It read, Margaret Gwendolen Lefay. Harry knew her. All he had was one picture to remember her by, but he recognized her. Mom, he whispered. Thomas smiled. He pulled a silver chain from under his shirt and passed it to Harry. It was a silver pentacle much like his own. Exactly like his own. If a lot less beat up. No, Harry, Thomas said, quiet and serious. No way. Our mother, he said. Harry stared blankly, shock robbing him of any expression. Can you prove it? What do you want me to do, Harry? Thomas asked. Didn't you want to know why I've risked myself for you? This is it. Harry frowned. Thomas did help him out in some bad spots, more so than it made sense sometimes. But the White Court were liars, even Tanya, though she lied to herself more than other people. You have, Harry acknowledged. But that usually was also to your benefit. I can trust you to have my back, but this is different. If I looked like I was just helping you out of the goodness of my heart, then I'd draw too much attention to you. Thomas exclaimed. You know dear old dad is out to get us. That could be your con, befriend the independent wizard, stick your neck out for him at times when your father is looking to kill you anyways, then play this card to convince him to help you topple your father. It seemed a bit out of character for Thomas, but wraiths were good actors. Thomas snorted. That sounds more like something Tanya would try. No, Harry said. Tanya wouldn't think to try the sibling angle. Inari might, if she was less of a good person. Thomas gave him a strange look. How would you know that? Harry had seen Tanya's soul, so he might know her better than even her own siblings. Wait. A soul gaze would do it. Look me in the eye. Harry demanded. I don't think that will help. Thomas stuttered. Do you want me to believe you or not? I'm not a good person, Harry. I don't know if it will make a difference. All the more reason for this. Thomas sighed. All right. How long will it take? A few moments. Feels longer. Okay. Fine. I don't know what you are going to see. I've seen something like it before. Harry waved him off. Though we probably should sit down. I haven't been pleasant to look at either. The two of them sat down angled towards each other, cross-legged in front of the portrait. Thomas took a steadying breath and raised his eyes. The saying that eyes were the windows to the soul had a lot of truth to it, even for regular people. Eye contact forced two people to acknowledge each other's existence, even if they tried to pretend it didn't. It was a primordial challenge, an instinct built into them since long ago. For a wizard, it was a bit more literal. Wizards had the sight, seeing the world in truth beyond just the physical, and locking eyes with a person did just that with them. It was risky, since in this case they could see into him just as he saw into their being. Most importantly, there was no chance of deception about who Thomas was. Harry wouldn't be able to see everything about the man, but he would be able to know him at his core. And he would never forget it. Harry met Thomas's eyes, and the world fell away as they saw into each other's souls. He found himself standing in a crumbling chamber, a bit like the pictures of ruined Greek and Roman cities. The whole thing was made of cold, elegant marble, with sharp contrasts between the pale and dark stones. The floor was checkered like a chessboard. Old, Corinthian columns rose upwards into the dark sky. There was no ceiling or walls. Light shone, as if from the moon, but cold and silver. The air tasted like a storm. Statues stood around the room, marble facsimiles of human figures, placed seemingly haphazardly like pieces from a halfway discarded game of chess. Most of them were women, and they were all crumbling in one way or another. One was in pieces on the floor, but its head and features remained oddly intact. One stood near the center, looking the least weathered. It resembled Justine a bit. Near the statue, facing away from her, was a young man. He stood in front of a large mirror big enough to drive a car through, one hand on the glass. Harry approached the man, steps echoing in the ruin hall despite the lack of walls and ceiling to bounce back the sound. As he got closer, he could see the man more clearly. It was Thomas. Not the Thomas he knew, but quite clearly the same man. Here, he wasn't as lethally airbrushed and was blessed with a more mundane physique. His face was twisted in pained exertion, the muscles in his shoulders and back straining with effort. Harry looked past him into the mirror, and saw something both vaguely familiar and quite foreign. In the reflection, the room was laid out much the same, but instead of black and white marble, the room was made from thick, drying arterial blood and sun-bleached bone. The statues were misshapen constructions of flesh that vaguely resembled people, contorted into tortured-looking poses. A creature stood in the mirror, right in front of Thomas. It was mostly humanoid, matching Thomas's size, and its skin shone with that familiar silver glow. It was crouched, hunched, and grotesque, yet still with a symmetry that could be eerily beautiful. Its glowing white eyes burned with literal flames, fixed eagerly on Thomas, brimming with unsatiated desire. The thing also had a hand against the glass, no, through the glass. Harry shivered at the realization, seeing the creature reaching through the mirror, clawed hands clamped cruelly into Thomas's forearm, drawing dark rivulets of blood. Thomas's hand was also inside the mirror, clenched tightly around the thing's arm in turn. The two were locked in a furious tug-of-war. Thomas was trying to free himself. It wanted to drag him through, among the blood, flesh, and bones. He's tired, sighed a woman's voice. Harry froze as his mother appeared in the mirror, wearing a flowing dress of rich, royal blue. She watched the furious struggle as she drew closer. The portrait had failed to depict everything. She had a vitality impossible to capture, much more beautiful in motion than in a still image. She was also tall, not that much shorter than Tanya, even just in flat sandals. Harry suddenly found it hard to breathe, eyes watering with tears. Are you real? He choked out. She smirked. And why would I not be? You could be, I dunno, Thomas's memory of you. Harry blurted out. Her smirk turned into a gentle smile. No, child, it really is me. Or at least, a part of me. I suspected this day would come, and I prepared a part of me in each of you so you would know the truth. I wanted you to know each other. He's really your son? Harry asked, voice choked with emotion. His mother smirked again, dark eyes bright with amusement. You have a perfectly functional intuition. What does it tell you? Harry's eyes brimmed with tears. That he is. She nodded. You must listen to me. I cannot be there to protect you. You and Thomas must watch out for each other. Your brother will need your help, as you will need his. I get this mirror thing, I've seen something like it before, but what do you mean he's tired? It was different than what he saw in Tanya, but in principle the same. His mother sighed, nodding at Thomas. The girl he loves, he hurt her. More than once now, and it eats at him. He drew strength from her, but now he fears doing so. It knows this. Just how smart are their hungers? Harry asked. His mother eyed him curiously. You have shared a soul gaze with another of White Court. She stated more than asked. Harry nodded. Yeah, with Tanya. His mother arched an eyebrow. Oh right. Thomas's younger sister. Wait. His mother hummed. She was not mine. Must be after my time. Curious. What do you mean? So Thomas was his half-brother and Tanya was his, not anything actually. Hey. To answer your question, his mother started. The hunger is cunning. Perhaps it could even be wise, but it feeds off excess, and is slavishly driven to it. Tanya's head looked different, but there was the same principle, she had just been in a war over her headspace instead of being pulled into a different one like Thomas. The image man in question snarled at his hunger, which answered back in a slow, sibilant tongue Harry didn't recognize. Can you do anything for him? Like this? As wonderful as it was, it couldn't be much more than a message. I have done what I could. She replied, a gleam of dark, seething hatred in her eyes. His father will suffer a fitting punishment for what he's done to us. He's not. Harry's mother blinked at his interruption. He may have sired them, but he's not their father. His mother smiled. No, he is not. And now he is weakened. Perhaps you two might have a chance against him. Thomas's demon hissed again, redoubling its efforts. What is it saying? Harry asked. That it is futile. To give in. That he's too weak to resist on his own. That he's pathetic. It isn't. Oh. His mother asked archly. Futile. There's ways around it. Then his long, vain struggle may not be so vain in the end. Mother smiled, proud and a bit sad. You are both my blood, we do not give in so easily. She met Harry's eyes and moved closer to the mirror, reaching out. Her hand passed through the mirror as if through water. Harry stepped closer to the mirror, reaching out his own hand tentatively. Her fingers were soft and warm, and she squeezed his hand gently, before raising it to his cheek. You are so tall, she whispered, like your father. And it seems you have his heart too. A strangled sob forced its way out of Harry, and he just cried. I have something for you, she said. If you are willing. Harry blinked open tearful eyes, and saw his mother standing in front of him. She held what looked to be a glowing gem in her fingers. What is it? He asked curiously. Insight, she answered. Knowledge. And the power that goes along with it, she answered, lips quirked up in a half-smile, touched with irony. It looked familiar. Think of it as a mother's advice. It cannot make up for my absence, but it is all I have to give. I accept. Harry answered. What else could he say? His mother handed him the gem. It disappeared in a flash and Harry felt a spike of pain in his head, before it faded into a dull ache. Knowledge took effort to learn, and sometimes pain was the best teacher. She touched his face again, a sad but loving smile on her face. I was so arrogant. I left too great a burden on you to bear alone. Perhaps one day you will find it in yourself to forgive my mistake. But just know that I am proud of what you have become. I love you. I love you too, Harry croaked back. There was so much more he wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words. Give my love to Thomas, she said. She ran her hand down Harry's face, her smile loving and sad, tears sliding down her face as well. Be well, my son. Her face became serious, but her eyes sparkled teasingly. One more thing, do not make the same mistake I did, child. No matter how tempting it may be. She smirked, shrugging her shoulders in a devil-may-care gesture. But who knows? Perhaps you are a better judge than I was. Hey? Was his mom teasing him about Tanya? She drew back her hand into the mirror, and Harry came back to himself. He was on the floor across from Thomas, who has tears in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other, then up at the portrait. After a long moment, comparing the woefully lifeless painting to the living woman in his vision, did she really have to throw that last bit out there? Harry handed Thomas back his pentacle. He put it on. Did you see her? Thomas asked shakily. Harry nodded. Yet. He was familiar with longing last night's dream for one, but this was an even older, lonelier hurt. Despite that, he couldn't help but chuckle, before breaking out into full-blown laughter. He had seen his mother, alive in a way, with his sight, the wizard's gift, etching the vision forever in his memory. It could not make up for a lifetime of loneliness and solitary grief, but it was more than he had dreamed he could have, and it was something no one could take away from him. So forgive him for laughing maniacally, Tanya was rubbing off on him. Thomas met his eyes, looking a bit bemused, before he started laughing as well. Mouse yipped excitedly, scrambling out of Harry's suit pocket and bounding around the two of them in contagious joy. The little rascal probably didn't know what they were so happy about, but he knew enough. Which might actually be a lot, given the impressive track record he'd managed with his tiny feet so far. Harry watched the fuzzy menace let out some of his energy for a few seconds, before scooping up the wriggling puppy and standing up himself. "I've never heard her voice," he whispered, "or really seen her face." "Maybe she realized you wouldn't have," Thomas theorized. "Maybe this was so you could." Perhaps Mother was quick enough, but given she died in childbirth, it would have had to have been really fast. "She told me to tell you she loved you." He smiled, a sad and bitter expression. "She told me the same thing. She left them both. But regardless, this changes things," Harry declared. "It does?" Thomas asked hesitantly. Harry nodded. "I don't think we can pretend to start from a clean slate. But yeah, things are different now." "Not all that much for me," Thomas replied, grimacing. "I already knew this. It's why I've tried to help you when I could." "I get it," Harry started speculatively, "and you had to coach it in terms of self-benefit to avoid looking out of character." He nodded. "Thank you for that." Thomas blinked. "Yeah, that." He gave Harry a curious look. "What?" He shook his head. "Nothing. What do you plan to do about Arturo?" he asked instead of saying what he actually meant. "Seriously?" Harry believed the Wraiths to be liars, but now it seemed like they were just bad at communicating and too prone to jumping to conclusions, particularly in the direction of sex. "I'm going to keep playing security, in multiple senses," Harry answered. "How much do you know about him breaking away from your family influence?" Thomas shrugged. "I think you may know more than me. I just thought he was a friend of Lara from her time in the industry. He used to work for your family-backed company, and he's trying to strike out on his own." Harry explained, slightly confused on how he knew more about this than Thomas. "How come you didn't know that?" "Dad doesn't exactly advertise what he does, and I've barely said a word to him in years," Thomas replied. "Hey," Harry mused, "Tanya managed to figure it out in a night. Said something about needing a change in management and that you should have just given him a subsidiary or something." Thomas stared at him, bug-eyed. Wait. I know Tanya helps Lara with the family finances, but she really said that?" "Stars and stones." Harry sighed. "Why does your entire fucking family read so much into what I say?" Thomas asked intelligently. Sorry, Harry scoffed. "It's just that every one of you I've talked to seemed to think I said something profound or dangerous when I said normal things." Thomas winced. "Paranoia is pretty common for us, being a family of liars, and that includes reading between the lines. And seeing things when they aren't there." What else had Harry accidentally convinced the Wraiths of? "Yeah," Thomas sighed. "There's a reason we tend to look for company outside our kind, even outside our family." That seemed to track with all the Wraiths Harry had met, even Tanya and Inari. That was kind of sad. "Anyways," Harry redirected. "I still need to stop the entropy curse. How good's Pop Wraith at rituals?" Thomas shrugged. "I can't say for sure. I've heard of stuff he's done in the past, some of it is probably true, but he's not done much of that where I could see. He's got a big library he keeps locked up too, so he could have some ancient lore. Even without magic, he can just rip out the life of anyone who pisses him off." "Oh. Was that not a normal vampire thing?" "It's like when we feed. Normally it's slow, more gradual. But he doesn't need that kind of time or even intimacy. Just a touch, a kiss, and then bam. You're dead." "He's where the kiss of death in The Godfather came from." "Apparently not." "I see, that sounded a little like what Tanya did to the Batfuckers." "Just a touch? No blood or anything?" "I've never seen it myself," Thomas explained, "but Lara has. All the older ones have. Madeline once told me at some point he liked to start conversations that way, since that way he had the complete attention of everyone still breathing." "Hey. A fitting punishment, eh?" "That's a lot of hearsay." "Yeah. Sorry." Thomas apologized. "My head's not really in the best place for that kind of thing right now." Harry shrugged. "I know the feeling. Just what do we do?" Thomas asked. "I'm kind of short on options right now. I may have an idea." Harry replied. Thomas narrowed his eyes at him. "Your idea? Or Tanya's?" "Oh, come on. I can think for myself." Tanya may be brainier than him, but he wasn't outsourcing his thinking. "Mostly. Better than nothing." Thomas shrugged. Harry snorted, offering his hand instead of answering. Thomas took it, and Harry pulled his brother to his feet. Thanks again to obloquy_baked_cat Sunny and Tacit Soliloquy for their suggestions and proofreading. This is a bit of a shorter chapter, but this felt like a good point to end it. This is also basically the end of the Wraith Manor section for this night. It is also likely the end of the weekly updates, as I need to do some more work with the next one. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 16, 3 Sets of Hands. Chapter Text. International House of Pain. Should I say welcome to the family? Or is that too much? Harry and Thomas started, whipping around to see Tanya leaning against the doorframe of the gallery, a soft smile on her face and a teasing gleam in her eyes. She was finally back in her normal clothes, and damn if she didn't look good anyways. Christ! Thomas yelled. Don't do that! She shrugged. You seem to be having an intimate conversation, it would have been rude to interrupt. Did you know about this? Harry asked sharply, surely she would have told him, right? Tanya shook her head, I only learned about this last night. She frowned. My sire had some uncomfortable things to say about your mother. Bastard. Harry spat. His reasons to try punting Wraith off a cliff kept increasing. Quite possibly, Tanya mused. Technically speaking, we all are. Yes, Tanya, that was totally what he was talking about. Hey, Thomas grunted. Never thought of that. He shook his head as if to throw off distraction. Wait, what the heck are you doing here, Tanya? How did you even know about this place? She sighed. Inari was quite distraught when our sire moved mother's portrait. She found this eventually. Pushing off the doorframe, she stepped over to the two brothers and glanced up at the portrait of their mother. Oh. Guess we've got this bit of pain in common, Harry muttered, looking over at the last portrait in the gallery. The woman there looked strikingly like Tanya, in part due to some similar features, even if Tanya looked more like her father, but mostly in how they held themselves. Tanya definitely made that "why are you bothering me, I have important beans to count" kind of face a lot. Wait. How the hell are you blonde? Lord Wraith had dark hair, her mother Ikeda Reko, based on the nameplate also had dark hair. Did he really get? Wait, does this mean my dad cuckolded the White King? Tanya and Thomas stared at him wide-eyed, before sharing an odd glance. Holy shit, breathed Thomas, that's nuts. Wish I could shake his hand for that. I had not thought of that, Tanya agreed lightly. Your father must have been an impressive man. Yeah, Harry sighed. He was a good dad. But gone too soon, like too many good things in Harry's life. The three of them stood there for a while in comfortable silence. Well, comfortable for Harry and Tanya, Thomas shifted awkwardly, glancing between his two half-siblings. I wish I could have known my mother, Tanya whispered. I am told constantly how similar we are, but that means little to us. Harry squeezed her shoulder reassuringly, no longer dangerous since she was actually wearing clothes. I'm sure she'd be proud of you. He knew what that feeling was like. And he just got to talk to his mother once. Tanya didn't even have that. She probably never would. Yeah, Thomas agreed. Riko would be really proud of your business success. And Inari? Tanya inquired softly, staring at her mother's portrait. I think she'd be proud of her too, Thomas assured. That didn't sound as confident as before. A bit unfair, really. Inari was a pretty normal girl who was an absolute sweetheart, despite her family. She was also very smart and capable, something Harry had really underestimated until recently, just often overshadowed by Tanya's fanatical focus. I think any parent who's disappointed in the two of you has crazy standards. He squeezed her shoulder again. Or is just an idiot. Thomas gagged next to them. Damn, Harry. You learn I'm your brother and the first thing you do is flirt with my sister? You fit in a little too well. Hey. He was nothing like them. We are not related, Tanya scoffed. And this is hardly flirting. Thomas snickered. What is this? A sitcom. It isn't that funny. Tanya frowned. I don't think our circumstances are a cause for laughter. Yeah, you tell him, Tanya. Thomas's face became serious. Yeah, you're right. We're all in a bit of a bind right now. Father aims to kill you. Tanya asked carefully. Wait, what? Been trying for a while, Thomas replied, but not that hard until now. Right. The ball, and the duel. That seemed a little impotent for the White King. I don't understand, Tanya said. You have never opposed him in any meaningful way. Don't have to, Thomas spat, glaring to the side. Think it's best if we got going, Harry interjected. I think you should probably go somewhere else too, Thomas. Maybe help keep an eye on Arturo and Inari. Thomas nodded. Is that your plan? I'm not sure it'd be smart for me to be there, but I'll figure something out. It's part of my idea. Harry gave him a look. Just don't try to sneak in. You know Arturo, Just say you're worried about your sisters or something. Based on his track record, that should be sufficiently convincing, Tanya judged. Yeah, Arturo would probably eat that up. Harry glanced back at Tanya and saw her staring at her mother's portrait longingly. You have everything you need, Tanya, he asked softly. She nodded, giving Thomas a worried look, before locking eyes with Harry. Take me home. All right, Harry moved to leave the gallery, giving his mother's painting one last look on the way out. Thomas stared at their backs as they left, before muttering under his breath. If they're really pulling a con, I can't tell which one it is. The two of them, well, three with Mouse, left Casa Wraith in the grey early morning. It was a harbinger of a dismal, drizzling kind of day, but Tanya just stuck a helmet on and drove another motorcycle anyways. Harry and Mouse followed her in the Blue Beetle, which was surprisingly cooperative for once. Man, Tanya really could give off some very divergent impressions. Biker chick, office lady, eager student, dutiful housewife roommate, and especially sexy femme fatale. It didn't feel like she was really trying to do that though. Guess she was just too independent to be easily put in a box. Good for her. Mouse observed the weather excitedly as they drove, tongue lolling happily as he rode in Harry's suit pocket. He probably had seen rain before, but not in Chicago. Harry was sure he'd get bored of it in no time. They pulled up in front of their townhouses together. Tanya must have driven slower to let him keep up with his puttering old car. She parked her motorcycle and dismounted in her usual mesmerizing way, before kneeling to inspect something on the ground. Harry parked the Blue Beetle and clambered out, walking over to see what she had noticed. Burn marks. In a pattern too. Something made an attempt at the wards, Tanya observed. They hadn't gotten through, but it was still a bit concerning. Harry nodded. Probably our corpsey friends. With any luck, they won't be a problem for long. Tanya turned her helmet towards him, she looked good in that too. Our day will be quite busy, then. Yup. Harry replied, keying through his wards and then his front door. Tanya did the same for hers. Mr. the Cat threw himself at his legs, as was tradition, glaring up at Harry in annoyance. Harry set Mouse on the floor and went and got some food for the two of them. Oh, hey, Tanya must have gotten dog food. Mouse greeted Mr. happily, but the cat wasn't having any of it. It didn't seem to deter the small dog too much though. That sorted, Harry clambered down into their sub-basement. Come in, please. Tanya was already there, and thus Bob was awake. I just want a quick look. Damn it, Bob. The young succubus scoffed at the skull. No. Not for you. Harry was going to try ignoring that. Boss. Please, you got to help me. Bob, he growled. Apparently undeterred, the spirit of knowledge went on. I saw a bunch of strippers and hookers last night and none of them could compare to Candy here. I told you to look for Mavra. Harry snarled, picking up his claw hammer. I was. Bob shrieked placatingly. I was listening in on if they'd heard about any of them going missing, since Black Court do grab ladies of the night pretty often, can't have competition, you see. More likely targets of opportunity, Tanya commented. They are not exactly appealing to the same markets. Yet. That. Bob agreed. See. She gets me. Harry sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Just get to the point, Bob. I'm pretty sure I found them. Some of the ladies I checked up on did mention a spot to avoid around Cabrini Green. I checked it out and it looks like the old hag is holed up in a homeless shelter. A homeless shelter? Harry asked sharply. Low chance of retaliation, Tanya muttered. Is it possible the Chicago government willingly turns a blind eye to these disappearances? That wasn't a pleasant thought. They've also probably turned the people who worked there into their minions, Bob continued. Damn. Renfields? Harry asked. Like the one in Dracula a la Bram Stoker, Renfields were dangerously violent thralls the Black Court made out of living people by destroying their minds. It was some dark stuff, real nasty magic. Probably a few, Bob agreed. Most of them probably aren't though, they need some deniability. It is remarkable how similar dealing with supernatural creatures resembles counter-terrorism, Tanya observed. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem for me. Killing people with magic was a big no-no. Is it reversible? Not really, Bob replied. Black Court aren't really subtle, since they don't care very much about keeping their food alive like Reds or you guys. Damn. We will have to consider a few things. Thank you for your information, Bob, Tanya said. See. She appreciates me, boss. Bob crowed. Why can't you be my boss, Candy? Tanya smirked, but if I understand correctly, that would alter your persona, and your current taste for salacious material is far too convenient. No. Bob whined, hoisted by his own petard. Ignoring him, Tanya stepped over to their box of life batteries. We will need to stock up soon. No real time right now, Harry observed. I've got to talk to Murphy and Kincaid about this, then head to the set. This was going to come back to bite them later, wasn't it? Tanya nodded. I need to speak with my twin. She sighed dejectedly, hanging her head sadly. Harry patted her on the head and ran his fingers through her soft hair. Hey, chin up. Inari loves you, she's just got a lot to process right now. A shiver ran through Tanya and she sighed again. You're probably right, but my fear is uncomfortably irrational. She leaned into his touch. Come on, Inari isn't scary. She apparently could be though, given what she did to those blamps. Tanya tilted her face up at him with a flat look. Did I not just say it was irrational? Just agreeing with you there, Harry replied, running his hand over her scalp, trying his best to resist the temptation to hook his fingers in her bun again. Are you calling me irrational? Tanya accused, though with a teasing glint in her eyes. Hey! You said it, not me. Harry lost the fight and hooked his fingers into her hair, twirling it between his fingers. Tanya sucked in a breath and pouted at him, eyes fluttering a bit before breaking into a yawn. I suppose we have other concerns at the moment. Harry shook his head. Nah, you should go talk to Inari. He rubbed a strand of her hair between his fingers. I think you'll make Kincaid nervous. Tanya arched an eyebrow at him, but smiled. Thank you. Hey, what am I here for? Harry grinned. Looking a bit cheered up, Tanya flowed up the stepladder to her side. Harry definitely did not stare. By the way, Harry looked up, meeting Tanya's eyes as she paused to look down at him with a smirk. Oops, busted. My hair is naturally this color, she said, before springing up the rest of the ladder. That didn't answer his question. Boss. Bob gasped when she was out of earshot. Did you? No way. What was it like? Harry scowled, before checking himself and grinning. Even if we did, I'm not telling you about it. He clambered up his own stepladder. Boss, wait. You can't just leave me hanging. Boss. The two of them each made a few calls with the house phone. Tanya called Charles to confirm where Inari was, and Harry called Murphy and Kincaid to tell them he had information and to meet him at an IHOP. Tanya pulled out two new Nokias from their Nokia box, tossing Harry's bricked phone and her vampire-mashed one into the box labeled Dot. He didn't know what that meant, or why she labeled this one in what was probably Japanese. Apparently the word for trash in Japanese was quite long, or something. Tanya did something to move their contacts over to their new phones that Harry did not really follow, but hey, whatever works. He was still a bit surprised that the phones worked at all for him, even with their sturdy reputation, which Harry had tested. I would say try not to break this one, Tanya drolly said as she handed Harry the new phone, but we both know that would be pointless. Harry glowered at her jokingly, not my fault technology goes kablooey around me. In a way, it is indeed, Tanya countered with a small grin. Which has its uses. It did, as it was how he had saved Jake and Giselle, but it still made living life in a modern society rather hard. I still don't get why you are willing to risk me busting up so much fancy tech. Tanya shrugged. Some things are worth the cost. An older style of living and a few extra expenses are a fair price to pay for esoteric protections, don't you think? I kinda have to, Harry pointed out. It's not like I really have much choice in that matter. Tanya frowned. There may be ways around it. She smirked. For now, brute force will suffice. Throwing money at the problem. A traditional American solution. Harry frowned. You know, you don't have to go out of your way to help me with this. Nonsense. Tanya scoffed. I am hardly going out of my way. Being able to communicate with you serves my own interests. Pretty sure she didn't need to give him a phone that he could use to call other people for that. Besides, she gave him a serious look. I do have to properly thank you for saving my sisters. Honestly, they did pretty well for themselves, but still. I was already getting paid by Arturo for that, you don't have to. Tanya pressed her index finger to his lips, shutting him up, ignoring the slight burn. I will not hear more of your self-inflicted suffering. This is not charity, merely an incentive for you to keep doing what you do. Haven't you spent enough money on me? Harry wasn't opposed to it, exactly. It's just, it felt kind of wrong for Tanya to insist on paying him like it was a job and not a favor for a friend. What would you prefer instead? Tanya asked him curiously, as if perplexed he would want anything else. I dunno, a hug. Wait no. Did he really just say that? A hug. Tanya parroted, a knowing look in her eye. Very well then. Though we do have things to do at the moment, don't we? He was so lame. But Harry nodded, they did have a lot of stuff to do, and he needed to get out of this conversation before he lost any more of his masculine dignity. I'll hash a plan out with Murphy and Kincaid, then go to check in on Arturo. Harry paused. Will Inari be there? Tanya frowned. I will inform you once I speak with her. Okay, Harry continued, then we'll fire off the vampire hunt around midday. That seems quite ambitious, Tanya mused, cocking her head to the side cutely. I will endeavor to meet the schedule. It is possible I may be able to find additional assistance. Harry shrugged. I've called in my favors, and more help is probably a good idea. Just call me when you are ready. Tanya said. I will call you if I finish first. The two of them went on their way, Tanya to try to clear up things with Inari and Harry to round up the day's vampire hunters. Of course, Harry brought Mouse. The puppy was a good vampire detector. Lucky for him, it was early enough that traffic wasn't terrible, even for a Saturday, still bad, so he got to the IHOP without too much trouble. Corinne was already there, leaning against a Harley motorcycle, dressed in a dark leather jacket and wearing heavy boots. Her blonde hair was a bit mussed up by the ride and her helmet, which made it look good, as usual. Good morning, Harry, Murphy greeted as Harry got out of the car. Mouse perked up at the sound of her voice, scrabbling about until he could poke his fuzzy head out of Harry's pocket. Yeb. He greeted Murphy with a cheer only a puppy could manage. Morning, Murph, Harry gave a greeting of his own. You seem pretty chipper today, what's up? Nothing much, Murphy replied, giving Mouse a scratch on the head, causing his tail to thump wildly in Harry's pocket. Just remembered how much I like riding my bike. You know, Harry mused, a lot of the women I know like riding motorcycles. Murphy, Tanya, Inari, Georgia, even Charity. Wonder if there's something to it. Murphy rolled her baby blue eyes. That probably says more about the type of women you know than anything about women as a whole demographic. Women that like a vibrating ground rocket. He might have taken that seriously if Charity and Inari weren't on the list, although Charity had 7 kids. Corinne scrunched her face up in an attempt to look angry, but she couldn't stop from laughing. You're such a pig, Dresden. Her face grew serious. But really, you look beat. What's wrong? Exactly that, Harry answered. I got a bit beat up last night. I've had worse, though. Really? Murphy raised an eyebrow. I've seen you put through the ringer before, but you look more exhausted than beat up. Harry shrugged. I got off lucky. Had an early run-in with the vampires we're going to hunt. Her eyes widened in concern, gaze darting to his neck. Do I have to worry about you growing fangs and thirsting for my blood anytime soon? Not that kind of vampire, why? Harry looked at her in confusion. She shook her head. Never mind, it's nothing. It kind of sounded like something. How much time do you have before the family hoo-ha? He asked. That might be what she was feeling weird about. A bit. Enough time to go over what you found. We're going to meet one of the other troubleshooters too, he's probably inside. Harry nodded at the IHOP, which had surprisingly few cars parked in its lot for a Saturday morning. Murphy tilted her head questioningly. Just one? I thought you said you had at least one other person planning to help. Yeah, the other one's got some personal stuff to take care of. She's also apparently just heard back from someone else about more help, so she's working on that. She? Murphy asked. One of your college friends? Harry shook his head, then nodded. Actually, yeah. She sighed, giving him a hard look. You shouldn't get kids involved in this, Harry. He winced. She's already had a run-in with these guys, so she's got a bit of a score to settle. She's also not entirely human. Murphy's gave a disapproving shake of her head. And that's enough justification for you to let her join instead of one of my men. Harry sighed. I know SI has dealt with vampires before, but my friend has handled vampires better in the past. No offense. Based on Murphy's look, she had taken some offense. This is also a bit of a different threat. I'll explain more inside. She didn't look entirely convinced, but eventually nodded. My hips still hate you for this, she groused at the restaurant. Hey. At least it isn't a donut place. Real funny, gumshoe, Murphy growled. IHOP was a lot less packed than he expected for a Saturday morning. There was actually an entire corner sectioned off as reserved seating, but even then the rest wasn't full. The radio wasn't on, and the people eating were doing so in silence. Weird. The two shared a glance, noting the odd atmosphere. Murphy folded her arms across her stomach, keeping her hand near her gun. What's happened here? Something moved in the reserved area, and they looked to see Kincaid waving them over. The lean soldier of fortune was dressed in greys and dull blues, very nondescript. His hair was pulled in a ponytail under a black baseball cap. That kind of looked really suspicious. Harry and Murphy walked over to him into the screened-off area. Morning, Harry greeted. You know this isn't a great way not to be overheard. Dresden, Kincaid grunted, eyeing Murphy skeptically. Are you really going to complain about a quiet section to sit in? Harry shrugged. No, just saying, dressing like that in a reserved section kinda makes you more memorable than not. The mercenary narrowed his eyes at him. I just prefer not to have too much noise around when I eat. Whatever floats your boat, Harry conceded, waving at Murphy. This is Murphy, she'll be coming along. Kincaid closed the accordion curtains. Seriously? He looked at Harry questioningly. I always heard you liked making jokes, but this one isn't that funny. Murphy glared at him. I don't think I like your attitude. Your pet succubus is one thing, Kincaid went on, ignoring her. But I don't have time to babysit Shirley Temple here when we're fighting Black Court. Harry started to speak, thinking about how Murphy had taken on the Loup-Garou, but stopped short. Murphy would be incandescent if he tried to cover for her, and Kincaid probably wasn't interested in hearsay. Now I know. I don't like your attitude. Murphy glared challengingly at Kincaid. Kincaid pulled back his lips from his teeth and shifted his jacket, highlighting the gun rig under his jacket. I'd love to chit-chat with you over breakfast, Cupcake. Why don't you go grab a kid's seat so we can make it work? Murphy didn't blink. She looked deliberately at Kincaid's gun and then stared him in the eye. We can sit down. This doesn't have to get ugly. Kincaid grinned wider, his own challenge. He put a hand on Murphy's shoulder. This is a big boy thing, dollface. Why don't you go back and watch your Ripley tapes or something? Murphy eyed Kincaid's intruding hand. Her voice softened dangerously. I'll tell you this once. Don't touch me. Kincaid's face twisted in a snarl and he shoved her. Get out of here, whore. Murphy's hand snapped out, catching Kincaid's wrist and she twisted, unbalancing him and sending him falling to the side. Kincaid bounced off a table and hit the wall, but recovered almost instantly, hand going for his gun. Murphy trapped his gun arm with her arm and body as he tried to draw, produced her own weapon at near Tanya speed and pressed it against his chin. I dare you to call me that again, she whispered dangerously. Kincaid's anger faded so quickly it had to have been a mask. Instead, a faint grin crept over his face, spreading surprisingly wide. Oh, I like her, he said. I've heard about her, but wanted to see for myself. This one's fun, Dresden. Did he have a thing for being beat up by a woman? You know she's right there and has a gun to your chin. Might want to talk to her. You have a point, he conceded. He looked at Murphy, lifting his empty hand, posture relaxing. She let him go, stepping back and lowering her gun, still fuming. Kincaid set his gun down and took a seat at the table, palms flat against the table in front of him. He gave Murphy an acknowledging look. Seems like the rumors are true enough. He grinned. But I had to make sure, can't be too careful in this line of work. Is that a Beretta? Sig, Murphy replied. Do you have a license and permit for your weapon? Of course, Kincaid smiled. Murphy scoffed. Sure you do. She eyed Kincaid carefully for a moment. Let me get this straight from the get-go. I'm still a cop. That means something to me. Looks like that's true as well, Kincaid observed. Murph, Harry interjected, taking his own seat at the table. He's a merc, and I'm the one hiring him at the moment. She looked at him nonplussed. Can you make sure his actions all stay within the realm of legality? Kincaid, Harry said. Ask me before planning any felonies, okay? Yes'ah, Kincaid replied. See? He agreed. Harry shrugged at Corinne. She looked at Kincaid without much approval, but nodded and pulled out a chair. Kincaid started to stand as she moved to sit down. Corinne glared at him. He sat down again. She made to sit down and Harry stood up. She put one hand on her hip and glared at him. It's not chivalry if you're only doing it to be a wisest. But I'm respecting the honor of a woman. Harry protested with a grin. Corinne glared harder. Kincaid snorted. Go ahead, Lieutenant. I think we're past the niceties. Murphy growled and sat down. All right, what do we know? You two want breakfast first? Harry asked. I already ate. Did you cook? Murphy asked, surprised. Harry shrugged. Kinda, not really. She frowned, then shrugged. They opened the screen and waved over a waitress and ordered some food. Harry just got a coffee, even if he didn't need the muddy beverage so much nowadays. Once their food arrived, they closed the screen again. All right, Harry began. I think I gave you guys the basic rundown already, right? Find them, said Murphy. Kill them, said Kincaid. On the first thing, Harry continued. Looks like they're holed up in a homeless shelter near Cabrini Green. Murphy frowned. Bastards. Hat, Kincaid scoffed. That's like a drive-through for them. She glared at him. Yeah, Harry sighed. Plenty of people with no one to come looking for them or making a stink if they disappear. Might be a few Renfields too. Kincaid grunted. They'd be a bit stupid not to. Renfield? Murphy asked. You read Dracula. I know the story, but the name doesn't ring a bell. It's their version of a thrall, Harry explained. They basically scoop out someone's brain, metaphorically, and replace it with an angry, rabid attack dog. Murphy's lips thinned. Can they be fixed? No, Kincaid replied with finality. That might be a problem, Murphy said. They'll probably be on a missing persons report somewhere. We'll have to take 'em out regardless, Kincaid continued. Didn't you say you had someone who could handle people? Murphy turned to Harry. Yeah, though I don't know if capturing them would do any good. I don't think your pet succubus will work on Renfield's, Dresden. Kincaid pointed out. Okay, Murphy interjected. What the hell is this talk about a pet succubus? Harry glared at Kincaid. For one, she's not anyone's pet. And two, I wasn't talking about the come hither. She's got the white court strength and speed to pull off a takedown. Kincaid raised an eyebrow. You've seen her do it? Yeah, on a red court. Hey. Kincaid grunted thoughtfully. Asking a vampire to come along on a vampire hunt? Murphy asked skeptically. Not the same kind of vampire, Harry explained. Think of it a bit like how we humans fight all the time, and we're still the same species. Great. Murphy intoned. Humph, what next? Kincaid snorted. Do you have a helpful red court lined up too? The only thing I'd line up a bat fucker for is a firing squad, Harry snarled. Kincaid raised his hands disarmingly. Can't trust those bloodsuckers, true. He didn't mention how the white court wasn't much more trustworthy. Murphy looked at Harry with some concern. Back on track, she started. Do we have a driver? He's on his way. Should be here on time, Harry answered. Who is he? You haven't met, Harry said. I trust him. Like you trust the succubus? Murphy asked carefully. More, Harry replied. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded. And what are we up against? You told me basically Dracula. Are we going to need garlic and holy water? That works, Kincaid answered. Blowing their heads off works too. Body shots not so much. Shoot their legs and they'll fucking crawl. They are slightly dead on the inside. Not really any vital organs there. Murphy and Kincaid rolled their eyes. What? It's true. He isn't wrong, Kincaid admitted reluctantly. At least Tanya didn't think his jokes were stupid, just that he was. Anyways, there are at least 2 black court, maybe more, plus whatever help they have. Murphy nodded. You mentioned them being really nasty. Yup, Harry agreed. They can flip cars with one hand, are really fast, and can punt you through a wall. We can't really go toe-to-toe with them, so the plan is to hit them during the day. They'll be asleep, she asked. Maybe not, Kincaid cautioned. The old ones don't always have to. Mavra might be functional. Even worse, Harry added, she's a practitioner. A sorceress at least. Kincaid took a slow deep breath. He finished the bite he was on. Shit. Then he took another. Sorceress at least? Murphy asked. Someone with enough magic to cause some serious damage, Harry explained. Like the Shadowman, or Krivos? Murphy asked. Yeah, like those wannabes. Krivos should have stayed dead. Good thing we have a wizard coming along then, Kincaid said. Murphy looked at Harry questioningly. Wizards can do sorcery too, he explained. We can do about the whole range of human magic with enough practice. Most practitioners have a specific thing they can do and not much else. A good wizard can switch up his magic any way he can imagine. Which is the problem here. What do you mean? Murphy pressed. Mavra is good at veils, Harry continued. Dangerously good. She also pulled some long-range mental communications last night, too. Kincaid stopped eating. So this vampire's a wizard? Murphy wondered. Kincaid gave Harry his undivided attention. It's possible, Harry said. On that note, he really should have asked Tanya more about what happened to her last night. He'd been a bit, distracted though. Maybe even likely. It'd help explain how she's survived this long. This mission is sounding more and more foobar, Kincaid groused. You want out? Harry asked. The mercenary thought for a minute, before shaking his head. No, but if Mavra is up and about, and she can toss out some heavy magic in close quarters, we might as well drink some cyanide and save ourselves some walking. You're afraid of her, Murphy accused. Damn right, Kincaid agreed. She pursed her lips. Harry, can you shut down her magic? Like you did with Krivos. Depends on how good she is, Harry replied. But a wizard could handle her. Probably. Kincaid frowned. Magical lockdown. I've seen that work before, he said. One time I saw it fail. Everybody died. But not you, Harry observed. I was bringing up the rear, covering our spell slinger when his head exploded. Barely made it out the door. Kincaid pushed some food around his plate. Even if you can shut down her magic, Mavra's still going to be a real bitch to handle. That's what I'm paying you for. True. Murphy had it right, Harry continued. We go in with garlic, crosses, holy water, and fire if necessary, but we kind of want to avoid burning the building down. Hey, Murphy interjected, what about that pocketful of sunshine trick you told me about? The one you used on Bianca. Harry's face contorted into something ghastly. No. I can't. Another thing Bynes took from him, may the crispy slice of bat fucker burn endlessly in hell. Maybe he should track down her corpse so he could fucking burn it more. Harry. Murphy asked worriedly. He blinked. I can't use it anymore. All right, she looked more concerned. If it can't kill vampires it doesn't matter, Kincaid cut in, giving Harry a speculative look. Right, Harry continued. We should be able to deter Mavra long enough to deal with her minions. After that we can take her down, maybe launch her out a window into the sunlight. Questions? Kincaid fake coughed, nodding at the table where the bill was left by the waitress. Harry nodded and paid the bill. It was his job, so his treat too. If not, that's it for now. Harry rose. I have something I need to take care of in the meantime. Get anything you need ready and we'll hit them a bit after noon in their equivalent of the early morning. Kincaid nodded and returned to his plate. Harry left the restaurant and headed back towards his car. Murphy joined him. She looked like she had something to ask, but didn't say anything until he had gotten into his car. What got you to finally paint this damn thing blue? She asked before he closed the door. A friend of mine got really annoyed at it for some reason. Tanya was funny like that. Murphy raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment further. She looked like something else was bothering her. You okay, Murph? Harry asked. She frowned. I'm trying to process this. I can see that we're doing one of the only things we can responsibly do. But I've always been on the side of the law. I'm not so sure about this cowboy stuff. It isn't what a good cop does. I mean, Harry started hesitantly. US Marshals used to kinda do this, back when a lot of America was a frontier. And the supernatural is definitely a frontier for normal human society. Murphy narrowed her eyes at him. I'm not a US Marshal. And Mavra isn't bound by US law, Harry shot back. Not like we can call SWAT on vampires. She sighed. I know that in my head. She thumped a fist against her chest. But I don't feel it here. She was silent for a second. The vampires aren't the problem. I can fight them. Happily. But the people they screwed up? I don't think I can be so gung-ho about fighting when I might hurt people I am supposed to protect. I don't think I can really say anything to make that better. Murphy was silent for a minute. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. She looked at Harry, looking slightly concerned. Why can't you do the sunshine thing? It sounds really handy, and you've done it before. I have to be actually happy for that to work, Harry grit out. It hasn't worked since that damn ball. I tried. Though admittedly, he hadn't tried it in a long while. Oh. Murphy mumbled. Harry shrugged. What could he do? Well, aside from just trying in vain. I guess I'll be in Wolf Lake Park for the picnic. At least for a few hours until lunchtime. Murphy said awkwardly. I'll have my pager on me. Ah. Sorry I didn't manage to quite schedule things right. She smirked. See you in a while, Harry. Murphy glanced at her watch and sighed. T-2 hours and counting till the picnic. Harry nodded. I gotta get going. Time to catch the curse. Bye, Murph. He accelerated the Beetle out of the parking lot. Murphy wasn't a traffic cop, she shouldn't give him a ticket. Tanya pulled the spare motorcycle up to her friend's apartment building, parking it near Charles's Prius. The morning drizzle was still dying down. The falling droplets slid off her jacket and helmet, leaving a cool feeling in their wake. A good thing since Tanya was still feeling frazzled from the previous night. The violence had been unwelcome and unexpected, but not unfamiliar. What followed? Tanya felt blood rush to her face as she remembered what she had done. Curse it all. She wasn't some hormonal love-struck girl. She had been an adult. She had survived a world war and defied that damned being X. So why did this bout of irrationality vex her so? She took a slow, shuddering breath. No, that was not what she needed to focus on right now. Inari just had her world turned upside down, and Tanya needed to be there for her, no matter how much that dream refused to leave her memory, the echo of that mind-melting sensation still shivering through her. Tanya shook her head, stepping over to the door to ring the doorbell, not thinking at all about her, was it hers, inappropriate and unprofessional feelings for Mr. Dresden? Or just how much she enjoyed the sensation of his hand running through her hair, him pulling on her hair? Priorities. She pressed the button next to Charles Lee and Xander Umberto much harder than strictly necessary. Tanya huffed. There, now she was on task. After a moment, the intercom crackled to life. Hello, came Xander's questioning voice, much lighter than one might expect from a man so large. Hello, Xander. Is my sister there? Tanya greeted. Oh hey Tanya. Xander greeted her in turn. Yeah, Inari's here. I'll buzz you in. The door made a shrieking sound and clicked open. That needs repairs, Tanya said flatly as she pulled the door open. Yep. See you in a bit, Xander laughed. Tanya stepped into the apartment building, taking off her helmet and tucking it into the crook of her left arm. She ran her right hand through her hair. It was a bit disheveled, but for some reason she had liked the look when she saw it in the morning. Charles and Xander wouldn't care. Her eyes flicked around the older-looking apartment building with a hint of nostalgia as she climbed the stairs to the second floor. A life of wealth had rather spoiled her, but she remembered living in a place not unlike this once. She stopped in front of the door labeled 204 and rapped sharply. A moment later the lock clicked and Xander pulled the door open. Hey Tanya, the large man greeted with a smile. Come on in. Hello, Xander, how are you today? Tanya greeted again, stepping into the apartment, noting the faint line of a potential threshold. Not bad, he replied amiably. Hey Tanya, Charles waved over his shoulder from their kitchen counter. Tanya nodded at him. Hello Charles, thanks for the ride last night. No problem, he returned, going back to preparing some food. Going through puberty in college had been a bit strange. She had not too long ago been shorter than Xander and Charles, now she had a few inches on them. The two of them also looked a bit different than they did when she first met them. Charles was still lean and skinny and Xander was still large and bulky, but a few years of active paintballing, and Tanya's training, had made them look a bit less like the bookworms they were and more like frat boys. Not that either of them had any interest in such things. What brings you over? Xander asked. Not that I mind, but you sound kind of serious. He nodded towards one of the bedrooms. That, and Inari seemed kind of upset. Inari and I are having some family problems. They came to head last night and she suddenly had a lot dropped on her. Yeah, she's sleeping now, Charles added, seemed pretty worn out. Don't think she slept that well last night. That wasn't much of a surprise. You look oddly energetic, Tanya commented, eyeing Charles curiously. He usually slept in a bit more on weekends, especially if he was up late. He shrugged. I slept pretty good, but I don't know exactly what happened with your family. Neither of you were in a state to properly explain anything. He cut up a few more strawberries and tossed them into a blender. Tanya blinked. There were strawberries, chopped onions, minced garlic, and sliced ham in the blender. Was that a lemon too? What are you making? She asked with mild horror. Charles waved a hand uncertainly. I dunno, figured I might try to make something for Sunshine, try cheering her up. He grinned over his shoulder. Gotta say, my family knows a thing or two about chucking anything and everything into a pot, but even we don't try the stuff Inari tries. Tanya eyed the concoction doubtfully. I am impressed you managed to find food to Inari's taste. It is a bit difficult to acquire. She was stalling, this was embarrassing. Charles waved a hand in disagreement. On the contrary, if she likes something, she'll like it basically in any shape or form. Even in combinations that should never see the light of day, Tanya drawled, trying to pretend she had noticed that before just now. She really had failed as a sister. Well, Charles said. One's not usually seen outside someone's stomach or a sewer system. He laughed. I mean, I guess she's being efficient and skipping a few steps. It is not healthy. Tanya exclaimed. Even if the components are nutritious, there are combinations that can be deleterious. Inari seems fine, though, Xander pointed out. You know, Charles began, dumping more questionable ingredients into the blender, I don't think I've seen you or Inari ever get sick, even the one time everyone else got food poisoning at that Chinese restaurant we never went back to. You two might be fine. He was right, to an extent. Her hunger helped her maintain perfect health, and perhaps Inari's dormant one did something similar. That still was likely not the reason Inari had a strange palate, given Tanya herself had more normal tastes. How serious was the argument? Xander asked, looking concerned. You're usually a bit more focused. Charles looked over his shoulder again as he stuck the lid of the blender back on. Did something happen with your boyfriend too? Or just your family? Dresden is not my boyfriend, Tanya shot back flatly. Charles raised an eyebrow at her. Didn't you let him use your room last night? And make food for him? He cocked his head. Isn't he also renting one of your properties? And how does any of that make him my boyfriend? Tanya asked archly. He shrugged. I dunno, seems like a lot of work for someone who's just a friend. He turned and started the blender. Tanya shared an exasperated look with Xander, who smacked himself in the forehead with a quiet "Doh." Did Charles not realize that everything he just stated would suggest he and Inari were dating? Assuming that his assertions had any merit, which it of course didn't. Her assisting Mr. Dresden was just the logical step for protecting herself from supernatural dangers she could not reliably depend on her family or public services to assist with. It had nothing to do with how the crackling power of his magic felt. "Do you want something to drink? Or something to eat?" Xander asked, gesturing to their small refrigerator. "You can take a seat if you want to." Tanya glanced over at the rest of the apartment, which currently had all of 2 chairs and a stool for seating, and shook her head. "No, thank you for asking. But I already ate." Neither Charles or Xander cared very much for decorations, having only an obligatory school logo poster and a stuffed plant, of all things, for that purpose. Of course, there was a cabinet for storing miniatures and a desk with assorted paints and tools for working on them. They were loyal customers after all. Tanya made a note to give them a few posters and other tie-in art for the game. They probably would never buy those themselves. "Okay," Xander nodded. "Inari's asleep, I think, so there's no need to rush." "Assuming I didn't just wake her up," Charles commented as the blender slowed to a stop. "Though I bet she'd get woken up by the smell and not the noise." "Somehow." Tanya nodded in vague acknowledgement. "I should go check on her." She gave Charles a questioning look, and he nodded. Permission acquired, she stepped lightly over to his room and carefully opened the door. The room was dark, the dim light of the grey morning providing little illumination, but Tanya could see just fine. Not too surprisingly, there was little in the room aside from a bed, a small table and a laundry basket. Inari lay bundled up on the bed, burrowed in the blanket and hugging a pillow to her chest, hair a lot more disheveled than usual. Based on her breathing, she was awake, and had probably been crying recently. "Is this a safe enough place to talk?" Inari grumbled sharply as Tanya gently closed the door. The older twin cringed internally at the accusing tone in her sister's voice. It was very at odds with her usual cheer. "I believe so," Tanya replied softly, walking over to sit next to Inari on the bed. It was unlikely that their sire could have bugged this place. The younger twin didn't look up, instead burrowing herself further into the covers. Tanya reached out to comfort her twin, before freezing in indecision. For all of her lifetimes, the rejection last night had stung painfully, now coming back to the fore as the glow of her indiscretion with Dresden faded. "I'm really a failure of a sister, aren't I?" Tanya sighed. Inari shifted under the covers, one blue eye peeking out from the sheets. "I guess we both are," the younger twin croaked, voice sounding rough from crying. Tanya frowned. "I still do not see how you have done anything wrong. The fault should be mine, for hiding things from you." Inari closed her visible eye, before opening it again and meeting Tanya's gaze. "I know that there are things we don't have to share, even if we're twins," she began, "but if I didn't notice something so horrible happening to you," Inari sighed, squeezing her eyes shut. "So much for being the kindly twin." Tanya cocked her head questioningly. "You were quite distraught after that event." She smiled slightly. "If I remember correctly, you insisted that the two of us sleep together for some time after that. It certainly hadn't seemed like that event had gone unnoticed." "Yeah, as if that could help with something like that," Inari scoffed, burrowing back under the covers. "But it did help," Tanya forced herself to admit. There was a time when she'd rather have died than admit to enjoying her twin's affection, but her body was no longer a child and thus no longer subject to those whims. Not to mention her infantile pride wasn't worth Inari's well-being. There's no way it was enough. Inari barked, sitting up suddenly, face emerging from the blanket she was still wrapped in. "If you were," she hesitated, her lips quivering. "If you were raped, I should have done more." "What?" Tanya blinked. "Inari, I wasn't raped. Actually, I have not had sexual relations with anyone, consensual or not." Where did she get that idea? Dresden would probably murder anyone that tried that if Tanya didn't get to them first herself. Inari stared at her, face blank. "But you were attacked, right? And our family becomes vampires through," she trailed off in confusion, but looked no less concerned. "Ah. I was attacked, but nothing of that sort occurred," Tanya explained. "The risk to my life drew my hunger out in desperation." Inari stiffened, before slumping slightly. Her arms suddenly snaked out of the blankets and pulled her twin close. Tanya didn't resist as she was drawn into the covers, instead returning the hug as the two of them tumbled down onto the bed. "Silly sis," Inari whispered into Tanya's ear. "You dying isn't better." She clutched at her twin tighter, and Tanya blinked. Why had she thought the difference in the type of assault would allay her twin's concerns? Had she really grown so out of touch with Inari? Inari deserved better. A better family, and a better sister. Tanya blinked as her twin tapped their foreheads together. "Don't say stuff like that, sis." Had she accidentally said it aloud? Inari pulled back so the two of them could look each other in the eye, a small, wry smile on her face. Tanya gave a small smile in return, glad that her twin seemed to be a bit more of her usual self. It is true though, Tanya commented. You are far better of a sibling than I deserve. And you deserve a family that is as loving as you are. Perhaps like the Carpenters. Everyone should have a loving family, Tanya, Inari chided. You should too. I have you, Tanya blurted out, before reddening in embarrassment. Damn Dresden, breaking her composure so irreparably. And our siblings are loving in their own strange way. It was odd, but Lara depriving her of clothes around someone strongly attracted to her could have come from a place of affection, strange as it was, though Tanya could not even say she was entirely upset with the result. Inari laughed slightly. Well, I have you too. Tanya frowned, but Inari silenced her with a finger. Hey now. Don't start with thinking you aren't loving. She smiled conspiratorially. I know you've been setting up stuff so we can stay moved out after college and support ourselves. That's enough to tell me you love me. Tanya stared at her twin, not sure what to say. Her attempts at independence from the family were for her own benefit, but in hindsight, she hadn't had to include Inari in her plans. She hadn't even really made a conscious decision, it had just seemed perfectly natural. That couldn't be it. Wasn't that just something siblings were obligated to help each other with? There had to be more to love than that. That doesn't change the fact that I've risked your well-being by being too cowardly to explain our condition to you, Tanya countered morosely, biting her lip worriedly. I was so focused on my own problems that I neglected to consider your feelings. She sighed, closing her eyes defeatedly. It was hypocritical of me to badger Dresden for information about the supernatural dangers while hiding it from you in an effort to protect you. I won't say that it doesn't sting to learn you were hiding something so important from me, Inari replied seriously. It makes me feel like you don't trust me. She huffed out a short laugh. But it would be hypocritical for me to get too mad at you about that. Tanya's eyes blinked open, eyeing her twin with trepidation. What kind of secret had Inari been hiding? That was what she was saying, right? Inari frowned, staring at the wall distantly. It isn't anything crazy like you not telling me that the world is more like the old fairy tales than it seems. But, she sighed, closing her eyes for a moment, before she began again. You've always been smart, Tanya, Inari said. Smarter than me, more mature, and always so focused on goals I can never understand until years later. Tanya frowned. What did that have to do with this? She had the memories of 2 other lives before this, so her skills were just a product of carried over experience. It wasn't that impressive. Exactly. Inari exclaimed, pointing at her twin. You don't even seem to get just how crazy that is. I have some trouble with Witch Flight's rules now, and you created the original rules, which are actually even more complicated than the ones we published, when you were 7. In hindsight, Tanya may have let too much of her past experience slip through. I based many of those rules off of pre-existing war games, she demurred. It was not as impressive as you're making it out to be. Inari rolled her eyes. Even if that's true, you still had a good idea of how to actually make it a business before Lara ran with it. That's definitely something kinda unusual for a 7-year-old to have worked out. It had seemed rather obvious to Tanya, but that was a product of her previous memories. It was not truly an indication of talent. But she couldn't really say that, could she? It was not that difficult on my end, Tanya replied. Lara did the majority of the work in actually starting the business. The twins had been too young to do a lot of things at that time. Not that difficult. Inari snorted. Most people never start a business, let alone as a kid. She sighed, turning her head so her face was squished into the mattress. You always seem to be so far ahead of me, even if we were born almost at the same time, she muttered into the mattress. Sometimes, I feel like I would always fall short in comparison, always be the inferior twin. Her voice was muffled, but the tinge of bitterness came through clearly. Sometimes I can't help but envy you a bit. Tanya felt a chill spread through her chest, the extent of her failure as a sibling dawning on her. She really had failed to account for her twin's emotional well-being. Hell's bells. How stupid could she get? This was the blind spot that ended her first life. It seemed even acquiring supernatural empathy did nothing to remedy this deficiency. And yet, Tanya said softly, for all that, I have completely failed my duties as a sister. How you would feel never crossed my mind. Some bitterness crept into her own voice. With only one lifetime's experience, and still being quite young to boot, Inari could make sense of the irrationality of human emotions better than Tanya could in her third life. That never seems to be a problem for you. Inari snorted. I'm not all that great at that either. I lived in that house for 10 years and I never noticed how messed up the people who worked for us were, she whispered, looking back at Tanya with sad and unnervingly hollow eyes. I also took you for granted, her voice cracked and she swallowed a sob. I thought you'd always be okay, because you'd always seemed to be. Never thought about your feelings about that. You don't have to worry about my feelings, Tanya replied, trying to pull her twin out of her depressive spiral. I'll be fine, they are just distractions. Inari sighed, giving her twin a long-suffering look. Tanya, if your feelings don't matter, why are you living with Harry? The thought of the unusually tall wizard sprung a few unwanted memories into Tanya's head. The feel of his impressive musculature against her, the comforting tingle of his magic, and that damn concerned look her teenage body found so distracting. What did that have to do with anything? He is a valuable source of defenses against various supernatural threats, not to mention a substantial deterrent himself. He had been the most accessible source of countermeasures against unusual things, so it had been only natural. He makes you feel safe, Inari accused with a smirk. I guess it makes sense, there aren't that many guys taller than us. That is not the nature of our relationship. Tanya protested, trying in vain to suppress the embarrassed flush across her face. He's a wizard, and thus has abilities to mitigate supernatural threats. That's all it is. And yet, being wrapped around him, his long arms gripping her in turn, a traitorous part of her shivered happily at the thought. Pretty sure Papa Carpenter can kind of do that too, Inari pointed out, looking unbearably smug. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Tanya blinked. Why had she latched on to Dresden so much? No, she was not going to let Inari distract her. Mr. Carpenter has his own family to protect, Harry didn't anymore. Oh. No wonder he had been that irritable at her attempts to curry his favor. She had known then that he had lost someone close to him, but she hadn't really considered the context outside of trying to repay him for his aid. If not for Dresden's unreasonable tolerance for being abused by women in general, she might have been thrown out much more forcefully. And while he wasn't the most muscular man, he was quite strong, and given that he must have carried her to her bed last night, he wouldn't have had much issue throwing her out. Tanya shook her head slightly, trying to push away the distraction. Damn her hunger and her damned unprofessional dreams. She heard a giggle, and Tanya blinked, focusing on Inari again as her twin laughed into her hand, a smug expression not dissimilar from a pleased mister on her face. Wow, Inari wondered as she got herself under control. You must have it bad if just the thought of him gets you so worked up. I am not worked up. Tanya protested quickly, my hunger just has an obsessive fixation on him and I have to drag her away. That's why I'm distracted, not anything else. But Harry isn't here, Inari shot back, her amused grin not fading in the slightest. I thought hungers needed to be very close in order to feed? So that means any distraction is your own. Tanya frowned, trying to clamp down on her embarrassment, even as she felt her hunger trigger certain aspects of her physiology. She's like a dog, Tanya groused, the sound of a food bowl clattering and she concludes it's time to eat. She licked her lips, trying to forget the phantom iron taste of Harry's vitality, he must have fed her a battery to keep her hunger under control. Inari's sly look didn't waver an inch. But Hungry-chan is only like that with Harry, right? Tanya nodded, ignoring another one of Inari's silly pet names. I don't understand her, she grumbled, she can't even feed on him because he's protected by true love, so why does she keep trying? Wait, hold on, true love? Inari asked incredulously. Yes, Tanya replied. Those who are in a truly loving relationship are protected from our hunger, at least to some extent. Inari blinked at her in incomprehension. True love is real, she asked in a small voice. Very much so, Tanya answered firmly. She had been quite incredulous herself when she had found out. Inari stared at her meaningfully, sisterly amusement and satisfaction glinting in her eyes. And also a small measure of hope. Ah. When put that way, Tanya closed her eyes and sighed. It is important to consider people's feelings. She opened her eyes to see an expectant look on her twin's face. Fine. My feelings matter too, at least for you. Inari narrowed her eyes. Tanya stared back for a moment, before sighing again and glancing away. And it isn't good for me to bury them, she let out grudgingly. Inari smiled, gripping her twin's hand in her own. Some burdens are easier when shared, aren't they? Tanya squeezed her hand. Yes, though not all. She looked Inari in the eye. Do you remember the jokes about us? That we are like a person split into two. Inari nodded, her smile fading. Yeah, the joke is that you got all the brains and I got all the people skills. Tanya rolled her eyes. It's ridiculous, I know. Neither of us are incomplete, you are very intelligent, even if your ability to understand others often seems to overshadow it. And you're not so bad at people yourself, Inari observed. You're very good at organizing people. Tanya smiled faintly at the compliment. It pales in comparison to your knack for befriending just about anyone. Especially your ability to remember everyone you meet and sense what is meaningful for them. She smiled wryly. I must confess, there were times I envied that talent of yours. Inari snorted. Yeah, it's not really that big of a deal though. I just remember the stuff people seem to care about, well, and also stuff like birthdays and other stuff like that. She smiled sadly. Sometimes all people want is for someone to remember they exist. Tanya squeezed her twin's hand. And that is a rare skill. One that is not very easy to reach by practice. Maybe, Inari mumbled doubtfully, but it's all surface level. But you've got people who care enough just for you that they are willing to die for you, like Harry. That probably says more about him than it does about you. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't have that. Inari pressed her face back into the mattress. I'm not worth that much to anyone, she muttered dejectedly. Now this was simply ridiculous. Of course you are. Tanya countered. Didn't Lara and Dresden risk their lives to protect you? Yeah, Inari mumbled, but Lara's our big sister. And you told Harry to protect me. Have you even ever asked one of your friends about this? Tanya asked. Inari shook her head. Because you aren't selfish enough to think of it, at least until now after you've been in danger, Tanya concluded. But if you never asked, how can you be sure? Her twin glanced to the side in thought, but didn't say anything. I think Charles might be willing, Tanya observed. Inari grimaced. Charles doesn't value his life enough. It isn't healthy. Be that as it may, Tanya pressed, he is clearly quite attached to you. Inari didn't object, because they both knew it was true. But he's just a normal guy, she said. Is there anything he could even do to help? As those words left her mouth, her eyes widened in embarrassment. Oh. She wasn't in that different of a situation. Tanya shook her head. We're going on a tangent, my point is that we are two different people, for all we share. So I shouldn't worry too much about what other people say when drawing comparisons, Inari concluded thoughtfully. Indeed, Tanya agreed, we don't have to be the same. In fact, we should not try to be. Inari hummed. Yeah, I know that. But even if I know it in my head, I can't stop feeling that way sometimes. Emotions are quite irrational, Tanya commiserated. You know, Inari mumbled, you say that word a lot, but I don't think it means what you think it means. Tanya frowned, her forehead creased in consternation. What are you getting at? Being rational means being bound by reason or logic, Inari explained. That just means having a conclusion follow from the premises. Acting on emotion is basically working off of bad premises. Yes, Tanya replied slowly, illogical. Inari shook her head, technically, it's bad reasoning, not without reason at all. She frowned. It's still usually not very good to act on emotions without thinking things through, but it's not like feelings aren't real. Hey, that was true, on a technicality, though there could be an argument regarding whether poor logic could accurately be called irrational or she was getting sidetracked again. I will concede that emotions are real and quite tangible factors in people's decision-making, Tanya acknowledged, but they still tend to impair judgment. Yeah, Inari agreed more silly. But it isn't so easy to deal with them. Tanya snorted. My hunger certainly has shown me that. She hummed thoughtfully. Though she has also shown me that it is possible to function despite them. Observing how Dresden managed to act somewhat rationally despite his strong emotions was fascinating, and more than a little gratifying, given how strongly he felt about her. In some ways she has given me a new respect for people who manage to make the right decision in spite of their urges. Is that why you like Harry so much? Inari asked with a slight grin. You would not believe how much control he actually has, Tanya replied, considering how impulsive he can be. Frankly, she was surprised that Dresden hadn't self-destructed, given how high his emotions ran, and how much he loved Susan. True, Tanya had helped him get back on his feet, but she felt pretty sure he could have managed it without her, as he was admirably determined to ensure his battle-maniac tendencies were directed in constructive directions. He was too civically conscious to allow himself to vent on regular society. Gotta admit, I am a bit surprised you like him, Inari observed. When I first met Harry I thought he fit Lara's type more than yours. One of Tanya's eyes twitched. Lara has a preference, yes, just not in the way you are describing. Inari blanched, realizing more of the uncomfortable implications of their family's nature. They must be very lonely, she murmured sadly, not being able to have healthy relationships. Aside from horror and disgust, Tanya sensed a wave of pity, probably at the realization that their older siblings likely could not have functional relationships, even if Thomas proved it was not entirely hopeless. Truly, her twin was too kind. It is likely a strong factor, Tanya observed. Their typical behavior makes it difficult to properly bond with another. Though I suppose you are correct that Dresden fits Lara's usual profile. That kind of highlights my earlier thought, Inari pointed out, I'm pretty sure you two have very different standards. I suppose that is true, Tanya conceded, hence why I am not interested in him romantically. That may be a lie, she wasn't really sure of her frustrating feelings. But in truth, the thing about Dresden that first earned her respect wasn't anything Inari was likely thinking about. He was often unprofessional at inappropriate times, even if he remained focused, not particularly well educated, though he leveraged what he had quite well, and was very disorganized financially, despite how carefully he organized his magical instruments. No, what Dresden had was defiance, a determination to do what he considered right, in spite of whatever foes he might face or make along the way. It was a sentiment Tanya could respect. Though in hindsight, she couldn't help but feel her own motivations had been lacking in comparison. Tanya blinked as Inari poked her in the forehead. Whatever you say, sis, she smirked. There was no winning with her on this fact, was there? If you are content to tease me, Tanya groused, does that mean you are no longer angry with me? Inari frowned. I was never really mad at you, okay, I was a little mad. She sighed. It was just a lot to take in, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry if you felt like I was rejecting you. I accept your apology, Tanya said, worrying her lip nervously. I thought that was the case, but it still stung, even if I was at fault for keeping you in the dark. I'm still a little mad at you for not telling me this stuff before, Inari replied, and Tanya felt her heart sink. Up, up, up. Inari shook her a bit, face becoming more serious. I know you have a reason for it. I'm more mad about you not telling me about almost dying. I didn't want to worry you, Tanya explained, glancing away. It sounded sillier now that she said it out loud. Inari huffed, shaking her head, her loose hair covering part of her face, before she blew it out of her eyes with an annoyed pout. Tanya pursed her lips. Inari had always been quite beautiful, but she could see the supernatural edge creeping into her appearance after last night. They didn't have much time left. Silly Tanya, Inari muttered, I always worry about you. At least let me worry about your real situation and not what I imagined. She mock glared at her twin, but Tanya could see there was little heat in it. Inari wasn't one to stay angry for long, Dresden was certainly right about that. Thanks for your concern, she said back to Inari. I worry about you too. It's why I couldn't tell you. Because father? Inari asked, gently pulling her twin closer and resting her chin on Tanya's shoulder. He would be mad. Yes, Tanya sighed. You've noticed it too, haven't you? How he always asked if we were interested in someone. Inari nodded on her shoulder. He pestered me about grandchildren the other day, which was kind of weird since I don't think we have any nieces or nephews. It was a bit strange, given the amount of attempted procreation her siblings went through. He wants us to blindly stumble into killing our first lover. I am not sure why, but if he was that insistent already, enough to arrange you a stint on a pornography set, think what he would do if you were aware. Her twin tensed. And he knows about Charles now. He thinks we're dating. Oh God, they were effectively dating, even if Charles was too oblivious to notice and Inari remained in denial, but yes, Charles was likely in some danger now. I don't want to hurt him. Inari sobbed, Tanya rubbing her back soothingly. But I just wanted a family of my own, why did it have to be like this? She pressed her face into her twin's neck and Tanya could feel fresh tears. Tanya hummed sympathetically. We have to pay for it somewhere, it seems. Wealth and power came with costs, and so too did mechanical immortality. Inari nodded. That's true, she said, determination setting into her voice through the sniffling. Is there any way to avoid that though? There has to be some way, otherwise why hide it? Tanya blinked. She had a point. I do not know if there is a way. Neither did Dresden, what he found hadn't mentioned anything promising. The potential paths of reversing it are problematic. Don't hurt yourself over it, okay? Inari insisted. I love you anyways. Tanya smiled. I love you too, sister. So what are we going to do next? Inari asked. If we have to put a pin into me becoming a vampire for now, there's still a bunch of stuff going on. First of all, Tanya replied, glad to be focusing on more tangible action, Dresden and I will deal with the Black Court vampires that attacked us last night. We'll strike at noon while they hide from the Sunday. Not just by yourselves, right? Inari questioned worriedly. Those things are dangerous, they were so fast I could barely dodge. Tanya shook her head. No, we will have some other assistance. Not to mention we will be better prepared this time. Her twin didn't look entirely convinced, but nodded. All right, I'll trust you on this, sis. Just stay safe. Of course, Tanya smiled reassuringly. Inari frowned. What about Arturo and his people? Were the vampires behind that too? Not those vampires. I do not believe so, Tanya said. Though I believe you should avoid going there today, just in case. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? Inari shot back with a frown. They clearly need me there, no one else on set has proper first aid experience. And since they targeted Lara while she was outside, I don't know if not being there would protect me anyways. Tanya frowned in turn. She would much prefer if her sister remained safe, but after last night, it was clear that shielding her in the way she had been so far would not work. Especially when their family name would bring enemies after them regardless of what they did. I see. Just stay close to Dresden while he's there setting up wards against the curse and ensure that they are not tampered with. While Inari lacked the memories of another life, she was competent and brave. She was also her twin, and if Tanya wanted to keep her trust, she would have to trust Inari in turn. He's not going to be there too long, then? Inari asked. Should I ask Thomas to help keep watch? Tanya nodded. That is the plan. Harry stays long enough to deflect or manage the curse, and Thomas will help keep an eye out for more direct threats. And I'll help anyone who ends up getting hurt, Inari added. Hopefully no one does. There were quite a lot of things that could potentially go wrong, but it would have to do. Stay safe, sister, Tanya said, pulling Inari into a hug. Her twin didn't resist, and it seemed they were reconciled, at least for now. You too, Inari returned, tapping their foreheads together. It had been a while since they were this close like this, so Tanya was content to stay where she was for a while. There were some pressing things she needed to do, and Charles probably wouldn't want them to stay there for that much longer, but that could all wait for now. Inari seemed of the same mind. Their peace and quiet was interrupted by a knock on the door. Everything all right in there? Charles asked cautiously. I have a smoothie, of sorts. When does it begin to count as soup? He muttered. You'll probably like it, Inari. Sorry Tanya. Inari giggled, rubbing her cheek against her twin's before sitting up and scrambling out of bed. Tanya followed, slightly miffed at the intruding man, even if she couldn't really say anything against him for it. It was his room, after all. 1 SEC. We'll be right out, Inari called, padding over and opening the door. Charles smiled at her and glanced between her and Tanya. You two good? Yes. We're good, Tanya replied. At least for now. Inari hummed in agreement, giving Charles a quick hug before stepping out of the room. Thank you for taking care of my sister, Tanya said, noting his slight embarrassment with some amusement. No problem, Charles waved her off. Wasn't too much trouble, I had to go home anyways. Even still, Tanya pressed, your help has been timely, even if you don't think much of it. Anytime. He shrugged. Ooh. This tastes good. And Inari had found the concoction. At least she was happy. A/N. This one took quite a while, the twins talking in particular took some effort. Hopefully it is at least sensible. On the other hand, being partly intelligible might make sense in this situation. Thanks again to Sunny Oblique _baked_cat and Tacit Soliloquy for proofreading and ideas. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 17, 4 squared. Chapter text. Old dogs, new tricks. Despite the mess that happened last night, Genesis seemed unfazed when Harry arrived at the studio, dressed in business casual and hair no worse for wear. He gave Harry another European-style friendly greeting almost before the wizard even fully got out of his car. The Malakio, it came again, didn't it? He asked. Last night. At midnight. Yes, Harry nodded. Arturo licked his lips worriedly. Who? Lara, but she's fine. Genesis sucked in a breath. I think you may be right. Someone is out to stop this film. He shook his head and spat on the ground. Trying to kill such a lady, disgusting. A lady monster, though Harry probably couldn't really throw stones since he'd helped save her life. You still sure it isn't your ex-wives? Harry asked. Arturo frowned again. I still think they couldn't do this, but, they're only targeting stars, but not Trisha. His face twisted anxiously. She's not doing this alone, Harry asserted, causing Genesis to glance back at him sharply. You know who did this, he stated more than asked, a rising anger in his voice that hadn't shown itself before. I have a prime suspect, Harry replied. Though there are a couple things keeping me from committing. The only thing that didn't add up was Lara. Why was she targeted? Last night had shown that she wasn't interested in overthrowing her dear old dad, but did he know that? Who? Arturo growled. Harry shook his head. It's not someone you can fight. I can try to block the curse, but that's probably not going to be the end of it. Not the FTC, Genesis replied carefully, narrowing his eyes. Mob? I don't think I did anything to them, but, this city has a reputation. No offense. Something like that, Harry affirmed. Arturo wasn't really the main target, Lord Wraith just saw him as a pawn to push around. But on that same note, the old freak probably wouldn't care too much about Genesis once he was not threatening his position, which would require one of them die. This is personal, isn't it? Arturo asked, a surprisingly satisfied look in his eyes. You think they are going to try again today? Most likely, Harry replied. I bet it's at noon. What do you need? Genesis asked, standing straighter. How can we help? Whatever helps keep my people safe. Have everyone take an early break before noon, Harry said. Keep them from dangerous stuff, but keep things running like normal until then. I have to set up a spell of my own. Is that all you can do? Arturo asked with a frown. If you know who it is. For now, Harry replied, a frown of his own spreading on his face. But I'll have to do something about him. If Papa Wraith was willing to try offing his second-in-command, Tanya wouldn't be safe with him still alive. And whatever Harry's relationship with her actually was, he wasn't going to let some vampire lord walk all over his friends. Not again. Genesa gave him a searching look. Whatever he found seemed to satisfy him, and he nodded. All right. May Lady Luck favor you. She's not been a huge fan of me in the past, Harry said with a slight smirk. But hey, if you ask, maybe she'll change her mind. Arturo returned the smile, both of them knowing it was more for reassurance than any solid confidence, and then headed back into the building to get started on his work. Harry entered the building shortly afterwards, his pack of equipment in tow. The chalk line again, tinfoil, candles, and hopefully he could use the mirrors in the dressing room. As with the day before, there weren't that many people on site yet. Harry waved a quick hello to a harassed-looking Joan before finding Jake reading a magazine in the main warehouse. Or at least trying to look like he was reading given how he didn't turn the page. Mornin', Jake. Harry called, causing the shorter man to jump slightly. Mind helping me out on something? Jake looked at him a bit nervously. It's not gonna be anything weird, is it? Weird? Harry wondered, not as weird as the crap happening here. Jake hesitated, slightly more unnerved. It's nothing dangerous though, Harry reassured. Is it supposed to help with security? Jake asked. Dunno what you did yesterday, but that was quite a lot of gunshots. Yep, Harry confirmed, waving for Jake to follow him. Though this was more to do with the electrical fault and oversized, out-of-season foul falling from the sky. Okay then, Jake said hesitantly, but followed Harry upstairs anyway. As Harry took the chalk line and candles out of his backpack, Jake's confusion just got worse. Just what exactly are you doing? He asked skeptically. Setting a spell to counter the jinx, Harry replied, waving a hand around the dressing room mirrors. I'm going to try using these to reflect it the next time it hits. Jake opened his mouth, then closed it, before starting again. You know, I'd say you're nuts, but after yesterday, he trailed off, watching as Harry ran the chalk line around the room. Is this a bit like feng shui, or something? Actually, dispersing negative energy and sending it away, yes it kind of was. Close enough, Harry acknowledged. It was a bit similar to Max, in principle. Okay, makes sense. Jake nodded and moved to help, apparently satisfied. It was funny, everyone had an explanation they would accept for the strange things they saw. Some of those explanations were stranger than the actual cause, well, at least in Harry's eyes. They went around the building, drawing a chalk line around the edge, Harry pushing a small amount of his power into it as they went. This would ensure that whatever direction the curse came from, it would have to cross this line when it entered the building, triggering his setup. After that, the two of them rearranged the dressing room mirrors, mostly recreating what Harry had tried the previous day. Apparently, some people had moved them around for putting on makeup and costumes or the like. After the standing mirrors were put back in a ring, Harry and Jake drew another chalk circle around them and placed the mirror Harry had brought into the middle. Is this supposed to shoot the bad energy out of the building? Like a chimney? Jake asked. Harry waved a hand in a so-so gesture. Kind of. It's more of a return to sender setup. Seems a bit aggressive, dude, Jake commented. The sender almost killed you and Giselle, Harry pointed out. Point, Jake conceded. Fuck him. And not in the fun way. The two of them continued working, well, Harry did most of the work, and Jake helped when he could. The actor wasn't paying too much attention, even if he watched Harry's actions curiously. That confirmed that he wasn't involved, so his proximity to Giselle was because he tried to help, not anything else. Bobby wandered into the room as the preparations were almost done, holding a notebook and pencil. Jake was looking all over the place for you, man. He waved the notebook. Arturo says I have to tell him a name today, he blinked as he saw the mirror arrangement. What are you guys doing? Feng shui, Jake replied, got any ideas? Oh, cool. Bobby didn't look like he knew what Jake meant, but he was seemingly more relaxed than he was the day before. How about rocky stone? Maybe Rackmac granite. What was with the rocks? Rocky stone's a bit redundant, Jake mused. Exactly. And racks are more of a girl thing. Oh, yeah. Right. Pick a famous rock. Harry suggested. I dunno, Rocky Gibraltar or something. Sounds kinda cool, Bobby muttered. Nah, Jake objected, I don't think you really fit that. Should go with something non-standard, man. How about Gowan? Gawain. Bobby parrot. Yet, he was a knight, Jake explained. Like the round table guys. Sir Gawain, Knight of the Sun, Harry supplied. Sounds kinda soft, don't you think? Bobby grumbled. Maybe, Jake conceded, stiffen it up with a heavier last name. The Rock. Harry snarked. Gawain the Rock. Bobby tested, sounds pretty good to me. That's cutting it a little close to copyright, I think, Jake cautioned. Aren't puns you guys' whole thing? Harry countered. Point, Jake conceded. Alright, Gawain the Rock. Bobby crowed. Thanks man. There was the light padding of footsteps outside the door and Inari quickly poked her head into the room. You found Jake, Bobby? Ooh, hi Harry. She waved, looking much better than she had last night. Hey Inari, Harry waved back, glad that she and Tanya seemed to have made up. Do you need Jake for something? She nodded, pointing at Bobby and Jake. Yup. Joan's looking for you too. Do you know what she needs? Jake asked. Nope. Inari chirped, I'll go ask. She paused, do you have everything you need, Harry? He nodded. Great. Be right back. Inari left in a rush. Her footsteps were very quiet, not as silent as Tanya, but it was actually a little creepy, given the twins weren't exactly tiny. She kinda scares me, Jake mumbled under his breath before tensing slightly and glancing over at Harry. No offense. What are you talking about? Bobby asked Jake sharply. Harry looked at him questioningly as well. Inari was actually quite a bit more dangerous than she seemed, but she was too nice to hurt anyone without serious provocation. Jake shrugged. I don't mean anything by it, really. It's just, he shook his head slightly. I've known quite a lot of girls that act like her, but she actually cares, and stuff. Bobby rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Oh yeah, it was a little weird. Inari's nice like that, Harry interjected, not really understanding what they were getting at. Yeah, definitely, Jake agreed. I don't mean to diss your girl, but it's just kind of weird meeting someone who isn't actually putting on an act about being nice, and also asks about a bunch of, specific health problems you might have. Wait what? Bobby winced. Is what she said true? Jake nodded. Yeah, if this job goes bad we're probably screwed in this industry, but honestly, if that happens, it'd probably be a good time to call it quits. We don't have that long of a shelf life anyways. Damn. Should have read the fine print, Bobby muttered. It's not in the print, Jake pointed out. Not gonna lie, kid, there's a whole lot of sketchy practices in this job. It's why I decided to stick my neck out for Arturo, he doesn't do any of that crap. Harry must have missed something. What do you mean Inari's my girl? Tanya would kill him. Not to mention Michael and Charity. Jake blinked, oh, sorry, I kind of just assumed. So she's single? Bobby asked hopefully. Harry gave him a serious look. Her family is dangerous, best not get involved. There was a chance she'd end up accidentally killing him, and while Bobby was a bit of an ass, he didn't deserve that. Neither did Charles, for that matter. The two actors shared a look. I get it, you're not part of the mob, Jake drawled meaningfully. Bobby's face scrunched up in confusion. She the boss's kid. Jake added. That's rough, man. Bobby looked confused, which made Harry feel incredibly stupid because he was also lost. Arturo gets a bit like how you are now between girls, Jake continued, glad that's over soon. Harry frowned, doing his best to ignore the creeping ache from the reminder of Susan. He getting hitched soon. To Joan, if Inari was right. Jake shrugged, I dunno the specifics, but the man's got hearts floating around his head for a couple months, and he's acting like he usually does before he gets married. That would explain why Genesis seemed quite cheerful despite the setbacks. And the urgency with which the killers seemed to be moving it. The man was definitely cleverer than some people gave him credit for. Good to know, Harry said. Inari popped her head into the room again, a happy look on her face. Jake, Joan says Giselle's on the phone. Sounds like she's okay. Wait, what? Jake rushed out of the room. Inari waved at Harry cheerfully before leaving as well. There was an awkward moment of silence, before Bobby coughed. So, Harry right? Yes, Harry replied. Good morning. Yeah, right, morning, Bobby mumbled, scratching at his face uncomfortably. I was kind of an asshole to you yesterday. Sorry about that man. Harry gave him a steady look, not really convinced, at least until Bobby coughed awkwardly again and offered a hand. We cool, he asked. Harry blinked. People didn't usually apologize to him, especially not those of Bobby's type. What the hell? He shook hands with the kid and shrugged. Not a big deal. Not compared to the other crap that happened yesterday. Bobby smiled slightly, cool. He blinked. I probably should go before Joan comes and yells at me. Yeah, Harry agreed. Don't piss off the boss lady. Bobby nodded in agreement and shuffled out of the room, leaving Harry to turn back to the arrangement and his thoughts. More and more evidence pointed towards Wraith. While the exes certainly had motive, they wouldn't have had the means. Lord Wraith had means, and based on Harry and Arturo's friends' observations, the filmmaker was quite quick to fall in love. If he happened to have true love, then he would be quite far out of direct control by the Wraiths. Though, now that he thought about it, Harry wasn't certain that this was a sure thing. There were plenty of other ways the Wraiths could influence Arturo and keep him under control. There was Tanya's solution of giving Arturo a branch studio for him to experiment on, though that had the issue of letting him work against their social engineering, something Tanya wasn't considering. Legal challenges due to the rather questionable nature of this film's employment setup would also work. To use such blunt force was not the favored method of the White Court, not to mention relying on such sketchy help like the evil exes. The sound of footsteps brought his attention back to the door. All right Barry, hands where I can see them and nobody gets hurt. Tricia Scrump stepped into the room, wearing little asides from a robe and clenching a pistol in her hands, shakily aimed vaguely in Harry's direction. You're gonna stop doing whatever this is or I'll blow your head off. For a moment, Harry saw red. This bitch had sold her soul to fucking Lord Wraith just for a paycheck, and had killed 2 innocent people due to proximity because she was too incompetent to do any research. Incompetent and morally bankrupt, there was only so much Botox could fix. Compared to Tanya she looked downright disgusting. He pushed power into his shield watch instead of going for his blasting rod, standing up from the crouch he'd been in while checking the chalk circle. Tricia thrust the small handgun towards him like some sort of sexual aid, eyes wild and slightly unfocused. I said hands where I can see them. She demanded. You can't see them? Are you blind? Harry snarked. It was usually a bad idea to mouth off at someone holding you at gunpoint, but this bitch was also putting people in danger and working with a threat to too many people Harry cared about. She also didn't look like she knew what she was doing with that gun, but Harry couldn't really risk letting her disturb the magical countermeasures, so he moved to put himself between her and the mirrors. Fuck you, Barry. Tricia snarled, face twisted in an ugly snarl that highlighted just how fake her face was. Don't fucking move or I'll shoot. Just how good are you with that thing, little Miss Warlock? Harry growled, mind racing as he tried to figure out why she was acting so overt all of a sudden. Having performance issues while playing callgirl for Thulu. You don't know what you're dealing with, Tricia sneered, taking a step forward in what probably was supposed to be threatening. It was stupid, closing with someone you are holding at gunpoint, the heels were another. Hey, Harry scoffed. So you always were this dumb. Lord Wraith might actually be impotent, if he hadn't bothered enthralling Tricia, that was why Lara was targeted. Fuck you. Tricia screeched. I'll fucking do it. There was no way he'd let them almost kill his right-hand woman if they were enthralled. But why would he not? It's not like a ritual required, unless he couldn't. Hey. No thanks, Harry snarked back. You can't even get any without a contract. He stepped forward, closing the gap. You don't know anything, Tricia sneered, but he could see fear in her eyes. Better men than you want me. Harry snorted. Nah, they just want Arturo, you're nothing without him. Lord Wraith could hardly care less about a random porn star. She wouldn't even be a worthwhile toy for him. But that's always been the case, hasn't it? Bang. Tricia screamed, jerking wildly as she pulled the trigger once. Fuck you. Twice. You don't know anything about me. Harry didn't move. He didn't need to. The first bullet didn't even hit his shield, punching a hole in the far wall, the second dug itself into the ceiling. Okay, apparently it was possible to miss at this close range. The bimbo witch gaped, wide-eyed, trying to control her trembling hands as she thrust her gun at Harry like some sort of warding gesture. What the fuck are you? She gasped. Harry blinked. Was she really dumb enough not to realize she just missed horribly? Put the gun down before you hurt yourself, he requested evenly while taking a step forward. No, no, no. Tricia pulled the trigger again while backpedaling, get the fuck away from me. She actually got a bit closer this time as the bullet winged the edge of his shield. With the sound of shattering glass, a large standing mirror crashed over Tricia's head and she dropped like a rock, small glass shards bursting away in a neat circle, hanging the mirror around her neck like a very strange bib. Inari huffed angrily as she dropped the mirror and kicked the pistol away from Tricia's limp hand, before stiffening. Oh no. I broke the mirror. She exclaimed, glancing at Harry apologetically. Did you need more? Her eyes widened, did you get hit? Harry shook his head, slightly dumbfounded. Yes, she and Tanya were twins all right. I'm fine, Inari, she's a terrible shot. There was the sound of pounding feet as Jake and Bobby rushed back down the hallway. What the hell just happened? Bobby yelled. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood on end as he felt the nauseating wave of the curse washing into the room. Damn it, this better work. Inari knelt by Trisha, checking her over. Trisha just tried to shoot Harry. What the fuck? Jake swore. Is that bitch behind this shit? The curse swirled into the room. Stay out of the room. Harry barked. Jake and Bobby skidded to a stop, eyes wide. The dark magic fouled the room, like the smell of rotting flesh on Harry's senses. It coiled around the room, funneling towards the mirror circle, the sense of wrongness building like pressure in a rattled soda can as it condensed inside the ring of glass. Then in a rush, it was gone. The mirrors shattered as the pressure was relieved, and Harry let out a sigh of relief. Return to fucking sender. Should be clear, he called out. You bounced it back? Inari asked as she attempted to extricate Trisha from her mirror bitch cone. It worked. Jake asked, glancing around nervously. What worked? Bobby squawked. Harry bounced the jinx back, Inari explained. Seriously? Bobby's eyes widened. That's metal, man. We're still gonna have to call the cops, Jake muttered. Gunfire 2 days in a row has gotta raise a few eyebrows. Here at least, Harry agreed. There are places where they don't bother, but this isn't a usual trouble spot. He frowned. But I've got somewhere to be. Mavra needed to die. Again. Isn't running from the police a bad idea? Bobby asked. Harry, Inari said seriously, looking up at him with an all too familiar face. If Tanya needs help you should go. We'll deal with the police. She frowned down at Trisha. I think she was on some pretty bad drugs. Shit, Jake whispered. You probably want to head out one of the side doors, Inari continued, bandaging a cut on Trisha's neck from the glass. Carolina's here from the arcane and she's a little too excited about the story. Harry felt a jolt at the mention of Susan's old employer, but he pushed down that feeling and nodded, striding purposefully towards the stairs. Jake trailed after him awkwardly while Bobby hovered over Inari as she checked on Trisha. The sound of people shouting rang up the stair as Harry and Jake went down to the first floor. They sounded happy. Harry glanced at the scene and saw the staff crowding by the entrance. There was a sharp intake of air next to him as Jake inhaled. Giselle. The shorter man took off towards the group and Harry blinked in surprise. Sure enough, the lanky woman was here, looking shockingly well considering what happened to her the day before. How in the world? Hey! Hey, give her some space. Jake called, waving the other staff member off from crowding her. The very much alive girl gave him a small, thankful smile. As good as it was to see her on her feet again, Harry had somewhere to be, no matter how curious he was about how she had recovered so fast. Curse blocked. Vampire hunt next. But first, he had a few questions. It was funny how much faster the police responded when Harry needed to avoid them, but he had left fast enough that he never actually saw them, even if he heard the sirens. They probably wanted him just for questioning and not any charges, but he was pressed for time. He would have to track down Murphy at her family shindig and meet up with the rest of the team, but there was something he needed to ask Bob first, so he drove home. There was no sign of Tanya's new, old, motorcycle, so she was still out. That was fine, she would distract Bob a little too much. Harry re-entered his apartment and clambered down into his lab, flicking on the candles with a quick word. Hey Bob, got a couple questions I need answered. Dim orange lights appeared in the eye sockets of Bob's skull. I'm not saying nothing, boss, he grouched, not after you left me hanging like that. I'm not going to kiss and tell, Bob, Harry snorted. You kissed. Bob interjected indignantly. Damn it boss. You can't just keep her for yourself like that. Bob. Harry said softly. Bob shut up. Go over what you found at Mavra's lair. I basically told you everything, Bob grumbled. They've got the staff enthralled, but I didn't get that far in. They probably got darkhounds too. Darkhounds. Dogs infused with a little bit of the dark power the Black Court got. Stronger, faster, don't feel pain. You know, kind of the same setup. And I bet you can't really take them by surprise, can you? Harry thought out loud. Nah, Bob agreed. They're nasty guard dogs. We're gonna have to find some countermeasures for that. Normal anti-pup stuff probably works, Bob supplied. Harry shook his head. Anyways, that wasn't my main question. He frowned in thought for a bit. I've heard of curses lasting for a long time, decades, even centuries before. How exactly are they kept running for so long? What brought this on? Bob asked. Trying to make sense of the curse that's getting slung at some local ladies, Harry muttered. Right. That totally tasteless thing, Bob muttered angrily. I thought that one was a boom and gone kind of thing, but yet, you can keep something running if you've got money or hooking it up to a source that's gonna last that long. A source, Harry repeated. What, like a ley line. That could work, Bob replied. Pretty common for them to be anchored to a place with magic or some sort of importance. Another way is by anchoring it to people, or even family line, like that Lugaru guy. A family curse, Harry murmured. Could my mother have done something like that? Sure, Bob confirmed. She was capable enough, if what I know about her is true. Well then. Good to know, Harry said. I'll get you something for this later, Bob. Maybe one of those miniatures the alphas are so obsessed with. Now you're talking. Bob crowed. But still, any chance you're gonna tell me? Harry climbed back up the ladder. Damn it. Worth a shot. Back upstairs, Harry grabbed his backpack from where it had been sitting on his table. It was still filled with tools for magic and his weapons. Tanya had decided to collect more ammunition for him, given the neat stack of boxes by his desk. He wasn't going to need that much. Harry snorted and shook his head. It didn't look like it, but Tanya definitely picked up quite a lot from Charity, especially the fussing over people around her part. It was kind of cute, how she always felt like she needed a justification to be nice. But Tanya disliked one-sided transactions almost as strongly as Faye, so she had to lie to herself. Something tingled at his senses. Ah, about time. Harry grabbed his staff and thumped it against the ground in a deliberate staccato beat. After a moment, a tremble came back through the staff. Once. Twice. Good. Armed for undead bear, Harry exited his townhouse and sealed the wards behind him. As he stepped outside, a weathered and venerable-looking Ford truck with a Missouri plate rumbled to a halt alongside the townhouse, looking like some relic from before World War II, though the wizard's staff on the gun rack kind of worked against that image. The driver parked the truck and swung open the door without killing the engine. He was an old, but hale, short and stocky man dressed like a farmer in overalls, heavy work boots and a flannel shirt. His hands were rugged and scarred, with a plain steel ring on each index finger. His head was bereft of hair except a few wisps of white, while his eyes were dark and looked severely annoyed. He was much older than the truck, and probably tougher too. Hey there, Haas, he snorted. You look like 10 miles of bad. Clichés, Harry interrupted with a smile. The old man huffed out a short breath of laughter and offered his hand. Harry shook the proffered hand, noting the calloused strength in his hand that belied his apparent age. It's good to see you, sir. Things are getting a little hairy here. Ebenezer McCoy, senior member of the White Council, all-around badass wizard, guffawed like an old grandpa. Pa? You, in over your head? The more surprising thing is you noticed this time. Do you need anything, maybe a drink or a snack? Harry asked. Must have been a long drive. Bah, EB scoffed. Old age hasn't gotten to me yet, but I'm not in the habit of drinking before a fight. Suit yourself, Harry shrugged. Let's get going. Hop in. Ebenezer clambered back into the truck and Harry did the same, sliding his staff into the gun rack alongside his old mentor's. The old man's staff was shorter and thicker than Harry's, but the carved sigils and formulae were quite similar, and the wood looked similar, both coming from the same lighting-scarred tree back on Ebenezer's property in the Ozarks. Harry settled into his seat, quickly finding an appreciation for the legroom as Ebenezer started driving again. Not getting enough practice with Morse, are you? He asked after a few minutes. I could have sworn you spelled it blampires on my staff. I did, Harry replied. Black Court vampires. I just shortened it. Ebenezer made an annoyed sound rather typical of disappointed seniors. Blampires. You young people are always in too much of a rush, shortening words like that. Harry grunted, Black Court vampire takes too long, the blamps would be on you before you finished. Shortening the term wouldn't matter, EB countered. They would still be all over you even if you did. Why did we decide they were all vampires, anyways? Harry asked. Black Court are more like zombies, and White Court are more like succubi. Ebenezer grunted noncommittally. Jade Court are also kind of like zombies, Harry went on. How does any of that fit vampires? I mean, sure Dracula the book was based off of the Black Court, but White and Jade Court vamps are kinda different. That's just how things are, EB grumbled. No real sense changing it when everyone's already agreed on it. But why did you guys agree to it? Harry pressed. Ebenezer shrugged. Believe it or not, Haas. I'm not that old. He glanced at his student for a moment. And what exactly's got you so interested in vampires? Didn't Petrovich tell you that research was a dead end? Yeah, he did, Harry spat bitterly. The research is useful for killing them though. Are you trying to be his successor? Ebenezer asked, something more than just curiosity in his tone. Not really, Harry shrugged. All I was trying had to do with Susan, at least initially. Then it became about dealing with the other types too. Ebenezer grunted, silent for a moment, before speaking again. So who is the problem today? Mavra, Harry spat. You know it. Yes. Ebenezer replied. Killed a friend of mine in Vermont once. Also saw a warden file on her. They suspect it has some skill at dark sorcery and rate it as extremely dangerous. More than some, Harry corrected. I think it's the equivalent of a wizard. What? I've seen it throw some heavy stuff, not to mention put up one of the best veils I've seen through. It can also do some sort of long-range telephone through its minions. His mentor frowned. That is more than a little talent. Yup, and it's got it out for me. Harry shrugged. To be fair, I've got a serious bone to pick with it too. The thing was at the ball and helped Bianca learn magic. I owe it a taste of hell before I send it straight there. Ebenezer glanced at him in concern. You're still really beat up over that, aren't you? Of course I am. Harry shot back. That mess almost killed the woman I loved, not to mention starting a goddamn war. He grit his teeth angrily, trying to swallow the rage boiling up in his chest like it did every time that damn ball came up. This thing has taken several swings at me and people I care about, Harry said quietly. I'm going to take away everything it cares about, then kill it. The older man frowned, as if holding back something, before shaking his head and letting out a sigh. I can't say I disagree that it needs to be taken down, he paused, considering his words. But are you sure you can keep a clear head? I'll be fine, Harry assured. When it was dead. Ebenezer didn't seem convinced, but didn't press further. So, what's your plan? He asked instead. I've got some help, Harry began. Murphy. The police girl. Yeah, but don't call her a girl, Harry groaned. At least not to her face. But yet, her, a mercenary called Kincaid. Haven't heard of him, Ebenezer grunted. He works for the archive, Harry explained. He's good at killing vampires, which is good enough for me. On that note, I've got Tanya's help, and she's pretty much a bona fide vampire slayer. Never mind the fact she was eating them. Tanya, the old man asked. Haven't heard of her either. He blinked. Vampires? Really? Come on, you need to get with the times, old man, Harry joked. Ebenezer snorted. Whatever you say, Haas. He frowned again. And vampire slayer? Where do you find one of those in this day and age? Apparently going to school, Harry muttered. But she's good at it, no joke. Do you remember the cooler full of vampire heads? Ebenezer nodded. Those were mostly her doing. There were what? 4 or 5 heads in there, the old man mused. Pretty impressive for one person. Yeah, Harry agreed. She might have had help, but she had definitely taken down a few by herself, and using herself as bait was risky, but very effective. So, where do I come in? Ebenezer asked. Getaway driver? Or do you want me to lock down the thing's magic? Both, if you're feeling up to it, old man, Harry replied. The old man grinned, teeth flashing wolfishly. I've still got quite a lot of bite, Haas. I don't have something to link to her though, Harry admitted. Is that still going to work? Yes, the senior council member said. He didn't elaborate. Though it probably won't be down to nothing. I can cut off any big working, but that might still leave it enough to be dangerous. That's better than the alternative, Harry said. And we are a bit pressed for time, it's already taken over a homeless shelter. Vampires are that way, Ebenezer said evenly, though Harry noticed his eyes narrowing and his mouth pressing into a thin line. His mentor wasn't any more a fan of vampires than he was, which worked just fine for what they were doing. Thank you. The old man shook his head. What about her death curse? Harry blinked. That was a thing. You've planned for that, right? It can throw a death curse. Think, boy. If it's got a wizard's power, it might be able to level one at you when it goes down. Oh come on, Harry groused. That's just not fair, it's already dead. Life, and magic, are rarely fair, Ebenezer said. Yeah, Harry muttered. Should have thought of that. Maybe I would have if the last couple days hadn't been so hectic, didn't have time to think. The old man grunted. So where are we going? To a mystical thing unknown to me, Harry drawled. A family picnic. The Murphy clan was a large one, and they had definitely staked their claim on Wolf Lake Park for the day, their cars overfilling the parking lot and spreading all across the lanes nearby. The morning rain had cleared up into sunshine, lighting up the autumn-colored leaves as summer began to die. If Harry had been drunk, he might have thought the trees were on fire. The limited seating arrangements had not dissuaded the Murphy clan much, as they had brought along plenty of pavilions and tables to supplement the couple of dread gazebos already there. There were perhaps a dozen people grilling under the portable shade they had brought along, close enough that Harry could smell a hint of searing meat on the wind. It made his stomach rumble hungrily, but that wasn't what he was here for. There was music playing from various places, it even looked like the family had some amateur musicians putting on a show. Someone had even brought a giant TV and hooked it up to a generator, displaying what looked like a college football game, complete with a small crowd of men outside on the grass instead of in a sports bar. A small horde of children ran around, playing soccer, badminton and volleyball, as well as tossing enough frisbees to show up on radar, not to mention storming an oversized bouncy castle, all supervised by various adults, some looking quite harried while others looked like they were having similar amounts of fun as the kids. More children ran around randomly, followed by or chasing a small pack of dogs, filling the air with happy chatter. It was a bit of a surreal sight to Harry. His family had never been big, and circumstances had made it smaller, even if it turned out to be one bigger than he'd thought. Something like this would probably never be for him. Maybe it was just not having gone to one of these himself, but looking at the scene, Harry couldn't really understand why Murphy was so eager to get out of it. It seemed nice. He stood there for a minute, trying to find Murphy in the crowd of her relatives, but picking her out of around 200 people wasn't that easy. The family resemblance and the constant motion didn't help. His presence also didn't go unnoticed. He probably should have thought about that earlier, but a very tall man dressed in a suit and sunglasses on a sunny day at the park just standing there kind of stuck out among the crowd of people. A few of the men by the television had turned to watch him in turn. Based on the demeanor, Harry guessed they were cops. As was family tradition. A couple other men bringing coolers back to their pod noticed their gazes and looked over to him. The older-looking one frowned, moving to set down his cooler. The younger man shook his head at the older man, before nodding at Harry. That didn't really seem to mollify the older guy, who set down the cooler anyways, scrutinizing Harry carefully as the much taller, younger man strode over towards the intruder. On closer inspection, Harry recognized him. He was in homicide for CPD. A distant cousin of Corinne's. Connor? Conrad? Yeah, that was it. About Tanya's height, but about twice as wide and built like a brick house. Harry had a good few inches on him, but between running into Conrad or a vampire in a dark alley, Harry would prefer taking his chances with the vampire. He could just blast the vampire. Hey Dresden, Conrad called, cooler still on his shoulder. You looking for Corinne? Hey Conrad, Harry greeted him. And yet, mind pointing her out for me? There's too many blondes here. Ha! Conrad laughed. No such thing. But yet, I bet it's confusing for other people. He turned slightly and pointed over to a group of kids. She's over there refereeing for the soccer game. Harry followed his finger, spotting a much more organized crowd of kids kicking a ball around. He still didn't see Murphy. After a moment of fruitless searching, he glanced back at Conrad, wondering if the surprisingly jovial homicide detective was playing a prank on him. Over there, in the sundress. Okay, he was definitely playing him. Harry blinked. Sure enough, Murphy was there. In a dress. A yellow dress with flowers. What? I know, right? Conrad laughed. I keep trying to tell her that she'd have a better time dealing with the higher-ups if she didn't try so hard not to look girly. He shrugged. But you know how she is. I thought she was that way because they wouldn't take her seriously. Harry pointed out. Connor chuckled darkly, his smile sliding off his face. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of that. He glanced back at Harry. But woman or man, you're not gonna get too far without sucking up to the bosses, or knowing the right people. Didn't expect one of Chicago's finest to be so upfront about institutional corruption, Harry drawled. Thought you guys usually stuck together. The large man snorted. Sure, cause the politicians and a lot of the civvies don't really get what we have to deal with. He gave Harry a nod. But you do. You and Corinne took down whatever the hell that thing was that ripped through half the station like wet paper. He spat on the ground. But the politicians ain't doing shit. Now that he thought about it, the speed at which the Lou Garou story vanished was weird to say the least. Even in Chicago, that many policemen dying, especially in a police station, was kind of a big deal. If you're looking for Corinne on a weekend, Conrad began carefully. Is there another thing like that you have to deal with? Harry nodded. Yeah. Got to say I'm a little surprised you're so willing to accept this kind of thing. Conrad snorted. I see dead people, Harry. He waved his fingers and widened his eyes comically, before his features settled back into a serious look. I know there are some sick fucks out there, but I'm damn sure that not all the perps were human. He slapped Harry heartily on the back, the force of which drew a win-CE from the wizard. Good luck hunting them down. He grinned. Harry couldn't help but grin back a bit, nodding to the surprisingly helpful cop before heading towards where Corinne, in a dress, was watching over the kids. Oh, by the way. Conrad called over his shoulder on his way back towards the television. You might want to try pretending it's a date. The suit had me confused for a bit. It's bulletproof, Harry shot back. Conrad just laughed. Murphy spotted him on the way over. Still in the suit, Harry. She called. Did you expect me in a dress? He snarked, doing his best not to stare. Seeing her in a dress was weird. Not that she couldn't pull it off, as Corinne was very fit, built like a runner with all the lithe muscle, but he'd never seen her wear anything like this before. To be fair, most of the time when they interacted she was on duty or about to deal with something nasty, which wasn't exactly appropriate times to wear a dress. It didn't help that she worked in a very male-dominated job, especially one as known for not taking women seriously as the police department. Conrad might have a point that Murphy wait he was a Murphy too she might have had it easier, but Corinne was too driven to protect people to settle for a desk job. That was one of the things Harry liked about her. It also made her wearing a dress even weirder. I hate these things, Corinne complained, brushing at her skirt and swishing it back and forth. Never liked them. Even before you were a cop? Harry asked. I get it's not exactly work attire, but you don't look bad. Corinne blinked. Are you all right, Harry? She asked. You're being polite. It's weird. Was it? Not as weird as seeing you in a dress, Harry shot back. My mom made it for me, Corinne sighed. I figured wearing it would make her happy. She took off her whistle and handed it to one of the older kids, promoting them to referee. Is he your boyfriend, Auntie Corinne? One of the kids asked, staring up at Harry wide-eyed, his height forcing the kid to crane her neck up at him. Corinne missed a step and Harry blinked. Damn you for being right, Conrad. No, Millie, Corinne replied. Did she sound disappointed? Harry isn't my boyfriend. The kid frowned, scrunching her button nose up cutely, before shrugging and going back to the game. Is everyone going to think that? Harry asked as they stepped away from the informal soccer field. It was already bad enough that people thought he and Tanya were dating. He didn't want to get a reputation for two-timing while not actually doing anything. Corinne sighed. Why'd you have to show up in the suit? It's bulletproof. Resistant, Murphy corrected automatically, before frowning. Honestly, it might get my mom off my back if she does think we're dating. Wouldn't that make it worse once she finds out? Probably, Corinne muttered, before shaking her head. But forget about that, what's the word? Driver's here, and the plan is we'll meet Kincaid and Tanya near Cabrini Green shortly, Harry replied. Corinne mouthed something, that looked like Tanya, before shaking her head slightly. Do I have time to talk to my mom? I should do that at least before leaving. We have some time, Harry said. Just don't take too long. She nodded, then gestured towards a white gazebo where it looked like an older woman that must be her mother was holding court, with a bunch of other people milling about. Mom's over there. What about the other people there? Harry asked. One was a young woman who looked pretty similar to Corinne, dressed in clothes a size or so too small. That's my sister, Lisa, Corinne pointed out. The one dressed in tight, everything. Somehow, Harry knew she didn't have the excuse of being run over by the puberty train like Tanya did. The two of them attracted quite a few looks on the way there. Harry wasn't that surprised he was getting curious or suspicious glances, but Corinne was getting a few looks of her own. Most of them looked sympathetic or even pitying. That was weird. They were obvious enough Harry would have thought she'd notice, but either she was pretending not to or meeting her mom had her that concerned. Harry felt a bit out of place. Did his dad have any extended family like this? It hadn't seemed like it. Mom probably didn't have much of one either. Wizards tended not to have large families, for whatever reason. Corinne stepped into the gazebo and greeted her mother, an older woman who bore her age gracefully. Her blonde hair was fading to grey, and her face was lined with frown and smile marks. The two Murphys hugged, though it looked a bit awkward, like something wrote. Guess Corinne hadn't been exaggerating that their relationship was a bit strained. The whole thing reminded Harry a bit like some of the monsters holding court, just with a lot less actual intent to kill people. Were all big families like that? Or were the Murphys a little weird too? Hey, Mom. Hello Corinne. It's good to see you. There was definitely some tension there. It seemed like the other people sensed it too. All of a sudden, the area around the gazebo was vacated except for 5 people, Harry, Corinne, her mom, her sister, and presumably her sister's fiancé, given she sat in his lap. Harry glanced at the couple as Corinne and her mom murmured lowly to each other. The man was actually the second cooler guy. Hey, he looked middle-aged, a lot older than Corinne's sister. The man looked back at him with some degree of hostility, something echoed by his fiancée for some reason. As far as he knew, the only Murphy he pissed off was Corinne. Lisa looked a lot like Murphy, at least if Murphy had decided to try to become a Barbie doll. Same blonde hair, pert nose, and cornflower blue eyes, but a lot more makeup and dressed like she was desperate for attention in a Chicago Bulls baby doll t-shirt and jean shorts trying to be spandex. She was also wearing flip-flops, of all things. Those things were pretty useless, you were better off barefoot if you needed to run. Overall, she was pretty good looking, but compared to Corinne, not to mention Tanya, she looked a bit fake. Mom, Corinne said, turning to glance at Harry. This is my friend Harry. Harry, this is my mother, Marion. Harry smiled as politely as possible, stepping forward and offering her his hand. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Mother Murphy shook his hand and gave him a calculating look. Her grip was similar to Corinne's, strong and hardened by hard work despite its small size. Pleased to meet you as well, Harry. And this is my baby sister, Lisa, Corinne started, turning to face her sister for the first time. Lisa, this is. She froze for a second, her face slackening in disbelief and the words dying on her lips. Rich, she started again after a second, her voice tense with emotion. What are you doing here? The older guy, apparently named Rich, whispered something in Lisa's ear, leading to her sliding off his lap. He stood up slowly. Hello, Corinne. You're looking well. You miserable piece of shit, Murphy spat. What the hell do you think you're doing? Corinne, Murphy's mom snapped. There is no place for that kind of language here. Oh, come on. Lisa groaned. I don't have to put up with that, Corinne, Rich growled, rising from his seat. Whoa, people. Harry interjected, stepping forward into the middle of angry glares. At least let me get introduced to everyone properly before the fight starts, then I'll know who to duck. There was a moment of tense silence, before Rich snorted out a laugh and settled back down into his chair. Lisa folded her arm, and wow did she look bitchy, that glare wasn't even third-rate. Murphy tensed, but that meant she wasn't actually planning on throwing the first punch. Thank you, Harry, Mama Murphy said, projecting her voice pointedly. She stepped over to them with a paper plate laden with a hamburger and passed it to Harry, who found himself in the unexpected role of de-escalating tensions. It's nice to have another adult present. Why don't we try getting everyone introduced, Corinne? That was probably the first time Harry had been described like that. Harry glanced at the burger. It had everything on it but cheese, the way he liked it. Hey, Mama Murphy was pretty impressive. Guess she was more like Inari than Tanya, as the latter twin preferred a sort of trial and error in a very scientific method. Though if that was the case. Murphy took a centering breath, then squared up next to Harry. All right. Introductions. Harry, this is my baby sister, Lisa. She glared daggers at the man. And this is Rich. My second husband. Oh dear lord. Corinne glared from her mom to her sister to Rich. I know we haven't talked for a while, mother. So let's get caught up. Mine starting with why Lisa is engaged to my ex-husband and none of you even bothered to tell me. Lisa jutted her chin out like a petulant child. It isn't my fault you're too much of a bitch to get a man to stay with you. Rich wanted an actual woman, which is why you aren't involved with him anymore. And I didn't tell you because it was none of your damned business, she huffed. Isn't that a bit premature? Harry pointed out, preempting Mama Murphy's responsive scolding. You're not even married yet. Right now Murphy sorry, Corinne has had Rich longer than you've had him. Lisa's face twisted into an ugly expression, not very intimidating, Inari could do better. There's no guarantee you'll last longer, Harry went on, and she got married younger the first time, so she's got you beat there. Murphy stared at him in bewilderment, Rich looked torn between defending his fiancée and reluctantly agreeing. Mama Murphy looked amused. And if you're a real woman, why are you wearing so much makeup? Murphy didn't wear much, Susan hadn't used too much, Charity didn't, and Tanya found it unnecessary, she was already way too distracting as it is. What the fuck do you know? Lisa snarled, ignoring her mother's scandalized scolding. I bet you're just sore because a girl left you for someone better. For a moment, Harry wondered why his sunglasses were tinted red. The shades helped cover the sudden rage, but Rich and Murphy sensed it. Okay, Rich said, that's a bit too far. You really don't know what you're getting into, do you? Harry said softly. Murphy tensed. Rich tightened his grip on Lisa's arm. A speaker in the distance suddenly shrieked and popped in a staticky demise. Rich is a cop, Harry continued, voice flat as he bit down on the seething anger at this spoiled brat. That's a job with a much higher fatality rate than average. He nodded at Murphy. Corinne lost her partner, and she's been through the ringer a few times herself. He turned his head towards Lisa, though still avoiding looking her in the eye. She didn't deserve that. Are you mentally prepared for the possibility that one day he won't come back? Lisa froze, her indignant, petulant anger suddenly evaporating in the face of cold reality. Harry snorted. Didn't think so. Rich shuffled his fiancée away from the gazebo, looking torn between being angry at Harry for intimidating his girl or thankful that the argument was over. Lisa didn't protest, still looking unnerved. Harry? Murphy asked uncertainly. Are you okay? I'm fine, he replied curtly, before dipping his head apologetically towards Mama Murphy. Sorry about that, ma'am. The older woman shook her head slightly, giving him a sympathetic look. Lisa should learn to watch her words. She glanced over to her other daughter. That goes for you too, Corinne. Seriously? Corinne snorted, looking a bit disturbed that Harry was being treated like the mature person in the metaphorical room. Corinne, intoned Mama Murphy. For goodness sake, you aren't children anymore. Harry took the opportunity to begin eating his hamburger. It was really good. Perhaps Mama Murphy would be willing to share the recipe? Maybe some other time, today was probably not a good day for that. That's not the main problem here, Mother. Murphy declared. How did this happen? I thought he was supposed to be in New Orleans. He is, Mama Murphy replied. Lisa met him at Mardi Gras, apparently he had to arrest her. Mother, Corinne growled. You let her go to Mardi Gras? I had to sneak out of the house to go to the prom. Yeah, probably not the best time to ask for that. You know how it is, Mama Murphy shrugged. Parents get more relaxed as they age. Apparently, Murphy spat bitterly, that includes tolerating felonies like providing alcohol to a minor. She's underage for beer until next month. Maybe introducing Murphy to Tanya was a bad idea. It's always about work, isn't it? Mama Murphy said more than asked. It sounded more like complaining about parents being unfair, but what did Harry know about that? Work? This has nothing to do with work, Murphy shot back. You chewed me out for chewing gum at school and you're fine with Lisa drinking underage? Not only that, she brought back a man, one who's twice her age even. Murphy sounded like a lot more of a rebel when she was younger, Harry mused as he ate his hamburger, wonder what changed? In the first place, dear, it isn't up to me. It's your sister's life. Are you kidding me? Corinne snapped. You were dead set against me joining the force, but when Lisa gets sloshed and comes back with an old man like she's a cheap whore, it's suddenly her life. That will be enough, young lady. Mama Murphy replied sharply. Your sister found a man who genuinely loves her. That seemed unlikely. Murphy and Mama Murphy blinked and looked at Harry as if they had forgotten he was there. Did he say that out loud? Care to explain, young man? Mama Murphy asked archly. It just doesn't look like it to me, Harry replied, chewing a bite of his hamburger. They are way too invested in Corinne's opinion for it to be true love. He swallowed. Oh. Mama Murphy prodded. Love is patient, love is kind, love doesn't envy, doesn't boast, and isn't proud. It doesn't put others down, it isn't selfish, isn't quick to anger and doesn't keep grudges. Or something. Harry shrugged. I don't know them that well, but I didn't see any of that. Mama Murphy blinked. Corinne stared at him, jaw slack in disbelief. Who the hell are you and what have you done with Harry? Murphy mumbled. I the hell am Harry. Come on, Murph, you know this already. Murphy snorted. Only you could go from saying something so sappy in one sentence and then sound like a jackass in the next. Hey. Tanya kind of did that sometimes, though she just sounded condescending instead of a jackass. They're still in the honeymoon phase, Mama Murphy deflected. I'm sure they will sort it out in time. Harry wasn't so sure. Maybe. He wasn't a wraith, which had actually been a bit of a close thing, now that he thought about it, so he couldn't just check, but working for Nick Christian had given him a bit of pattern recognition for divorces. There was a bit of an awkward silence as Harry continued eating his burger. Murphy looked like she still couldn't believe what had just happened, and Mama Murphy didn't seem like she had a good comeback to what he said. So, where are the boys? Murphy asked to change the subject. Mama Murphy rolled her eyes and nodded at the group crowded around the big television out on the grass. They're in the huddle over there. You can hear their yelling if you listen carefully enough. Murphy snorted. I'm surprised Rich isn't watching the game too. Corinne, I know you're mad at him, but it's hardly the man's fault he wanted to start a family. That was just a rationalization, Mother, Murphy protested. What he wanted was for me to stay home so that I wouldn't make him look bad at work. That, kind of sounded like a rationalization as well. I'm sorry you still think so low of him, the older woman sighed. But you're being uncharitable. It's not as if he could start a family by himself. He wanted a woman willing to do that with him, and you made it clear that you weren't. Because that would mean giving up my job. Enough of our family have taken up your father's duty, Mama Murphy sighed bitterly. You don't have to. I didn't become a cop because of that. Her mother shook her head. Corinne, all your brothers are serving, but they're also taking time to settle down. I don't want to tell you what to do with your life. Murphy snorted. But I do want a chance to hold my grandchildren while I'm still young and strong enough to manage it. Rich wants to settle down, and your sister wants to be the woman he does it with. Is that such a bad thing? Not really, if Rich wasn't doing it as a substitute for Corinne, and Lisa wasn't doing it despite her sister, then again, maybe Harry was reading too much into it. I also can't see you flying to New Orleans every month to visit them, Murphy added. Of course not, dear, Mama Murphy replied. I don't have that kind of money. Fortunately, they chose to settle down here. Murphy gaped. Yet, Harry was starting to see why she didn't want to come to this thing. Rich is getting transferred over, he'll be working for the FBI office here in Illinois. Oh, in that case, Lisa was definitely going to end up a widow. I don't believe this, Murphy snarled. Was that why no one told me beforehand? So the whole thing could get thrown in my face while everyone was around. Not everything is about you, Corinne, her mother deflected primly. I'm sure we can all be adults about this. Really? Murphy snarled. Then why were you all tiptoeing around this bit of crap like a bunch of damn schoolgirls? She shook her head. I can't believe Harry is the most mature person here right now. Harry was having a bit of a hard time believing it too. It's something that Lisa should be the one to talk to you about, Mother replied pointedly. But you know how she is about confronting you. She was always spineless, Murphy spat. Corinne, her mother chastised. With my ex-husband. Corinne continued. Whom you divorced, Mama Murphy cut her off pointedly, even if it was with a gentle tone. You turned him away, why should you care if he found someone who'll stay? Again, that's kinda premature. I don't, Murphy objected. But my baby sister? That's just wrong on so many levels. Her mother hummed. Murphy scowled, but her phone rang, cutting off whatever reply she might have made. Excuse me. She walked off. Work. Mama Murphy said. You're a private investigator, aren't you? She asked as she turned to Harry. Yes, ma'am. I saw you on Larry Fowler. Harry winced. Ah. Is he really suing you for wrecking his studio? Yeah, also his car. Had to lawyer up and everything. The lawyer said that Fowler doesn't have much of a case, but it's expensive and dragging on forever. The legal system works like that, Mama Murphy agreed. I'm sorry that my daughter dragged you into our family's squabble. I kind of volunteered, Harry replied. Do you regret it? Harry shook his head. Not really, I've seen worse. Besides, she's had my back through a lot of stuff, Mrs. Murphy. Her job can get really dangerous, probably more than you know. Special investigations can be worse than the rest. Corinne saves a lot of lives, and there are plenty of people who would be dead now if she hadn't been there. I'm a few of them. Mama Murphy didn't say anything for a moment, before speaking again. Before they established special investigations, the strange cases usually got handed to senior detectives in the 13th precinct. They called them black cat investigations, with the detectives being black cats. Hey, Harry said. I didn't know that. She nodded. My husband was a black cat for 12 years. Murphy never told me that. I never told her, and she never knew her father very well, the old woman explained. He was away a lot of the time. And he died when she was 11. Oh. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. Line of duty. She shook her head. The work got to him. He grew distant and started to drink too much. One night at his desk, he took his own life. She looked at Harry and sighed, her voice tired and sad. You see, Harry, my Colin never talked much about it with me, but I can read between the lines. I think I have a decent idea of what my daughter has to deal with. Hey, why didn't she ever mention that to her daughter? You didn't tell her about that, did you? Harry asked. Why not? She's good, and not just as in good at her job, she sticks to her morals more than most cops in this city. There aren't many people I'd rather trust my life with. One of them was a literally honest-to-God paladin. It seems a bit unfair to me for you to give her a hard time with her job if you know what she's up against. Mama Murphy's eyes sparkled, though Harry spotted a hint of sadness there too. She thinks she's protecting me from the awful truth, Harry, when I complain about her work and she keeps things hidden from me. It makes her happy that I don't know about those dangerous things. I could never take that away from her. Harry frowned. I used to think that way too. But it didn't turn out well for me in the long run. Susan had been way too eager to poke her nose into the spooky side of things. No offense, ma'am, and I don't think Corinne's going to go the way of her dad, but it can't be good for her to feel like you're never happy with her. Mama Murphy pursed her lips, and Harry could see a rebuke being bitten back. He was kind of sticking his nose where it didn't belong, but she could see he had a point. Besides, it wasn't as if that had ever stopped him before. Outside the gazebo, Murphy turned back to him, face drawn into an angry expression. Harry joined her promptly. That didn't look like a good sign. It's Kincaid, she said, lips drawn into a thin line not unlike the look on her mother's face. He says he tried to call you and that he's scoping out the shelter. The Red Cross just showed up. What? Hell's bells. Did his new phone have a different number or something? Murphy nodded grimly. They do a blood drive every 3 months out of that shelter's basement, apparently. If the Red Cross went down there, they were screwed. Worst blood drive, ever. Well, Shit. I'm calling it in, she said. Wait, no. Harry disagreed. What are you even going to say? Terrorists in the basement, or something, she replied. Harry, people are in danger. And the danger will get worse if things escalate, he shot back. You can't just throw SWAT at blampires like the Lugaru getting loose in the station. Murphy scowled at him, voice rising a little. Don't tell me how to do my job. A few people began to give them surreptitious glances. But this isn't your job, Murph, he countered. Didn't you agree that you would trust my judgment when I promised to explain everything I knew? That you wouldn't try to throw cops at every problem like this? Her face twisted angrier. Do you think that I'm too stupid to know how to handle this? I think you're too wound up already. And this family argument can't get in the way of making the right decision. Remember how it felt to get thrown in against things like this blind, and how much you hated it. Are you really going to do that to your brothers in arms? Some of her anger deflated, but she still looked mad enough to throw a swing. What do you expect me to do? She grit out. Harry stared her down, even if he didn't look her directly in the eye. I expect you to listen to the person with some experience fighting these things. I expect you to trust me the way I trusted you. Tell Kincaid to see if he can stall the Red Cross. I'll ring up Tanya and we can hit Mavra right now, keep the volunteers out of danger. The staring contest continued for a few more seconds, before Murphy sighed. Fine, she conceded. I'll do that. But don't think I won't kick your ass for this later. Now give me some space so you don't kill my phone again. Harry complied, returning to the pavilion. Mama Murphy gave him an evaluating look. Work. Harry nodded. Quite the argument, she commented. Harry shrugged. One you seem to have won. I'll pay for that later, Harry sighed. You'll both be heading out, then. Yet. Mama Murphy glanced between him and Murphy for a moment then smiled. Let me get you another burger before you go. The Murphy matron collected the food, including a second burger for her daughter, handing them to Harry on a paper plate. She frowned at his hands, then looked up at his face, finding his eyes despite the sunglasses. Will you take care of my daughter? Harry blinked. Oh no. No, why did this suddenly keep happening? It couldn't be the suit, could it? Yes, ma'am. I will do my best. What else could he say? Her blue eyes flashed fiercely, and she smiled. Let me get you a piece of cake. She weirdly reminded him of Tanya in that moment. Murphy met Harry near the parking lot, a duffel bag slung over her shoulder. She took one look at Ebenezar's truck and raised an eyebrow. Really? Harry shrugged. What? Not like you can bring your own ride for this. That'd look way too suspicious. What does it run on? Coal. She quipped. I'm not sure myself, Ebenezer drawled, stepping out of the truck. I usually just let it roam free to catch its own dinner. He glanced at Murphy with a raised eyebrow. You're not planning on hunting dressed like that, are you? Murphy shook her head with a glare. Do you mind if she uses your truck to change? Harry asked. Oh, and this is Corinne Murphy, by the way. He gestured to the old man. This is Ebenezer McCoy, my teacher. Murphy glanced at Harry, then pursed her lips, no doubt noticing the shotgun or the staff in the truck. You are driver, then. As long as you don't think I'm too old, girly, he drawled sarcastically. You got a driver's license? You drive around Chicago often. The old wizard scowled at her. Thought so, she snorted. I'm driving. What? Ebenezer sputtered. I'm driving, Corinne insisted. Harry sighed. Might be best to let this go, sir. We're on a time limit. There was a thump as Murphy dropped her gym bag and stared at Harry, mouth open. What? Sir, she asked incredulously. Seriously? Harry scowled. He could be polite when he wanted to. Murphy picked up her bag, shook her head slightly, and then changed her tone into her on-duty voice. If you don't mind, Mr. McCoy, I know the streets better, and people's lives are at stake. Ebenezer's scowl was undermined by a slight smile. Bah, you young people and your street signs don't make sense anyways. He opened the door. Best get changed quickly, miss. She was quick, reappearing at the driver's side window in short order, now dressed in jeans and a protective shirt. What are you waiting for? Harry and the old man clambered into the truck, and Murphy took off. She didn't quite add cop lights to the top of the truck, but Murphy drove at record pace. Some of her driving decisions may or may not have been strictly legal, and a few of the road choices almost bounced Harry's head into the roof, but the old truck held up stubbornly. As they drove, the buildings passing by the window grew more and more dilapidated, filled with empty storefronts and signs of decay. Gang signs marked almost every exposed surface and the smell of neglect filled the air. It was not all too surprising why the vampires had chosen this place to take root. But even here, there were people, and quite many of them at that. They moved quickly, doing their best to project confidence to avoid being marked as easy prey. Harry noticed what was probably a drug house almost immediately, as well as the aftermath of several crimes. It would not be surprising if Murphy was the only cop who had been this way anytime soon. Another reason against calling it in. Damn! Murphy cursed. I should have expected the vampires to pick a place like this. It'd be hard to get a response here. We'd be more likely to get brushed off as a prank call. She grit her teeth angrily. Might be for the better, Harry commented. A basement full of vampires is going to get a bunch of cops killed. What about us? Murphy shot back. Breaching a building against a wary target is a quick way to buy the farm. We'll at least understand what we're dealing with, Harry countered. Tanya will have collected some holy water, not to mention a few more weapons, and hopefully Kincaid will have scouted out the building's layout. He glanced up at the bright early autumn sun. If we really need to, we could try shedding some light on the place, though I'm pretty sure you'd like it if we reduced the property damage. Ebenezer snorted. About time you learned restraint, boy. Murphy took the time to glare at him. We are not demolishing a homeless shelter. Not much of a shelter now, is it? Harry muttered, though he didn't press the idea any further. Speaking of homeless, there were actually surprisingly few of them around. There was a rather distinct lack of anyone milling about, actually. Every person Harry saw looked and moved like they had somewhere really urgent to be. Things seem a bit quiet to you? Murphy asked grimly. Yeah, Harry agreed. They've been killing, she growled. Maybe. Maybe not, Ebenezer cautioned. It could be the dark magic they exude putting everyone around here on edge, Harry explained. It makes your skin crawl and makes you twitchy. You'll notice it if you focus on it though, that stuff kind of leaves a stain. Stinks, rumbled Ebenezer. That wouldn't explain what we aren't seeing though, Murphy pointed out. Most of them don't really have a place to go. If your street corner makes you more and more nervous every day, Harry continued, you'd probably haul ass eventually, no matter how comfortable you were there. So they've been here a while, then, Murphy asked in horrified realization. At least a few days, Harry added. Probably more like 2 weeks, Ebenezer grunted emphatically. Maybe even 3. God, Murphy cringed. That's a scary thought. If they've been sticking around for so long, Harry mused, that means Mavra has got something planned. So this could be a trap. There'll be traps, sure, Harry replied. Maybe not explicitly for us, but yet. You could have mentioned that at breakfast, Murphy said flatly. No plan survives contact with the enemy, especially if they're the living dead. Especially if you have bad information, she shot back, pulling them into a parking garage. Touché, Harry conceded, before moving on. Do you know where Kincaid is? Is he on the 2nd floor like Tanya is? Yeah, Murphy answered, furrowing her eyebrows at him. But how did you know? She sent me a message, Harry replied. Stop on this floor. How did she send a message? Murphy asked. And why stop here? Thought we were going to meet them. Kincaid doesn't know EB, Harry replied. And he's a merc, so best not make him twitchy. Hopefully Tanya hasn't freaked him out too much. Harry definitely hadn't sicked her on him. Well, at least not in the way Kincaid was thinking. Good call, Haas, the old man agreed. Good hired guns are paranoid folk. Murphy stopped the car and stepped out. Harry followed her and the two of them walked upwards. A ways away from the truck, Harry glanced at Corinne and lowered his voice. You're a bit nervous, aren't you? She glared at him, looking tempted to deny it, but she didn't lie. Some. Me too. Sensible really, for this kind of thing. Thought I was over this, Murphy bit out. I mean, I'm over the nightmares, but I used to be a little excited about bringing these things to justice. Don't feel like that right now. Justice is blind, Murph, Harry replied. Not vindictive. Justice isn't afraid, she shot back. But there's stuff it doesn't want to touch, especially in this city. Corinne ground her teeth. It was actually pretty impressive that she had managed to keep up such a strong faith in the justice system after so many years on the Chicago beat, to the point she could have repelled vampires with her badge once. She'd always known that there were people the law wouldn't touch, which grated her. There being things that the law couldn't touch really bothered her. Part of this feels wrong, she muttered. I feel like I'm doing the same thing as those feds extrajudicially killing people with those wolf belts, taking the law into my own hands. Doesn't look the same to me, Harry countered. There aren't any laws against poaching vampires. Well, human laws. Harry didn't give a damn about vampire ones. And what about the Renfields? Murphy shot back. Harry winced. They're too far gone, like rabid people. That didn't stop you with Susan, she pointed out. Susan isn't too far gone. Harry snapped. She's fighting vampires, maybe even as we speak. And she's fighting her own infection all the damn time. Sorry, Corinne said softly. I shouldn't have gone there. It's okay, you're a bit wound up. It was still a bit of a low blow. She sighed. I just don't know what the right thing to do is. To get rid of those things before they kill more people. Okay, Murphy sighed. I can work with that. She didn't look that reassured. You know, Harry commented, I wasn't kidding about you looking good in the dress. Maybe it would distract her. Really? Murphy looked up at him curiously, managing to meet his eyes through the sunglasses. Yet. The eye contact got a little close for comfort and Harry looked away first. Murphy let out a short, low laugh and squeezed his arm. Thanks, Harry. Well, it was true. As much as the floral print didn't really fit her personality, Murphy was pretty good looking, and the dress just highlighted that. The compliment also seemed to help get her mind out of the depressive spiral. Harry hadn't really expected women like Tanya or Murphy to appreciate that kind of thing, but Murphy probably didn't get much of that to her face on the job, and Tanya was, sometimes like an overly serious puppy. Now that the two of them were more focused, they walked purposefully onto the second level of the garage. The lights were out, but they could still spot two vans parked side by side, one looking beat up and almost old enough to be an antique, marked with a red cross, while the other was a nondescript white rental van. Next to the vans was parked a familiar motorcycle, lit up by the midday sun shining into the garage. Leaning against the motorcycle, hair gleaming silver in the sunlight, was an even more familiar figure. Quite impressive driving, Tanya commented, uncrossing her legs in a non-exaggerated way that still managed to be distracting. She had changed out her more casual clothes for combat boots, tactical pants, and one of Frau de Rossi's bullet-resistant shirts. She was still wearing her Chicago jacket. Made sense, she'd had Harry work a lot of enchantments into it. Thanks. Murphy trailed off, staring at Tanya with a conflicted expression on her face. Ah. Where are my manners, the taller motorcyclist said apologetically, striding over to the pair and offering a hand to Corinne with a professional smile. I am Tanya Wraith, a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Murphy. Murphy looked at the proffered hand for a moment before shaking. Corinne Murphy, she introduced herself. And please don't call me Ms. Murphy, that's my little sister. You Thomas's sister. Very well, Corinne, Tanya acknowledged, taking her hand back. And that is correct. I look forward to working with you. I have heard good reports of your professionalism. That's good. Corinne replied. Nice bike, she blurted, apparently a bit off balance. Yeah, Tanya could be like that a lot of the time. It is quite pleasant to ride, Tanya agreed. Not to mention the reduced difficulty of finding places to park it. See what I mean, Murph? Harry joked. Some women like motorcycles, maybe cause they're like giant vibrators. Don't be absurd, Tanya shot back. They would not fit, though at least one of my sisters has tried. Harry choked, and Murphy froze mid-eye roll, her gaze slowly aligning back on Tanya, who stood there as if she had said nothing out of the ordinary. Is your sister all right? Corinne asked carefully. No, Tanya replied. But not for that reason. She was merely slightly disappointed. There was a low chuckle from the rental van as Kincaid stepped out of the side door. I was going to ask if we were going to chatter all day, but where the hell did you find this one? He jerked a thumb at Tanya. At my office, Harry deadpanned. He snorted. Whatever. Don't tell me you walked here, you'd never have made it on time. Wheelman's here, Harry responded. He's coming up in an old Ford truck in a minute. Just wanted to give you a heads up. My associate should likewise be here shortly, Tanya added. Kincaid glanced at the ramp and nodded. Fine. What new information do we know? Harry frowned. Direct assault is going to be tough, since they're holed up in the basement. The vamps are probably sleeping, but they've got minions, and could be pulling an all-nighter. The building layout is not a stronghold, Tanya commented, pulling a drawing of the floor plan out of her backpack and smoothing it flat against Kincaid's van. But it is still an enclosed space with physically superior enemies. Kicking in the front door would be suicide, Kincaid noted, looking vaguely impressed that Tanya managed to find blueprints on such short notice. Any solutions? Harry prompted. Blow up the building, Kincaid said, still examining the map. That works good for vampires. Soak whatever's left in gasoline. Set it on fire and blow it up again. I was hoping for a suggestion that didn't sound like it came from that Bolshevik muppet, Harry said flatly. A Bolshevik is liable to accidentally set themselves on fire, then label fire an enemy of the state, Tanya snorted. Kincaid grunted, whether in annoyance or agreement, Harry wasn't quite sure. So where did the Red Cross guys go? Harry asked, glancing at the inactive van. I killed and dismembered them, Kincaid said. Harry and Murphy blinked. Tanya frowned. Kincaid stared at them for a second. That was a joke. Ah, Tanya said. I hadn't smelled any blood. Right, Harry continued. Sorry, where did they actually go? On their lunch break, Kincaid replied. They seemed to have gotten the idea that I was a cop and that they would interfere with a sting if they went into the shelter. I gave them $100 and told them to go get lunch. They believed you? Murphy asked. They somehow got the impression I had a badge. Murphy narrowed her eyes at him. That's illegal. These individuals must be from out of town, Tanya observed, if they believed that there would be police in this neighborhood. Good thing, then, Kincaid said, digging around in the van. And I'm sorry I offend your sensibilities, Lieutenant. Next time I'll just let them walk in and get killed. I added the 100 to your bill, Dresden. He threw a dark jacket with a Red Cross logo on the shoulder at Murphy, a baseball cap followed shortly. Put these on, it might just let us get close enough to get the drop on them. That seems unlikely, Tanya noted. Though it would at least reduce civilian attention. She glanced at her motorcycle helmet. I am unsure whether I will draw less attention with the helmet on or off. Yet, you kind of stand out, Harry snarked. Murphy and Kincaid rolled their eyes. Indeed, Tanya replied. Corinne's eyes bugged out and she glanced between Tanya and Harry. Helmet, Kincaid declared, putting on another jacket, draping it over his ballistic armor and small armory of guns. People remember a pretty face longer. Where did you get all these jackets? Corinne asked, as the sound of Ebenezer's truck came from downstairs. Presumably he procured them from the Red Cross employees, Tanya noted. Without violence, given the lack of blood. Something like that, Kincaid said, turning to give Harry a look. More importantly, did you think of a way to shut down Mavra's sorcery? Yeah, Harry answered. Our wheelman's got that handled. You sure? Deadly. Here he comes. Kincaid watched the battered old truck roll over to them with a skeptical eye. Who is he, exactly? Ebenezer stopped the truck next to them. So, Haas, he called out of the window. Who is this hired gun? The old man and the mercenary saw one another and stared at each other, something around 10 paces apart. Time stopped in a tense second. Well, what do we have here? Everyone's head snapped to the side as Cohabitation stepped from behind a pillar that Harry was absolutely sure he hadn't been hiding behind earlier. The hellhound and the black staff, the red-mustached man drawled, tipping his hat. You must really want this black-ashed, wizard. Ebenezer and Kincaid went for their guns. Chapter 18, NC 17. Chapter text. Into the breach. Kincaid was faster, one of his guns appearing in his hand almost as if it teleported there. Before he could bring it to bear on the old wizard, bolts of green light flashed from a simple steel ring on Ebenezer's right hand. There was a rush of vertigo and tense energy in the air as the pistol was ripped from Kincaid's hand and sent skittering across the parking garage floor. The other bolt struck a wall as the professor sidestepped faster than the blink of an eye. He made no move to draw a weapon. Harry staggered slightly. Kincaid recovered before he did, producing a second gun from under the Red Cross jacket. Ebenezer glared down at Kincaid along the barrel of his shotgun, both barrels aimed squarely at the mercenary's head. What the hell? Harry blurted, throwing himself between them, powering up his rotating shield. Now Kincaid's gun was aimed at his spine and Ebenezer's shotgun was pointed at his throat. What the hell do you think you're doing? Haas, Ebenezer snarled, you don't know what you're dealing with. Get down. But he made no move to fire, he wouldn't shoot Harry. Lose the guns, Harry countered. We're here for a job. That sounds like a bad move to me, Dresden, Kincaid commented blandly, voice no different than it had been at breakfast. No offense. I told you, Ebenezer declared, voice cold and full of terrible wrath. I told you if I ever saw you again, I'd kill you. Which is one reason you haven't seen me, Kincaid answered. There's no point to this. The kid's in the crossfire, not what either of us want. You expect me to believe you care a whit about him? Ebenezer snarled. Half a whit, maybe, Kincaid drawled. I sort of like him. Plus he's paying me, so there's no profit in killing him. Put the damned guns down. Harry shouted. And stop talking like I'm not here. There was a rumbling laugh from the side, emanating from Cohabitation, who now leaned against the same pillar, an amused look on his face. I was told that the younger Dresden was as infuriating as his mother, and here he is acting more your age. His eyes gleamed silver. How immature of you two old men. Tanya, why did you have to get his help? Don't think I'm done with you, Lobsterman, Ebenezer growled. His gaze never wavered from Kincaid. Haas, what the hell are you doing getting the white court involved? These black court have assaulted me and my family, Tanya explained. As such, I would prefer to see them removed as threats. There was a beat as Ebenezer's eyes widened, then narrowed into murderous slits. Harry had never seen the old man so angry at him, and he didn't even know what he did. Haas, why the hell is there a wraith here? The words came out quietly through clenched teeth. She just told you, Harry replied cautiously. You don't know what you're getting into, Haas. These are monsters. We're all monsters here, de Rossi interjected snidely. Even the human. Empty words, Barbarossa, Ebenezer snarled. Harry's eyes widened as he felt magic charge the air again. For all your pretending, you'll never be human. The red-mustached man snorted, seemingly unperturbed. What do you know of being human, Blackstaff? Living so detached from their society. I am not a leech like you, Lobsterman, the old wizard snarled, snapping his shotgun towards the White Court vampire. Kincaid tensed, but did nothing as Harry pointedly remained in his way. I don't feed on innocent people. The professor narrowed his eyes. No, you just kill them, he said softly. Your body count far surpasses mine. He smiled grimly, the ends of his mustache curling upwards in a way that looked weirdly sinister. I've been through a human lifetime of war, but I would need nuclear codes to match your record. What in the world was he talking about? Killing people like that would be a violation of the laws of magic. Something Ebenezer had drilled into Harry's head. Wait, the White Court were liars. Nice work at Casa Verde, by the way, Kincaid added. Russian satellite for Archangel. Very measured response. Ebenezer growled at Kincaid. After Istanbul, you don't get to talk. I haven't talked to you since, Kincaid muttered. Come now, de Rossi said amiably, empty hands raised placatingly, even as the old wizard aimed a shotgun at him. Surely there is no need for violence. I know what you did at Dachau, Ebenezer spat. Right piece of work you are. A pack of ghouls and a few scavies killed by their victims, de Rossi asked rhetorically. I did not expect the Blackstaff to feel sympathy for them, of all creatures. Harry froze. Kincaid was no pushover, and de Rossi was a wamp. EB was a dangerous wizard on the senior council no less, but this was more than that. Don't act like you had nothing to do with that whole war. Ebenezer roared, hand tensing on his shotgun. Wherever there's smoke, there's a red beard. Ah, but was it not Kemmler that caused the most devastation? The professor shot back. We may pretend to be human, but at least we don't pretend to be better than we are. Kemmler was one man. Again, one wizard proves so dangerous. The old wizard stilled, but even Harry could sense his boiling rage. As fascinating as this dominance display is, Tanya interjected mildly. We are here for a task, one that does not involve killing each other. Murphy snorted softly as the men's eyes snapped to the tall woman, whose cold, blue eyes burned from inside her motorcycle helmet like the hot edge of a gas fire. I will not fall for your tricks, Wraith, Ebenezer spat, looking tempted to turn his gun on her. I am saving my strength for when it's truly needed, I have no need of such tricks, she returned, giving the professor an arch look. Unlike some. I am much the same, Clough replied, face turned up into a sideways smirk. What's stopping you from stabbing us all in the back? The old wizard snarled. You are allied to the Black Court. And dear Lara Wraith ruined them, the professor replied lightly. Believe it or not, he continued with a smirk, your survival is in our best interests. Ebenezer growled like a mad dog, his anger almost tangible as the rage roused his magic. God damn it! Harry yelled, waving his arms in frustration. Can't we all just act our age? Or at least agree that the turbo-zombies need to be made undead? His mentor took a deep breath, curbing his emotions, at least for now. Kincaid snorted, but did not say anything. Murphy glanced at Harry with an odd look on her face, while Tanya seemed lost in thought. If I did that, wouldn't I be dead? Clough guffawed. Laugh all you like, Lobsterman, Ebenezer snorted, I'm not giving you the satisfaction. And here I thought high spirits were conducive to mortal magic, the older vampire said. Are you quite done? Tanya asked archly, crossing her arms under her bust. You are interrupting the briefing. Yes, de Rossi replied, face smoothing over into neutrality. Do go on. Can I trust everyone to behave? Harry asked carefully, eyeing the infuriating professor, who nodded. Didn't think I'd ever get lectured by you, EB sighed. Harry turned to Kincaid expectantly. Yes the mercenary drawled, I will not argue with the hypocrites. Harry glared at him. Yes, we'll get along just dandy as long as your money talks. This is hardly the place to misbehave, there are more appropriate locations. Tanya observed drily, drawing a few scrutinizing looks from everyone else for some reason. Right, Harry began again. Now that we have finished with the dick measuring, back on topic. He looked at Ebenezer, staring at the old man searchingly, trying to look him in the eye. EB here can shut down, or at least cut down on Mavra's magic. His mentor nodded, but avoided eye contact. If we take a look at the floor plan, Harry continued, gesturing to the blueprints as Tanya propped it up on the van window, the back entrance is probably a no-go. Too cramped, Bad sight lines for us, Clough commented, great spot for an ambush. Fighting a black court hand to hand is a losing proposition, Tanya agreed, though shouldn't they be asleep? It is midday. It is possible for them to stay up at odd hours, Ebenezer countered. Not to mention dark hounds, Kincaid muttered. Yet, Harry agreed. They most likely have their murder mutts on hand, so sneaking up on them is probably not going to happen. Could anti-canine tricks work on them? Corinne asked, looking both more and less comfortable at the meeting getting back on track. It was a more familiar setting for her, but with stuff and enemies she didn't understand that well, which probably made things a bit unsettling for her. A bit, Clough replied. Strong smells can cover our scent, maybe disorient them, but they're tough enough that it wouldn't put them down for long. Your wife has managed to aerosolize holy water, Tanya said conversationally, as if that wasn't probably some kind of sacrilege. Would that be helpful in combating the dark hounds? There was a beat as the rest of the group stared at her, about as perplexed as Harry. The de Rossi recovered first, snorting in amusement. Of course she did. He shook his head fondly. So vindictive. Not sure that'll be too useful against the dark hounds, Kincaid answered, but that'll be a bitch for the vampires, as long as they don't move. Perhaps useful as area denial, then. Tanya returned. How about putting them down in their sleep? Pretty sure we won't be able to get close enough without waking them, Harry pointed out. Not like we can just toss one of those right into their bedroom, right? He gestured to the center sections of the basement on the blueprint. Assuming they're holed up somewhere here. Perhaps not, Tanya mused, adopting her distracting thinking pose. Murphy glanced between her and Harry again. What? Kincaid, Tanya called, did you notice if the shelter has its air conditioning active? Pretty sure I heard a condenser running, the mercenary replied. Damn, his hearing must be really good, or perhaps supernatural. In that case, Tanya continued, placing one near an intake vent would help circulate the aerosolized holy water into the basement. Discriminate gas weapons, Clough smirked. Will wonders never cease? Are you sure that will work? Ebenezer asked through gritted teeth. I would have thought the blessing would fade if you changed its purpose. Priests placing blessing upon weapons of war is nothing new, Tanya replied with a shrug. Could be risky, Kincaid added, mist will block sight lines. Aren't gas weapons against the Geneva Convention? Murphy interjected. We are not at war, de Rossi laughed, earning a glare from the cop. The Black Court is not protected by the Geneva Convention, Kincaid drawled. The Geneva Gas Protocol does not prohibit the use of gaseous weaponry against non-ratifying members, Tanya explained. Not to mention that holy water is not a poisonous or asphyxiating gas. It is perfectly harmless for humans, perhaps more akin to a less effective smoke grenade. I think that goes against the spirit of the rules, Murphy groused. Convicting based on the spirit of the law is just one form of arbitrary tyranny, Tanya shot back. Don't lecture me on laws. I'm a police officer. Corinne narrowed her eyes at the vampire. Tanya raised an eyebrow in response. Well then you should understand perfectly, as the same protocol does not prohibit the use of said gaseous weaponry domestically, hence why you and your brethren are free to deploy it against riotous citizenry. Murphy grit her teeth, but was forced to concede the point. The professor snorted. Ah yes, gentlemen and powdered ladies making laws for something they do not understand. As if they would not be the first to break those rules for their own benefit. Of course a vampire disdains human law, Ebenezer growled. It isn't as if you wizards pay too much heed to them either, Clough shot back. Is it true that wardens have not had a cost of living adjustment since 1959? Tanya asked, genuinely curious. That seems awfully imprudent, not to mention illegal in most countries. What? The old wizard sputtered. You cannot expect your fighting force to be willing to risk life and limb without proper compensation, she continued, flipping into lecture mode, arms crossed and hips cocked pointedly. It was an effective pose for keeping attention. The wardens are more than simple paid thugs, Ebenezer shot back. Harry honestly wasn't that convinced. Be that as it may, Tanya replied lightly, a skeptical look on her face, an army requires resources, thuggish or not. I hope for your sake, and that of mankind's, that the wardens are as modernized as their pay is not. Harry felt a shiver down his spine. Given how insidious the Red Court infiltration of human society was, and how up-to-date they were on human affairs, Tanya was probably onto something there. But it was off topic. Tanya, Harry called, cutting off his mentor's angry rebuttal. Kill Mavra now, discuss unionizing wardens later. She blushed prettily, ducking her head contritely. Ah, my apologies. I was carried away. A sex vampire should not be this cute. About modern weapons, Kincaid segued rather sharply, how about this? He pulled a sawed-off shotgun from his van. Great for close quarters work. What do you think, resident police lady? He offered it to Murphy. Corinne eyed the shotgun suspiciously. This is an illegal weapon. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed, Tanya countered, producing her own fancy revolver briefly, before reholstering it. Kincaid whistled appreciatively, while Murphy narrowed her eyes. Well-regulated militia, the cop returned. Justification, not a condition, Tanya waved off. Law means less than it ought to in this city, Professor de Rossi commented idly, polishing a Thompson submachine gun he had suddenly produced from somewhere. He was really going with the mafia image. Murphy sucked in a breath, looking ready to combust in righteous legal fury, before letting it out slowly, trying to calm herself down. With a grimace, she glanced towards the homeless shelter, maybe thinking about the very much illegal activity of the Black Court vampires, before letting out a sigh. I better not get recognized, she muttered. Now you're speaking our language, Lieutenant, the professor teased. Would you like to borrow my hat? This will suffice, Murphy grit out, slamming the baseball cap onto her head, eyes flashing with annoyance. What have you got up your sleeve? Harry asked Kincaid, who was rummaging around in his van. The mercenary pulled out his weapon, and contrary to his earlier comment, it was a throwback, a 5-foot-long spear made of matte black metal. It was designed like a boar spear, with a crossbrace below the wide head. There was a protruding cap on its butt, with a similar protrusion near the base of the blade. It's vampire season, Harry quipped in his best Elmer Fudd voice. It really is, isn't it? Tanya muttered to the side. Kincaid smiled savagely. Sometimes the classics are terribly useful. I can drink to that, de Rossi agreed. Harry thumped his staff on the ground. Seconded. He did have some new tricks up his sleeve though. Murphy frowned. I thought fighting these vampires hand-to-hand would be suicide? Shouldn't you also use a shotgun? Can't impale a charging vamp on a shotgun, Kincaid countered. This'll stop 'em in their tracks. He did something to the spear, and a flashlight clicked on inside one of the bulges near the head. He tapped the other bulge. Not to mention the incendiary rounds tied up here. Pressure activated. A flaming spear, Tanya commented. How droll. It seems we are quite well armed, de Rossi commented. Even the wizard, though that could be true even if he had no arms left. That was a compliment? That pistol enough? Kincaid asked Tanya. High caliber, but still a handgun. Tanya pulled out a bullet from one of her pockets. Kincaid raised an eyebrow while Ebenezer narrowed his eyes at it. Enchanted for additional stopping power, Tanya explained. Perks of being friends with a helpful wizard. Murphy sighed. Explosive rounds? Are we checking off a list? Here's something that'll be less offensive to our good lady cop, Kincaid snorted, throwing a ring of garlic bulbs around his neck. He tossed another one to Murphy, then reached back into his van, producing a paintball gun and handing it to Harry. Harry took it and looked it over. He hadn't gone paintballing with the Carpenter kids that often, but he knew enough to use one. What's the mix? Blessed vodka or something? Kincaid blinked. Now that is an idea. He shook his head. No, garlic and holy water. Another discriminate weapon, Tanya mused. Certainly very useful. She licked her pink lips and curled them into a teasing smirk as she glanced over at Harry. No offense meant, but your marksmanship could use some work, and this nullifies the friendly fire issue on your end. Hey! Harry objected. I use the range sometimes. To test your magic, mostly, Tanya countered. Point, Harry conceded. Why were Murphy and Ebenezer looking at him like that? Whatever the case, de Rossi said, steering the conversation back on track. The Hellhound can take point with his spear, followed by Ms. Murphy then by our lovely Wraith. Dresden and I will take the rear. If we see a Renfield, I'll drop flat, Kincaid added. Gunners deal with them. He eyed Clough carefully. Don't even think about friendly fire, old man. The professor smiled. I can clean with a broom properly, just ask my wife. Can you play the Chicago piano? Harry joked. Most certainly, the wamp grinned. Dresden can set up a shield if necessary, Tanya noted, not to mention evocation. Though why are you taking up the rear, Professor? I'm the most resilient here, he replied, so I can handle the rear guard better if they get around us. He lifted his submachine gun. Not to mention I have superior rate of fire. If I see a vamp, Kincaid continued, I'll crouch and pin its charge. Rest of you light it up. We can probably take one down the hard way if we stay alert. If we are flanked, Clough added, can I depend on you for a barrier, Dresden? He looked at Harry carefully. Sure thing, Harry responded. He thumped his staff on the ground. Might be able to stop the charge another way too. As long as you are quick enough, the professor cautioned. If any of them get close, are you able to square up with one long enough to give us time to react? Kincaid asked the two wamps. Of course, Tanya replied quickly. Clough smiled and nodded. If things go south, stay together and get back out. McCoy should have the truck out front and ready in line of sight to the door. I will, Ebenezer agreed through grit teeth. Well then, any more questions? Kincaid asked. Why do they sell hot dogs in packages of 10 but hot dog buns in packages of 8? Harry asked. To increase sales, Tanya answered with no hesitation, short-circuiting everyone else's glares. Damn marketers, Harry shook his head, holding his paintball gun in his right hand and his staff in his left. Let's go. Harry drove the Red Cross van to the shelter, parking it right in front of the entrance. Kincaid, Murphy, can you get the bystanders to clear out? He asked. They'll recognize me for sure, probably Tanya too. Dunno about you though, Clough. Likely, the male wamp hedged. How do you expect us to pull that off? Kincaid asked. Up to you, Harry shot back. What was the response time around here again, Murphy? Officially 6 minutes, but this is gang country, so it will probably be more like 10 to 15 minutes. Maybe more, the wayward cop replied with mixed feelings. So we've got 6 or 7 minutes to clear out after someone phones the fuzz about gunfire and rabid dogs, Harry summarized. The longer it takes for the police to get here, the better for us, so get them out as calmly and quietly as possible, Kincaid. By talking, preferably. No problem, Kincaid replied, leaning his spear against the dashboard. Clear out for decontamination. Tanya offered, voice slightly muffled by her motorcycle helmet. Perhaps a fire alarm. The mercenary grunted, maybe in agreement, before getting out of the van and heading into the building. Murphy followed, keeping her weapon down by her side and out of sight as much as she could. Wait 1 minute, then we move in anyways, Harry instructed, beginning a count in his head. Clough and Tanya nodded, holding their weapons loosely, but at the ready. At 42, several haggard-looking men and women stumbled out of the building. Some were beat down physically, but most of them just looked tired of life. They hadn't realized how close it had been to ending. Don't worry about it, it shouldn't take long, Kincaid consoled one of the evicted people in a deliberately cheerful voice, whilst mimicking a Chicago accent well enough to avoid too much scrutiny. Probably just a faulty detector. As soon as we get the gas company guys to check if it's safe, we'll get set up and make sure everyone gets paid. No more than an hour, tops. Where is Bill? One of the women demanded. Bill is the man from the Red Cross. You aren't Bill. He's on vacation, Kincaid lied smoothly, a false smile plastered over his face. His eyes remained uncaring as he opened the van door and Clough handed him his spear. The woman saw the weapon and hurried away, making no further complaints. The others followed suit, scattering like startled animals, though without the usual noises of distress. People here were too used to violence to draw attention to themselves, they knew no help was coming. The rest of the group went inside, Kincaid and Rossi backing into the building and closing the doors behind them. The reception area looked more like the security room of a prison, with heavy doors and a guard station behind heavy bars, a sadly common sight in the more violent parts of the city. The door was propped open with a chair, and through it Harry spotted Corinne watching over a group of people milling about a growth of out-of-place cubicles set up for the blood drive, her shotgun leveled at the placid occupants. They should have been afraid, or at least nervous, but they just stood there zombie-like, eyes vacant, with blank expressions on their faces, not reacting to anything even as Harry and Tanya walked up to stand next to the cop. Harry, Murphy called, sounding unsettled. Kincaid said not to let them out until you've figured out if they are dangerous. They feel nothing, Tanya observed uncomfortably, her usually measured voice hitching slightly. Yet, Harry couldn't sense emotions the same way she could, but it was obvious that these people had been enthralled. He didn't like the idea of leaving defenseless thralls in the line of fire, but it was better than letting a Renfield loose behind them. He closed his eyes and sucked in a breath. Examining the victims of the Black Court using the site was nowhere near his list of top things to do, but they didn't have time for anything else. He opened his eyes and his sight, looking at the first person in line. A shudder ran through Harry's body, and he couldn't help but think of sheep being led to slaughter. The right preparations, and the sheep won't resist, even as the knife was drawn along its throat and it bled out slowly, any concern at the smell of blood pushed away by the shepherd's comforting hand. It never fights back, never reacts to its ongoing demise, still and unmoving long before it finally dies. That's what he saw in the enthralled people. They stood there calmly, relaxed, with not a thought in their heads. Like sheep, they'd been made docile somehow, not struggling or fleeing, kept for whatever benefit their lives would provide. Eventually they would have been taken for food. They were defenseless and beaten, blood soaking into their clothing as they lay still under the hand of something more powerful than they were. Silent, dying like sheep. 5 of them. The 6th was a Renfield. At first glance, they looked like the others, a burly middle-aged man in a blue Oxford shirt, but in an instant that image crumbled, replaced with something even more unnatural. His face was twisted and deformed, muscles bulging, veins pumping black ichor and quivering with unholy power. There was a band of writhing, vile energy cinched around his throat like an animal's collar, the dark magic that had enslaved him. His eyes were worse. They were empty, gouged out by something with tiny, razor-sharp claws. There was nothing in his gaze. Just an unending darkness so deep and terrible that Harry's breath froze in his lungs and words died in his throat. Before what he saw fully registered, the thing had already charged him with a feral shriek. Harry shouted in surprise and backpedaled, throwing up his staff to defend himself. There was a booming sound like a peal of thunder, a tongue of fire flashing over the Renfield, causing it to stumble. Harry glanced towards its source. An angel, blazing with righteous fury and savage strength, eyes alight with azure fire, a flaming sword in her hands. Her once white robes were smudged with smoke and blood and filth, but the original color was still visible in some places. She bled from half a dozen wounds, and her face was drawn against the terrible pain. Murphy. She brandished her sword at the Renfield, the person now deformed into a muscle-bound monster, but it was unfazed, batting the weapon from her hands. There was a crashing sound as something smashed the Renfield into the ground. Another angelic figure stood over the monster, but unlike Murphy, Tanya looked like a statue given life, head to toe made of pale, white stone glowing a faint silver. Like Murphy, she was hurt, cracks running up and down her bare marble flesh, oozing crimson metallic blood. The same blood stained what remained of her once silver wings, tarnishing their luster into rust, red flecks flaking off and falling to the earth like plucked feathers. A deep gouge had been ripped into her stomach, crumbled away like a limestone statue eaten away by acidic rain. Black manacles wrapped around her wrists, ankles, and throat, but the chains attached to them were broken, severed cleanly as if with an impossibly sharp sword, the smooth cuts glowing a light gold and silver. A crown of ugly silver knives wreathed her head, driven into her skull, drawing more blood that flowed down her face, streaming past the blindfold cinched around her head, the only piece of clothing on her uncannily beautiful form. It could not hide the sickly gold fire in her eyes, which blazed all the brighter as she tore jagged shards from her crown and drove them into the Renfield's joints, staking it to the ground repeatedly, all the while a harshly beautiful snarl twisted her hauntingly alluring features into something mad. But what captured Harry's attention was the cruel, dark iron stake driven through her chest and out her back, loose gears and springs falling out around it like blood from an impaled heart. No one should be able to survive such a wound, but she still stood defiant, her violent motions sending the chain attached to the spike whipping outwards like a lash. Harry instinctively reached for it as it snapped towards him, unsure of what compelled him. Somehow, he caught the end of it, and the dark iron peeled away into silvery metal before dissolving into motes of light. He blinked, shutting off his sight. And all he saw was Tanya crouched over the Renfield, pinning it to the ground as it twitched violently, its limbs flopping bonelessly against the floor. "Hey," Kincaid grunted, "you weren't kidding about her takedowns. Will he live?" Murphy asked Tanya, an unnerved quaver in her voice. "For however much it's worth," the taller woman replied, frowning down at the subdued Renfield. "Such a waste." "Stay sharp," the professor barked, sweeping his gun over the lobby area. "But I do have to agree, this is crude and wasteful." He shrugged. "But what can you expect of the Black Court?" Harry shook his head, trying to clear away the unease from what he saw. He would never forget it, but he couldn't afford to let it distract him at the moment. "What are we going to do with them?" he asked, gesturing to the rest of the thralls. "Can they recover?" Murphy asked. "In time, maybe," Clough offered, "but not on a useful time frame for us." "Like drug addicts," Kincaid explained curtly. "Perhaps we should herd them outside," Tanya suggested, eyes scanning the room through her motorcycle helmet. "If we leave them here they might get in the way of our escape." "If they just stand around like this," Murphy grimaced, "the police that show up might overreact." "They're not going to comply, are they?" "It still would be better if they were outside when this building inevitably catches fire," the professor noted. "I thought we agreed that we weren't burning down the homeless shelter." Curran glared at him. "Just a suggestion," Clough deflected, "if the current trend holds." He glanced meaningfully at Harry. "Hey. All right," Harry sighed, "Kincaid, Hatman, get them out. We'll hold the fort." I, the professor tipped his hat, looking amused at the nickname, before helping Kincaid direct the thralls outside. Tanya stalked around the lobby, her footsteps not making a sound, even in combat boots. She slid her visor up with one hand, the other holding her pistol steady. "This vent should pull air into the basement," she pointed to a grate on the wall, before pulling a canister out of one of her pant pockets. "Shall I?" "Probably best to wait until we're ready to head down," Harry cautioned. "Don't want to give them too much time to react." In the meantime, Murphy had checked the security room. "The basement cameras can't pick up anything with the lights off," she reported. "Damn vampires." "In that case, kill the cameras," Tanya suggested, nodding at Harry. "Right," Harry pulled together a bit of his magic, intent on shorting out the security system. "Isn't that going to tip them off?" Murphy asked. "Also feels weird acting like criminals," she muttered. Evidence. Tanya countered. The vampires also already know we're here, Harry replied. Fine, Murphy conceded, looking like she had sucked on a lemon. Of all the people here, she'd be the one getting into the most trouble if she was recognized. Hexes. The camera recorder popped and died. Kincaid and Darcy returned, sans the enthralled people. Sips secured, the professor reported, well, as much as thralls can be. Sips? Tanya asked, bemused. Somewhat important person. Harry snorted. Now the civvies are out of the way, Kincaid drawled, are we going in? Or are we hoping the vampires die of old age? Shall we? Tanya asked, palming her holy hand grenade. One sec, Harry cautioned, approaching the door to the basement and running his hand close to, but not touching the frame. He did not feel any power. Doesn't look like the door's warded, he announced. Harry turned and grinned at Tanya. Payback time, he growled. She pulled the pin, popped the vent open, and dropped the grenade down the vent. Thunk. Hiss. Kincaid kicked open the door to the basement and descended the stairs, the light at the end of his spear clicking on, partly illuminating the dark stairwell. Murphy followed him, then Tanya. Then it was Harry's turn, and he focused some of his will into his pentacle, casting the back of Tanya's jacket in a silvery glow. The phoenix on her back beamed silver in response. Harry closed one eye to avoid being blinded. Clough brought up the rear, and if Harry hadn't been able to see his shadow cast down by the ground floor lights, he might have forgotten the professor was there at all with how silent his movements were, even Tanya's clothes would have made some noise. They were halfway down the stairs when the screams started. Harry flinched, surprised by the sudden sound. Murphy also shifted uncomfortably. The other three were unfazed, just what had made Tanya so hardened. By the time they reached the bottom of the stairs the screams had devolved into panicked retching, inhuman shrieks turning into the sounds like gas-escaping corpses. Harry smirked. A fortress could turn into a death trap easy enough. It was too bad he could not watch Mavra's children burn. No, they were too cunning. This would probably not put all of them down, if any. It was still a bit of poetic justice. There was nothing waiting for them as they exited the stairway, just a dark empty room, stained with age, neglect and abuse, not unlike some of the people who had been staying here. Bits of trash and dirt littered the area, piling up in corners, probably shoved there by staff too apathetic to really properly clean. The musty smell did it no favors either. Clear, Murphy barked, not seeing any immediate threats. She tried the light switch by the stairs. It did nothing. The darkness and atmosphere, not to mention the pained groaning sounding from down the hallway, would have reminded Harry of a horror movie, but he knew what was making those sounds, and they deserved every last bit of suffering. Sounds like it worked, Tanya commented. Unless they're faking it, Kincaid muttered, spear sweeping cautiously in front of him, casting light in a wide cone. Can't be, Darcy whispered, I can hear their flesh melting. But this won't down them permanently, not if they are more than freshly raised. Were it so easy, Tanya sighed. She pointed to the closet near the stairs. Hostages. At least 5. I can sense their fear. Were it so easy indeed. Definitely a trap, Clough declared, Tommy gun at the ready. Yeah, Kincaid agreed. We should leave them there, get them out after we put down the vampires. We can't just leave them there. Harry objected. The closet couldn't be that big, hell's bells. We aren't, Tanya noted. We have to at least check on the kids, Harry cut her off. Murphy tensed. Damn. You're right, gotta be, with a closet that small, she spat. How unnecessarily cruel, Tanya grit out. Very clearly a trap, Darcy reiterated, scanning the otherwise empty room they were in. Wizard, are there any veils? Harry reached out with his senses, searching for any traces of magic. He found nothing, not even on the closet door. I don't sense anything, he replied with a shake of his head. There's no ward on the closet either. Cover me, Kincaid ordered, approaching the closet. Tanya and Murphy formed up next to him, weapons trained on the door. Harry tensed, pointing his paintball gun in that general direction. While he had protested Tanya's quip about his marksmanship, he was actually quite glad he couldn't accidentally hurt any of them. Clough trained his gun on the hallway, eyes glimmering silver in the dark. The mercenary stepped lightly to the door, spear in hand, cocking his head so his ear was almost against the dirty white wood. Apparently satisfied, he grabbed the door handle and threw the door open, his spear at the ready in a blink of an eye. But there was no need. No threat came from inside the closet. Instead, half a dozen children shrank away from the light on the spear. They were chained by the wrists and ankles to the wall, covered in filth and looked both miserable and terrible. Hell's bells, Harry growled, as Murphy sucked in a breath. The holy water grenade was nowhere near enough retribution. Mavra was going to pay. Kincaid and Tanya raised their hands simultaneously to call for a stop. There's a mine, Tanya reported. Of course the bastard would. Laser tripwire, Kincaid reported. We step in and everyone in the closet goes bye-bye. Unusually modern for the Black Court, the professor observed, still on overwatch. Clever bitch. Stay against the wall. We'll get you out, Harry tried to reassure the children. They did as he said, though he wasn't sure if it was fear or whether they actually believed him. Can we disable the mine? He asked Kincaid quietly. It's not one where you can put pressure on it or something, is it? No, Kincaid snorted. This isn't a World War II mine. I could hex it and short it out, Harry suggested, but Kincaid made a disapproving voice. No, cut the signal, it goes off. So what are our options? Tanya asked. Do you know how to disable the mine? Leaving out the Bolshevik Muppet solutions, Kincaid replied cautiously, I could still do it but there's no way I'm getting over there without setting off the tripwire. Tanya was silent for a moment, staring at the doorway. Yes, I see, you would not be able to fit between the lasers. I'm skinnier, Harry observed, maybe I could try. Tanya laughed lightly, no, Harry. You are quite large. It would be too tight a fit. Murphy coughed, probably because of the smell. What about you then? Harry returned. She shook her head. I could try, but my chest would complicate things. Oh, yeah that makes sense. I'll do it, Corinne volunteered. She was the smallest of their group. Whole thing's a bad idea, Clough cut in, still eyeing the corridor warily. I can hear them being quiet, he said. They're probably waiting for someone to set it off or be busy trying to disarm it so they can rush us. We can't just leave them here. Murphy exclaimed. Not with the mine. That has to be dealt with at least. We aren't going to leave them, Tanya reassured. But we cannot save them if we get ourselves killed. Murphy's right, Harry countered. We have to at least get rid of the mine, or else they'll be in danger. The vampires are the main danger, Tanya argued. The children are restrained so they cannot set off the mine, which helps deter the vampires as much as us. They are as secure as we could hope for at the moment. Tanya, Harry sighed. She had a point, but it didn't sit right with him to leave the kids without helping them. She sighed. I suppose drawing them down this hallway also suits our purposes, not to mention ensuring the vampires won't hurt them further. True, Clough agreed. Better than trying to fight them in their coffin room. They did this because they knew you would want to save them, Kincaid growled. This will play right into their hands. He glanced down the hallway carefully. If we play on their terms, we're fucked. Then we do not, Tanya replied, drawing another grenade from one of her pockets. We have a way of forcing them to come to us, or attempt fleeing through other means. You have more of those? Harry asked, face breaking into a savage grin. Knew I could count on you. What did you expect? Tanya asked with an amused tilt of the head. You were the one who requested Father Forthill bless a 5-gallon jug. The professor snorted, but composed himself nearly instantly. That will hurt the vampires, but won't affect the Renfields much. Without the vampires to guide them, how effective are the Renfields? Tanya asked. Still dangerous, Kincaid answered. Though not directed, so easier to deal with, he conceded. Did you see a receiver on the mine? Clough asked. Won't matter if they can detonate it remotely, or just bowl past us. Kincaid shook his head. Surely the mine would at least injure a Black Court. Tanya inquired skeptically. Sure, the mercenary drawled, but killing the hostages might just be worth the spite for them. Then we seal them in, Harry declared softly. Toss the holy air fresheners, then I block the hallway with a shield. He grinned. Lock them in a little gas chamber. Using old enemies' tactics against new ones. Clough muttered. Might work. I like that idea, Kincaid commented, less risk to us. Still, stay sharp, the professor cautioned. They are not stupid and they have ears. As if on cue, something shifted in the shadows at the end of the hallway. Contact front. The world's loudest typewriter sounded in Harry's ears as de Rossi opened fire with his Tommy gun, the flash of gunfire shedding light on the crumpling form of a dark hound. Tanya hurled her grenade down the hall, holy water mist trailing after it, the droplets reflecting the flash of gunfire. Kincaid placed himself next to Harry, spear at the ready. 2 more grenades followed the first. Get the shield up, Dresden, the mercenary yelled. Harry blinked the stars out of his eyes, ears ringing from the sound of gunfire, but complied. He let his anger boil to the surface, stroking the rage to fuel his magic as he pumped wool into his shield bracelet and thrust out his left hand, tossing his staff to his right hand. Munio. A translucent blue barrier formed in place in front of him and Kincaid, sealing off the rest of the basement, the aerosolized holy water contained by the wall. He winced as something slammed violently into the shield with a growl. The sounds of vampires in pain began again, and Harry smiled, throwing more of himself into the shield as several other things rammed into it. It did not give. An impossible wind roared from within, sending the mist hurtling back towards them, but it could not fully bypass the barrier. The wind broke against Harry's will and was funneled back into the darkness, taking the holy mist with it. The screams grew in intensity. The sound of pounding feet. Pain lanced through Harry's head as a blamp smashed its face into the shield, exposed flesh boiling away in the blessed air, alight with silver fire. Its mutilated jaw hung open, letting out a rasping groan as it slammed itself into the barrier again and again, undead lungs too damaged to scream. Fuck, that's ugly, Kincaid muttered, still tensed in anticipation of the shield failing. It wasn't pretty, but it sure was satisfying. A part of Harry felt giddy, and he laughed. Laughed at the disintegrating vampire as it finally collapsed. The Darkhounds continued their fruitless attempts, weakening themselves as they broke themselves against the barrier. Another vampire ran into the shield, this one lacking the strength for more than a few blows. A third one didn't even make it to the barrier. Shit! Kincaid cursed, peering into the darkness with more acuity than humanly possible. Mavra's awake. Indeed, little lapdog, the thing's voice grated on Harry's ears, strangely loud in the sudden quiet as the Darkhound slunk away. Oh! I must say, your viciousness impresses me, Mavra continued, a small gust circling around her and pushing the mist away from her. Though I wonder how you handle your preferred weapon used against you. Kincaid backpedaled suddenly. Flamethrowers. Harry blinked, finally spotting the blue flicker of pilot lights. Twin streams of fire cascaded over his shield and the temperature in the hallway suddenly spiked. Harry's shield was excellent at stopping physical objects, it even turned back the fire. But it did not stop the heat. Harry screamed in pain and fury as his hand burned. It wanted to play with fire. He channeled the agony and threw every bit of will he had into his shield, sending it rocketing forwards away from him and slamming into the Renfields holding the flamethrowers. When did he end up on the ground? Harry blinked up at the ceiling groggily. The shield. He tried to sit up but only managed to lift his head. The hallway was burned and on fire and it was not his fault. The charred remains of the Renfields were scattered across the floor and walls. Someone was pulling him back. Tanya? Stay with me. Her voice tickled his ears. Okay. That sounded good. A Darkhound leapt through the flaming hallway, only to be struck with a hail of bullets, falling to the ground, its head separated from its body. The gunfire was kind of quiet, weird. Or maybe it was just the ringing in his ears drowning everything else out. A brute of a man charged through the flames, only to impale himself onto Kincaid's spear, his axe swinging wildly over the mercenary's head. There was a flash of fire and the incendiaries set the Renfield alight. Tanya slipped something into his mouth and he bit down on it reflexively. It tasted metallic. A rush of energy filled him like a shot of adrenaline and Harry sucked in a breath, almost swallowing the metal strip. Ow! His hearing returned gradually and he blinked his vision back into clarity, buoyed by the sudden influx of life energy, just in time to see Kincaid hurling the burning Renfield into one of the fires. The flamethrower tanks must have exploded. That explained the pain. He looked down and cringed as agony exploded across his exposed skin. His left hand was badly charred and the smell of burnt flesh filled his nostrils. He tried to ask if the vampires were dead, but he couldn't manage more than a pained grunt. 3 blacks, 4 dogs, 4 Renfields down, Tanya reported, her voice oddly clear despite the ringing. How many more were there? From down the hallway, Mavra stepped into the red glow cast by the burning fuel. It was wearing the same tattered Renaissance dress and hefting a large axe in one hand. Flames flickered in its dead eyes as it raised the axe. Kill them all. 2 more Renfields charged out of the smoke, guns blazing. Kincaid staggered, dropping his spear but drawing 2 guns in the same motion and returning fire. Gunfire sounded from behind Harry as Clough and Murphy let loose themselves. Tanya dropped into a crouch, setting Harry down with one hand while her pistol roared in the other. As tough as they were, the Renfield on the left collapsed under the weight of fire, its head falling separate from the rest of its body, its face a red ruin. The one Tanya shot no longer had a head. With a frustrated cry, Mavra wound up and hurled the axe, sending it whirling end over end at Harry. Tanya leapt out of her crouch, shooting forward in a mesmerizingly sinuous motion and catching the axe midair, following its momentum into a spin, before sending it flying back towards the sender. Before she could steady herself, another Darkhound was on her, leaping from behind one of the fires. The impact knocked her to the ground, the hound's jaw snapping violently on air as Tanya shoved it away from her throat. Damn it, Harry! Move! He struggled into a crouch, gritting his teeth at the pain. Bang! The Darkhound jerked as Murphy unloaded her shotgun into it, blasting away flesh and bone from the canine skull. Taking advantage of the opening, Tanya dragged the Darkhound off of her and slammed it into the ground. Murphy blasted its head apart with another shot. Mavra lunged from the shadows. Murphy turned, but too slow. Harry fired the paintball gun still clutched in his right hand wildly. Somehow, the stream of paintballs impacted the vampire square in the chest, bursting in a spray of garlic and holy water. And stars and stones did it work. Harry's eyes boggled as the toy gun ripped through Mavra's chest like a fire hose through paper, stopping the charging vampire dead. Murphy blew its head off. The re-dead corpse collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, and there was a moment of sudden quiet, punctured only by the sound of fire. Can I keep it? Wait, no. He was getting distracted. Harry coughed, throat dry. Gotta get the kids out before the fire gets worse. Firstly, is that all of them? Tanya asked around a metal strip of her own, eyes glowing an attractive silver in the dark. The leader is down, Clough commented, reloading his gun. And I can't hear anything else but the fire. He stared at the metal strip in Tanya's mouth with an odd look in his own silvery eyes. I also cannot detect any more hostiles, Tanya mused, kicking Mavra's corpse. But this is not the one that attacked me last night. She gestured to the other 3 piles vaguely human-shaped scorch marks on the floor. Nor was it any of them. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Are you saying Mavra got away? He asked softly through grit teeth. Canny old bitch, Kincaid muttered. If she could do the talk-through minions trick, she might never have been here to begin with. They were acting rather blatantly, Clough observed. A blood drive? That's something I would do. Fuck. Harry cursed, slamming his staff on the floor. It would pay. One day. He glared at the destroyed corpses of part of her scourge. At least they took care of them. We need to get the kids, then get out of here, Murphy interjected. Theorize about the vampire puppet thing later, someone's definitely called 911 by now. Let the bomb squad handle the mine, Kincaid grunted, staunching his chest wound with duct tape. Wait, what? They would not notice the infrared lasers, Clough cautioned. And it might be best if the Hellhound and I confirm the basement is clear. He eyed Harry's injury skeptically. See if you can come up with a way to handle the mine. You're in no shape to fight. Harry nodded absently, slumping against the wall and leaning on his staff. Okay. Yeah. Ow. He glanced at Kincaid, who was walking off getting shot much better than a normal human would be. The mercenary snorted. I agree with the lobsterman. Don't feel too bad, wizard. That shield saved our hides. The 2 old hitmen stalked forward through the fires, Kincaid leading with his spear and Rossi covering him. Damn unfair, Murphy sighed as they faded from view, being able to shoot like that. It was an impressive degree of precision, Tanya agreed. She shook her head. But how can we disarm the mine? I don't believe any of us has experience with such explosives. Murphy shook her head. I can crawl under the laser, she offered with a slight grimace. I am the smallest one here. Aside from the children, Tanya replied. But we can hardly expect them to disarm the mine. They are shackled to the wall, Corinne pointed out. Tanya paused in thought. She turned to look at Harry, then frowned. How is the pain? She asked, crouching down to inspect his wounds. You will probably have to visit the hospital after this. My God! Murphy exclaimed. Your hand. Harry glanced down and fought down the urge to puke at the sight of his hand. Angry red burns covered the entirety of his left hand, making it look more like boiled meat than living flesh. Hell's bells. The shield blocked physical objects, but not heat, Tanya observed. Yeah, Harry gasped out. Gotta get that fixed. Is that really a priority right now? Murphy asked carefully. No, you're right, Harry sighed. Don't think crawling under the laser is a great idea. Then we will need a method to manipulate it at a distance, Tanya concluded. Can you do that? Corinne asked Harry. I know you can throw things around. He shook his head. I don't have that level of precision, especially not now. Could you project a shield around the mine? Tanya theorized. Set it off and contain the explosion. She cocked her head thoughtfully. Or perhaps try hexing it thoroughly. Wouldn't that set it off? Harry asked, remembering what Kincaid said. Quite possibly, Tanya replied. Unless you could also disable the trigger mechanism. I think the shield is the best bet, Harry groaned. Not sure if I'm up for it though. Shaping the shield around the mine would be a bit tricky even if my everything didn't hurt. At least your tongue appears to have come out intact, Tanya observed with a slight smile. I would sorely miss it if you lost it. Ha, Harry chuckled. Glad you approve. If you aren't up for it, Corinne cut in, an annoyed edge to her voice, then I'll crawl under the laser. It would be best if you simply lay flat and someone slid you through, Tanya suggested. That would keep you as low to the ground and as flat as possible, with less chance of accidentally triggering the mine. Do we know if Murphy can get through? Harry asked. We can't exactly see the laser. I can estimate where they are, if I try hard enough, Tanya replied. But I agree with the professor that it is risky. She handed Harry another metal strip. If he was going to try a shield, then he would probably need the boost. What exactly are those? Murphy asked, eyeing Tanya suspiciously. Storage for life energy, Tanya answered smoothly. It allows me to recover from injuries, and keeps a normal human going, not unlike stimulants such as coffee. What's the catch? Karan shot back. Tastes a bit stale for me, Tanya explained. For Harry, it will be like a caffeine crash. Quite an ingenious bit of magic there, Clough observed, he and Kincaid reappearing out of the shadows. The professor's eyes looked distant. Could do a lot of good. The Blamps are dealt with, Kincaid declared. Found 4 coffins, and 4 sets of remains. He grinned toothily. That mist really did a number on them. My wife is ever so clever, de Rossi smirked. Given your wife's a merchant of death, got any ideas how to deal with mine now the other trap is dealt with? Harry asked. Quickly if possible, Murphy snapped. We're still on a timer. The professor took his fedora off with one hand and fanned himself for a moment. What about a magic circle? He suggested. That would allow you to anchor a shield around it, or perhaps age it to oblivion. That wasn't a bad idea, actually. Why was it that he was getting so many good magic ideas from the White Court? Sure, Kincaid scoffed. Doesn't change the problem of getting past the tripwires. Once we do that, might as well just disarm the thing normally. I can walk you through the process. Tanya hummed. Dresden is quite good at enchanting rope, she noted, giving Harry a thoughtful look. Could you close a circle using a wire or something of the sort? Might work, Harry mused. Might not be the best for a shield though. Seriously, what did he say? Why was everyone else looking at him weird again? Could you use that circle to drop the mine into the Never Never? Clough suggested. Less risk to us, Kincaid shrugged. Sounds like a plan, Harry said. Harry fished some wire out of his backpack, poured some of his will into it, and snaked a section across the floor with his magic, closing a circle around the mine. Then with a flicker of a portal, the mine was gone. That done, Harry slumped, the exertion of the day sapping the strength out of him, not to mention the lack of sleep, as oddly refreshing as it had been. Tanya helped steady him while Murphy freed the terrified children. Despite their obvious fear, none of them made a sound. Harry tried not to think about that. I've heard tales of your skills, Clough commented, but I still find myself impressed. That shield, plus the mist, Kincaid added, something like caution in his eyes. Haven't really seen a wizard cut loose quite like that before. Yes, it was very impressive, Tanya agreed, a pleased lilt to her voice that Harry couldn't help but feel flattered by. Just do try not to wear yourself out so much. No promises, Harry scoffed. Kincaid and de Rossi shared an unreadable look. What should we do with the kids? Murphy asked, a few of the children hiding behind her. St. Mary's, Harry replied. Father Forthill will have a better idea of what to do. That one is a dangerous man, Clough observed. Though a dutiful one. All right, Karan started. Let's get out of this basement before more things catch fire. Ebenezer met them outside the shelter, eyeing Tanya and de Rossi suspiciously. His eyes widened at the sight of the children and Harry's burns. We need to get you to the hospital. Harry shook his head. We need to get the kids to St. Mary's and Father Forthill. His old mentor nodded. I know of him. Good man. He and Murphy began loading the petrified kids onto the back of the truck, setting them down on a thermal blanket and placing another one over top of them. Harry stumbled as pain lanced through his wounds, but Tanya caught him before he could fall. You do need medical attention, she hissed. Let the others get the children to safety. Tanya, I'm fine. Harry lied. Get them to safety first. Kincaid exited the shelter, dressed in workman's clothes with a half-filled garbage bag thrown over his shoulder. As I see it, the contract is done. You satisfied with this? He eyed Harry speculatively. Yeah, Harry nodded. Should have specified Mavra herself, but we've cleared out the threat for now. You are too generous, Tanya groused. He can be generous to my bank account, Kincaid rolled his eyes, handing Harry a business card. It had an account number and a sizable bill. Youch. He eyed Harry's injuries and then glanced at Tanya. I'm not in a rush. Get the money to me by next Tuesday, and we'll be square. He turned away, then paused, glancing over his shoulder. You can keep the paintball gun, Gratus. Consider it a gift for tanking a fireball. He got in his van and left. E.B. and Murphy finished loading the kids into the truck, and Harry stumbled over towards them, shrugging off Tanya's attempt to help. He had his pride, damn it. As he leaned against the truck, Tanya fished her phone out of her pocket. She glanced at the number and raised an eyebrow before picking it up. Hello Carolina. The person on the other end of the line shouted something and Tanya's eyes widened in horror. Inari was what? A/N. As much as it was anticipated, Tanya did not actually go rip and tear, as this was a tactical operation. Hopefully the results were satisfying enough not to be too disappointing on that front. On another note, as I was writing this, the fact that Karan and Tanya overlap significantly in the role of badass female friend made avoiding the two of them working together look like a sort of comparison to put down Karan a little tricky. Murphy is still a very impressive human, but in this case she is working with a team full of superhumans, and Harry. This is also a point where she is quite rattled as she has begun to realize the extent of the supernatural threats outside of her control, not to mention her family dropping the situation with her sister on her, which makes things even worse for her. I do not intend for this to be Murphy bashing, so hopefully it does not come across as such. Either way, with a few supernatural operators demonstrating to her how big of gap there can be, especially with a much more relevant comparison, Murphy will try upping her game in the future. Chapter 19, Interlude, Freedom of Press. Chapter Text. Interlude, Freedom of Press. August 2004. Carolina Ostro hadn't really considered becoming a journalist when she was younger. It was a job that her family held in thinly veiled contempt, calling them propagandists or just mouthpieces for the state. Growing up, Carolina had realized that in the US, journalists did actually speak against the state fairly openly, so there was some real freedom there, but there were still things they refused to talk about. It seemed to her that most were just the mouthpiece for whatever ideology they were a part of instead of just for the state. They all read their lines a little too well for her to believe they were as capable of the independent thinking as they claimed they were. Interning at the Midwestern Arcane for the summer had changed that assumption, but not really for the better. It turned out that a tabloid was about as questionable internally as its headlines were publicly. Even so, it had been an interesting experience so far. Even if she had applied while drunk, why did they hire her? Since the Arcane was a newspaper mostly printing articles about paranormal nonsense, most of the people working there either complained constantly while waiting for their next paycheck, or were extremely strange and actually believed what they were peddling. Most of her co-workers were relatively pleasant in general, once you got past the whining, but a lot of them were prone to fits of rage, especially about how no one reputable would hire them after working for this kind of paper. Carolina did not really understand that. Why wouldn't other newspapers want to hire people with clear experience in making shit up? That was their whole point, wasn't it? At least that's what the boss said. The boss was really weird. First of all, he looked a bit like an attempted Elvis impersonator, probably going through more hair gel than Carolina could reasonably buy. He also seemed to actually enjoy when people argued with him, and not just because he liked to argue. Screaming fits that would get you fired anywhere else would just get a laugh. One person even got a raise out of it. Probably the weirdest thing was that the boss was in a constant argument with the editors about letting the writers publish very strange articles as long as they had proper sources or labeled their piece as wild speculation, something about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Carolina had never seen an executive argue in favor of one of his employees writing a blatantly insulting article about him, especially after breaking the punching bag he kept in his office over it. As weird as that was, Carolina definitely approved. Being able to take criticism, not to mention keeping controlled after such a low blow, was a sign of a respectable leader. The inability to stomach criticism was often a sign of being unfit for office, whether because of moral failings or incompetence. To make matters worse, he was also uncomfortably handsome. With slicked back black hair, very expressive green eyes and a face and body that looked like one of those Roman statues come to life, he was very easy on the eyes. That alone might be what was keeping some of the employees at the paper. Jaden was pretty good looking, but John Joseph Jenkinson was on a whole different level. It was honestly a little unnerving, how good he looked. Funny that was the thing that bothered Carolina most about her boss, and not his constant cursing. That did unnerve some of the other employees though, like Sally, one of the paper's reporters, who was scared enough that she had jumped at the opportunity to foist delivering her ideas to Jenkinson onto the intern. Carolina, not knowing any better, had delivered the forms for her. After that, a lot of people in the office had decided to saddle the intern with extraneous paperwork. And as inexperienced as she had been, it turned out that entry-level work didn't actually require much in the way of special skills. Fetching things for the permanent employees and filing paperwork just required being a functioning human. Helping them collect and source information or even helping them write their articles did take some skill though. Carolina had assumed that more native speakers of English wouldn't need much help writing their own language, but it turned out that even they had trouble keeping track of the inconsistent grammar. Funnily enough, she felt her English had actually improved faster doing this than taking classes, and she was the one being paid for this. Her dad was right, cursing helped you learn. Great. Now her co-workers' ranting habits were rubbing off on her. Carolina shook her head as she reached the door to Jenkinson's office. She paused as she heard the sound of his wheezing laughter through the door, slightly muffled. Looks like he was in a meeting. But not a serious one, since he was laughing. Probably. It was sometimes hard to tell with him. Well, she needed to get him this paperwork anyways, so Carolina shrugged and knocked on the door. Doors unlocked? Jenkinson shouted. Just like it always is. Supposedly because he had nothing to hide, which was probably just implying that he wasn't dumb enough to keep anything incriminating or particularly valuable in his work office. Carolina shouldered her way into the door, shuffling awkwardly to avoid spilling the stupid papers all over the floor. "Oh, and who is this?" a soft, sexy voice breathed, sounding like one of those camera whores popular in various movies. "I don't believe I've seen this cute little thing around here before." Carolina glanced up from the stack of papers in her arms and glared at the new person, before blinking in surprise. Jenkinson was a bit too handsome, but whoever this woman was, she was uncanny. Her hair was a pleasant sandy brown, about shoulder length and left loosely framing her face. Her skin was pale and perfect, without a blemish in sight, and her body definitely looked like it came off of one of the big-name actresses, though for some reason Carolina was sure that cosmetic surgery hadn't made this one. As if flaunting her really weirdly perfect beauty, this woman was dressed in a tight-fitting red sweater that barely reached her legs and had a cutout to expose half her chest, complemented by long dark boots with notable heels, one crossed over the other where she sat primly in a guest chair. To top it all off, pale blue eyes flickered impishly with amusement at the interruption. The only people Carolina knew that could match her were Tanya or Inari, and they probably wouldn't wear that. Now that she thought about it, the twins were pretty uncannily pretty too, but she'd just gotten used to it. Sorry boss, didn't realize you had a call girl over," Carolina blurted. "I'm not here for that kind of business," the woman purred, a slight smirk twisting her pink-painted lips. Though if John is interested in an encounter of that sort, she eyed her host meaningfully. Carolina wasn't entirely sure if it was teasing or serious. "It's what everyone would assume anyways," Jenkinson shrugged, leaning back in his chair, arms folded behind his head. "Could even pretend it was consulting or something, maybe even count it as a business expense." He grinned, not deterred at all by the other woman's rolled eyes or Carolina's obvious confusion. The possible call girl sniffed haughtily, tilting her nose up in disdain. "I am not a commodity," she scoffed. "Of course. You're a luxury," Jenkinson shot back with a shit-eating grin. The woman groaned, making a sound that would probably distract Jayden for about 10 minutes, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a few delicate and expertly manicured fingers. "Why do I subject myself to your presence?" she grumbled rhetorically. "I can leave if you two want to continue flirting," Carolina interjected. "I can bring the paperwork later." "Oh," the possibly a whore laughed, "but I always love an audience." While she wouldn't describe herself as a prude, that was just a bit weird for Carolina. It must have shown on her face, as Jenkinson laughed uproariously. "Cat got your tongue, Polak?" he snickered. "Come on. I expected a lot more grouching from you. What the hell did you want me to say?" Carolina growled. "Shut up and kiss." Now, the woman drawled, "let's not be too hasty here." "There you go." Jenkinson crowed. "See, I told you I found an interesting intern." He gestured for her to hand him the stack of papers. Carolina dumped them unceremoniously on his desk. One with quite a fetching accent, the annoying and still not introduced occupant of the room commented. "I like it. Bitch." "Carolina," Jenkinson said, flipping through one page after another, "meet I leaned over." He gestured towards his guest. A not well-known but quite influential mover and shaker. That couldn't possibly be her real name. Carolina strode over to her boss and dumped the stack of papers on his desk, narrowing her eyes at the woman. "Believe it or not," Jenkinson drawled, "she doesn't work in porn." Ms. Dover snorted, nose in the air. "Of course not. I would not subject myself to such tawdry work." "Though she does have some connections in that industry," the boss noted, narrowing his eyes at one particular piece of paper. "Speaking of which," he waved it at the two of them. "Looks like Sally's caught on to the same thing you were talking about." Leaned over. "Oh, 'twas nothing," Eileen dismissed with a wave of her hand. "I already had a finger on this pulse months ago." "What exactly are you getting out of this?" Carolina asked. "Why do you want whatever story this is about to get out?" "Why, a lady must keep some secrets," Dover smirked, looking smug for no good reason. "Bah! Ladies don't exist in this country." Jenkinson scoffed. "At least not officially. There's no nobility allowed here." Eileen snorted, "I'm sure I could convince someone otherwise, but that is neither here nor there. Are you going to get to the goddamn point? Or are you just trying to mess with me?" Carolina groused. "Yes," Jenkinson declared unhelpfully, sliding a piece of paper over to her and tapping on it. "Sally and Eileen both heard about this poor cursed porn film attempt. Thought it might have been just an excuse to visit a porn set, but check this out." He pointed out a particular line. "They actually hired an honest-to-God wizard." My, Ms. Dover tittered. "That must be so scandalizing for the old man." No, get this," Jenkinson continued. "They hired Harry Dresden, the young, strapping wizard doing pie jobs out of an office like some detective novel. Wasn't that the name of Tanya and Inari's friend?" Oh my, Eileen mused breathlessly, the firebrand. Called him to stop the curse, I'd bet, Jenkinson continued. I know of the guy. Dated one of my best employees at one point. Guy's a total romantic. Is that so? Dover breathed, eyes lighting up like a whore getting an appointment with a rich client. Oh yeah, Jenkinson confirmed. Susan got so many stories off of him since they were dating. He shrugged. Too bad about Susan, she managed to find some real good stuff. Reporters, Eileen sniffed. So naive and arrogant, they are. Freedom of press does not mean immunity to danger. I swear, Jenkinson scowled, I've got a bunch of vultures working for me looking for some big break to springboard their careers. Don't they realize the irony in that? How can you be a watchdog if you act just like the people you're supposed to catch? Yes, yes. Reporters aren't the press is print, or TV, blah, blah, blah. Carolina shouted. You tell us that at least once every single day. She threw up her hands in frustration. I brought you the papers, so you two fuck or whatever. I'm gonna go. She turned and headed for the door. Hold on, Carolina. She paused, turning to look at her boss with a raised eyebrow. He laced his fingers together on his desk, giving her a more serious look than she had ever seen him use before. I had honestly expected you to blow up about the vulture nest making you do all this grunt work a lot earlier. He smiled crookedly. But you actually seem to have made the most of it. Carolina narrowed her eyes at him. What are you getting at? I know you don't really want to be a reporter, Jenkinson continued. But you've got a decent head on your shoulders, and aren't as lazy as most of the vultures I've got left. He tapped the piece of paper. This is something big. His face broke out into a disgustingly handsome smile and he steepled his fingers over the page. If Sally is too lazy to hand me this herself, I think it's about time our intern has a shot at things. How is this a big story? Carolina asked skeptically. Jenkinson smiled, resting his chin on his hands. You're smart enough. Figure it out. I'm not sure I want to help peddle some dumb shit to get dumb people interested, Carolina muttered. Not to mention it seems a bit fucking rude to nose around about people that died and ask if it was something spooky. Oh ho, Eileen chortled, giving Carolina a teasing look. Do a few naked actors bother your pretty little head? The whore shifted her legs indecently again, like a, well, whore. I'm sure you'll find that there's more than meets the eye going on here, Jenkinson assured. Carolina narrowed her eyes. They were baiting her into doing this. They totally were. She would not give in and give them the satisfaction. Just imagine Sally's face, Jenkinson smirked. I'll save a picture of it for you if you can get me pictures of that werewolf. And that is how Carolina found herself knocking on the door to a porn set. Her parents were going to kill her. Lena? What are you doing here? Inari. What the fuck are you doing here? While she was one of the last people Carolina expected to see on a porn set, it was just like Inari to decide to help out weird people. Apparently she actually saved someone's life. Well, honestly, the people here weren't that weird, they mostly seemed like normal people who happened to do porn. That Bobby guy even reminded her of Jaden a bit. Suddenly, there were gunshots, screaming and then there were police all over the set, which kind of made trying to be a reporter hard, since the cops kind of took precedence. Oddly enough, while some of them gave her wary looks, most of them seemed pleased with her for some reason. Carolina didn't think she was doing anything worth mentioning, she had just politely asked the officers whether it would be appropriate for her to ask questions. They asked her to wait, but seemed surprised when she did. Why would she pick a fight with people who could shoot her? Apparently the red-haired tramp who had pulled a gun on someone would. She must be dumb. Why would you try shooting someone while wearing almost no clothes if you could avoid it? Then another woman showed up who apparently almost died the day before. So, eventful week then. Carolina asked her more attractive friend. She hadn't seen Inari as often since they had gone to different colleges, and mother of God did Inari grow up. Carolina would like to say she wasn't an envious person, but it was a bit hard not to feel any envy. Inari and Tanya seemed like they had it all, money, looks, brains, and hell, even personality. But they were a bit too nice for Carolina to resent them, and if she did, Inari would notice and ask her about it, help her work through her emotions, and then Tanya would notice and suggest some plan to get her a place where she could feel better about herself. They were, something else. Kinda, Inari demurred, rubbing the back of her head. Yesterday was pretty rough, and this isn't my first choice of places to be, but overall my week could have been worse. She smiled, looking a bit childish for someone as tall as she was, though her bright cheer was, a little dimmer than Carolina remembered. That bad, hey. Despite being a bit of a spoiled rich kid, Carolina had never found Inari to be a pampered princess, so if something was bothering her, it had to be really bad, like that time Tanya got jumped. Did they ever catch that fucker? It was bad, Inari sighed, before perking up, which made Carolina feel even shorter. She was average height, god damn it. Though Tanya and I did finally get a chance to talk through some stuff we really should have talked about a long time ago. What? That both of you kind of have really skewed ideas of what's normal? Carolina asked, only partially joking. Hehe, Inari ducked her head in embarrassment. Yeah, a little bit of that. Oh. Congrats. Now Carolina felt a little bad for asking. While it was pretty funny when looking at it from the outside, it couldn't be that comfortable of a conversation to have. Especially if the chatter from the staff about the gunfight outside was true. Wait a minute, Carolina began accusingly, did you get caught up in a gunfight yesterday or something? Bobby said that Inari had run outside after they heard gunshots, which was a really bad idea, even Carolina knew that. A little, Inari admitted bashfully. I missed most of it. How are you so calm about this? Carolina barked. She opened her mouth but Inari shushed her with an intense look in her eyes. Carolina complied, shocked by the sudden 180. Please don't ask, Inari requested, deadly serious. It was a chilling look, one that even Tanya probably couldn't match, as Inari's imperfect mask made the intense feelings it covered leak through threateningly. Okay. Carolina replied calmly, she did not squeak in fright. What else could she say to that look? It didn't help that Inari could probably fold her in half if she wanted to. Carolina was not nearly as fit, and quite a bit smaller, in multiple ways. Thank you, Inari shot her a closed-eye smile and Carolina shivered, nodding automatically. No one was ever going to believe her if she told them Inari could be more intimidating than Tanya. What about the, stuff that happened here, she asked, trying to change the subject as well as at least trying to do her job. I am kinda supposed to get a story on this. Oh, right. Inari perked up. You're interning at the Arcane. Congrats again by the way. And well, you definitely have a story here. Did you get hired permanently? I didn't think they'd send interns out by themselves. Thanks. Carolina replied awkwardly, still a bit unbalanced by Inari's familiar barrage of questions. She would make a great reporter. Curious, photogenic, earnest, and actually pretty damned good at explaining things. Though. You really think this thing was cursed? Oh no, the movie isn't cursed. Ah, right, she probably meant the story about people dying. Some of the people here were cursed. Wait, what? It's not like a bad luck jinx you see in movies, Inari continued, as if that was the most normal thing in the world. It's more like a lethal accident gun, someone had to fire it, instead of something that keeps on sticking to someone. This was not what Carolina expected her to say at all. How did the twins say stuff like this with straight faces? At least Harry seems to have blocked it today, and we were in time to save Giselle and Jake. Harry? That was the wizard, right? Wait, since when did Goody Two-Shoes Inari believe in that stuff? Wha, can you explain all that slowly, and from the beginning? Carolina asked pleadingly. Inari nodded. Well, magic is real and apparently there is a way to shoot a curse at people even if you don't have any magical potential yourself. You just ask some other dangerous thing to do it for you. And that's what probably happened here. What? So, if magic is real, do you think the Arcane is actually a serious newspaper in disguise? Carolina asked hesitantly, not sure what to believe. Well no, Inari explained, the Arcane is a double bluff. Most of the people working there are not told about the real deal, so when one of them manages to find something real, it's hidden among the silliness, plausible deniability and all that. How could she possibly know that? Her question must have shown on her face, as Inari scratched her cheek bashfully. Or at least, that's what Rosalina says. The ginger bitch? Carolina asked. How the hell does she know? Hey. Rude. Inari pouted, causing Carolina to mumble an apology. She was the only person able to make her feel bad about cursing. Alina's hair is more red than ginger. Wait, that was what she was focusing on. And bitch, that was her nickname. You're not mad I'm calling her names? Well, that's rude too, but Alina likes being called names. And she can be pretty mean sometimes. Wait. Carolina barked, that's not the point. Stop distracting me. Inari blinked, then perked up. Oh right. Her cousin once removed owns that paper, I think. That's how she knows. That, now that Carolina thought about it, she could see the resemblance between Jenkinson and Rosalina. They were both assholes, but assholes that fully expected other people to be assholes back, not to mention unfairly attractive. I see. It really made too much sense. On another note, it was a good thing that Inari only used her information network to help people. Her ability to remember and connect gossip together would be really nasty if put to crueler goals. Hold on, she was here for a job, not to chatter. Well, her job was to talk to people, but not like this. Not that Carolina cared too much about this job, but she wasn't going to give that bitch Sally something to be smug about. So, Carolina began, hating how her hesitancy made her sound so awkward. Where did you learn all this stuff about the curse from anyways? And how trustworthy is that information? What about the other people here? Do they know more? Inari, naturally, was unfazed by the barrage of questions and proceeded to describe a strange tale about jealous ex-wives worried about being cut off out of a rich man's inheritance when he married again, and instead of doing the reasonable thing of trying to reseduce their ex, decided to attempt using dark magic to kill the woman the rich man was marrying. Apparently, because they were stupid, and the rich man was not quite as stupid as he seemed, or maybe just experienced after marrying 3 gold-digging sluts, they did not know who he was marrying, and instead of doing some basic research, just decided to use process of elimination and kill women around him until they got their target. All of this Inari had learned from Tanya, who had figured it out while working with the wizard Harry Dresden, who was also her boyfriend. Carolina felt a headache growing as she wrote furiously to keep up with her friend. This was all a bit too much. Tanya and Inari believed in magic? Bimbo murder witches? Tanya had a wizard boyfriend. What the hell was happening? It should be easily dismissed as exaggeration, especially since most of Inari's information about the fantastical stuff seemed to have come from Tanya's wizard boyfriend, who may or may not be a fraud. The thing was though, as excitable as Inari was, and no matter how easy it was to underestimate her due to her fluffy friendliness, she wasn't stupid. Actually she was quite smart, and more importantly, Inari did not lie. But if this was a hoax, Inari would have to be wrong, which would mean Tanya had to have lied to her, and Tanya also rarely lied, and if she did, magical hoo-ha wouldn't be what she came up with. And there was no way Tanya would go for a man who was a fraud, she would figure him out instantly. But all that considered, either Harry Dresden had managed to fool both Tanya and Inari, so much so that Tanya of all people agreed to go out with him, or there was something weird going on. Hey Inari, Carolina interrupted Inari's explanation of this genus guy's romantic history. Did Tanya start acting weird once she met Harry? Inari paused, and Carolina felt a chill creep down her spine at the sad, but intense look in her friend's eyes. Harry helped her out after something bad happened to her. Her lips quirked up into an impish grin, her cheeks dimpling in a way that made her look childish despite her height. I think she may have fallen in love. Inari's eyes sparkled knowingly. Carolina snorted. Tanya, in love? That sounded ridiculous, but she had been around the super twins long enough that she had realized that the two of them were more similar in personality than they appeared. And he happens to have particularly useful skills. Yup. Inari chirped. That's probably a big part of why Tanya's so taken with him. Is being good in bed that particularly useful skill? Carolina snarked. Inari shook her head. That doesn't factor in for Tanya. She doesn't know how that works anyways. Hey. She used to be easily embarrassed by this kind of talk. Carolina snorted. Right, she'd need a spreadsheet or something to get off. Lena. Inari chided with mock outrage. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eye. You haven't seen how Tanya is around him. She bought new clothes by herself. Oh. She might actually be smitten then. Or this Harry could mind control people. Yet. And they look good on her too. It wasn't that Tanya didn't care about her appearance, but she never was that interested in attracting that kind of attention before. Deliberately. Tanya attracted a lot of that attention anyways. You sure this wizard guy isn't mind controlling her or something? Carolina asked suspiciously. Inari let out a sharp bark of laughter. It sounded a bit strained. Harry's not the one with the mind control, she replied, an odd tone in her voice. Carolina was going to have to investigate this Harry Dresden person more thoroughly now. Though, didn't Jenkinson mention he dated one of the Arcane's reporters for a while? Putting that aside for the moment, Carolina decided to go talk to some other people before she heard more things that made the world feel like it was turned upside down. One of the cops told her that they would make an official statement later, but humored her enough for her to learn that they had no information about any magical misdeeds. Not surprising, but Carolina wasn't sure if she should be glad that the police hadn't been part of a conspiracy to hide stuff like that from the general public or concerned that they didn't know. Or maybe it was too little to work with because it was just one guy. At first, Carolina was a little hesitant to talk with the other people there because the police were poking around, and the porn people also looked a bit nervous about talking to a reporter, but after she chatted with Inari, they warmed up to the intrusion almost instantly. It was a little weird. Some of the people, like the red-haired Emma and the gangly Giselle, seemed to think Inari was some sort of living saint, or something, though given that Inari had saved Giselle's life, Carolina guessed that it wasn't too weird for there to be a bit of hero worship. Also, that was a nasty-looking scar, and she had only been cut yesterday. Something didn't add up here. Her hand twitched, running a jagged line of ink across her notebook as it flailed her pen with the involuntary motion. She cursed under her breath, trying to ignore the itching feeling along her spine as she found out more and more suspicious things. Magic couldn't be real, but there was definitely something wrong going on here. Maybe it was the murder attempts, or the crazed red-haired telehorror who screamed like a drowning cat as she was dragged out by the police. Or maybe it was Tanya and Inari's slightly off behavior. Something fishy was going on here, and Carolina was going to get to the bottom of it, not because she had any journalistic spirit or anything, but because some of her first friends in this country could be in danger, or under duress. She kept her questions simple, letting the porn people talk most of the time, trying not to pay too much attention to the police watching her. They'd probably take her in for questioning or something, though she hadn't done anything wrong, so she didn't think they could arrest her, but it wasn't as if the police here always followed the law perfectly. From her inquiries, Carolina found that most of what she heard supported what Inari told her, or at least did not discredit it. Aside from a few people, like Bobby, a weirdly insecure porn star, and Jake, a less sleazy than expected porn star, most of them didn't say anything definitive about magic, but none of them laughed at her about it, mostly shrugging their shoulders in ignorance. For some reason, a few of them kept glancing at Inari when she asked that question. Carolina had figured out that her friend had saved Giselle's life, and that the lanky girl was well liked, but the level of deference the porn people gave Inari was weird. It reminded Carolina of the awkward kids at school who absolutely melted under any attention at all from the super twins, but that didn't make sense. Porn people couldn't be awkward, right? Their job should squeeze that out of them, if that had any to begin with. Not to mention that Inari was kind of like supermodel Mother Teresa, and definitely didn't think that pornography was healthy or moral. Oh wait, Inari wanted to become a doctor or a nurse, so it might be that she was asking them about the too much information stuff about what being in this job would do to their bodies. That didn't explain the almost reverent attitude though. What they told her about the Harry Dresden guy was a bit more concerning. Half of them seemed convinced that he was a mob hitman pretending to have a day job as a wizard private investigator, maybe he could do magic tricks of making people disappear, who had been hired to protect Inari after some rival gang started putting hits out on the staff for this particular porn movie. Most of the others seemed to think he was a private security guy who was canny enough to try doing some magic tricks to help calm their director down about a curse, and if she hadn't talked to Inari first, that was probably what Carolina would have believed. But she had, so what Jake and Bobby said refused her attempts at easy dismissal. The two porn stars said that Harry Dresden was some kind of magician or psychic pretending to be a security guy to help catch whoever was jinxing the movie. While neither of them seemed particularly bright, they also didn't seem super gullible either, even if Jake gave some sort of spiel about dispersing evil energy. Jake also mentioned that Dresden knew some level of first aid, and had saved him from being electrocuted by using magic to turn off the lights. What was this? Some kind of crappy horror film? Though, was Tanya involved with organized crime? It was always a bit of a joke among their friend group, given how rich and always traveling their father seemed to be, but that didn't explain all this talk about magic. Whatever the deal was, it involved two of Carolina's closest friends and put them in danger, so she'd be damned if she didn't get to the bottom of it. She even had a useful excuse. Wait, did Jenkinson know about all this? Maybe. Carolina would have to ask him about it, especially about this Susan person and especially interrogate him about Dresden. She probably had enough information here for a story, and she had a bunch of sources, even if questionable. Excuse me, miss. She blinked and looked up from her notebook, doing her best not to freeze as she saw the cop looming over her. How can I help you, officer? Did you say you were a reporter? He asked, giving her a curious look. It didn't seem hostile, but Carolina still tensed. Not really, I'm an intern at a newspaper, she answered truthfully. I just got sent here for this story cause my boss had some sort of object lesson for one of his reporters or something. Was it because your friend was here? He gestured towards Inari. Carolina shook her head. I didn't know she was here until I got to the front door. She frowned. Am I being interrogated? The cop raised his hands placatingly. Well, we would like to know if you have any information about this mess. He gestured to the notebook. Not to mention you may be able to help us check if these guys are trying to pull a fast one on us. He was cut off as something barked from his radio. One moment, miss. The policemen congregated together and began discussing something, growing gradually more agitated as they talked. Well, that wasn't good. Carolina tried to listen in, hoping something fishy wasn't happening. Just handed her over. Always knew. Why a porn star though, of all people? Did the crazy redhead escape? How? She was almost naked, hysterical, and wearing heels. There was some angry shouting from the front door and Carolina glanced over to see a couple police officers arguing with two very similarly looking people in identical suits. For some reason they reminded Carolina of a Barbie or a Ken doll, fake and a bit uncanny. Weird. Excuse me, Ms. Wraith, but we should go, a calm, professional voice cut into her attempt at eavesdropping. Antonio. Inari replied, standing up to greet the man in dark sunglasses and a suit that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Why are you here? To get you to safety, Of course, presumably Antonio replied. Carolina eyed his right hand, which hovered close to a suspicious bulge under his left shoulder. Okay. Maybe Tanya and Inari were mafia princesses or something. Fuck. Inari frowned. What do you mean? I'm fine, and everything seems to have been handled here. There was a shooting, it isn't safe here, the man insisted. Come on, you'll be safe back at the manor. You didn't come yesterday when there was a shooting, Inari commented. And the shooter today was caught and isn't here anymore. Antonio sighed. We should have come yesterday, but we were otherwise occupied. After last night, your father isn't taking any chances. Why are Jane and John arguing with the police? Inari narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Wait, did she not trust her father? The twins almost never talked about him. Carolina had assumed that he was just absent like a lot of rich people, but was there something more? They want to ask you questions about today's events, her bodyguard explained, but we do not believe that they will be able to guarantee your safety. What about all these people's safety? Inari shot back. I'm here because they needed someone with first aid experience. Father sent me here himself, so why are you trying to take me back all of a sudden? Well, I assume your father did not think there would be multiple shootings on a film set. If there's danger, then I don't want anyone here to get hurt either, Inari said. Maybe you can help the police keep an eye on things. It was more of a statement than a question. I'd be okay with that, Antonio offered, but your father was insistent. Is he calling Tanya back to the manor too? Inari asked carefully, causing the man to blink. Not that I know of, he mused. Which is a little strange. But we still need to get you to safety. I'm not going anywhere. Inari insisted. Not when someone might need my help here. Antonio sighed. That's very kind of you, but now that the authorities have been notified, they should have paramedics en route. Your friends will be fine. Why should I trust the police to protect them if my father does not? Inari accused. Does he have something to do with this whole murder spree? His bodyguard balked. Where did you hear that? Come on, he just wants you out of harm's way, nothing else. No, Inari declared, eyes blazing. There's something else he wants. Carolina stared. It should not have been surprising, Tanya was very assertive, so it made sense Inari was capable of doing that too, but she had never acted like this around her friends, instead always playing peacemaker. Antonio dipped his head in defeat. I would not be surprised if that were true, but he did not tell us anything. Perhaps you could call and convince him otherwise. Inari frowned, retrieving her phone from her pocket. She started as she flipped it open. Ah, nuts. It's fried. You can use mine, her bodyguard offered. But let's head out back, it's a little too noisy in here for a call. He looked meaningfully at the cops distracted by the Barbie hitman. Inari stiffened, glancing over her shoulder at the two creepy people in suits. Were they twins or something? Carolina watched her friend in concern as she bit her lip and glanced around. Why did Inari look scared? There was no way her father would hurt her, was there? Or was it? Oh. Carolina shivered. If Inari's father actually was a mafia boss, well, the chick who shot up the place she was at was likely not too long for the world. And the people who didn't protect her might get blamed. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Why did she come here again? Inari's gaze flicked from person to person, lingering a bit on Carolina, before landing back on the mafia suit twins, honing in on the suspicious shapes beneath the cloth on their shoulders. She closed her eyes and exhaled a long breath, clutching her crucifix with one hand. After a moment, she opened her eyes and straightened up, eyes glinting with determination. All right. Inari said. I'll go. Chapter 20, Coming of Age. Chapter text. Coming of Age. Tanya gripped her phone with a dangerous amount of force. Harry could see cracks forming in its casing. She went with my sire's men. She gasped. Where was Thomas? Oh. Harry froze. That was bad. Inari had to know that it was a trap, right? He wasn't there. That was worse. What could he possibly want with her? Tanya asked frantically, mostly rhetorically. She glanced up at Harry, eyes wide with concern. They both had a pretty good guess on what the old monster wanted. Murphy glanced at Harry, mouthing a question. Harry motioned for her to wait, focusing on the phone conversation. EB glanced between them carefully. Fear for her safety. Tanya muttered softly, eyes unfocused. That is a strange way of putting it. Sounds like a white court issue, Ebenezer observed. Come on Haas, let's get the kids to safety. Can you take them? Harry asked his mentor. Inari will need our help. God damn it Haas. Don't get involved with another court of vampires. EB barked. Remember what happened last time. Don't bring Susan into this. Harry shouted back. I damn well will if it gets you to understand how bad of an idea this is, his mentor growled. You're hurt, Haas. You're in no shape to meet, let alone play politics with Lord Wraith. Play politics? Tanya asked softly, slowly lowering her phone. No. We must rescue my sister. Haas, don't stick your neck out for a vampire, Ebenezer pleaded. It isn't worth the risk. Vampire. Tanya laughed. Inari is not a vampire yet. My sire is going to force it. Something clicked in her head and she furiously pressed buttons on her phone. Sir, Harry gritted out. He's going to rape his own daughter. There was a crunching sound as Tanya crushed her phone in her fist, her eyes wide, her whole body quivering with fear and rage. Ebenezer blanched, and Murphy's face twisted in horror. I'm such a fool, Tanya gasped, swaying on her feet. Harry caught her before she could fall, wincing as his burned hand protested painfully. He could deal with it, Tanya got burned every time they touched. Hey, Harry whispered, squeezing her arm encouragingly. Come on, you gotta focus, Tanya. It's not your fight, Haas. Ebenezer sighed. What the hell? Murphy burst out, fury burning in her eyes. He does what? He's the head sex vampire, Harry explained darkly, setting Tanya back onto her feet. They control people through sex, including each other. My God, Karin breathed, eyeing Tanya with horror in her eyes. You should go with them, Tanya urged Harry softly. Your elder is right. This is my business, and you are injured. The old wizard blinked, glancing between the two of them, before narrowing his eyes at the young lamp. Something seemed to connect in Murphy's head as Harry gauged their reactions and she smiled sadly. I'm not going to let a little pain stop me from backing you up, Tanya, Harry declared. You were there for me when I needed the help, I'm not going to abandon you when you need mine. I did not help you for altruistic reasons. And me helping you deal with your father is selfish too. It keeps you safe, that's what I want. Count me in too, Murphy chimed in, glaring at Ebenezer. They may be outside of the White Council's jurisdiction, but this is in mine. The old wizard's face contorted in a mix of complicated emotions, before smoothing out into resignation. You can borrow my car. The four of them whipped around to see Clough leaning against the shelter's wall, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Wouldn't that put you and your family at risk? Tanya pointed out. He smiled grimly. It will. Potentially. So there is a limit to what I can do to help. He gave Ebenezer a meaningful look. Similarly, if the Black Staff is openly involved, the war will open another front, which you cannot afford. Getting someone else to fight your battles, the Rossi. Ebenezer growled. Didn't take you for a coward. I would hardly call myself brave, Clough waved off. But surely you understand old Mario likes playing with his food. Harry blinked, did he just call Lord Wraith Mario? He's got a bit of an urge to lord it over his subjects, and his enemies, Clough added, one end of his mustache twitching upwards. A common trait of those with inflated egos, in truth. I am well aware, the old wizard snarled. But what are you even getting at? Do you think Mario would take his time if you or I came knocking? EB frowned, but ducked his head in acknowledgement. Even with that, he glanced at Harry, what makes you think he wouldn't treat Haas the same? The last time he strolled into a vampire's place, it burned down and they died. Please refrain from burning down our property before all of our employees have been evacuated, Tanya cautioned Harry reflexively, eyes still vacant. Hey, I don't burn everything. That is not the problem. Ahem, de Ross cleared his throat. I'd bet a bottle of Prohibition moonshine that Mario thinks little Tanya has young Dresden enthralled. He looked over to where the wizard in question hovered protectively over the younger white court woman. He may even be sort of correct. I would not do such a thing. Tanya objected. Compelled service is less effective than mutual agreement. She tilted her chin up challengingly. I do not have thralls, she spat. EB narrowed his eyes at her in disbelief. There was a glimmer of respect in Murphy's eyes, and Harry thought Michael would be proud. Clough kind of ruined the moment by laughing. Ha! He shook his head in amusement. That's the thing, you do, and all you've demanded of them is to better themselves. Tanya stilled, and Harry felt a shiver of unease run from his burnt hand. Quite ingenious, truly, the professor continued, helping create impressive individuals instead of just seducing already existing ones. He shrugged. Of course, Dresden here isn't one of them. He's protected, for now. Everyone glared at the professor. We don't have time for you to give us the runaround, Murphy hissed. Why of course, officer, Clough tipped his hat in response, flicking a set of keys to the small cop with his other hand. Take my car, or ride your motorcycles, if you want. Just keep in mind I've left a few useful tools in my ride. Don't think I'm driving a bike with this hand, Harry commented, trying to make light of his injury, or riding behind one of you. I'm sure you could manage with one hand, Tanya reassured, but this car would be more secure. She glanced at de Rossi. It is armored, correct? Naturally. The older white court nodded. I also have a trauma kit inside. Right then, Harry started. We gonna go? Let me retrieve some of my items from my motorcycle, Tanya asked softly. You are right, I need to focus. Haas, Harry's mentor began hesitantly. I should tell you something before you go. Alright then, shoot. In private. I'll show you my car, Clough said, waving Murphy towards the parking garage. EB opened the passenger side door of his truck waving for Harry to get inside. Don't worry, I won't kidnap you, he sighed. Even if it would be for your own good. Harry clambered in, holding his burnt hand against his chest, before closing the door after him. His mentor did the same on the driver's side. So what do I need to know? Ebenezer sighed again. A lot of things, Haas. A lot of things. He shook his head. But you're not going to sit and listen to another lecture before you go herring off after another pretty girl with a sob story, are you? Tanya's sister is going to be forced into killing her friend. Harry barked. That's not a sob story. I understand, the old wizard conceded. He glanced up and looked Harry in the eye, worry evident in his eyes. I don't want to lose another student to that old monster. Be careful, please. He won't have me, Harry declared. Wait, another student? Ebenezer exhaled slowly. Also, be careful about Kincaid. He's in the trade, and has been there for a long damn time. The mercenary trade. Almost every supernatural faction has people for dealing with their enemies. You're assassins, then, Harry accused. His mentor didn't deny it. What did he do to piss you off so much? There are proprieties between us. A line of professional courtesy, he crossed it in Istanbul. He's not human, then. EB shook his head. He is a scion, a child of a human and some supernatural creature. I figured, Harry replied. He's been around for longer than I have, his mentor continued. When I first met him, I still had hair, and he'd been serving the creature for centuries. Creature. The creature, Vlad Dracul, another half-mortal. Vlad Tepesh's father. Harry asked in surprise and some horror. Yes. That thing is formidable. Dangerous. Cruel. And Kincaid was his right hand for a long time. That's where he got the Hellhound moniker. And the Hatman. Clough de Rossi, Ebenezer mused, is an odd one. He didn't even have a warden file until the Great War when he tore through a ghoul clan in Flanders. From what Joe told us, he's been in the New World for centuries. The White Court was in America that long ago. Harry asked curiously. I thought their main power base was in Europe? Heck, they speak Etruscan. They weren't, his mentor replied. Oh. So he was kind of an outsider. And listen to Wines knows him. Joe respects him. Says he's cunning. And the Hellhound respects him too. Showing up out of nowhere and wiping out a ghoul clan is a hell of an entrance. Harry shrugged. Sure, but a lot of things could do that. Ebenezer chuckled. You know the Red Court is scared of you, right Haas? Doesn't feel like it. Oh, they are, the old wizard continued. You appeared out of nowhere and killed a rising noble while you were weakened and captured, then later dueled and almost won against a duke. So, de Rossi's like me. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. I wouldn't go that far, EB frowned. But he is dangerous, and we can't be certain about his motives. He seemed quick enough to help here, Harry pointed out. Do you know what the Wraith offered him? His mentor countered. I don't, Harry admitted. But I know he's a professor at her school. Influence, Ebenezer concluded. That's probably his plan, ingratiate himself with a younger scion to make his leadership more official. What do you mean more official? The old wizard shrugged. The White Court family that feed on wrath, the Barbarossa, got heavily involved in the world wars. No surprise there, really, Harry noted. Enough of their leadership died that most of them have splintered into small families, EB explained. It's hard to keep a bunch of angry vampires united during peacetime. Clough doesn't seem all that angry, Harry observed. That's what makes him dangerous. He really got under your skin too. Not the time for this, Haas. Maybe not, Harry conceded quietly. But I need some more answers from you later. He reached for the door handle. Wait. Haas, Ebenezer sighed. Something else you should know. About your mother's death. She died in childbirth having me, Harry grunted. What's that got to do with anything? Wasn't just that, the old wizard said. One of her, less than savory former allies found her that night, and paid her back for her betrayal. Harry froze. Don't tell me, he trailed off, voice cold. He used an entropy curse. Fuck. Harry saw red. That slimy monster had killed his mother. Couldn't bear the insult of being cuckolded. In an instant, he felt a lifetime of directionless hurt, a child's pain, a youth's loneliness, and an adult's bitter feeling of aching absences, all coalescing upon a single target, the one responsible for all those ills. Something snapped in his mind, and all the anger narrowed to a razor focus. Haas, Ebenezer called distantly. Easy boy. That piece of shit also killed Tanya's mom, was trying to break Inari, and wanted to take Tanya away from him. Just when they had found something nice. He will die. Harry declared monotonously. No, you've got to breathe. Think, Harry. He will die painfully. Excruciatingly. Until he begs for it. The air in the truck cabin began to hum with power. Harry. E.B. called. Harry, calm down. You can't handle this kind of power. It will destroy you if you try. That did not matter. This was personal more than personal. He would bring Lord Wraith down, crush him and make him suffer until he begged for death. He had enough power to bring it about, even if it destroyed him as well. This was revenge for his mother, for Tanya and Inari's freedom, and nothing would stop. Pain shot up his injured arm like it had been thrust back into the fire, forcing a growling hiss out of his lungs as he slumped in agony. Harry looked at his mentor's old, gnarled hand clamped around his burnt hand, then looked at the old wizard questioningly. When he saw the pain on Harry's face, his expression sickened and he let go. The hell was that for? Harry gasped. I'm sorry, Haas, E.B. whispered. But it won't work. What won't work? Throwing your magic at him, not even if you spend all your might. How do you know? Because I tried. Ebenezer barked. 3 times. But I didn't even get close. Your mother tried too. She would have gotten her revenge through her death curse if she could have. He shook his head, both in fondness and grief. Had E.B. trained Harry's mom too? He's protected from magic. Harry asked incredulously, a cold pit forming in his stomach. His other question would have to wait. Washes right over him, his mentor confirmed. The old bastard must have made a deal with something big. Maybe some big damned demon. He can't be touched with magic. Touched? Harry mused. Can he be strangled? The hell are you talking about, boy? Can't curse him, can't burn him, right? Harry asked. E.B. nodded. Can he still bleed? How many degrees of separation do I need? Get to the point, Haas. Does the protection only work against direct attack? It can't be absolute. He can't be beaten with magic, Harry, Ebenezer sighed, slumping in his seat. Even your mother failed. How do you know? Harry shot back bitterly. Not like you were there. And the image in the soul gaze, his mother had seemed sure it had worked. He's still alive, isn't he? I knew her. She would never let the monster that enslaved her suffer anything less. She could be cruel. Cruel, hey. Harry muttered, ignoring the disbelieving look from his mentor. A breath of air escaped him in a huff. Then another, and another, until he broke out into full-on laughter. Ebenezer stared at him in concern. Harry grinned savagely back at him. I see now. He pushed open the door. Thanks for the advice. I'll be back. He slid out of the truck with a pained grimace. The high from the batteries was fading. But the fatigue was surprisingly easy to ignore. He knew now who had killed his mother. He knew what he had done, to her and others he cared about. He knew he was weak. Tanya rushed over to him as soon as she saw him exit the truck, a first aid kit in one hand. Harry shook his head. They needed to get going, they could treat his hand on the road. Murphy was looking over an old-fashioned black Cadillac with a complicated expression on her face as Clough explained something to her. What happened? Tanya asked gently, tugging hesitantly on Harry's sleeve. Her silvery blue eyes stared up at him in concern. Later, he promised. She paused, then nodded, squeezing his arm encouragingly. Do and try to bring my car back in a reparable state, Clough requested, adjusting his suit and striding towards Ebenezer's truck. It has quite a bit of history. Murphy watched him leave with a conflicted look on her face. What's the matter? Harry asked as he and Tanya moved to join them. I'm pretty sure this car was used by the Mafia at some point, the cop replied uncomfortably. It has a hidden storage compartment for weapons and another for alcohol. It will get us where we need to be, Tanya declared. Let's go. The 2 old men watched as the youth clambered into the black Cadillac and sped away hurriedly. Damn fool, the old wizard sighed. If only the world had more like him, the old vampire mused. Then it would be a better place. What? Despite his determination, Tanya could see how Dresden's injuries pained him. Still, he managed to clamber into Professor de Rossi's car before collapsing into shivers, pain and the adrenaline crash robbing him of his strength. Let me see, Tanya insisted, sliding into the seat next to him, trauma kit in one hand, the other reaching out to him, palm upwards. Harry hesitated. It's pretty ugly. It's an injury, Tanya tsked, of course it doesn't look pretty. Show me. Chastened, Harry complied and Tanya frowned at his raw, reddened flesh. Parts of his hand were charred white, an indicator of severe burns. She had seen worse, but she had not seen anyone recover fully from those, if at all. Grabbing his forearm with one hand, Tanya pressed a cold compress to the injured appendage, drawing a wince from her partner, a shiver of pain and some relief running through him. Hopefully, it would reduce the swelling. What is our plan? She asked him, in part to give him something to focus on instead of the pain, in part because she did not trust her own judgment at the moment. She wanted nothing more than to charge right into her family's property and flee with her twin, but it would not be so easy. Not to mention that it would merely be a temporary solution. No, nothing more than a delaying action. Been a bit busy, Harry demurred. Go in, grab the girl, bust out. Tanya gently unclasped and removed his burned and warped, but surprisingly intact, shield bracelet, taking care not to rub the metal against his raw skin. That's a lot less thought out than the raid we just did, Murphy commented as she started the car. Where are we going? Tanya gave her the address, which drew a raised eyebrow from the unusually helpful policewoman. That's a rich neighborhood, Harry, she observed. That plan isn't going to work, the police or private security would be all over the place in no time flat, not like here. Indeed, Tanya replied in agreement. While I certainly appreciate their efforts in keeping my family's property secure, it does mean that dealing with my sire, properly, would be inconvenient in its aftermath. She retrieved the burn cream from Professor de Rossi's trauma kit and squeezed a dollop onto her palm before smoothing it out and then carefully applying it to Harry's burnt hand. Murphy glanced into the rearview mirror as Harry hissed in pain, her eyes lingering over Tanya's hand as she delicately smeared the salve onto his injury, her other hand cradling his injured limb. When you say properly, what exactly do you mean? She asked pointedly, smoothly taking the car through the parking garage and down towards the street. Dead, Harry said. Or similarly incapacitated, Tanya amended. This won't be like Bianca, Harry, Murphy cautioned. It's one thing for there to be a freak fire in a building used for things of questionable legality where people aren't going to look too deep into it. Killing a wealthy man in his own home is a whole different can of worms. Regardless of her warning, the off-duty policewoman accelerated their shared car to a speed that was also of questionable legality. I'm gonna kill him, Harry declared, his burning rage dulling the pain of his scorched hand. Murphy glanced at him in the mirror again. Are you okay? Can we? Tanya blurted out, wrapping a bandage around Harry's injuries. I mean, are we able to? We can, Harry answered. Survive though. He trailed off. Failure there would be an undesirable outcome, Tanya hissed, wrapping a bandage carefully around Harry's hand. Harry, Murphy asked pleadingly. What's wrong? This isn't like you. Tanya did not say it aloud, but Harry knew she was asking the same. He killed my mother, he said softly, as if it explained everything. And it did. Murphy gasped. I'm so sorry, she whispered. Tanya gently took his uninjured hand into both her own, wrapping her fingers around his hand in a comforting gesture, looking at him with understanding and an all too familiar pain. She understood what it was like, to lose a mother before you knew them, to have a father absent. She knew the uncertainty of children raised by everyone and no one. She sympathized with his physical deprivation, even if she had not experienced the like. He could not grasp the feeling of having such a monster of a parent, but he knew the suspicion being raised by one brought. He understood what it was like to have a sibling, by blood or foster, to share so much of their lives. And he knew the pain and horror of a monster ripping them away while violating their mind. His monster was dead. He would make sure hers could worry her no longer. She will be avenged, Tanya promised softly, her hands cupping his face on both sides, entirely ignoring the pain of their touch. She promised vengeance for his mother. She will too. He promised vengeance for hers, his uninjured hand squeezing her arm in reassurance while he pushed through the pain to brush a few rebellious bangs out of her face with his burnt hand. But how? Murphy asked in a small voice, eyes fixed on the road ahead. It can't be that simple. He will have a hostage, Tanya bit out with a grimace. Even if my sister is braver and tougher than she thinks she is, that will not be enough. He's got the bodyguards too, Harry added. They're human, right? As reduced as they are, Tanya confirmed. Complicates things for me, he muttered. Not for me, she replied, but if my other sisters get involved. You don't want to hurt them, despite how they are. What they do. I am the same as they are. No. You're not. They can change. Will they want to? Perhaps. Perhaps if they are no longer under my sire's influence. Going easy on them could kill me and Murphy. Cursed be God, for forcing this choice on me. Isn't that the story of our lives? More than you know. There was a cough from the front seat as Murphy awkwardly interrupted their bit of soul-searching. I don't know how that helps us figure out what to do. She exhaled, before muttering something under her breath. I am literally a fucking third wheel right now. My sire appears to be making a statement, Tanya observed, gaze still fixated on Harry. Presumably he expects me to return, perhaps to report on our removal of the infection of a rival court. And since we helped, it'll make sense for us to come along. Murphy asked. More like they'll believe we are her thralls, Harry commented dryly. Tanya flushed slightly. That is not the case. Not in the way they think, Harry muttered. But it could be a useful misunderstanding, Tanya finished, glancing uncomfortably at the floor. Can it get us in the door? Murphy asked. Quite possibly, Tanya mused. Perhaps bringing assistance would even be expected if my sire is using my twin as leverage. He'll have a plan for us. Corinne pressed. Might have a plan for me, Harry chimed in, but not for you. Asides perhaps from an incidental morsel, Tanya added grimly. Murphy's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Is there anything I can do against that? The mind control. She sounded unnerved. Harry frowned. He was used to her stubborn confidence, this was, not right. You do not happen to conveniently have true love's protection, do you? Tanya asked. I'm divorced. Twice. Murphy bit back. My condolences, Tanya offered. My sister can keep the bastard. Ah, that is a severe breach of trust. It didn't really go down like what Tanya was thinking, but Harry was in no rush to defend Murphy's bitch a little sister. That, as well as your position in law enforcement, Tanya began hesitantly, pursing her lips, that places you squarely within my sire's preferred prey category. Harry glanced at Murphy in concern, looking away from Tanya's expressive eyes for the first time in a while. He saw a shiver of disgust snake its way through the shorter blonde, before she exhaled slowly, focusing herself. Could that, she hesitated. Could we use that? You don't have to do that, Murph. Harry cut in. What else can I do, she spat. I can't just arrest him since it's not like he'll comply, and I can only do so much in a fight if I can't get my gun past his security. But what he's doing is wrong, so I'm not going to just stand by and do nothing. Harry smiled sadly. It was so like Murph to jump into a crazy situation like that. Though she was hesitating a bit, a sort of insecurity leaking through that he hadn't expected her to have. Maybe seeing some supernatural side troubleshooters had shaken her confidence? That is an admirable stance, Lieutenant Murphy, Tanya commended. But that is not something I would ask of you. Something tells me that Papa Wraith won't be easily distracted like that, Harry cut in. At least not until the rest of us are dead. It could give her an opening to strike, Tanya pointed out. Can't your kind regenerate? Murphy asked sourly. Unless I shove a grenade up his ass, I don't think I can really do more than distract him with that kind of opening. Hold on. You have an idea, Harry. Tanya prompted him. The nails. Ah. Nails. Tanya, Harry started. If Papa. Do not call him that, Tanya snapped. He sired me, but he did not raise me. If senile Senior Wraith is behind the curse, Harry continued in stride. Why did Lara get targeted? Tanya's eyes widened. Trisha seemed far too coherent compared to the thralls I have seen. Why would the White King bother with using uncontrolled human patsies for something like this, especially ones with such limited brain cells even without the mind whammy? Given the backstabbing nature of our kind, that could well be simply a precaution, Tanya pointed out, eyes narrowing as she caught his implication. But he would have made sure to have more control of them, unless he couldn't, Harry insisted. Are you suggesting he's weakened and near impotent? Tanya exclaimed. Someone would have surely noticed. Isn't Senior Wraith fairly reclusive and secretive? Moves around a lot, doesn't stay with any of you except his enthralled bodyguards for very long. Harry pressed. That's true, Tanya conceded. And aren't we technically at war? Harry asked, not giving her time to deflect. Sure, you didn't want to get involved, but it seems like the White Court is being very uncommitted to the whole thing. I believe that is what my kind prefers others to believe. You check your family finances, Harry pointed out. Have you seen anything there? Signs of a secret plot to destroy wizard kind. Various plots, yes, Tanya admitted blatantly, but most are geared towards manipulating humans for our benefit. She pursed her lips. There are suggestions for purging or seducing and attempting to reproduce with those of magic potential, but those plans are, likely born out of pure lust or avarice rather than any serious consideration given the expenses I have seen. Or maybe because of the fertility issue, Harry mused. Fertility issue? Tanya asked with a frown. Hi, Harry grunted. Maybe I was wrong, but looking at Senior Wraith's gallery, he really didn't have a lot of kids, especially since he's got to have slept with tons of women, and if his habits are anything like Thomas's, it's not like he would have used protection. I was not aware of this issue, Tanya whispered, sounding oddly saddened by that thought. I suppose it is not too surprising, a hunger's consumption of life energy likely makes it difficult for a pregnancy to thrive. That's not the kind of nailing you meant, right? Murphy asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Oh, no, definitely not, Harry blurted quickly. I can make nails that'll drain life energy if stabbed into something. What the hell would you need that for? Murphy asked archly. It is useful to assist in incapacitating certain creatures, Tanya explained. Not to mention it serves as an emergency battery, of sorts. Can't the big vampire just drain the energy back? No, at least, I don't think so, Harry replied. Both Tanya and Murphy gave him a questioning look. It's weird, isn't it? That senior wraith bothered to use Trixie of all people, he began. Especially since she targeted Lara, who was loyal enough to shoot Thomas for him. Wait, what? Murphy burst out. A family matter, Tanya explained bitterly. But that's a lack of control trying for plausible deniability can't explain. It was quite a lapse in judgment, Tanya agreed. There's no way that would happen if he had them enthralled, but why didn't he enthrall them? Harry continued. He preferred not to hamper their already limited mental capacity anymore. Tanya suggested. That's even more of a reason for him to enthrall them. Harry countered. Maybe he couldn't. Murphy suggested. Exactly, Harry exclaimed. My mother must have cursed him as she died. How would she do that? Murphy asked. We wizards have magic running through when we're alive, Harry explained. Part of it is tied to our life energy. Tanya tilted her head adorably, wondering if that was why his essence tasted so tempting. And if you're dying? Corinne trailed off. Us wizards can dump it all in one, last, giant middle finger, Harry finished for her. And you have reason to believe that your mother sealed my sire's hunger. If he's protected from magic like E.B. said, Harry continued, then that's what Mom would have done since she couldn't kill him directly. Both women blinked in surprise but seemed to take the news in stride. Even so, Tanya grimaced. My sire must have substantial reserves, unless he is an utter fool, and if he can't be hurt by magic. Doesn't mean magic can't be used to hurt him, Harry cut in, pulling part of a spool of wire out from his pack. And I have a gun. Just so, Tanya acknowledged. But what if we have to fight him as well as my sisters? What? Murphy snorted. Big strong vampire has his little girls fighting for him. He takes delight in forcing others to do his bidding, Tanya explained. Playing on his pride could work though, Harry pointed out. Call him a coward and he'll have to back it up or lose face. Then you can weaken him. Tanya slumped. I do not think my older sisters could even move against him if he was weakened. They are too broken. If they're hungry enough that won't matter. You seek to feed my sire to my sisters. What goes around comes around. Were it so easy. They didn't really have a plan, but the discussion helped the trio focus, and Harry began preparing nails. The ride to St. Mary's was rather awkward, with Ebenezer McCoy doing his best to ignore the White Court vampire lord in the passenger seat, while Clough de Rossi tamped down on his desire to poke some fun at the Blackstaff. Why are you here? The Blackstaff asked, breaking the tense silence after a long minute. To look suspicious, Lord de Rossi replied. The old wizard scoffed. This will be a headache to explain. The old vampire nodded. My wife will likely try to kill me for this bout of recklessness. Why do you care about the wraith, anyways? She's a bright young thing. More importantly, disciplined and committed. So she was more aligned with them in attitude, or goals. Clough glanced at the Blackstaff. I did not expect you to let another apprentice into Mario's clutches, he stated a question of his own. Mario. Ebenezer guffawed in spite of himself, then his face turned serious and his hands clenched tighter on the steering wheel. And I still don't trust any of this. He didn't answer the question. Reasonable, Clough conceded. But I have to think of the consequences of interfering, the old wizard sighed. Indeed, the old vampire agreed. What's your game? Ebenezer asked, starting to get the odd sense that their interests were actually aligned. He has someone watching us. As expected, E.B. grunted. Trying to lose them. Quite the contrary, Clough smirked. Confuse them. You want us to be a distraction? The old wizard asked skeptically. Of a sort, the old vampire answered. Our positions bring scrutiny, and prevent us from helping them as we would prefer. But that scrutiny can be used as a distraction, Ebenezer observed. You want to play mind games with Lord Wraith? Clough shrugged. That is something we are known for as a people. If we appear in his vicinity, he will have to watch us. Doesn't sound like much help for them. No, it is not. The de Rossi paused. Though you could still burn down his house if they don't come back. We are already at war. I can't do that, the Blackstaff sighed. Then we will have to make do with acting suspicious and intimidating, de Rossi shrugged. I do not have your destructive potential. EB wished he could say this was the worst ally of convenience he had worked with, but this really wouldn't even make the list. Inari knew that she was in danger. Maybe not mortal danger, since there was a good chance her father did not seem the right word. There was a good chance the old man didn't want to kill her, but after what she saw last night, and what she knew now, she knew better than to think being his daughter would keep him from hurting her. In some ways, she was actually less afraid of that. She was afraid, oh, was she scared? But physical pain and even death was one thing, being forced to hurt someone she cared about, to be made into something that could not live without doing that. It was a horrifying thought. Physical pain could fade over time, unless she was crippled, but the scar on her soul, if she did that, was something Inari knew would haunt her forever, and if her sisters really couldn't die of old age, forever might not be just a saying. No wonder Lara and Natalia and Elisa and Felicia seemed so broken and joyless some of the time. No wonder Thomas held onto Justine so desperately. And no wonder Tanya latched so hard onto Harry, a man who she could not easily accidentally violate. And no wonder Inari herself had been so desperate for friends outside her family. Even if she was too naive and stupid as a kid, she had sensed that something was wrong with her family. But she had done nothing about it, ignored it, too afraid of losing her family's affection, not to mention their protection and money. There was, honestly, probably nothing she could have really done that would have made things better, but that did not make it right not to have tried, willfully blind so she could hold on to her mostly charmed life. Ha! Mostly charmed? She had almost everything a person could ever want, even her siblings loved her, even though they were not entirely human. How many people would jump to be in her shoes? How many wouldn't care at all about killing another person for eternal youth and beauty? She did not deserve any of this, but that wasn't how the world worked. People who did good were often taken advantage of, and evil people thrived all over the place. But everything had a cost, both evil and good, and now it was her turn to pay up. Inari? Antonio asked worriedly, his calling her by name showing just how concerned he was. Are you okay? We'll have you to safety soon. Inari nodded to him, a small, sad smile on her face. It was, not entirely a lie. Despite the danger she was in, she felt oddly calm, maybe resigned. She was never as brave as Tanya, as poised as Lara, or as determined as Harry. She'd always been the baby they needed to protect. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate them for it, no, Inari was grateful for them, but with all the things they had been fighting, both with and without her knowledge, Inari could not help but feel unworthy of their sacrifice. They risked so much for her, and for what? A bit of kindness and affection? Was that really worth all that? What could she give in return for that kind of selfless sacrifice? Here we are, Antonio said, relaxing slightly as they pulled through the gate to the Wraith family estate, more security closing it behind them. They can't get to you here. Oh, Antonio, they are here. Jane stopped the car and John and Antonio got out, scanning their surroundings carefully. After a moment, they gestured for Jane and Inari to come out. Inari hesitated for a moment, then exited the car. There was no use delaying. Antonio, go watch the gate, John ordered tonelessly, lifeless and almost doll-like, the same as far too many of the people who had helped raise Inari. Wait, what about Inari? Antonio demanded with a frown. Aren't you two going to watch the boss now? Who'll watch her? We are taking her to Lord Wraith, Jane replied in the same way as her twin. Then I should come with you, Antonio argued. I'm supposed to watch her and Tanya. The boss demands you stay, John insisted flatly. The boss will take care of Miss Wraith, Jane added in the same bland tone. Antonio glanced between them, his consternation obvious even under his sunglasses. He looked at Inari questioningly. She gave him a small smile and a nod. It would be better if he did not get caught up in this. Ignacio was just a little baby, and Claudia needed her husband alive. Very well then, Antonio conceded. I will ensure no one who wishes harm to her passes through the gate. See that you manage that much, John and Jane replied in sync, turning and ushering Inari away. She really should have noticed how abnormal they were long ago. Even identical twins were usually not so intertwined. Instead of heading towards the house itself, Jane and John escorted her deeper into the family property through their curate forest and out of sight from prying eyes. John led the way while Jane followed behind her. Despite having lived here for much of her life, Inari had not actually been to this part of the property before. It had been forbidden, not explicitly, but mostly by omission. Now she had some context for why it could be, and that just made her more nervous. She bit her lip, but refused to let her fear show more than that. Tanya was almost always composed, even when something bad happened, so Inari would copy from her older twin once again. Based on what she knew of the head of their house, he probably wouldn't kill her immediately. The idea of a father killing their child should be unthinkable, and it would be, if she was thinking about a proper papa like Papa Carpenter. But given what Lara had tried to do to Thomas yesterday, and what she had implied about what their house head would do, Inari felt a sinking feeling in her gut as she remembered the paintings that had been put in storage, of images of mothers of siblings that did not exist. But if he wanted to kill her, why bring her here in the first place? Inari knew that while she was more capable of defending herself than she probably seemed, she was still a fairly normal human, very tall for a girl though, and she wasn't sure what she had done to make Househead mad. Was he mad that she had lied about there not being anyone special like that in her life? Well, she hadn't really lied, she wasn't dating Charles, and he was as oblivious as Tanya in that way, but if Househead thought she was lying? Was that really enough? Or maybe this wasn't even about her. Househead had not been shy about showing how much he favored Tanya over Inari. That had stung when she was younger, but Inari hadn't been able to say that was unfair, since Tanya was just better than her at a lot of things. Even with making friends, Inari had more friends, but they were mostly normal, and none of them could help her more like Tanya's friends could. On second thought, that really just meant she owed Tanya even more. She has been in Tanya's identically sized shadow for most of her life, and that had meant the older twin had drawn most of their Househead's attention. Inari had been a bit jealous when she was young. Now she felt thankful for Tanya shielding her, as well as awful that her twin had to deal with their Househead so much. Perhaps he was simply using Inari as leverage, to test Tanya's loyalty. Though Inari was fairly sure it was also a test for her as well. Multiple birds with one stone? He would definitely take it. John slowed as they turned through a few more trees and reached a clearing with a downward slope leading to a cave. Inwardly, Inari huffed, of course the vampire lord would have a cave hideout. She shivered slightly. A cave would be a pretty good place to kill people, out of sight, probably hard to detect with stuff like infrared, and while guns might echo in the cave, if it was deep enough, that wouldn't matter too much, not to mention the forest deadening the sound all around. It would also be easy to pretend that someone simply went missing. Inari's heart started racing at the thought. Why did she think this was a good idea? No, she had known it was a bad idea, but at that moment, she had been more worried about her new friends on Arturo's crew. Maybe she should have been more worried about herself. Stupid. 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 There was no reason that they couldn't just kill her here and then go back and kill Arturo, Jake, Joan, Bobby, Emma, Giselle, and everyone else. Coming here probably just played right into the Hunger King's hands. Almost there, Jane droned, and Inari flinched slightly as the dead-eyed bodyguard sounded much closer to her than she expected. Inari nodded, realizing that she had stopped in her internal panic, but she swallowed her fear and continued onwards. The Hunger King couldn't want anything good, but she was pretty sure Arturo wasn't really a huge priority right now, and if he was here, and so were John and Jane, that meant he was more focused on something happening here. Oh. This cave would be a great place for casting the ritual. John strode down into the hungry maw of the cave without a break in stride, completely unaware or uncaring of the fearful hesitation in his charge. Jane simply pushed Inari forward gently. Almost there, she repeated. Inari swallowed, and stepped forward into the cave. She was technically a grown adult, but she still got tricked by something so obvious. Be that as it may, she was in it now, and one way or another, she would account for her failings. God help her. The path downwards was steep and not lit very well, but Inari found that she could see without too much trouble somehow. Well enough to see that the passage was similarly decorated to the hallways inside the family home. Really? That probably meant the Hunger King used this place quite a lot. The ground evened out a bit and the passageway opened up into a giant cave or cavern, she wasn't sure which was the right term. Either way, the place was huge, and it was actually quite pretty. The walls were made of rock traced through with wavy watermarks, marking out different colored layers in a sort of natural painting etched into stone, and Hunger King must have added some nice, colorful lights to cast a pinkish glow onto the shiny wall surfaces. The floor smoothed over and rose up to a chair made of bone white rock. Wow, that was a lot of decorating. It looked absolutely ridiculous. Like, there was all this natural beauty and then someone had added a dopey looking chair smack in the middle. Honestly. With the misting machine overhead throwing droplets down to catch the light, this looked kind of like some sort of tacky rave setup. Seriously. It really ruined the aesthetic. The folding screen to one side of the chair also looked really out of place. Inari bit back a hysterical giggle, wondering why that of all things was what she focused on. Then her eyes noticed the crack in the ground on the left side. That, and how there was nothing but abyssal darkness behind the throne. Oh. This wasn't just a soundproofed and hidden place for killing people, it was also a place for disposing of dead people. She'd really stepped in it now. Stupid. Stupid. Inari. Charles, she gasped in horror. Her friend stood awkwardly in the center of the cavern, flanked by Jack and Jill, who, while not actively restraining him, probably wouldn't let him get very far if he tried to run. His eyes found hers, a hint of confusion and fear present, but he was oddly calm despite being in the middle of the lion's den. Ah! My youngest has arrived, the Hunger King boomed, seated on his silly-looking chair. Inari blinked, wondering how she had missed him sitting there. About time, Elisa chimed in, and Inari felt her mouth dry as she glanced over to see her sister draped on the side of the throne, dressed in something that looked like a white toga but was really too short. I almost thought you were a repressed dyke. It was strange, Inari could tell that it wasn't really Elisa speaking, it was almost like Hunger King was speaking through her. You are not a child anymore, Natalia intoned, standing stiffly on the other side of the throne, dressed similarly. It is time you stopped pretending to be as kind, time to shed mere mortality and join us properly. Listen to your sisters, my child, Hunger King commanded with an almost convincing fatherly smile. You have learned your lesson well, already, kind trust you so, even eager to leap to your defense. He spread his hands magnanimously. Be grateful, for most of our kind, this moment is one of blind, clumsy accident. Your moment will be nothing of the sort. This is for your own good, Lara whispered in Inari's ear, somehow sneaking up behind her without a sound. Her big sister squeezed her arm encouragingly, disguising her flinch. Inari, you must do this if you wish to live. Please. Inari took in a slow breath. It was strange. Big sister Lara had always seemed so much older, all of her siblings seemed so much older. But for some reason, hearing the fear in her eldest sister's voice, Inari was struck by how much bigger she was now. She was the youngest, sure, but she and Tanya were a good deal taller than their sisters, and even a couple inches taller than their brother and the Hungry King. It would not do her any good, not against vampires, but that wasn't the only difference. They were afraid. All of them were afraid of something. Her sisters were scared of Hungry King, but what was he scared of? This was the seat of his power, attended to by mind-controlled bodyguards and 3 loyal vampire daughters. How could Inari or Charles scare someone like him? Inari glanced at Charles again, cringing at the fear and confusion in his eyes, though the clinical, Tanya-like part of her noted he looked surprisingly alert, the hint of danger underneath his usually placid nature now hovering just below the surface. He was afraid, no, he was nervous. Inari focused on the resolved, almost mad gleam in his eyes, looking at her for a sign. It was weirdly comforting, that the thought of blaming her for him being here didn't even cross his mind. She shook her head slightly. What had she ever done for him to earn such loyalty? She did not deserve it. God, she prayed silently, Mother Mary, get him out of here safely. What is all this for? Inari asked, incredulously noting how steady her voice sounded, despite the trembling running through her body. And why did you grab Charles? He hasn't done anything to deserve this. She knew. She would not do it. Inari. Lara hissed warningly, but she ignored him, stepping forward with a daring that she didn't really feel real. Hungry King hummed disapprovingly, looking at Inari with a sort of bemused annoyance. You are too close to Kine, small sister, Natalia admonished, his words coming out of her mouth. Not close enough to take what's hers though. Elisa snickered. Now, the Hungry King chided, that is not so surprising. It is not as if we can expect her to be as her twin, after all. Part of Inari winced, the childish part of her cringing at parental disapproval and feeling envious of her twin's superiority, but she tried not to let it show. She probably failed, she wasn't used to hiding her feelings. Whether I'm too close or not, she started, voice steadier than she felt. What does that have to do with why Charles is here? What did he ever do to you? What did he do? Hungry King mused. Why, he is trying to steal you away. How would I do that? Charles wondered aloud. She'd kick my ass. Jack hit him over the head to tell him to shut up. Do not speak unless spoken to. Natalia barked at him. Screaming's fine though, Elisa grinned. Charles glanced at Inari for confirmation, and she nodded. He wouldn't be able to get away if they were paying attention to him. So he denies it. Hungry King observed, glancing at Lara and patting Elisa condescendingly on the head before looking back at Inari. And yet my loyal daughters tell me he spends quite some time with you. This was a farce, Inari realized. They didn't care if he actually wanted to do something like that. He's my friend. She declared, stepping forwards towards Charles. He wouldn't hurt me. You are too trusting, Natalia scoffed, he is a weakness, and should be cut away before he is used against you. By you. Just look at him, Elisa snickered, who's going to miss someone so bland? Inari would. Charles narrowed his eyes at her, looking for something. It must have stung to be disregarded like that, but he didn't seem affected. Inari always had a knack for reading people, but for some reason, it seemed more poignant than ever before. He was afraid, but not like Inari was, nor terrified for his life like she thought they both would be. It may have just been the stress, but to Inari, he looked much angrier than afraid. Of all the people she knew, she never expected Charles of all people to have such a strong fight instinct. he usually pulled away from serious conflict. Not that it would help him, in the end. Even if that was true, that doesn't give you the right to just kill people like this. She yelled. They wouldn't care, didn't care, but there wasn't really a reason to hide her feelings anymore. Do not be absurd. Natalia barked. We are higher than kind, more powerful, so it is our right to do as we please with them. It's what we are made to do. Elisa added giddily, come on. I know you like feeling superior to other people, don't bother hiding it. Inari winced. She couldn't say that was wrong. It was an easy trap to fall into. But she would not use that as an excuse, even if it got her killed. If you are so superior, why do you hide? Her family all frowned, disapproval flowing off of them in waves at her continued defiance, or maybe at how she excluded herself. Inari, Lara whispered. Please. You will die. Inari found she didn't really care, even as she felt the bridges burning along with the chances of her survival. I know. There was something freeing in the certainty of death. If power makes right, then shouldn't stronger things be in charge of you, she shouted in defiance. There are things as stronger than you as you are stronger than we. If it was just power, why aren't you licking the boots of your betters? Enough, the hungry king snarled, skin turning a sinister silver, causing Lara, Natalia, and Elisa to cringe. His power, ancient and vast, suffused the cavern, pressing down on everyone inside, demanding they obey. Lara gasped, her resolve long broken by lifetimes of conditioning. Natalia and Elisa fared no better, cringing away from their king. John and Jack, Jane, and Jill all stared transfixed at the thing that had enslaved them. It is beyond past time that you were disciplined, the hungry king spat at his defiant daughter, who stood unbowed. For some reason, she saw weakness where her sisters saw strength, a lack of control, a lack of patience, not a lack of power, but a strength built on glass. If you love the kind so dearly, then you shall suffer as it will. The silvery thing on the tacky throne smiled cruelly. Seize her, he commanded his guards with a wave of his hand. John and Jane marched towards her, as dead-eyed as ever. If she had tried, Inari might have been able to fight one of them off, she did have reach, but it wasn't their fault, and hurting them wouldn't do any good in the end. They grabbed her by her arms and tried to force her forward. As physically fit as they were, and despite how they had been a silent threat throughout her life, Inari was now taller than them, and she was not so easily moved. Very well, the hungry king hissed, let this be on your head. He waved a hand and Jack and Jill walked away from a trembling Charles, drawing weapons from their harnesses. There was a crackling of electricity and Inari jolted as Jill hit her with a taser. Lightning shot through her and her muscles seized, aching like the worst muscle cramps she had ever felt. Her vision shrank and grayed and her legs lost their strength, almost toppling her, but John and Jane held her up so Jill could hit her again. Inari did not scream, it was a bit difficult, given the electricity coursing through her. Her convulsions rocked John and Jane back and forth, almost pulling them off their feet, something one part of her brain found almost idly amusing even as the rest of her body was alight with pain. After what felt like a solid minute, but was probably only a few seconds, Jill let up and Inari slumped, gasping for breath. I can be merciful, daughter mine, the hungry king remarked with false magnanimity and a wave of his hand. Kneel, take your place, and all shall be forgiven. Inari's eyes flicked over to Natalia, who stood still, lifeless like a statue. To Elisa, still smiling suggestively and stretched out languidly like a woman of ill repute. She could not see Lara, but knew her eldest sister would be similar. If that was mercy, Inari would rather face judgment. Her gaze settled on Charles, and she almost cracked at his still expression. There was no way she could get him to leave, was there? Even if there was a slim chance of escaping, the cold, focused rage burning in his eyes told her he could not live with that. She smiled apologetically and shook her head, sorry that she would probably be the death of him. Pain struck her again as Jill jammed the taser into her neck and her flesh seized again. It seemed like the hungry king disliked being ignored. It didn't seem to hurt as bad this time, but perhaps that was just her body weakening. Another eternity in a second, and the sparking prongs were pulled away, leaving her twitching and weak. Charles shifted, but Inari glared at him. The hungry king would take his time with her, her friend did not have that leeway. Even so, his lip curled into a defiant snarl, and Inari felt something stir in her chest. She choked on a gasp of pain as John smashed something into her collarbone, and she felt it give. Jill tasered her again and her muscles convulsed, agony lancing through her shoulder, her broken bones grinding against each other. Her vision shrunk and her ears were filled with an unending ringing sound. Yet somehow, her vision sharpened, honing in on Charles's eyes, inexplicably able to pick out the red of bursting blood vessels around his dark pupils. She could almost taste his helpless anger, but... oh, what did it matter? She could not protect him, not like this. What a joke, she could not protect anyone. There was a crack as something hammered into her knee and Inari screamed, as much in hysterical laughter as in pain. What was she trying to accomplish with this stunt? It did nothing, really. She couldn't save Charles, and her own suffering could not undo the evil of her family. Her world shrank, to nothing but pain and self-recrimination. She really was useless to the end. Something hit her and agony like nothing she had ever felt before seared through her body as something in her thigh broke. Pain, worse than everything that came before combined. She couldn't hear herself screaming, but she couldn't hear anything at all. Her vision blackened. This was it, wasn't it? Chapter 21, Childhood's End. Chapter text. Childhood's End. There were fewer people at the gate than Tanya expected, given the circumstances. While there were only a handful of guards stationed there under normal circumstances, given her sire's certainty that a frontal attack on this property would not occur, she still had expected there to be more security at the entrance to the family estate during this kind of situation, not less. But lo and behold, only Antonio was at the gate. "Welcome back, Tanya," the dark-haired man greeted with a curt nod. Despite his sunglasses, it was quite obvious that he was giving Harry a calculating look. The two of them were actually dressed fairly similarly, with their suits and dark sunglasses. "Dresden. Tony." The two men grunted at each other, before Antonio nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied that Harry was fit to serve as a bodyguard. Lieutenant Murphy snorted at the display, but looked amused. She almost seemed wistful, but that was not important for now. "And this is?" Antonio turned to the short policewoman. "Lieutenant Corinne Murphy? What brings you here?" He glanced between the three of them. "I was not aware you were all acquainted." "We met recently," Tanya supplied, "but Lieutenant Murphy has offered to assist me in a rather important task today." "Is that so?" Antonio cocked his head questioningly. "Are you here on official business, Lieutenant Murphy? Or just visiting?" "I'm not here for police work," the lieutenant replied, with a hint of frustration that she couldn't be. As galling as supernatural creatures not being beholden to human law might be generally, it was convenient for this specific case. "Well, in that case, if you are with Miss Tanya," Antonio continued, "then I see no reason to protest your presence." He opened the gate, letting Lieutenant Murphy drive them through. "Inari is safe on site," he added as they drove past him. None of them had the heart to tell him he was wrong. "That is odd," Tanya muttered. "Antonio has not been assigned to gate duty for years. And there should be at least 2 at the gate. I would have thought there would be more." "Maybe the old rape monster has all his guards with him," Lieutenant Murphy suggested with some trepidation. "Doubt it," Harry replied. "Don't think the Vampire King's pride would allow that. Not to mention how many of the human staff were kept unaware of the family's true nature. He would likely have his matched pairs with him, but not others," Tanya elaborated. "Our other security staff is not as soundly enthralled, by my estimation, so are thus not as trustworthy to him." "Then where are they?" Lieutenant Murphy asked. "You've got to have a small army of private security." Tanya frowned. "We do have a substantial number of security staff. Not enough for an army, but something along the lines of a platoon might be possible. Though the number is spread out over various properties around the world." "Even with that," the lieutenant cut in, "I would have thought that he would have kept a lot of them with him, or at least here. What else would he need them to protect? Unless there is something he really needs to keep an eye on," Harry muttered, before shrugging. "Or because this is a trap." "Perhaps both," Tanya concurred. Her sire quite liked it when a plan came together. "Could they be waiting in the mansion itself?" Lieutenant Murphy suggested, slowing the car down as they approached the main entrance of the structure. "Possibly," Tanya replied. "Let me exit first. They are unlikely to fire on me, and I could survive better if they did." Harry frowned, his protective instinct flaring, but Tanya glanced at his hand meaningfully. As flattering as his willingness to risk his life for her was, this was not the time for that. Lieutenant Murphy gave her a careful look in the rearview mirror. "I hope this car being armored wasn't a joke," she muttered, before putting it in park. Tanya swept her eyes over the available windows. None of them were open. There did not seem to be anyone watching them at all, which was strange. They should be visible on the few cameras Lara had managed to cajole their sire into installing, unless Harry had accidentally shorted them out last night. She stepped out of the car, focusing on the small clockwork device at her throat. The shield proved unnecessary as no fire greeted her. In fact, nothing greeted her at all. That was not entirely unusual, on second consideration, but in her memory, the staff usually had an almost uncanny sense of when one of their family arrived. Nothing for it. Tanya strode to the door and unlocked it, pressing an ear to the door just in case. No sound. She pushed the door open a hair. No one was waiting for her. Tanya entered her family residence, waving for her companions to follow her in. Harry and Lieutenant Murphy complied and the 3 of them paused in the oddly silent entryway. "They aren't here," Tanya whispered, nervous unease leaking into her voice. "Antonio had said Inari would be here, did he lie?" "No, he was mistaken, they must have sent him to the gate to prevent him from interfering, which was, softer and more cautious than Tanya expected of her sire. It's a big place, Harry observed, eyes sweeping the room for danger. Got dungeons in the basement or something? Nothing quite so expansive, Tanya replied, sharpening her senses to detect any sign of life. Though there are places that could hold some individuals. This place has cages for people. Lieutenant Murphy exclaimed with righteous fury. Among other things, Tanya confirmed, of a more sexual nature. Harry choked a bit, then frowned, while Lieutenant Murphy made a short sound of disgust. Your family is fucked up, she stated flatly. In more ways than one, Tanya agreed offhandedly, still listening intently for movement in the strangely silent halls. Footsteps. Ah. Tanya glanced upwards as Justine hobbled over to the railing overseeing the front entrance. Where is Thomas? She asked her brother's favorite. They took him. The young woman, only a few years her senior, looked awful. Her skin was even paler than normal, almost ashen, her limbs trembled with strain, and her hair looked like it had gained some strands of grey overnight. And yet, there was still some fire left in her unfocused eyes. They took him that way. She pointed insistently behind her. Are you okay, Justine? Harry yelled. Do you need a doctor? They took Thomas. Justine yelled back, as if that answered the question perfectly. I believe the feeding has robbed her of a significant amount of her faculties, Tanya observed. Feeding? Lieutenant Murphy asked, a hint of venom in her tone. Is that what someone looks like after you're done with them? No, she's still alive, Harry spat. The lieutenant's face twisted uncomfortably, looking away from the distraught women. Can you show us where Thomas is? Tanya asked. Justine seemed adamant she knew his location. Tanya. She can barely walk. Harry objected. Then we'll carry her, Tanya shot back. Inari will probably be where Thomas is. Unless he split the hostages up to make it harder for us, Lieutenant Murphy cautioned. I find that unlikely, Tanya countered. My sire would want us to witness whatever he has planned. There. Justine insisted, continuing to point insistently over her shoulder. Can you show us the way? Tanya requested. Harry and Murphy shared a concerned glance, but did not make further protest. They understood they were pressed for time, and this was their only lead. Stay there. Tanya barked as Justine almost fell over the railing in her haste. The young white court vampire's lips curled in distaste at the state of Thomas's lover. While she was not a particularly productive member of society even under normal circumstances, Justine had been noticeably reduced by her lover's metaphorical teeth. Harry was up the stairs in a few long strides, and Tanya was not far behind. Lieutenant Murphy stayed on the ground floor, eyes alert for further dangers. Between the two taller members of the party, Justine's weight was negligible. Do you have a wheelchair, or something? The police lieutenant asked. I do not believe so, Tanya replied. Our regeneration would make such things unnecessary, and our more mundane staff would likely not be afforded that option. He's that way. Justine insisted, looking perturbed that they appeared to be headed in the wrong direction. Relax, Justine, Tanya replied, trying to steady her. We will find Thomas and Inari. Let me grab her a chair, Harry suggested. Won't have wheels, but that should be more comfortable. And so they ended up carrying Justine on a chair, using her as a sort of ersatz. Thomas homed compass while Lieutenant Murphy followed them, a hand on her sidearm. Justine pointed into the cultivated forest of the estate. Ah! Tanya had noted some odd expenses about decorating an outdoor part of their estate. She had waved it off as just another location for sexual activity, but perhaps there was more to it. Well, that's not ominous at all, Harry quipped, some of his nervousness showing. Are we sure she isn't leading us into a trap? Lieutenant Murphy asked. I am fairly certain that she is, but not intentionally. Her desire at this moment is solely to be reunited with my brother, Tanya answered grimly. She was not being watched, she mused. Even for my sire, that is incredibly arrogant. Most likely he has restrained my brother, counting on the fact that Justine could direct us in the right direction. How exactly is Justine so sure where Thomas is? Lieutenant Murphy asked. Some kind of pair bond. White Court can form a sort of mental link to the people they feed on consistently, Harry explained. At least according to Bob. For various reasons, Tanya could not confirm that. Well, that's just great, Murphy grit out, hand tightening on her gun. Definitely a trap, then. You are a brave woman, Lieutenant Murphy, Tanya complimented, doing her best to calm down her brother's distressed lover. She turned and looked the lieutenant in the eye. But I feel compelled to suggest you avoid putting yourself at risk. Danger's part of my job. Corinne's pricked pride objected. But you are not on the clock at the moment, Tanya straightened, trying to keep Justine level given the difference between her and Harry's height. I'm trying to do what's right, Lieutenant Murphy sighed. Don't you want more help for saving your sister? I welcome your assistance, Tanya replied, before flicking her eyes at Harry for a second. Yours as well. It was strange how much he had become a fixture in her life without her realizing it. She should not take him for granted. Hey, Harry shrugged, I did promise to look out for Inari. This was quite a bit further than just that, but this kind of excess was so very typical of him. Justine tugged on Tanya's shirt, but seemed mollified by her continuing in the right direction, albeit at a walking pace. I swore an oath when I got my badge, Murph added. And what kind of woman would I be if I did nothing about this? A normal woman, Tanya replied flatly. Most people would be too afraid or too ambivalent to offer assistance, especially without any personal stake in the matter. Murphy blinked, apparently unsure how to respond to that. What Tanya's trying to say, Murph, Harry interrupted, is that while this can go wrong for all of us, you haven't been involved in this until now. Me? Her. He nodded at Tanya. For us, this is personal, not to mention that he'll definitely be after us whether we come here or not. That was, essentially what she was implying. And I could just walk away, keep my head down, and let my conscience wither and die, Lieutenant Murphy finished bitterly. You do not need to risk yourself. Tanya just doesn't want to see you end up like her mom, or mine. Harry cut them both off. Tanya frowned slightly at him, raising an eyebrow at his amused look. Was she not being sufficiently clear? The lieutenant took a deep breath, looking at Justine with a disturbed expression on her face. She exhaled slowly, closing her eyes for a second. Tanya noted her cringing slightly, probably imagining the same fate befalling her. The thought of Inari suffering likewise sent a sliver of rage through her spine, causing Justine to whimper nervously. That is a risk I am willing to take, Corinne declared. Now are we getting on with it or are you two just going to talk all day? Tanya smiled grimly, reining in her anger for the moment. I will be sure to find some way to compensate you for this should we come through alive. That means thank you, Harry mock interpreted, smirking back as Tanya glared at him. She did not put much heat into it. Humor was one way he dealt with stress, and she would not begrudge him that. The lieutenant looked at Thomas's thrall for a long moment, unease evident in her eyes. She shook her head. Come on, let's go. Felicia was a good girl, at least she wanted to be. That was why she was standing here behind the screen, waiting for Papa to tell her when to start. Tommy had been a bad boy, he wanted to hurt Papa, so he needed to be punished. Felicia didn't really understand how that worked. She glanced at where her brother was chained to the ground, glowing silver and thrashing about silently, the dumb red dough draped over him and being eaten as Tommy tried to heal. That didn't look too much like punishment to Felicia. Well, Tommy did get badly beaten up first, and Papa said he was punishing the dough for being useless and being dumber than a brick. It would be irresponsible to let this dough reproduce. Maybe he wanted him to be healed up so he could be punished more? Felicia shrugged, swishing the special knife through the air cheerfully, idly walking around the edge of the circle, reciting the stuff she was supposed to say and do in her head, but not out loud, because Papa said not to do that. He also said not to help Tommy finish off the dumb dough, which was a bit annoying, cause standing next to them was making her a bit hungry. Oh well. She could always find some more kind after this whole event. She didn't really get why Papa was trying to get Inari to eat someone. The girl had so many kind wrapped around her finger it was only a matter of time. And apparently Tanya had already really become one of the family? Felicia wasn't sure how she missed that, but she missed a lot of things, and that did explain how little Tanya, Felicia was the smallest one again. So unfair, managed to snag herself a wizard. It was also a bit weird that Papa brought one of Inari's bucks to the hole, or deeps, but Felicia liked just calling it the hole. This was a whole lot more pomp than what she remembered about Elisa's or her own fledging. Well, Tanya and Inari did seem kind of special, with their hunger-colored hair and being very brain-smart. They also weren't not body-smart, but the smarter twins did seem to be a little dim on the whole feeding idea. Didn't they know that feeding was so much better than just eating normal food? Oh wait. Inari wouldn't, and Tanya probably did now. Anyways, Papa wanted this, so this is what they were doing. But it was taking a bit long, and Felicia was getting a bit bored. She sauntered over to the screen and peered through it, seeing her littlest sister walk into the hole, looking confused and nervous, then scared when she saw her buck. What was there to be nervous about? Shouldn't she be happy he was there? Oh wait, Inari must have been saving him for a special occasion if she hadn't finished him off yet. This was probably as good a time for that as any, if he was her favorite. Felicia couldn't really see why. He looked boring and hadn't done anything interesting so far, just glanced around. He didn't even give her a good ogle. How dare he? Oh wait, she was behind a screen. Another thing annoying about this. Papa had Natalia and Elisa do some talking, Felicia didn't really pay attention. With all this preparation, Inari would understand. She blinked as Inari said something weird. Hey? She didn't get it. How? It should be obvious what Papa wanted. But no, apparently Inari wasn't as smart as Felicia thought she was, and still didn't get it even when Papa explained things in detail. Why did Elisa get a pat on the head? She was a bad girl when she was little. It wasn't fair. Felicia shrugged. Inari would be a good girl too eventually, Papa would make her come around, he always did. That sorted out, Felicia kind of tuned that out, watching Tommy eat the dough to pass the time. It wasn't that fun to watch, since Tommy was tied down and the dough was far enough gone that she had no creativity, not that there was much to begin with. Didn't this dough work in the porn industry? Surely that would have given her some interesting ideas. Or maybe the dough was just that dumb. There was a buzzing sound of electricity and Felicia blinked. Again? She patted over to look through the screen again. Hey, they were zapping Inari, was she really that bad of a girl? Felicia hadn't thought their little sister would be so bad. Oh well, it would work out. Inari's hunger did not rise up. Hey! They zapped her again. Still nothing. Then they started hitting her, then zapping her. Wow, Inari was a lot tougher than Felicia thought. Though she didn't really see the reason, just fledge and it will all make sense. Oh, was Papa saying something? Oh no. She missed it. Oh wait, he was talking to Mama Lara. She looked sad. That was weird, Mom was always happy around Papa. There was an audible crack as Mama broke Inari's leg. Ooh. That's got to hurt. Inari still didn't wake up, even as she screamed. Hey! That worked on Tommy, and Inari couldn't have that much control over her hunger, could she? There was a scuffling sound, a roar, and another scream filled the hole as Inari's buck suddenly jumped one of Papa's dolls, stabbing a pencil into his eye and almost wrenching it out of socket. Well, that was a bit of a delayed reaction. Felicia watched with morbid curiosity and amusement as the other doll not holding Inari tried to restrain little sister's buck to no avail. She jabbed her taser at the crazed kind. Oh well, there went that idea. The buck practically trampled the doll and... Squelch! Ooh, there goes another eye. And the buck was beating the screaming doll into a pulp. Felicia frowned. Didn't Papa say the dolls were supposed to be kind that could hurt other kind? It didn't really seem to be working at the moment. The first doll stumbled to his feet, one hand clutching his bleeding face, groping blindly at the mad buck. Well, now the buck was smashing his face in. Felicia smirked. This was more entertaining than she thought it would be. See, Papa. The dolls are only good for looking pretty. She'd be pretty and able to fight. Then Papa would see how much of a good girl she was. The dolls holding Inari were forced to drop her so they could try and restrain her crazy buck. They had a bit of trouble, even though he wasn't that big. Did the buck just bite them? Was it rabid? Oh, there went the other taser. And down does the buck. Down but not out. A fresh aura bloomed and Felicia smiled as Inari glowed silver, her features sharpening like the rest of their family. It was a bit strange, why did that happen now instead of when she was being hurt? Well, whatever, took long enough. Even though she only had 2 functioning limbs, Inari managed to crawl to her feet and do. That was a nasty hit, there goes another doll. The other one wasn't able to hold down her buck and he snapped free. Inari wrapped herself possessively around her buck before he could punch the last doll. Ah, Felicia was hoping for all of them to get broken, but hey. Everything was working out mostly well, even if it was a little hiccupy. Inari even tamed a crazy buck. Felicia hadn't thought she had it in her. To Felicia's disappointment, Inari didn't really do much after that, just hugging her buck and cuddling. That was a really slow way to feed. Oh wait, her leg and one arm was broken, she'd probably have to heal that before getting into it properly. Still boring. Felicia glanced back down at Tommy to see the last dregs of life drain out of the no longer red-haired doe. Drat, she missed watching that bit of excitement. Looks like that doe was totally useless, couldn't even provide any fun. Oh well. She grabbed the dead doe by her hair and dragged her off Tommy like Papa told her. Felicia. Tommy coughed out. Felicia ignored him, humming to herself as she tossed the dead doe down into the deep hole, hee hee. Wha? Tommy gasped. SHH. Felicia glared at him. We're supposed to wait. Oh. Someone was coming down into the hole. Showtime. Well, when Papa said so. There was something odd about the Wraith family. Antonio had always known that. But his dad had worked for them for over a decade before he was medically retired. His father had even met his mom through them, and they had helped support her financially even after he died, so Antonio felt a bit obligated to work for them as well. It certainly helped that Tanya and Inari were remarkable young ladies, especially in how much respect they offered him, even when he was green and nervous as all hell. Antonio had been with them for most of their childhood, but they were grown up now, and as much as he preferred not to think about it, Tanya might actually be more dangerous than he was. Inari was a lot less threatening in that way, but it was a little creepy sometimes how she seemed to know everyone. It seemed that anywhere he went, there was someone who knew Inari. She'd even been the one who introduced him to Claudia to begin with. Antonio had been, perhaps overly zealous in dealing with the occasional threats against the twins when they were younger, both because that was his job and he found those people disgusting. So why was he at the gate right now? He should be keeping an eye on Inari, now that she was back home. She'd said that campus was safe enough, and the boss had seemed all too happy to indulge her wishes, but she was back at the manor now. There also should be at least 2 other people with him, another at the gate and one more watching out of sight. But he was the only one here. The boss had sent the rest of them out somewhere. That made no sense, because as far as Antonio knew, all the family present in the city were in the manor. To be perfectly fair, no one had tried to bust down the front gate during his tenure. The people who had tried to break in had usually gone over the fence at a different point. But it was still weird. He couldn't help the nagging feeling that something was wrong. Wait, was that a car? Antonio blinked, narrowing his eyes behind his sunglasses down the road. There was a weathered old truck rolling up to the gate. It was a familiar-looking truck. Antonio stepped out of the guard booth, though he did not reach for his gun. There wasn't any danger, but it was quite strange to see him here. "What do you need, sir?" he asked as the truck slowed to a halt at the gate. "Antonio. Let me pass, please." Harry had seen a few caves where nasty magic had been used. He had also been in a few expensive rich monster lairs. This was the first time he had seen both in the same place. The 3 of them stepped cautiously into the cave mouth, the lack of resistance up to this point doing nothing to allay their concerns. If not for the obviously natural structure and the partly uneven path downwards, the decor and ambience might have been confused for another hallway in the Wraith Manor. That could suggest regular use, though with someone like Lord Wraith, it could also just mean he had too much of an ego not to be at a place without his mark on it. Tanya led the way along the long, descending path, her vampire eyes cutting through the dim lighting better, one hand resting on the handle of her gun. Murphy followed her, similarly ready for danger, while Harry brought up the rear, staff held at the ready in his good hand. The sound of laughter echoed up along the tunnel to them, a chilling, satisfied sound. Tanya stiffened, and Harry clenched his teeth. Were they too late? Tanya's posture stiffened in fury, her fingers closing around her pistol, hackles rising, the hair at the nape of her neck almost bristling like an agitated hedgehog. Harry stepped around Murphy and placed a reassuring hand on the taller woman's shoulder, wincing at the pain from his injured hand. Tanya took a deep breath, not exactly relaxing, but not at risk of exploding in rage just yet. They needed the old bastard to drop his guard, and as much as this path seemed unguarded, there was no way he wouldn't be prepared for an attack. "Welcome, sister." Speaking of which, Lara greeted them at the end of the tunnel, holding a spear of all things in her hand. "Father will be pleased that you are here." "I am glad to see you." Her almost indescribable attractiveness was still there, but Harry narrowed his eyes at her uncertain posture. "You saw me this morning, Lara," Tanya pointed out acidly, not breaking stride until she loomed over her shorter sister, angling her head to observe the large room the passage opened into. "And if our sire is pleased, he can speak to me himself." Lara did not flinch, per se, but she seemed to withdraw slightly, her aura reeled in a little. Unlike yesterday, the older sex vampire did not ooze that easy confidence, looking more like she did after Mavra's scourge roughed her up a bit. Was this what the old monster reduced people to? "Of course," she conceded to her younger sister. "He does wish to speak with you." Unlike the captivating violet depths of yesterday, Lara's eyes were duller, not really focusing on any of them. She kept shifting her grip on her weapon, her movement looking less calculated than before. She was also barefoot for some reason. The older vampire stilled suddenly, and Harry saw a flicker of the same protective look he had seen last night spark in her eyes. "Tanya," Lara cautioned, "heed our father's call, for your own sake, please." Like that was working out so well. "I will take that under advisement," Tanya replied. Lara nodded, almost seeming to deflate slightly, before she turned and stepped into the main cavern. "Ah!" Lord Wraith boomed. "My intrepid daughter arrives." He lounged on a bone-white chair that was probably made to look like it had formed out of the cavern floor naturally, 2 of his daughters flanking him, one standing guard with a strange notched axe and the other draped over the side of the throne like a sexy rug. Natalia and Elisa, going by Tanya's descriptions. The whole thing was a bit of an odd sight, especially with an out-of-place screen on one side and the not at all encouraging endless drop behind it. All of them being barefoot also made it weird. Of course the old bastard took the only chair in this place. And she comes bearing gifts. Harry almost bit his tongue as he clamped down on a retort, instead sweeping his gaze around the cave, noting the 2 sets of enthralled twin bodyguards, who looked like they had seen better days. Did one of them lose an eye? When did that? The 4 of them were standing in a loose ring around Inari, who was sprawled on the ground, arms wrapped around her friend, her lips locked onto his, skin glowing silver as her hunger fed. Shit. This was going to be a lot more complicated than they hoped. Tanya stiffened, gaze fixated on her twin, horror evident in the cringing of her shoulders, her right hand flexing for a weapon and her body tensing in preparation for violence. What is the meaning of this, sire? Her voice came out almost hesitantly, quite different from her usual poise. The desire to reach out and try comforting her was almost too much, but Harry managed to keep it to himself. The urge to try and grab Inari and get them out of here was just as strong, but they wouldn't be able to outrun the older Wraith sisters, and trying to jump into the Never-Never from a Wraith dungeon was a pretty bad idea, no telling where that would lead. The White King leered at Harry and Murphy, a dark gleam in his eyes. The starborn wizard that should have been ours, and the head of the only police department we hold no sway over. You certainly have an eye for talent, daughter mine. He ignored Tanya's question as if he hadn't heard it. They needed an opening, so they had to appear compliant, but how much time did they have? Harry glanced at Inari and her friend. The young man was flushed, but not yet pale, so they had some leeway, but the plan might take too long. Their assistance with this infestation was instrumental, Tanya replied, pointedly keeping her gaze in the direction of the old monster, doing her best to appear relaxed, though Harry could see the hand behind her back flexing in tension. But what does that have to do with my twin? There was a cracking sound and Harry winced as he watched Inari's collarbone snap back into place. They must have forced her hunger to the surface somehow, that bastard. Oh, I am sure they would prove very useful for our interests, the old vampire continued, still ignoring Tanya's main question, locking his gaze onto Murphy. Harry tensed as she stiffened like a deer in the headlights. Corinne had volunteered, but that didn't change how dangerous this was, or how much he hated the idea. Murphy was one of the strongest people Harry knew, but Lord Wraith had seduced his mother, who had been a proud, dangerous woman herself. And if Tanya and Inari were at all reflective of their mom, she would have been strong-willed too. Not to mention that Corinne had just learned her ex-husband was marrying her little sister, they had really not thought this through enough. They are helpful allies to have, Tanya stressed. Indeed, Lord Wraith chuckled, not giving his daughter any more time to speak. Now, daughter mine, you are quite the heartless little thing, aren't you? His smile grew wider. To claim your birthright and take a man or woman, I suppose with no regrets? How delightful. It seemed the most rational action at the time. Ha, the old monster tipped his head back in amusement. Rational, you say? His smile turned cold. Then I trust you can make the right decision. He raised a hand and beckoned Murphy, eyes flashing silver. Come here, little doe. His voice took on an unearthly tinge, adding more weight to the command. Murphy twitched, almost automatically taking a step forward, but catching herself as Tanya stuck out an arm to block her path. Sire, the younger vampire admonished, surely it would be more beneficial for her to remain sound of mind. What was she going for? You are protective of your toys, it seems, daughter mine, Lord Wraith drawled. Well, that was a good enough cue as any. Hey! Harry interrupted. We aren't toys, you impotent geriatric on a immobile mobility scooter. Tanya twitched in faux annoyance as she glanced back. Harry shrugged minutely in response. This was faster. Impotent, the White King chuckled, as if it were a ridiculous thought, but Harry saw the twitch of genuine anger in his eyes as he slowly stood up from his throne. You are young yet, daughter mine, he crooned, stepping languidly down from his throne, it seems you still lack the proper control over your thralls. He smiled cruelly. No matter. We have time. Dispose of these defective kine and I will show you the proper way to go about their domestication. Well, they definitely got him a bit ticked off now. Dispose of them. Did you not just state how useful they are? That would be a grave waste of human resources. Tanya argued back. Have you become senile? Harry's gaze flicked around the room trying to cover a snort, seems like he was rubbing off on her a bit. The enthralled bodyguards were still docile, despite one of them missing an eye and another bruised almost beyond recognition, arrayed around Inari and her friend. The two attentive Wraith sisters by the throne barely reacted to what was going on, their eyes dull and filled with blind loyalty, but he could actually see signs of impatience as they shifted minutely. Lara had been similar, but if Harry was right, there had been a hint of defiance there. Perhaps the old monster's control was slipping. Lord Wraith sighed dramatically, shaking his head in feigned fond exasperation. I suppose I should not be surprised that both of you would turn out so willful. The two of you are quite similar to your mothers, it seems. The old monster scoffed, his eyes hardening as he stopped pretending. But enough of these games. Shall we see if you are as rational as your mother was? There was a crashing sound as the screen tipped over, revealing a shorter Wraith sister standing over a chained Thomas inside a ritual circle. The two less injured bodyguards drew pistols and aimed them at Inari, still obliviously draining her boyfriend. It is time to choose, daughter mine, Lord Wraith commanded. Family, or your toys? Hell's bells. If they moved now, it would be a tricky fight. Getting to both Inari and Thomas, then getting them away. Harry began drawing on his power. Gramps probably had tried everything, but it. In a sudden movement, Tanya roughly shoved Murphy forward towards her sire, then turned and grabbed Harry by the collar of his suit, yanking him down towards her and bringing their faces crashing together. Hey! Tanya actually did almost taste like candy. Harry's lips burned against hers and his long arms snapped shut around her body in a heated embrace, his protective lust wrapping around her like a warm blanket. Tanya shivered as he forced his tongue into her mouth, her own tongue instinctively tasting him, sending pain prickling through her as the crackling hum of his power filled her mouth. Her hunger crowed in masochistic joy, brushing herself teasingly against his energy, reveling in the forbidden contact and the adrenaline rush spiked by the pain. Harry grabbed the back of her head and crushed their mouths harder together. This may not have been the wisest method of distraction. The kiss deepened and Tanya noted with a start that she had also pulled them closer together, hooking one leg behind Harry's and pressing their bodies tightly against each other, that small, inconvenient part of her salivating at the contact, yearning for the feeling of his flesh against hers. This was not the time. The pain blessedly kept her from succumbing to his charms entirely, and she pulled back, locking eyes with him and hoping to convey her stupid, impulsive plan. She ended up biting his lip instead. His eyes blinked open and cleared. His grip on her head loosened and his ardor focused, sprouting an inconvenient surge of denied lust in her hunger. He was thinking more clearly, but his repression only sharpened the scent of his desire. His tongue caressed hers in a slower, gentler stroke and Tanya shuddered. Oh no, he was rubbing off on her too much, not nearly enough. Please get a move on, Lieutenant, or she'd be undone by her own distraction. You warrior women are all the same, her sire crooned, and Tanya tensed in anticipation, always so eager to match your body with another. Harry's gaze was locked over her shoulder, so Lieutenant Murphy must have been able to get close enough. You think you are striving for victory and dominance, but a part of you will always be looking forward to giving in. Tanya wasn't sure how true that was, given her sire's admittedly significant experience with women was largely skewed by his mental manipulation ability. Tanya's sharpened hearing picked up a slight, feminine gasp, her sire must be molesting the unfortunate, brave lieutenant. Poor, denied doe, the old vampire crooned, you will taste so sweet. Tanya did not understand why her family compared normal humans to deer, when deer were specifically not kind. There was the sound of a scuffle and her sire laughed. Harry's eyes hardened and Tanya winced as angry lust swelled within him, the kind of jealous rage one had when their friends or family were threatened. I do so enjoy your kind, her sire chuckled, making further unwanted advances, given Harry's reaction. The kind that can be taken again and again before you finally break. Was that what he had done to Natalia and Elisa? They were the ones he kept by his side most of the time. Rage curled in Tanya's stomach and she reflexively tightened her grip around Harry's neck, their kiss becoming more heated and aggressive, their mutual hatred rushing through the most accessible outlet, turning into a fascinating flavor. The old monster had been a leech for too long. He had killed their mothers. He had ruined her sisters. And now he wanted to ruin her twin. Ruin her. And if he managed to get her under his thumb, what else might he do? A clicking, hissing sound interrupted her sire, and Tanya froze as she heard the rapid pattering of small feet against the stone floor of the cavern. She pulled back from Harry's mouth, her head whipping around to see her sire's face contort in rage as he slammed his heel down on an ornery hedgehog. No. Hayek gave one last hiss of defiance before the White King silenced him, but his spines pierced their foes barefoot even in death, spilling drops of pink blood across bare stone. He could bleed. Lieutenant Murphy acted first, stabbing 3 nails into the old vampire's thigh. Twisting in the embrace, Tanya drew her gun, fired, and slipping out of Harry's arms, pounced. Her first shot cut across her prey's cheek as he twitched from the policewoman's attack, but 2 rounds caught him center of mass, sending him stumbling, pink blood splattering across the white stone of his throne. Forcer! Harry screamed, curving a wave of force around her and knocking the human bodyguards off balance as they startled into action. Natalia blocked her path to her prey, and Tanya hesitated, part of her flinching at the idea of shooting her sister, no matter how monstrous. An axe cracked her shield, but failed to stop her. Natalia was the tallest of her sisters, standing a couple inches short of 6 feet. Tanya barreled into her, flooring her shorter sister, her hunger laughing in battle lust. Elisa lashed out with a sword she produced from seemingly nowhere, but also failed to pierce the shield and Tanya trampled over her in turn, her hunger singing as she reached her prey. Pain lanced through her skull as he hammered a fist into her barrier with force much greater than that of sisters, sending her stumbling back. Her prey's form glowed the same sinister silver as the rest of them, wounds already healing. Tanya growled, lips pulling back from her teeth in a savage snarl, hurling herself back at her target. Natalia got in her way again, snapping her axe out at Tanya's leg. Even if her shield held, the blow could knock her off her feet. Tanya dropped her shield, slamming one foot down on the axe head and snapping her other leg up, sending her knee cracking into Natalia's chin as the stomp pulled her down. Natalia dropped like a sack of bricks and Tanya winced slightly as she pivoted against her falling sister, but she had no time to feel remorse as Elisa lunged, throwing all of her vampiric strength behind her sword. Her outraged yell turned into a howl of pain when Tanya fired her fourth shot into Elisa's knee, staining the floor with more pink blood and sending another one of her sisters to the ground with serious injuries. Part of her felt sick at the harm she had done to them, but the darker, uncivilized part of her bayed for blood. The colder, more clinical part of her saw the injury as expedient, mobility kill, they could heal, they'd be fine. Are you so weak that you cannot fight yourself, sire? Tanya challenged, her voice inexplicably tingling with laughter. Her hunger roared in her ears, snarling a challenge in turn at the threat that had been hanging over her head for so long. They are my family, her prey laughed, his hunger puffing itself up in an intimidation display. When they fight, it is as my own hand. Ancient eyes blazed silver as he smiled cruelly. As you defy me, you defy our whole family. He spread his arms dramatically, trying to make himself look bigger than he was. Enjoy your brief moment of childish pique, but know that what you have done to my daughters will be returned 1,000-fold. Tanya snarled, settling back into a ready stance, her and her hunger uncowed by the bluff. You lack the power to do so, she declared. Even elevated by the throne, her sire suddenly did not look so intimidating. He had seemed an insurmountable obstacle when she was younger, when she had few connections and little personal power. But now, cold rage cut through her old fear, rage at how he dared to hurt Inari, at how he would have her discard Harry mine, like an old toy, at how he had torn her mother from her family. She could no longer let it stand. Harry spooled up his rotating shield a split second before Lara would have impaled him with a spear, her thrust instead deflecting off the concave barrier, the impact sending the both of them tumbling to the floor. Lara recovered first, using her spear to vault herself upright into another attack in one smooth motion, raining swift, hammering blows on Harry's shield after a killing thrust failed to penetrate. Scrambling back up, Harry planted his feet and his staff into the ground, gripping the gnarled wood with both hands, fighting through the pain in his burnt hand and the spiking migraine hammering into his skull as the barrier started to flicker. The Wraith sister drew back for an overhead blow. Rimbalzer. His shield exploded outwards, the kinetic energy it absorbed slamming into the vampire all at once, flinging her into the wall of the cave like a ragdoll, her spear hurling end over end to clatter across the ground. Mama! Harry turned at the outcry, catching a brief glimpse of Murphy disabling one of the stunned bodyguards and Tanya throwing her shorter sister aside. Pain exploded in his chest as something slammed into him, the last Wraith sister crashing full tilt into him at vampiric speed, sending him crashing into the stone floor again. Felicia recovered first and pounced, knife flashing down towards him. Lanza. Harry thrust out his staff reflexively, sending a bolt of force into the incoming vampire, knocking her off course in a bloom of pink blood, a neat hole punched straight through her torso. Felicia. Lara shrieked, voice choked with such human-like anguish that Harry froze for a second, giving the enraged vampire enough time to slam him into the floor again. The two of them rolled and thrashed against each other. Lara knocked his staff away, snaking her limbs around him from behind and squeezing. Harry jerked his head backwards, slamming his skull into Lara's nose, the impact and the shock of the bane slackening her grip enough for him to throw her off, his hand and fingers leaving angry red trails across smooth silvery skin. He slammed his other hand into her throat, drawing a choke scream from the vampire as the soft, sensitive flesh burned. His own injury lanced pain up his arm, but he ignored it, retrieving a coil of wire from his suit pocket with his good hand. Alaga. The wire snaked forward, coiling around the prone vampire and binding her arms and legs as she thrashed back and forth, flopping around like a landed fish or distressed snake. Pink lines sprouted on silvery skin as the wire cut into her flesh, closing and reopening rapidly as she struggled fruitlessly. Harry glanced up to see Tanya break one sister's jaw with her knee, then almost twirl to kneecap the other sister, splattering pink blood giving the sight an almost beautiful, artistic flourish. His feet were swept out from under him as Lara thrashed and twisted, taking advantage of his lapse in attention to knock him prone, using her entire body as weapon even as her limbs were restrained. Harry snarled as he hit the floor, slamming his will and rage through the wire and drawing it tighter around the ensnared vampire, locking her in place like a straitjacket and slicing more bloody lines into Lara's pale flesh, stifling her attempts to struggle. Even then, she did not give up, rolling towards him with the intent to commit violence evident on her face. His scrambling hand found his fallen staff and Harry brandished it at the restrained Wraith. Stay down. He poured power through his staff with a thrum to make good on his threat. Lara looked up at him with an expression like an enraged or terrified wild animal, her features sharpening and gleaming silver in manic desperation. Harry was uncomfortably reminded that as human-like as White Court were, they were still decidedly not. The vampire's gaze flicked over to where Felicia lay slumped in a pool of pink blood, before darting back to the business end of his staff. She stopped struggling. That's a good girl, Harry muttered, tightening the wire just for good measure, his gaze snapping over his shoulder. Crack! Tanya wasted no further time, springing forward and firing her 2 remaining bullets while flicking her knife out of her sleeve with her other hand. The old vampire did not bother to dodge. The first round ripped through him, but the wound immediately closed. Crack! Her prey gurgled in surprise as the explosive round burst through his torso, blasting chunks of silvery flesh into the air and painting the white throne pink with his blood. Tanya was on him before he could recover, slamming her knife into the closing wound and slamming the both of them through the rocky seat in a cascade of stone and dust. The hole in his torso closed, and Tanya ripped her knife free, driving it towards his jugular. He caught the knife in one arm, rocketing a vampirically empowered fist into her with the other. She was thrown away from him by the blow, pain arcing through her chest as her ribs cracked and reset in an instant, her hunger gorging itself on stolen energy. The old vampire sprang to his feet, his injuries mostly healed as he let loose an enraged roar tinged with desperation. In that exchange, her sire's hunger had not been able to find purchase in her, like a savage dog frustrated by a cone. She licked her lips, the sweet taste of his blood bursting on her tongue, sending an excited shiver through her body, and she rose, undaunted by her sire's unleashed hunger, holstering her now empty gun and curling her freed hand into a fist. Harry had really proved a worthwhile investment. Her prey's hunger hesitated, too used to being surrounded by learned helplessness. Her passenger snapped at the weakness, and Tanya charged forward, knife slashing out with a shining edge, another trick her roommate was responsible for. She had first sought Dresden out in a desperate search for answers and protection, but he had given her more than that. He had given her means with which to protect herself. The old vampire lashed out to intercept, but she snaked to the side, driving her knife into his chest, the impact of her charge sending him reeling. Even if the blade did not cut as deep as she expected, his protection stopped the mage blade. Tisk. His left arm snapped towards her side, just like before, but she blocked the blow with one arm, her other cutting jagged lines into her sire's flesh, even as he tried to force the knife away with his right hand. The lacerations bled, then closed, but not instantly. Dresden's information again proved useful. Tanya snarled, and shoved. Lord Wraith's eyes widened as his arm caved. He was forced back, the eldest Wraith giving ground to one of the youngest, retreating away from what should be a trivial threat. Tanya pursued him, striking low and high as her foe was forced to block, shocked disbelief negating any advantage experience might have lent. Perhaps most important of all, Harry had given her a way to use her unwanted passenger in a constructive manner. Her prey struck back desperately like a cornered animal, and Tanya caught his blow with her free hand. The impact sent jarring pain down her arm, but she stopped his fist dead in its tracks, her right heel lashing out in turn with shocking force and cracking across his knee. Stumbling, Lord Wraith buckled as his leg collapsed under him. The difference in height between them suddenly that much more noticeable. Tanya brought her knife down. Her foe launched himself forward, tackling her to the ground, her knife lodging itself into his back. Crack! Tanya blinked stars from her vision as a fist smashed her head first into the floor. She jerked forward with the momentum as her head bounced up from the ground, her jaw snapping shut around her prey's throat, teeth and hunger biting down. Ooh! Her hunger roared in triumph as it devoured energy already distilled into another of its kind, and Tanya was momentarily stunned by how good her prey's blood tasted. Her vision blurred as she was sent hurtling through the air, her mind idly noting the impact as she hit the ground and rolled, too absorbed by the sweet, delicious flavor of blood. Heat flashed through her body, making her fingers curl and twitch as she instinctively sprung to her feet. Her senses seemed to have sharpened, the sound of labored breathing and pounding heartbeats sounding clearly in her ears, the dimly lit cavern bright as day in her no doubt gleaming eyes. The sweet tang of blood on her tongue, the sensation of her clothes pulling across her skin, the scent of weakened prey. She wanted more. Her foe stumbled to his feet, rage and disbelief flashing through his eyes even as he and his hunger flagged, clutching at his savaged throat. He could not win this way, he never could have, and he was only just realizing that. Enough of this, he cried, gesturing at something behind her. Kill her. Tanya whirled to see Natalia standing unsteadily, axe swinging jerkily not at her, but at Inari. She was there in an instant, pain lancing through her shoulder as the axe parted flesh and crushed bone, more lethal injury only stopped by her arms arresting some of its momentum. Hot liquid splashed across her face, her own blood, Tanya noted absently, as she wrestled Natalia for control of the axe. Inari hissed, scrambling away and dragging a dazed Charles with her. Good. Her twin out of danger, Tanya snarled at her opposing sister, surprised by a flicker of life in Natalia's otherwise dull eyes. Tanya shoved the axe free, trying to wrench it from Natalia's hands. Something heavy slammed into her head. Chapter 22, Settling the Score. Chapter text. Settling the score. Clufter Rossi sipped his beer slowly, partly to savor the taste, but mostly using the motion as a cover for discreetly monitoring his surroundings. Across the small restaurant table, Ebenazar McCoy, also known as the Black Staff of the White Council, did something similar with his own drink, a Bud Light, though with more angry glaring across the table than keeping track of what was around him. With his rugged looks, overalls, and calloused hands, he did not look much at all like one of the most dangerous wizards in the world. To be fair, it wasn't as if Cluff, in his pressed, bullet-resistant suit, dress pants and fedora, looked much like what one would think a wrath-eating vampire would. Had they been at a saloon out in the country, McCoy would probably not have received a second glance from most of its occupants. If they had been at a more upscale establishment, Clough would have likewise blended in. As it were, settled into a corner of the historic Billy Goat Tavern, both of them looked incredibly out of place, especially sitting at the same table. Clough laughed internally at the confused glances coming their way from the more gormless city residents. Some even seemed mildly disgusted at sharing the same space as what looked like an old, grouchy, country bumpkin. The more canny humans gave them a wide berth, pointedly not looking at them, perhaps sensing the simmering hostility and potential for violence, perhaps using his mafia-esque outfit as springboard to jump to accurate, if imprecise conclusions. It was quite fascinating what people picked out as unusual, such as the incongruity of a man in a pristine suit dining with a man in battered overalls. It was even more fascinating how quickly the same people moved on, jumping to conclusions based on their view of the world, rather than examining further. To be fair to them, oftentimes there was a mundane and innocuous explanation for things. And technically, there was a rather ordinary explanation for this particular set of circumstances as well. But McCoy was hardly normal, and as anonymous as he might be to the average human, the Black Staff was a force even great supernatural powers regarded with some caution. Clough could not claim quite such notoriety, but he would be guilty of false humility if he said he had none at all. Individually, the two of them had colorful reputations. Together, based on the wary glances the Jilly Fruiton, named Jill, naturally, at the bar kept sending their way, their presence in the same space was enough to make something as innocuous as burgers and beers a nerve-wracking experience. Of course, neither of them were actually planning on starting anything here, for the Billy Goat Tavern was not entirely normal either, what with the first proprietor's association with the TYLWYTH tag. It wasn't exactly neutral ground, accorded or otherwise, but both the Black Staff and the elder de Rossi could be assured that if the other tried something, it would not go unnoticed. You know. Clough mused, slowly swirling his drink in a personal mockery of wine aficionados, I can't say I ever was a fan of beer, or alcohol in general. McCoy grunted uncaringly, taking a long drink from his own bottle. My father always told me that it was not wise for me, being hale and blessed, to drink, as I had not sorrows to forget, and risked much more in insobriety than I could gain in its ameliorating qualities. McCoy took an angry bite out of his hamburger, holding it with one hand, his other, ringed hand ready to fire off a spell at a moment's notice. Despite his burning anger, he still said nothing, because he knew that getting a reaction was what Clough was looking for. It's rather ironic, though, Clough continued, now that I do have some sorrows of my own, I am of such a state that alcohol is not really able to make me forget. How tragic for you, McCoy grumbled, your lack of hangovers must mean so much to all the people you made money off of selling moonshine. I am in favor of temperance, Clough returned, raising his glass in acknowledgement, both politically and in the virtuous sense. You supported prohibition, then sold alcohol after it was made illegal, McCoy accused gruffly, you don't get to speak about virtue. Clough snorted in concession. We are creatures of vice, after all. He frowned thoughtfully. But temperance is an admirable virtue. If only it were more common in rulership, but alas, such is the nature of things. He took a swig of humanity's second favorite poison. McCoy's bushy eyebrow furrowed at the apparent non sequitur. You're just trying to get a rise out of me, he growled, before tearing another bite out of his burger. In part, Clough freely admitted, since I know you aren't a man to be swayed by petty insults. I am simply fishing for any ulterior motive for your trip here. That's rich coming from a white court, McCoy growled, glaring across the table at the vampire's nose, a soul gaze would be rather inconvenient. Clough was not offended, his kind did often take pride in deception. They were not exactly unique in that regard, though. Given the impact you've managed to have in the past, he continued, waving his hands placatingly, you'll have to forgive me for being curious, at least, when I find the Black Staff in my vicinity. Clough set his palms down on the table, wiping the affable expression off his face. Especially in a situation where one of my students somehow acquired your services, not to mention getting you to work with the Hellhound. Do you really expect me to believe that? McCoy scoffed. Don't pretend you care about your victims. If you were working with the Wraiths, you're up to something. You would have me believe that all you were here for is your former student's request. Clough returned skeptically, one eyebrow raised. McCoy scowled. Doesn't matter what you believe. Oh, I believe you now, Clough interrupted with a smirk. If you were here for something else I doubt this meeting would fit into your schedule. Then why bother asking? McCoy grit out, even though he already knew the answer. Had to make sure, Clough confirmed his suspicions. After all, wizards are subtle and quick to anger. He paused. Well, most of them. Your line appears to lean more towards the latter than the former. The aging wizard's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just what do you mean by that? That was what angered him the most? Curious. Fine, Clough backed off. I will have to admit your first student did not have quite the literal explosive proclivities as you and your second student, but even you would have to admit she was quite a firebrand of a different sort. Leave my former students out of this, McCoy bit out, the sudden spike in rage simmering back down into more comfortable annoyance. Interesting. Far be it from me to be inconsiderate of your feelings, Clough hedged, drawing a disbelieving snort from his interlocutor, but your apprentices have rather gotten themselves wrapped up in our politics. Not to mention your very reasonable grudge. One of the White King's men monitoring them from a different table stilled in attention. People skilled at controlling their physical tells often had such obvious emotional ones. They aren't my students anymore, McCoy countered with a grimace. Their actions have little to do with me. That may be a lie. Most certainly, Clough acknowledged. There comes a time when a child or student has to be responsible for their own actions, but that does not kill the parent or teacher's instinct to intervene should something serious happen. There was another sharp spike in anger, and Clough frowned. Did the Black Staff see Le Fay and Dresden like surrogate children? Or were they actually his offspring? He hadn't expected that. How ironic. McCoy narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the vampire across the table from him with a canniness that belied his silent rage. Your kind don't tend to help your spawn just because they are your spawn. It really was no surprise that this wizard in particular was the one chosen to hold the Black Staff. Of course, Clough nodded, for those with wealth and power, it can be tempting to view even offspring as mere pawns. He smiled wistfully, knowing full well that was not what his interlocutor meant. Though for my kind, children tend to be rebellious. And how many of them have you put down to stay on top? McCoy growled in accusation. I have buried one son, Clough answered evenly, letting his own anger seep through, but I do not call my own children. So far, that had fortunately not been necessary. Turns out human parenting techniques had merit even when applied to vampires. Who knew? But others' children are fair game. McCoy snarled. Call it a gamble, Clough shrugged, a gamble that my children might no longer need to live bound by the chains of their elders. He wouldn't pretend that he wouldn't prioritize his own sons and daughters, and he knew McCoy would likewise favor his own people. McCoy snorted. Right. And the power vacuum has nothing to do with it. He took a swig of his beer. I was here first, Clough grunted in mock petulance. Stupid Mario. McCoy choked on his drink, his anger momentarily wiped away by surprised, grudging amusement. It was a start. Harry watched entranced as Tanya slammed into Lord Wraith, ruthlessly exploiting the opening the old vampire's arrogance had created. It really wasn't the time for it, but the grunting caveman part of him was stuck between running to help her and staring as her beautiful form flowed with deadly grace, smoothly weaving past her opponent's blows almost like it was a dance. Feel. He aimed his staff, sending a dart of force through one of the slumped bodyguard's hands, drawing a gasp of pain from the enthralled man as the gun he had tried to train on Tanya's back fell to the ground along with several of his fingers. As uncomfortably sexy Tanya trying to kill a monster was, Harry wasn't that easily distracted. Lara took advantage of his lapse in attention to struggle again, thrashing about in her bindings. Harry snarled, ignoring the building pressure at the base of his skull as he tightened his grip even further, the metal wire slicing deep into the bound vampire's flesh, drawing out more off-human pink blood and eliciting a frustrated howl. The silver glow was getting brighter, and Lara's features were sharpening, almost elongating in a decidedly inhuman way, the deliberate, calculating gleam he had seen the previous day replaced with a wild, panicked, and dead-eyed look, desperate to help her sire. If this was what the old vampire's eldest daughter was reduced to, Harry forcefully suppressed the thought of what might have happened to his mother, as well as Tanya's. Lara twitched again, and Harry slammed his staff into her gut, the sudden flash of rage from his mother's fate almost spurring him to plant a bullet through her skull, but Tanya didn't want her sister's dead. Lara was as much as a victim of Lord Wraith as any other, as monstrous as she was herself. Instead, he wrapped part of the wire around his wrist, reached down, clamped his burned hand around Lara's throat, and squeezed, biting down the pain lancing up his arm. Her hunger rather shrieked in pain and fear, her body thrashing in animal terror. Harry let go and stood back up, leaving her shivering with burning red fingerprints wrapped around her neck. Lara would have understood the threat of magic, her hunger understood the bane, the touch of which forced it to retreat internally, no matter how much energy it needed. Kill her. Harry looked up just in time to see Tanya intercept Natalia's axe as it swung down towards Inari, the blade biting into her shoulder in a spurt of pink blood even as Tanya caught the handle and tried to rip it away. Lord Wraith hurled the better part of the broken throne at the both of them, heedless of friendly fire, the impact sending both of his daughters crashing to the floor in a tangle of limbs and spilt blood. No. Fire bloomed out from Harry's staff as he howled, almost blind with rage. Hot flames burst over the old monster. Lord Wraith remained arrogantly unmoved. True to Ebb's warning, the fire did not burn him, and the old fucker laughed, which was fine, even if his pride meant he could not show weakness, he still needed air, so he could not endure forever. It was a good enough distraction. Keeping the stream of fire going with one hand, Harry snatched up Lara's spear with the other, the pain in his injured hand almost making him fumble it. Cutting off the fire spell, he switched the weapons between his hands, holding his staff in his burned one and drawing back the spear with the other. He reached for all the power he could muster, and pushed. Harry lurched forwards with a furious shout, hurling the spear towards the flames. His magic answered, stronger than he expected, launching it faster than his eye could follow. There was a wet squelch, and pink blood and flesh burst through the air as the spear nailed Lord Wraith straight through the chest. For a second, the old monster stared wide-eyed, a strangled, wheezing sound of pain escaping him. Take that! Harry had only a moment of satisfaction before he was slammed into the ground again as someone tackled him from behind. Lara had gotten loose. They rolled across the floor. Harry tried to shake her off, but fatigue darkened the edges of his vision. Even if the spell hadn't taken so much out of him, he wouldn't have been able to match her strength. As it were, the only thing keeping her from completely overpowering him was how she flinched from their contact. The amount of skin her outfit left bare worked against her, with Harry's blind flailing leaving angry red marks across her marble flesh. But Lara did not relent, finally pinning him face up, arms trapped to his sides, her hands firmly clamped around the cuffs of his suit. Her gaze was still sharp and filled with feral desperation, but Harry thought he saw a flicker of the confident and composed woman he had met yesterday. As reckless and foolish as your mother, Lord Wraith coughed, doing his best to sound unbothered by his injury. He could still heal so fast. So confident in your own power, not realizing the futility of your struggle. His voice was not as steady as it had been, and his breathing sounded labored. Harry glanced upwards, seeing with dismay that the hole in the old monster's chest was closing. Hell's bells! Just what did it take to put him down? Tanya was still stunned, blinking rapidly, eyes unfocused, a wicked pink gash cutting across her temple. Where was Murphy? How fitting that the same arrogance will be your downfall. The White King stepped closer, feeling secure enough to taunt his foes. For all his air of confidence, his front was soaked with pink blood, and Harry could see the same animalistic madness in the old vampire as he saw in Lara, not that it would help Harry much at this point. His eyes flicked frantically around the room, and Lord Wraith chuckled at his desperation. Did you really think you could play my children against me? He mocked. Inari had dragged her friend off to the side, still clutching the dazed young man protectively. She wasn't feeding on him, but her eyes were still silver, so her hunger was still in the driver's seat. You thought you could take what is mine with no consequence, the old vampire continued. Did Thomas get free? Harry searched for his brother, eyes flicking over towards the other side of the cave. His blood ran cold at the sight. Corinne had freed Thomas, but she was now pinned under him, turning gradually paler as the vampire kissed and drained her, the angry wounds visible on his back slowly closing. Shit! They are mine to do with as I please, the old monster continued, striding over to where Harry was restrained, his injuries already healed, even if it clearly cost him. And now, your life is mine as well. Elisa stumbled to her feet and moved to flank her sire, injured knee having had time to recover, that took longer than he expected. Her eyes were crazed and hungry, and for a moment, her gaze zeroed in on Lord Wraith's bleeding back, before flinching away and eyeing Harry like he was a piece of tasty meat. The old monster was getting weaker. Harry could see the tension in the vampire's frame, visceral desperation obvious under his poised facade. Even his loyal daughters noticed. But that would all be meaningless if killing him and Thomas would break the curse like Bob's information implied. PFFF. Harry scoffed, reaching for any little spark of power he had left. She really hit you where it hurt, didn't she? He smiled, despite the pain and imminent death. How much does it suck, not being able to feed? Like mother, like son, he said. Lord Wraith stilled, a flicker of hesitation in his demeanor, before rage boiled in his eyes and he snarled. Empty words, wizard. I am protected from magic, a death curse will do nothing. Lara shifted on top of Harry with a sharp intake of breath. They will eat you alive, Harry declared. Even if Tanya didn't, his hold on the others was weakening. The old vampire scoffed. They would not dare. His words rang hollow, given Tanya just did dare. Not to mention all the other things out there that would jump at his weakness. Lord Wraith crouched down so Harry could see the gloating, triumphant smile stretched across his silvery features. The old monster did not dare look him in the eye. I own them. You do not. The voice was quiet, but carried through the suddenly still cavern. The soft thumps of footsteps heralded the entrance of someone unexpected. Harry blinked, angling his head towards the newcomer, even as Lara kept him in place. Was that Michael? There was a moment of confused silence. Lara twisted around sharply to stare at the interloper, allowing Harry to see the fist of God stride into the heart of Wraith territory like it was a casual stroll through his own backyard. Harry frowned. On second glance, Michael was dressed in work clothes, not his armor, and Amorcius was nowhere to be seen. Not that Harry wasn't happy to see his most dependable friend, but he felt the cold grip of fear crawling up his throat, unsure what Michael was trying to do coming unarmed. Lord Wraith laughed uproariously. This was your plan, wizard. Apparently he was equally clueless about what Michael was trying to do. You have no business here, knight, the old vampire scoffed, there are no Dinarians here. If you leave now, I might be generous enough to spare you. Michael ignored the White King, instead meeting Harry's eyes around Lara's torso, fatherly concern, quiet resolve and an edge of solemn chastisement flickering in his gaze. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't taken up the coin, but in a way, Lord Wraith was wrong. Michael wasn't here to smite him, was he? Otherwise he would have brought the sword. Oh, but you must have known that, mortal, the old vampire spat, all trace of congeniality gone from his voice, why else would you have neglected to bring the sword? You know you have no power here. There wasn't much that his kind hated more than being ignored. The Knight of Love glanced up at the White King, regarding him almost as an afterthought. There was a flicker of amusement in Michael's cool blue eyes, before they hardened. Let them go. Michael spoke softly. And yet, the words reached every corner of the Wraith Deeps. It was more than just wind, there was a weight to them that Harry couldn't really describe, and he found himself dumbstruck, part of him boggling at a mostly normal human so confidently making a demand of a vampire lord, another part almost convinced that Lord Wraith would actually acquiesce. You dare make demands of me, the White King boomed, his face a rictus of rage. He pointed a finger at Michael. Kill him. Harry flinched, afraid for his unarmed friend. No one moved. Michael stood undaunted. Harry blinked, eyes darting between the Wraith sisters still conscious. Lara was stiff, her glowing marble flesh making it evident her hunger was still very much aroused, but her eyes were no longer dull, instead darting around the room wildly, before finally settling on her father, a predatory gleam growing in those silvery orbs. Go fuck yourself, old man. Lord Wraith's head snapped around in shock. Elisa blinked, surprised at her own words. Then realization swept over her face and a vicious glint flashed in her eyes. How dare you defy me, the old vampire snarled, striding menacingly towards his suddenly defiant daughter. I am the king. He flinched as something struck him in the face. Harry blinked as a white piece of stone cut a line across Lord Wraith's cheek. Droplets of pink blood pooled around the cut, which did not immediately heal. Harry's eyes flicked to the side, where Inari and her friend seemed to have been shaken awake. Did one of them throw the rock? There was a beat of silence, broken by a thump and the skittering of rubble as Tanya threw the remains of the throne off of her and sprang to her feet, a beautifully manic grin spreading over her face. Natalia stumbled to her feet a moment later, visceral hunger twisting her face. Lord Wraith's bravado only wavered for an instant, but that was enough. The bracelet on Harry's wrist burned, snapping his attention away from the pure lust radiating off of the hungry vampires as they circled their weakened patriarch. Even Thomas left Murphy, sensing bigger prey. While her sisters eyed their sire like a piece of meat, Tanya's gleaming eyes locked onto Harry's, shining with triumph and burning with barely restrained desire. Her breaths came in heaves, and Harry's position gave him quite the view, as her battered jacket did little to hide the shape of her bouncing chest. Harry glanced up as quickly as he could, only to see Tanya's eyes shining with amusement. Stars and stones, her sisters really had nothing on her. Almost preening under his gaze, Tanya eyed her vampiric sisters. Their hungers flared, but Harry found he could barely focus on anything but Tanya. Distantly, he noticed Elisa and Natalia seemed to back off, while Tanya and Lara shared a meaningful look. There was something there, but Harry was far too distracted to figure it out right now. Whatever it meant, Lara stood, stalking towards her father, her cowed demeanor falling away as her clothes did. That left Harry free, but he hardly registered that, attention still locked on Tanya's starlight eyes, and definitely not the other beautiful parts of her. What are you doing? The old monster barked, his control finally slipping. Harry would have laughed, if he had any breath to. Succeeding you, father. Lara pounced. Thomas and Elisa followed suit, and the weakened old man was cast down among the remnants of his throne. Natalia was not far behind. Even Felicia weakly scrambled towards him, leaving a trail of pink blood and gore behind her. His children had drained much of their reserves too, but they could feed, and Lord Wraith could not. Harry, Michael's call broke Harry out of his shocked stupor at the reversal and he scrambled up into a sitting position, blinking up at the older man, pointedly not looking behind him no matter the sounds he could hear. Are you all right? What was that? Harry gasped, his remaining strength seeming to leave him now that he was out of immediate danger. Michael smiled, glancing up slightly, before nodding and turning towards Inari. A pair of familiar arms snaked around Harry from behind and Tanya helped him stand to his feet, pressing herself against his back in a really distracting way. Are you okay? Tanya shoved another metal strip into his mouth and closed his jaw around it, elegant fingers lightly cupping his face. He felt energy jolt through him, but all that really did was give his body enough strength to break out into shivers as he came down from the adrenaline. Tanya kept him steady. Pops. Inari looked up at Michael, curling in on herself, looking absolutely miserable. Inari, Michael knelt down in front of her, laying a hand on her shoulder. Let's get you out of here. He will not hurt you anymore. Inari hugged one of her knees, looking down at the floor and rocking herself back and forth, her other leg laying limply on the ground. But, she shuddered, burying her face into arms. I almost killed Charles. Michael squeezed her shoulder. But you did not. We should probably leave, Tanya interjected, trying to get her twin to focus. Not gonna take your pound of flesh from dear old daddy. Harry snarked, feeling the shakes receding. He didn't stand on his own quite yet. Tanya snorted, her breath and loose hair tickling his ear and neck. I already have, she purred, before shifting Harry fully upright, offering him staff with one hand, while pressing him against her more firmly than strictly necessary with the other. Can you stand? Harry pulled away from her, a bit reluctantly. Yet. It was nice, but they had other things they needed to do. He turned, searching for Murphy, doing his best to avoid looking at whatever freaky incestuous things were happening around the broken throne. His bracelet helped, but even not being the target of the hungry wraiths, he was having a hard time not thinking about the things Tanya could do to him. Corinne was over by where Thomas had been chained. She had partly picked herself up off the ground, but was now staring blankly towards the pile of vampires. Her jacket was open and her shirt was torn. Crap! Harry hurried over to her, using his staff a bit like a crutch. The life energy batteries were keeping him going for now, but he had taken enough hits today that he knew he was going to crash hard. Murph, come on, we need to get out of here. He shook her shoulder, but she didn't respond. Hell's bells, Thomas and the ex-Lord Wraith must have shook her up bad. Harry hauled her to her feet, turning away from the very distracting noises. Corinne blinked and started, swaying on her feet in a daze. Harry, she whispered questioningly. Let's get out of here, Harry encouraged softly, pulling on her shoulder and dragging her towards the cave entrance. It seemed very wrong to see Murph so pliable, but it at least made it easier to get her to safety. Inari tried to stand, but her leg collapsed from under her, sending her falling into Michael's chest, where she started sobbing uncontrollably. It hurts, she gasped. Let's get you to a doctor, Michael assured her, helping her stand. As he pulled her up, Inari caught a glimpse of what her family was doing. Harry watched as horror and disgust twisted her features, before she buried her face into Michael's shoulder with an anguished cry. Tanya went to her twin, wrapping her in a hug from behind and holding a bloodied nail near Inari's face. Here, bite this. Inari turned her head towards her twin, eyes flicking down towards the nail, before looking back up at Tanya questioningly. Michael nodded, and Inari tentatively bit down on the nail. Her eyes flickered silver, before her face tightened in pain as her leg twitched and reset, a keening wail bursting from her chest, muffled by Michael's shirt. The sound snapped Murphy out of her fugue. And her gaze snapped up towards Inari, who slumped against Michael, shivering in pain and shock at what had just happened. Is she okay? Corinne whispered. Harry wasn't sure how to answer. I don't know. The silver in Inari's eyes faded, and she looked nervously at her twin. What's gonna happen now? She asked hesitantly. We'll get you out of here, Tanya murmured soothingly. Harry, Corinne, do you need help? Michael asked quietly, looking over the two of them as they approached. You are injured, and she is injured in spirit. We're good enough to walk, Harry replied. Enough to get out of here. He glanced over his shoulder. The sight of the wraith dogpile was both disturbingly alluring and incredibly revolting, but at least Thomas seemed to be fine, physically. It was disturbing to see his brother like this. Harry didn't think he'd ever be the same, but that wasn't a fight he could help with right now. Michael frowned, before nodding. I see. Come on, let's get you all home. Inari mumbled an assent into his shoulder, before stiffening. Wait, what about Charlie? She slipped out of Michael's arms, her legs still unsteady, but she managed to stand on her own. Her friend was laid out on the floor unmoving. Charles? Inari rushed over, almost collapsing on him. Tanya's eyes widened and Harry cursed. Hey? Wah! Charles startled awake, eyes blinking blearily. Inari burst into relieved tears, causing her friend to jerk up in concern. What's wrong? Inari let out a choked sob and snatched her friend up into a hug. You dummy! There are better places to sleep than on the ground. A flash of confusion passed over the young man's face and he patted Inari on the back reassuringly, before squinting at Harry over her shoulder. Anyone know where my glasses are? Ah, Tanya bent down and retrieved the spectacles in question. Here they are. She stepped over to her twin and her friend and handed him his eyesight back. Thanks. Charles put on his glasses, then froze upon seeing the wraith pile Harry was pointedly not looking at. What the fuck? Language. Inari cut in chidingly, before breaking into hysterical giggles. but makes perfect sense. Can someone explain this to me? Charles continued blankly, staring unbelievingly at the scene, still patting Inari gently on the back. Maybe somewhere not here. Yes, Tanya agreed, glancing over shoulder with a twinge of disgust. That would be wise. And so they left. Michael helped Inari and Charles to their feet, and the pair stumbled out of the cave, leaning on each other for support. Murphy seemed to have mostly snapped out of her fugue, but now she just looked like she was about to be sick. As the rest of the group exited the cavern, Tanya paused, before turning around and removing her jacket and what was left of her shredded blouse. For a moment, Harry almost thought she would join her other siblings, but she instead draped her jacket over one arm, bent down, and wrapped Hayek's remains in what was left of her blouse. She straightened and turned, her silky hair and still luminescent alabaster flesh moving in a sinuous, almost otherworldly motion, the only thing keeping her modesty a torn sports bra. Her shimmering eyes glanced up, sadness rippling through the glimmering pools, and Harry found his mouth was dry. Tanya was beating herself up again. Harry walked over to her and slid an arm around her in a comforting gesture. She shivered at his touch and leaned into him, letting him walk her out of the cave, cradling what was left of her small, spiky friend in her arms. I think he knew exactly what he was doing, Harry murmured in Tanya's ear. The little guy always seemed smarter than the average hedgehog. She frowned, but said nothing, instead leaning her head on his shoulder, her velvety hair tickling his neck as she tried to get the irrationality out of her system. They had done it. Chapter 23, Prohibition's End. Chapter Text. Prohibition's End. This had probably been the worst weekend of Inari's life, and it wasn't even over yet. It hadn't been all bad, she and Tanya had managed to talk through some of the stuff that had been bothering them, but the rest of it had been, not good. She had tried to be brave, tried not to be the one hiding behind other people for a change, and what good did that do? She'd almost killed Charles. You okay? Charles asked her gently as they stumbled out of the tunnel. Inari cringed at his worried tone. She did not deserve his concern, after he got hurt almost died because of her. Oh, right, he mumbled, dumb question. I'm sorry. Inari sobbed, looking away so she didn't have to see his expression, but she couldn't bear to let go of him. Part of her noted Papa Carpenter helping Justine out of a chair, how did she get there, but that barely registered over her fear of losing her friend. For what? Charles wondered after a pause. Not your fault, your dad's some kind of crazy cult person. I almost killed you. He really let her get away with too much. You'll have to explain that one to me, he replied flatly. No way kidnapping me was your idea, and it's not like, he trailed off, and Inari turned back to look at him worriedly. Charles looked up at her with a slight flush on his face. I mean, kissing you is lethal figuratively, but not like it's lethal literally, right? Something must have shown on her face. Welp, no real point hiding it now. My family are vampires. Charles stared at her blankly, then looked up at the sun past the treetops. Either popular tropes are wrong. Sex vampires. Inari blurted out, before cringing in embarrassment, fear at how he would react sending a chill through her chest. Charles stared at her for a few seconds, and she almost looked away, but tamped down on her anxiety. She wasn't going to run from the consequences. You know, that makes too much sense, Charles muttered, starting off into the distance. Hey? You believe me? Sunshine, your family apparently sparkles, and Tanya's boyfriend can shoot fire out of a stick. If I'm not dreaming, then I'll have to accept that some weird stuff is real. That wasn't the point. You almost died. Inari exclaimed. But I didn't, Charles pointed out absently. That would explain how you two look so damn beautiful and don't seem to notice. Inari felt her face heat up, even as frustration swelled in her chest. They were talking about his life here. This wasn't the time for flattery. Not to mention how physically strong and full of energy you two are, Charles mused. How can you be so calm about this? Inari burst out. I almost killed you, she repeated dully, slumping against him. Charles sighed, stumbling slightly, before adjusting to her weight. I'm not exactly calm, really, just trying pretty hard not to freak out right now. Oh no. How could she have missed that? But yet, it wasn't your fault. Now she felt worse. But... You're not mad. Inari whispered hesitantly into his ear. Inari, Charles hissed. Your family had you fucking tortured until you passed out. How the hell do you expect me to hold that against you? He didn't hate her. But still. I still almost killed you. Charles snorted. You are a freaking miracle, Inari. Way. Stop saying stuff like that with a straight face. Not talking about how you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, that's not that weird, but with a family like that, apparently vampires, you still managed to be the kindest person I know. Not sure what else I'd call it. For a moment, Inari forgot about all the bad things that had happened that day, her mind blank with embarrassment and relieved glee that her friend didn't hate her. Though it wouldn't be a bad way to go. Charles? Inari hated how nonchalant he was about his life, but she couldn't help but feel a bit flattered, no matter how messed up it was. For now, she just hugged him closer. The day was won. Her sire would no longer be a problem. Inari, Harry, and all of her siblings were alive, if injured, with Hayek being the only undeserving casualty. All in all, that was a success, and part of her did feel elation, so why did it still feel so wrong? Tanya cradled Hayek's corpse gingerly against her chest. He was already old, part of her chided, and had not been long for the world anyways. One more irrational part of her screamed that it was another indignity her sire had inflicted on her, baying for further revenge. The childish part of her waxed sentimental over Hayek, and to be fair, the ornery little creature had been with her for much of this life, he deserved a more pleasant end. If she had taken him home instead of leaving him at the manor, then Lieutenant Murphy would not have had the opening she had taken, and who knew what the result might have been after that. Besides, Hayek had never quite gotten used to the townhouse, having spent most of his life at the manor, where he had plenty of space to wander. And if the unusually cunning hedgehog had stowed away in her pack, Tanya had figured that he would have been more comfortable in his old haunts, especially at his age. Tanya sighed, leaning into Harry's one-armed hug as the group made their way through the woods around the manor. It wasn't because of the weather, it was warm and the elements didn't bother her much after she became a vampire anyways. Not to mention she could just put her jacket back on. But it was nice, having his arm around her, his touch trailing lightning where it cupped her side. Her hunger wanted more, but it wasn't the time or place for that. Even if it was, Harry was still in love with Susan, and even if that changed, any relationship between the two of them would likely be too influenced by Tanya's hunger for it to be counted as true love, which would open Harry up to too much unnecessary danger, given his tendency to find himself in trouble. If only he could stop being so distractingly attractive. Tanya felt her body shiver again. What was wrong with her? From what she remembered of her experiences after combat in her previous life and the aftermath of the brief fights she had participated in during this life, having some involuntary movements while coming down from the adrenaline was normal, but she had never been so bothered before. She knew her vampiric body was ridiculous in how strong of a libido it had compared to her previous one, but this was absurd. They had all just suffered injury and stress, Inari had almost done something she'd never lived down, Tanya herself had almost killed members of her own family. This was a serious situation, so why did her irrational brain fixate so much on that kiss? It had just been a distraction, pretending to acquiesce to her sire's demands, given that he was not aware of Harry's protection, it was not supposed to mean anything. So why was she just so damn horny? Tanya. Tanya almost jumped as Harry murmured worriedly into her ear, her overly sharpened senses turning the soft touch of his breath into feathers running down her neck and spine. Her heart still pounded in her chest, her breath came in heaves, and her flesh itched. Did Harry have more nails? Wait, no, he couldn't afford to transfer energy right now, and her hunger was not even running that low. Harry's hands brushed down to her waist, fingers running across bare skin in an attempt at a comforting gesture. Tanya froze, breath caught in her chest. She tried desperately to ignore her hunger's accursed urges. The memory of this body's first kiss was almost too much. It's all right, Harry consoled her gently, you're free now. That was great, but now she had a new problem. What are we going to do with her? Lieutenant Murphy asked, voice sounding shaky. Tanya really owed her a lot, and she'd make sure Thomas at least apologized later. Wait, when did they get to the manor? And who? I'm waiting here. Oh, Justine. Don't feel right doing that, the lieutenant muttered. She was right, Justine shouldn't be left alone in her state. Justine, Michael said, I can take you somewhere safe, and Thomas will come pick you up when he's ready. But here is closer. Is it safe to leave her here? Harry asked, hand still at Tanya's waist. The guards were ready to dump her body if Thomas had drained her to death. They aren't a problem anymore, Tanya pointed out, not daring to look him in the eye lest she do something inappropriate. If you are in a safe place, Michael continued gently, Thomas will be happy, and then he'll come to the safe place too. Really? Justine wondered. Okay. There was probably a more efficient arrangement than just imposing more on Mr. Carpenter, but Tanya just could not get her thoughts in order. I could use a ride, Charles requested, if one of you doesn't mind. Can he and I stay with you today, Pops? Inari asked hesitantly. Michael smiled and promised to get them home too. Ordinarily, Tanya would have felt more responsible for Inari, but her twin was always more comfortable at the Carpenters, and part of her didn't think it would be a good day for Inari to stay with her and Harry. Harry was her tenant. Do any of you happen to know where de Rossi wanted us to bring his car after this? Harry asked. Charles and Inari had paused at Harry's question while Michael loaded Justine into his truck. He didn't say, Lieutenant Murphy muttered, maybe back to the same place? I need to get my bike anyway. Is that a good idea? Harry asked. Figured the police would be there. The lieutenant glanced at Harry, gaze lingering a bit on Tanya, a complicated expression on her face. Better not leave my bike there then. My motorcycle is there too, Tanya pointed out. Wait, Charles interjected. Why do you have Professor Clifford's car? He is also a vampire. Tanya explained helpfully. Charles blinked, then turned to stare at her. Good to know. But why's the car here? He let us borrow it, Lieutenant Murphy answered, though he didn't tell us where to return it. You know he has a phone, right? Charles pointed out blandly. Damn hormones. She really should have thought of that. Oh wait, she needed to get a new phone. Tanya shook her head slightly, trying to shake off the persistent itch. Harry's hand slid up her side and cupped her arm, its progress leaving her hunger giddy. Do you have a place for him at your place? When did Inari get in front of her? Oh, she meant Hayak. Charles was on the phone, and no, there wasn't really a good place to give Hayak a proper resting place at the townhouse. There's his favorite spot out back, Tanya mused. But I don't think we have the time right now. She really just wanted to get home. Inari offered a few suggestions, and Harry pulled away to let them talk. Her damned hunger almost made her feel empty without him, to the point Tanya couldn't really remember what Inari said. But given her longing looks at Charles, and flicker of silver in her eyes, Inari was having trouble staying on topic too. Her hunger was asleep, but only just. They decided to keep Hayak at the carpenters for now, then they could have a proper ceremony when they weren't about to keel over or aroused out of their minds. Harry returned, and Tanya clamped down on her feelings as hard as she could, barely coherent enough to give Inari a hug as she handed off what was left of Hayak and her twin got into Michael's truck, after which Tanya, Harry and Lieutenant Murphy all piled into Professor de Rossi's car. Charles slipped into the passenger seat, having managed to convince Inari to let go of him for a bit, probably to direct the lieutenant to whatever location was necessary. Harry threw his arm around her again, and Tanya squeezed her eyes shut, the muscles in her core clenching against the itch, her head lolling against her partner's shoulder. Her clothes had never felt so stifling before. She had even taken a lot of it off already. She okay? Charles asked. Tanya did her best to nod. As good as she can be, Harry explained. She kind of just ate a lot. When did he begin to understand her so well? A flash of heat burned through her, and Harry rocked her soothingly, the contact just making it worse. The insufferable man didn't even know what he was doing to her. Ook, her family's weird, Charles drawled. My best girlfriend is a vampire. He raised a finger. Inari did not fully fledge, Tanya corrected, gritting her teeth at how close it had been. Okay, vampire pupa, whatever. My boss is also a vampire. He raised another finger. Tanya's boyfriend is a wizard or something. We're not dating, Harry objected, a denial which Tanya found uncomfortably disconcerting. Sure, Charles scoffed. What's next? Billy being a werewolf. Oh right, Harry mused, you do know them. Charles turned around to stare at him. He's a werewolf. Well, yeah, Harry acknowledged. How the fuck did I end up in this situation? Charles groused, throwing up his hands in disbelief. Unless you guys are more common than I'm assuming. The concentration is a bit unusual, Tanya admitted, glad for the distraction from her all too comfortably warm cushion of her tenant. I'm going to have to ask so many awkward questions, Charles muttered. Is anyone else I know some sort of unusual supernatural creature? He paused for a second. Am I? He shook his head and sighed explosively. I'm going to sleep now. He leaned back in his seat and was out like a light. Part of Tanya envied him, the other part was too invested in staying awake. He handled that better than I expected, Lieutenant Murphy muttered. Better than I did. To be fair, Harry replied, you've been through worse. It may be too early to judge him well-adjusted, Tanya observed, shifting to get a better look at Charles, and most certainly not as an excuse to press herself against Harry more. I do not know if the gravity of the situation has quite sunk in. She cocked her head in thought, coincidentally pressing herself into Harry's neck. On the other hand, Charles has always taken hard evidence seriously. From what Tanya could see in the rearview mirror, Lieutenant Murphy's lips thinned, a difficult-to-describe mix of emotions roiling within her, before it was shoved away to focus on the task at hand. Truly a commendable woman. Wasn't he supposed to be giving directions? Harry asked. The GPS chose that moment to tell them to take a right. Contrary to his reputation among certain people, Harry was actually a pretty observant person. It was kind of necessary to have any success at all as a private investigator, though the business part had not been that successful until recently. Part of it came from how he sometimes snarked jokes that made it seem like he couldn't read the room, or how little he knew about the pop culture of the most recent decade. It wasn't entirely unwarranted, since he was literally technologically handicapped, which made keeping up with new hip things a little more difficult, and he did have a bad habit of mouthing off at people who he really shouldn't be insulting, Both those incredibly dangerous and those that really didn't deserve it, the latter made him feel guilty. Now that he thought about it, he had cultivated a bit of that reputation for gormlessness on purpose, which, funny enough, showed that he did pay attention after all. But it wasn't like Harry could claim to notice everything around him. Hell's bells, he missed a lot. If he had paid more attention, maybe Elaine wouldn't have been mind-raped, maybe Susan would still be running around doing serious stories on supernatural things that were mostly hoaxes, and maybe Corinne wouldn't be so beaten down by her job. Maybe Kim would still be alive. But all that aside, right now Harry didn't know how much longer he could pretend not to notice the affection he shared with Tanya. It wasn't just due to her hunger, like they had thought at first. In hindsight it never had been. Harry had always been a sucker for a pretty face who needed his help, and stars and stones did Tanya take that trophy and run with it. But if that had been it, whatever it was they had wouldn't have developed. Once he'd figured out she was a white court vampire, Harry had been a bit more cautious. Part of him had even thought she might have been just a really good actor, but that wouldn't have fooled Michael, and in Harry's experience, most monsters of the kind Tanya might have been wouldn't have bothered with bringing him food and insisting on fixing his self-destructive habits. To be fair to past Harry, he had been in a really bad way right after Susan got turned. But Tanya hadn't really taken advantage of him. Instead she had dragged him back to being a functional human being, something not many people would have bothered with, and Harry had not let Michael try. Tanya had been there when he needed it. She'd also been the first person Harry had met who hadn't looked at him funny about advertising as a wizard. She'd even thought it was respectable. It wasn't like he needed support for his career choices, but it was nice to have someone appreciate it. In short, Harry was pretty sure that his feelings for Tanya were more than just pure lust or induced by her hunger. Now, Harry had to admit that there was a lot of lust. Every inch of Tanya's unfairly attractive body pushed his caveman brain's buttons really hard, and honestly, Harry was a bit surprised he had managed to control himself so well this far. At first, it hadn't been that hard. When they first met, he had been more concerned about how sick she had looked than how pretty she was. Finding out that she was sort of Michael's adopted kid had kicked away most other thoughts of that. After that, after Susan, Harry had not been in a state to do much of anything, not to mention being pestered by a wraith had a very different implication. But now? Harry was in a better place than he'd been in for a long time, ignoring the recent near-death experience. Money wasn't as tight as it used to be, and he was getting regular business, even if a good part of it didn't really exactly fall under being a pie anymore. Tanya had been a big part of that, and frequent exposure had shown that her initial horror at her vampiric nature had not been faked. She didn't mind the improved physique, but mostly appreciated it for how she now barely needed sleep instead of the supercharged makeover or mind-whammy ability. She instead absolutely loathed the parasitic nature of her hunger, and Harry had been able to help her with that, both with the life energy storage, and by being someone she could interact with who she couldn't feed on. Their relationship really had been mutually beneficial. Tanya had pulled him back up to his feet and really helped him get his life in order, and Harry had helped her manage her nature, not to mention the small matter of freeing her from her monster sire's influence. But what now? Tanya knew how attractive Harry found her, even if she usually didn't react to it, to the point he forgot about it more often than he really should. In hindsight, the fact that she was willing to put up with him and his inner caveman should have been a clue that the attraction was a bit more mutual than he had first thought. Harry had kept a close eye on Tanya in their earlier interactions, not just because she was very nice to look at, but also to watch for signs of wraith trickery. He hadn't found any, and it was a bit funny that he had been so focused on looking out for predatory interest that he overlooked a sort of awkward teenage affection. His own self-loathing at the time had made dismissing genuine affection far too easy, in hindsight, not to mention her age, despite her precocious maturity. Now, with Tanya pressed against his side, her face flushed with victory and very clear arousal, her breath tickling his neck and her heart pounding hard enough he could feel it where they made contact, Harry could not really pretend that she wasn't also very attracted to him. Most importantly, her hunger was sated and drowsy. His touch did not burn. This was all her. How was he supposed to respond to that? And Susan? Their last meeting hadn't been a clean break, but despite their true love, it didn't look like it was to be. How ironic was that? Tanya yawned, letting out a tired groan and shifting against him, almost falling off his shoulder as Murphy took the car around a turn. Harry tightened his arm around her torso, keeping her upright. Oh, she had forgotten her seatbelt, doing his best not to think about the smooth flesh he was touching. Harry yawned too, and against his better judgment, he glanced down to check on his stupidly sexy landlady, who was mostly topless. Okay, he was too tired to think about this, he'd just enjoy this for now. The day's events, combined with Tanya's warm, comforting weight, meant Harry fell asleep pretty quickly. He woke as the car slowed to a stop. It took a moment for him to register where they were and who the soft and warm presence against him was. Harry yawned, blinking the fatigue out of his eyes. Tanya grumbled sleepily as he shifted, tightening her arms around him. When did that happen? Had a nice nap. Murphy quipped from the front seat, her voice sounding a bit strained. Oh, she'd had about as bad a day as they did, and she had to drive. Where are we at? Harry mumbled, feeling a bit guilty, but he couldn't really drive with his hand, and Tanya hadn't been in a good state to do so. Of all of them, Murphy was the least banged up. Physically, at least. At a hospital, Corinne replied, to get your hand checked out. Oh no. They better not put me near anything important, Harry muttered. Wizards and finicky, life-saving electronic equipment, did not mix at all. Don't be a baby, Murphy grumbled, as bad as your hand looks, they're not going to put you on a ventilator just yet. Charles yawned loudly from the passenger seat. Oh dang, that's a nice bike. He pointed at something Harry couldn't see, drawing Murphy's gaze. Did those two old geezers seriously load my bike on that dinosaur of a truck? Murphy sighed. Hey. Harry objected, there's nothing wrong with hitching a ride on a dinosaur. Except for dinosaurs being extinct, Charles pointed helpfully. He did not specify living ones, Tanya murmured in Harry's neck, and he almost bit his tongue clamping down on his excited shivers. He was sure Tanya didn't get any tips from her older sisters, so how did she keep doing stuff like this? Your boyfriend's a necromancer? Charles asked with some trepidation. No, Tanya denied, even as Harry winced slightly. Depending on interpretation, their life energy batteries might end up put into that category. Better not let Morgan learn about them. I was referring to the robotic possibility, Tanya explained. Life will find a way, Harry quipped. Assuming animatronic Jurassic Park counted. Let's just get your ass into the hospital, Murphy sighed. I can cover the costs, Tanya added, still leaning against Harry. Oh right, Charles muttered, you're rich. Wasn't he just at Wraith Manor? How could that possibly come as a surprise? Murphy let out a groan, before unbuckling her seatbelt and stepping out of the car. She probably had enough of them for one day. Charles shrugged, before following suit, though he had to lean a bit on the door as his legs wobbled unsteadily. Harry kind of didn't want to get out, even if his hand hurt, now that he was thinking about it. Tanya didn't seem to want to either. Haas. E.B. growled, stop being a layabout. Harry sighed, moving to exit the car himself. Tanya made a sound of protest. Oh. It probably wasn't a good idea for her to go out in public without a shirt on. Here, Harry whispered, reaching out and retrieving her jacket, wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Tanya gave him an annoyed look, but started shrugging on the jacket, leaving Harry free to get out of the car. He blinked as the setting sun pricked at his eyes. E.B. was looking about as pissed as he was that one time Harry had wandered off the farm for some reason he couldn't even remember. Harry nodded at his mentor, bracing for the coming tirade. Sir. The hard look on McCoy's face softened, and he shook his head. God damn it, Harry, you really are as reckless as your mother. The old monster had said that too. Harry winced. Not one of my best moments. If that did not count, Tanya observed, following him out of the car, I would certainly like to have seen what would qualify. There was a strange tinge of awe and uncharacteristic eagerness in her voice, something that Harry suddenly wanted to see more of. What are you doing here, Wraith? The old man spat, eyes ablaze again. Retrieving her motorcycle, Cliff de Rossi cut in, hauling Tanya's bike off of the back of Eb's truck and setting it on the pavement. E.B. glared at the old vampire, who just shrugged. What? Do you want to keep it? It probably won't work long around you anyway. Now that Harry thought about it, he was a bit surprised they hadn't tried to kill each other. He knew from personal experience that his mentor had a bit of a temper, and well, de Rossi was a wrath vampire. Can we get his hand checked out already? Murphy snapped, pretty sure Inari needs to have her leg checked out too. Yes, Tanya concurred, pushing Harry gently in the direction of the entrance. Thank you for your assistance, Professor, Senior Council member. She bowed politely to them. I will be sure to provide you due compensation. Clough raised an eyebrow speculatively, but E.B. scoffed. I don't want anything you're selling, Wraith, he growled. Oh no, Tanya was not going to let that go. I assumed sexual favors would be of little use to the White Council at the moment, Tanya replied flatly, for a variety of reasons. Did she just? But surely you are aware that there are other ways to aid your efforts. Harry sighed and shook his head. E.B. was definitely going to interpret that the wrong way. Poor Tanya, being a wraith really colored every interaction she had with people in the know. I do not need, or want your help, E.B. growled. He was being a bit rude, but honestly, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Harry had not exactly been polite to Tanya early on, though luckily for him she was too stubborn to be deterred from feeding him. Now that he thought about it, she took having food very seriously. Their fridge was big. I see, Tanya replied, nodding solemnly. I understand. Great, now she was going to get something indirectly, which was not going to make him feel any better. Come on Harry, Murphy sighed, giving him a shove, let's get you some medical attention before you pass out. Now that she mentioned it, ow! His hand hurt. So did the rest of him. The batteries were probably starting to wear off. What followed passed in a haze. Harry vaguely remembered getting marched into the hospital, getting directed to a room, and then falling asleep almost before he ended up on the bed. Also one of the light bulbs in the room popped. Great. Tanya did not have much experience with hospitals, as the Wraith family had their own dedicated medical staff. It had made sense in context of their wealth, and now with the added complications of their divergent physiology, seeking medical attention at a general hospital would not be particularly useful for herself, especially given her regenerative capability. Unfortunately, Harry, being a more normal human, lacked that ability, as convenient as it would have been, and Tanya was only familiar with first aid, so here they were. Neither of them liked hospitals. Harry, being too altruistic for his own good, avoided them due to fear of his magic disabling crucial electronic equipment. For herself, hospitals evoked uncomfortable memories of another life. Now she had yet another reason to avoid these places, something she would not have noticed without her hunger. She had once thought that doctors and nurses would be the height of professionalism, and ironically enough, the ones her family had hired often were, at least when they were functioning. For whatever reason, the staff here were incredibly horny. They had only been here for 2 hours, and Tanya had already noticed a few licentious affairs taking place. Perhaps it was the stress of the occupation? If that was the case, Tanya could perhaps relate. If not for the events that passed the past 2 days, she would have been absolutely mortified by her lack of self-control. Even though she knew Harry enjoyed her attention, it was still incredibly rude and unprofessional. But with what he had done for her, especially today, Tanya found she did not really regret being so blatant with her feelings, since it meant that Harry could not possibly fail to understand her interest was genuine, something she until recently had not been entirely confident in herself. Despite having lived multiple lives, Tanya did not have much experience in romantic entanglements. In hindsight, the Solariman had been very oblivious, and that had also bled over into the child soldier as well as her current incarnation. In theory, a romantic relationship was not fundamentally different from a professional one, with both parties seeking a mutually beneficial agreement for the satisfaction of biological, emotional, or material needs. Some of that already applied to her and Harry, but there were complications in it going any further. Aside from the obvious issue of her hunger, it also did not seem right to interfere with true love that already existed, even if Ms. Rodriguez's condition also made any relationship impractical. Then there was the question of whether Tanya was actually capable of such a thing to begin with. True love was supposed to be some sort of mystical, altruistic state, something that went against her natural inclinations. There was nothing inherently wrong with charity or altruism, but Tanya could admit she was not one of those people who were willing to give freely, not like Harry. She would not take advantage of him. Tanya. She blinked, startled out of her thoughts as Mr. Carpenter stepped into the room. Tanya looked away from the bed where Harry was sleeping, a vague memory of a nurse examining him flitting through her mind, but she could not remember anything more concrete than that. Just how tired was she? Yes, Mr. Carpenter. Tanya replied, turning her gaze back to the man Inari had essentially adopted as a surrogate father. The older man glanced at Harry, before fixing her with a meaningful look. I'm sure you'll be glad to know that Inari has physically recovered, and Charles is not seriously injured, even if he will have to take it easy the next few days. Tanya flushed, a rush of shame and embarrassment flowing through her at not having deigned to stay with her sister after what happened to her. Did Inari even want her to be there, after what happened? No, she should have some time alone with Charles so they could work out what happened between them. Mr. Carpenter let out a light laugh, stepping over and settling into the chair next to her. Inari knows you love her, and she loves you enough not to begrudge you time with others you care deeply about. She is a far better sister than I, Tanya sighed. She had never been very good at relationships, in any of her lives. You are the best sibling she has, Mr. Carpenter retorted good-naturedly. That is damning with faint praise, Tanya answered flatly. Could any of your siblings have done what you did for Inari? Mr. Carpenter pressed. Would any of them have even tried? Tanya paused in thought. Thomas would have tried. He deserved that much, even if he hadn't really had a plan, as far as she knew. Not that she could claim the success as her own. That lay more with the other two people in the room. Inari has you to thank for her rescue, Tanya, Mr. Carpenter concluded with a soft certainty that made Tanya almost willing to believe it. You did not choose what you are, but I am proud of the woman you are growing into. A long, ragged breath burst its way out from Tanya's throat and her eyes welled with tears of happiness. Parental approval had not mattered very much to her for a long time, so why? Why did she feel so relieved? He had promised to stop her if she ever went too far, but this was not the relief of surviving danger. Was this why Inari latched onto him so much? Margaret really did not quite appreciate what she had. Though on that note, Mr. Carpenter continued, a hint of amusement coloring his voice, I do have a question for you, Tanya, if you don't mind. I do not. A part of Tanya cringed, sensing something uncomfortable, but Mr. Carpenter had just saved them from her sire at great risk to himself, so he was at least owed this much, if not much more. Besides, it was Mr. Carpenter, he would not ask something untowards. Do you love him? Tanya froze, her mind skipping a beat. For all she had been trying to process that same question, she had no answer. I don't know. Do you truly not know? Or are you afraid of what your honest answer would mean? Both. Tanya snapped, taken aback by the strength of her own reaction. Diagnosing love is not a simple task. Well, that wasn't quite true. Love is fundamentally simple, Mr. Carpenter pointed out. So is flight. Tanya retorted, but that does not make accomplishing it simple. Safely, that is. Mr. Carpenter smiled sadly. It is true. Your heritage makes love a greater challenge. I don't believe so, Tanya cut in. I have a mechanism through which I can receive objective feedback, which would theoretically simplify things, if not for the other, complications. Mr. Carpenter paused, looking over Tanya's expression. You don't fear the pain when your hunger tries to feed on someone protected by true love. That is inconvenient, certainly, Tanya replied, furrowing her eyebrows in confusion, but it supplies undeniable proof of true love, as well as prevents me from draining the life out of my entirely theoretical partner. Her gaze flicked over to where Harry was sleeping. This seems more of a blessing than a curse, an acceptable inconvenience at most. She looked back up at Mr. Carpenter, before hastily averting her gaze from his proud smile. This was so embarrassing. Besides, I have been told that love hurts. She was never going to be able to live this down if Harry heard her. Then what is stopping you? There is significant risk in testing that mechanism, Tanya answered. She was already making a fool of herself anyways, and Mr. Carpenter was perhaps the only one she could confide in who she could be sure would keep it confidential. If it isn't true, then I would have robbed Harry of his protection, and worse, I would be unnaturally influencing his free will, not to mention his current protection means he already loves another. She paused, pursing her lips. Should she say more? Get it all off her chest? Mr. Carpenter nodded, either encouraging her, or supporting her if she chose not to speak. She wasn't sure, but she got the sense he would not be upset regardless. What if I do it wrong? Tanya whispered, her face burning in mortification. Despite what I am, I don't exactly have much experience in such matters. Not to mention the risk of losing control. Mr. Carpenter laughed, shaking his head fondly. It sounds to me you have an answer, he observed. Are you willing to say it aloud? Tanya opened her mouth, then snapped her jaw shut with a click. Did she have an answer? There was a shuffling of sheets and a groan from the bed. Harry. Are you feeling better? Tanya stood calmly from her chair to check on her partner. He blinked sleepily, a dopey grin on his face. Yeah, now that you're here. As it turned out, Tanya had not quite reached her limit of embarrassment for the day. Hospitals were not Harry's favorite place to be. With all the sick, injured and dying, the atmosphere around them tended to be negatively charged, not to mention his magic-making delicate equipment join the ghosts. It didn't help that his mother was killed in a hospital. Waking up to see Tanya always made things better, there had been a few bad days when she had been the only thing dragging him out of bed. Seeing her flustered was an even nicer sight. It was good to see she could still be so adorable after all that happened today. I meant your health. Not your sentimental feeling. Tanya's face was flushed, was she still hopped up on life energy? Speaking of which. Don't you need those too? To help you eat. Tanya gave him an unimpressed look. It would be irresponsible for me to try feeding on you due to your injury, even if I was able to and did not have moral objections. And if I wasn't injured? Harry asked jokingly. If you were willing, Tanya shot back, a teasing gleam in her captivating eyes. Hey, didn't expect her to just say it like that. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. I do hope you two will be able to behave responsibly, another voice chimed in, tinged with amusement. Was that, Michael? Oh, bad timing there, Harry. He turned his head to see the stupidly brave man sitting placidly in one of the bedside chairs. Michael smiled. It's good to see you've woken up, Harry. The doctor said you were an idiot for continuing to use your hand after the injury, but I told him it was a matter of life and death. We really had a lot of close calls today, didn't we? Harry muttered. Too many, Tanya sighed, but I will ensure you are properly compensated for the risks. You saved my ass, Michael coughed, saved my butt too, so I'd call it even. And you ensured my freedom, Tanya declared, leaning down over him to lock gazes, her eyes boring into him with a burning intensity. And that is something I can never truly repay. Her platinum blonde hair gleamed almost silver under the hospital ceiling light, framing her head like a halo. Harry stared. He'd have done it just for her, but he'd had plenty of other reasons too. It had been for Inari, and for Mom. But, would it be so bad for her to be in your debt? Owing me a favor wouldn't be so bad, would it? Harry snarked, smirking slightly as Tanya rolled her eyes in exasperation. It would not, if you used it for your own purposes, but I know you would only call it in for someone else's sake. Because calling it in for someone else would not be repaying him in her eyes. She also probably had a point there. Anything I want? Harry teased. Tanya did not look away, even as a bit of pink rose up in her cheeks. She instead leaned further down, until her mouth was next to his ear. Only for you. Harry gulped. She wasn't being suggestive accidentally this time. And that, well, that gave him ideas. Really tempting ideas. It seems you and I need to have a talk, Harry, Michael interjected, a gentle threat in his tone, like a father questioning his daughter's boyfriend. This is not what you think it is. Tanya objected, flushing in embarrassment and almost jumping back away from Harry's bed. I haven't seen Harry for some time now, so I would like to have a chat with him. Michael continued, giving Tanya a questioning look. What did you think my intentions were? Tanya opened her mouth to reply, then closed it again, before running a hand over her face with a sigh. This day has seriously impaired my ability to think. Harry could relate, and he'd even had a short nap to help recuperate. Wait. When was the last time you ate, Tanya? She had fed on life energy, but she was probably going to crash if that was all she was running on. Tanya frowned at him. Is that really your main concern right now? I am quite sated for the moment. Human food, Harry clarified. And by human food I mean food humans eat, not me. Tanya let out a breath, closing her eyes for a moment. I suppose I could use some food, and some rest. And you should talk with your sister, Michael added, mild admonishment in his tone. Inari is worried about you. She's the one who was badly injured. Tanya pointed out, before pinching her nose between her palms. And here I am leaving her alone. Her eyes met Harry's apologetically. Not that I regret ensuring your safety. I'm sure Inari gets it, Harry reassured her. She's very forgiving. Perhaps too much so, Tanya muttered, reaching down and giving Harry's hand a thankful squeeze, before turning around and glaring at Michael. Do not disturb him too much. He needs his rest. She stepped out of the room, and the two men watched her go, Harry perhaps a bit more intently than was polite for most people. Michael did not immediately say anything after Tanya shut the door, maybe waiting for her to walk out of earshot, or to let Harry be the one to start talking. The silence seemed to drag on, as if there was something important that needed to be said. Is this going to be a shovel speech? Harry asked, trying to deflect the serious talk with humor. Do you believe you need one? Michael replied with a small huff of laughter. I mean, Harry continued, I'm a lot older than her, and you're the closest thing she has to a real father, so, he was pretty sure Michael didn't know about their current living arrangements, otherwise Charity would have been very mad at him. That's very flattering for you to say, but you are both adults? Aren't you? Michael pointed out with a slight smile. Plus, I would be just a bit hypocritical if I took issue with a difference in age. Oh right, Michael was a decent bit older than Charity. Still. You are right, though, he continued, if the two of you were different people, I would be more concerned. But I know you, Harry, and that means I know that you would not take advantage of her. His smile grew and he shook his head fondly. And I also know that Tanya will try not to abuse your trust, in her own way. Harry frowned. What do you mean? This was not the way he expected this conversation to go. Michael gave him a serious look. Tell me, why did Tanya ask you for help? What answer was he looking for here? She needed it, Harry replied slowly. She wanted to be able to protect herself from supernatural threats. That was the initial reason, Michael pointed out. Do you know why she went back to you? 'Cause I'm a wizard. Harry answered, only partly joking, since it wasn't like wizards were common. And what does that allow you to help her with? Michael pressed. Where was he trying to go with this? I already told you, Harry groused, she wanted ways to help protect her against the stuff that goes bump in the night. Michael raised an eyebrow. She is not a woman with a shortage of resources, Harry. That first time, she came to you because you are one of the only ones who openly declare to be a wizard, but if all she wanted was protection, wouldn't she have gone to her family once she realized what they were? She didn't want to be like them, Harry shot back. She even asked you to put her down if she went too far. Then what did she want? I guess I was someone who could help her without her family knowing, Harry shrugged. And I was able to give her some tools to help keep her safe. Have you? Michael questioned. As best as I could. Harry snapped back. I can't kill everything that could threaten her, as much as I want to. Michael's gaze did not waver in intensity. Harry. I know what you are going to ask, Harry interrupted. Is she safe around the coin? Michael finished, undeterred, cutting Harry's indignation off at the knees. It's buried, Harry replied weakly, and Tanya actually listens to me when I tell her something is dangerous. Unlike Susan and Corinne, now that he thought about it. Still, the coin was very dangerous, and in hindsight, Harry wasn't quite sure why he had kept it in the first place. Dangerous indeed, but powerful. Part of him was a little grateful, since he might not have ended up living with Tanya if he hadn't had the pressure of needing a place to secure the nickel from hell. How hurt would she be, if you gave in to the coin? Michael asked softly. She'd be upset, probably. Harry wasn't exactly sure why Tanya was so viscerally against things that could influence people's minds, probably her family, but given how happy she'd been to find out he was resistant to her aura, it seemed likely she would not be happy if he sold his soul to a fallen. But wouldn't the power that could bring make it easier for him to keep her safe? Why was he so sure about how Tanya would react? She cares for you, Harry, Michael whispered, more than I have seen her care for anyone other than Inari. And what you did today should show just how much you care about her. Harry didn't reply, wasn't sure how to. He couldn't deny it, Tanya was very invested in his well-being, and he was the same with her. He really didn't know why. Was it because she had seen something she related with in his soul? That had kind of happened with Susan. Be careful with her heart, Harry, Michael implored. Please. A sad smile crossed his face. She's been guarded and mature for as long as I've known her, and it's good to see her so at ease with someone. Are you giving us your approval? Harry asked, feeling confused. Not that we're together. But shouldn't you be asking me if I love her? Michael smiled. This time, you are already thinking on that question. Just don't wait until it's too late. Harry frowned. Michael, you know every woman I've been with has had their life destroyed. He had thought Elaine was dead, and Susan was no longer entirely human. Michael gave him a look. Harry didn't meet his eyes, even though he felt the weight of his gaze. Harry. Harry looked to his side, his eyes drawn to Michael's solemn, yet fond expression. You live a dangerous life, doing what you believe in. Does Tanya understand that? Harry nodded. Of course she did, she was attacked by a blamp, so she knew the dangers were very real. Are you safer together or apart? Michael asked leadingly. Probably together, Harry muttered, looking away, not sure how to feel about that. It wasn't like Susan, who'd still be fine if it weren't for him. Then what are you afraid of? Harry stiffened, staring at the ceiling tiles as he tried to push down the hurt from old wounds lanced open and brought to the surface. I'm scared I'll get it wrong, Michael. I've not been good at this relationship thing. Not just romantically, he'd not been the best friend either, or student. No one of us is perfect, Harry, Michael reassured him. But we can work to improve. He smiled, eyes distant. I remember my own marriage had its fair share of trouble at the beginning. Really, you? Harry scoffed incredulously, even as that revelation gave him some hope for the future. It may be hard to work out a loving relationship without a personal example, Michael explained with a sympathetic tone that spoke of experience, but we all have the capacity for it. You have the capacity for it. Harry didn't reply, couldn't, not with the roil of emotions threatening to burst up through his throat. Hell's bells, why was he so pathetic that kind words made him want to bawl like a child? You will find me when you are ready. Michael stood, reaching over to give Harry a reassuring squeeze of the shoulder, before moving to head out the door. Oh, he began before leaving the room. Make sure to cherish the time you have together. What? Harry blurted out, voice raspy, raw, and very much confused. Michael turned back and smiled. I do have 7 children, after all. He turned and left. Harry stared at the door in disbelief for a few long seconds, before he dropped his head back onto the pillow. He's basically telling me to propose, isn't he? That had been more awkward than the talk about Susan had been. The group that had assembled to fight Mavra's scourge and then Lord Wraith dispersed gradually. Professor de Rossi had left shortly after everyone who needed it got medical attention, and Murphy had followed not too long after. Tanya hoped there was a way she could ensure she was recompensed properly for the indignity she suffered. After Inari, Charles, and Justine got checked over, they left with Michael, though Inari did not leave before giving Tanya a very thorough hugging. In most other circumstances, Tanya would have been a bit embarrassed by the public display of sisterly affection, but it was reassuring to know that Inari did not blame her for this mess. Frustratingly, her arousal did not really dissipate, even though her hunger seemed sated for the moment, which made waiting for Harry to be processed an exercise in frustration, made doubly hard by the angry glare his mentor kept boring into her. Yes, her sire had tried to kill Harry and succeeded at killing his mother, but Tanya had nothing to do with that. Hell's bells, her sire had tried to enslave her and her twin. Perhaps telling the old wizard that her sire was no longer a threat could alleviate some of his anger, but Tanya was fairly certain that he would doubt any word that came out of her mouth. More frustratingly, he refused to let Tanya back into Harry's hospital room. Stars and stones, she may be a wraith, but she had some sense of propriety much more than most of her siblings, in fact. She was also not a qualified nurse, that was Inari's goal. Not to mention that she did not have to be at the hospital to visit Harry's bedside. Wait, what was she thinking now? Why was it so hard to think? She really needed proper rest, life energy could only take her so far. She was distracted enough she could barely process the weather report, rain in the near future, she'd have to store her bike inside. What are you still waiting for, Wraith? The old wizard growled. Harry will need a ride, Tanya replied thoughtlessly. Wizard McCoy narrowed his eyes at her. And you'll give him a ride home on your bike? With his injured hand. Tanya winced internally, she should have thought of that. After all his help, the least I could do is call him a taxi. Perhaps a larger vehicle would be worth the investment. He doesn't need any more of your hooks on him, the elderly wizard spat. I gave him a ride out, so I'll take him home. He burned with a furious protective anger, tinged with regret and pain. Is there any way I can convince you that I have no ill intentions towards Harry? Tanya asked softly. Leave, and let him be, Harry's mentor grit out, his tone suggesting that there might not be any way Tanya could convince him otherwise. I see. The former was acceptable, to give Harry some time alone with his mentor, but the latter was not. Harry would end up neglecting his health without her insistence. Tanya stood. Farewell, Wizard McCoy. She turned and left the hospital. Hopefully Harry would understand. She could explain herself later. The spare motorcycle she had used today was parked next to Wizard McCoy's large truck. Tanya donned her helmet, straddled her bike, sadly not with Harry, and switched it on. Harry may have had a point about the vibrations. When Harry got checked out, he found out that Tanya had paid the bill, but she was gone. Probably with Inari then. Haas. EB was still here, guess he was Harry's ride home. Sir. You survived. More or less. Still yourself. Yet. Good. Let's get you home. Harry nodded. Might be better to talk there, more privacy than here. His mentor grunted an affirmative. Everyone else headed home. Harry asked as they got into the truck. Ebenezer harumphed in ambivalence and started the truck. Not sure why the knight is bothering with the little wraiths. Doesn't he have kids that'll be at risk? Michael is a good judge of character, Harry countered, and Tanya and Inari are not like their sisters at all. EB became very still. That's what your mother told me about Lord Wraith, he whispered. Harry didn't know what to say to that. But there was really no comparison, his mom had met Lord Wraith when he was already millennia old, while Harry had about a decade on Tanya. Still, Mom's death had left a hole in his life, and Harry had never met her, never heard her voice, until today. For Ebenezer, it must have been like losing a daughter, an apt observation, child. Has Tanya done anything to make you suspicious? Harry asked. Maybe Eb's feelings were clouding his judgment. His own feelings sure had after Susan was turned. She manipulated you into risking your life for her. EB pointed. Don't tell me you can't see that. Harry sighed. Out of context, he could understand why EB might think that, and he was sort of right. But Tanya didn't exactly manipulate him, she asked for help with a very real danger. And while he would have been willing to help her anyways, learning that the old monster killed his mother had really set him off. And Tanya wasn't the one who revealed that. She wasn't the one who told me the old fucker killed Mom, Harry pointed out. Ebenezer let out a long breath, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. I thought you deserved to know. Guess I have to thank you for that, Harry muttered. Not sure my magic would have had as much kick if I didn't hate him as much as I did. Did you get him? EB asked, starting the truck. Harry wasn't sure if his mentor actually wanted an answer, or was just using the noise of the truck to cover it. He's not a threat anymore, Harry declared with much satisfaction. Good, good. Ebenezer whispered, putting the truck in gear and starting it into motion. He didn't seem to want to talk just yet. The quiet, and the relief from this crazy day being almost over, meant Harry was asleep before he knew it. Eb's truck wasn't exactly the smoothest ride, so he didn't exactly sleep well, the occasional jolt stirring him awake momentarily. The pitter-patter of rain also didn't help. As a result, by the time they arrived at his townhouse, Harry actually felt less rested than before. His burned hand ached, and his limbs felt like lead, but he was home now, and this conversation had waited long enough. Was Tanya home? Her bike wasn't out front, so probably not. She wasn't far though. Didn't have time to ask earlier, his mentor grunted, but when did you move into the new place? Something like a year and a half ago, Harry answered with a yawn. Thought I told you about it. Must have forgot if you did, EB muttered, before shaking his head and giving Harry a once-over. Can you walk, or do you need some help? Harry blinked the sleep from his eyes and stretched as best he could, wincing as abused muscles ached. Think I can make it to the door. He pushed the truck door open and made to step outside, pausing as his back twinged in protest. Probably. It took him more time and effort than he would like to admit getting down from the truck, but he did make it down safely, only needing a little help from his staff. Ebenezer looked at him with some worry in his eyes, but let him stand on his own. Getting to the door was much harder than it usually was, but the feeling of arriving home buoyed him enough that it wasn't really a problem. Opening the lock was a bit awkward with one hand mostly out of action, but it was only a bit slower. Harry looked over his shoulder as he pushed the door open. "Why don't you come inside? Then we can talk." E.B. nodded. "I'll take you up on that invitation." While crossing a threshold uninvited wouldn't be debilitating for a wizard, especially not one of his mentor's caliber, Harry trusted him enough that it was only polite. He went inside, leading his elder through his new residence, heading towards the kitchen. It was quiet, aside from the sound of the rain hitting the roof. "Feel free to take a seat," Harry suggested, waving to one of the chairs around the table. Ebenezer followed his suggestion, his gaze sweeping around the neatly organized kitchen. "Nice place," the old man mumbled grudgingly. "Cleaner than I expected from you." His eyes honed in on the little bits of organization Tanya had set up. Her side was better organized than Harry's old place had been, even with the help he got from the brownies. Tanya had been a bit confused by how neat his side of the place had been after he moved in, since while Harry wasn't nearly as sloppy as his appearance made people think, he was nowhere near as particular as she was. Good thing she accepted the non-answer he gave her when she asked him about it, otherwise the brownies would have been offended. Though nowadays they actually left some things for Tanya to tidy up herself, since they seemed to catch on that she shared some of their enthusiasm for that. "Thanks, old man," Harry snorted, opening their oversized refrigerator and retrieving one of Mac's beers and one of the little bottles of milk Tanya liked. He walked over to the kitchen table and settled into the chair across from his mentor, sliding the beer across the table, keeping the milk for himself. "Here, figured you'd want one of these after today." E.B. took the bottle, but furrowed his eyebrows slightly. "Not having one for yourself?" Harry shook his head. "With how banged up I got today, don't think alcohol's the best idea right now." Tanya would be annoyed at his lack of care for his own health, and he really didn't want to stress her out more after recent events. "But milk, really?" Ebenezer drawled, cracking open the bottle of beer. "Do you go to sleep before the sun sets like an old codger too?" "You would know," Harry snarked back, stalling from the point of their conversation a bit, trying to sort through the confusing emotions that bubbled up now that the imminent threat was over. He popped his milk bottle open with some difficulty, not wanting to use his injured hand, then took a sip, trying to gather his thoughts. "You said we needed to talk," E.B. said. "Well, what do you want to know?" Harry set his bottle down onto the table carefully. "I knew you were a big shot, being on the senior council and all that," he began, "but I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be enough to get the reaction you got from Kincaid and Clough. Since when were you so chummy with vampires and the Hellhound, Hoss?" Ebenezer sighed. "I've seen Kincaid fend off a mob of Reds without flinching, and Rossi's lived long enough to see plenty of war." Harry narrowed his eyes at his mentor. "So why were they so afraid of you?" He wasn't going to let him change the subject. "We wizards can be terrible foes," Ebenezer replied softly, not truly answering the question. "Given how the Red Court views you, you should understand that, Hoss." "Just tell me what the Black Staff is," Harry cut in. He had thought E.B. wanted to cut to the chase, so why was he beating around the bush now? His mentor was silent for a moment. "You figured out my job earlier, didn't you?" He sighed, deflating into his chair, eyeing his bottle of beer. "Have you thought about what that means?" "What? Oh. Cassaverde. The satellite had not just hit vampires. You've killed people with magic." Harry hissed, rocking back in his seat. "And with the White Council's sanction." "Sanction to kill," E.B. replied, his face severe, "to enthrall. To invade the mind of another. To seek knowledge beyond the outer gates. To transform others. To reach beyond the boundary of life and death. To swim against the currents of time." Harry stared, eyes widening in horror. "You taught me that magic was to be used responsibly," he whispered, the sting of betrayal raw in his voice, "that it came from life. That its power comes from our deepest desires. That to use it for evil was a risk to our souls, so we needed to use our power wisely, honorably, and with restraint." His voice rose as he continued, shock giving way to churning rage. "Ah, I wasn't aware we had a guest. I was about to inquire what you wanted for dinner, but I can leave you two alone for now if you need." Harry's head snapped around. Tanya leaned into the doorway, the frame partly obscuring her body, but it was clear she was dressed only in her choker and a white bathrobe, platinum blonde hair still damp and a few stray droplets of water dotted across her unblemished pale skin. A sharp intake of breath snapped his attention back to E.B. to see his mentor's eyes narrowing in rage. "What is she doing here, Hoss?" Ebenezer demanded, voice cold and almost too quiet. "Why did you let a wraith into your home?" "Well," Harry fumbled, "she kind of lives here." He really should have seen this coming. "She lives here." E.B. barked, brows furrowing in suspicion. Did you think I lived with my sire? Tanya pointed out, stepping out into view, one hand cautiously fingering her shield charm. Surely you would understand why I would avoid that. I can understand that, Ebenezer replied coldly, eyeing her suspiciously, but don't pretend that is the true reason you are living together. Technically, Harry lives next door, Tanya pointed out unhelpfully, the townhouses are simply connected so they share a threshold for mutual protection. Hoss, EB sighed in disappointment, a sound Harry hadn't heard for quite some time. Do you seriously believe that's it? White Court are liars. Tanya's lips pursed at the accusation, but she didn't speak up, eyes flicking over to Harry questioningly. She was tense, eyeing Ebenezer like he might attack her. I do, actually, Harry shot back. Tanya's been nothing but sincere with me since I met her. The woman in question smiled slightly at his defense, but his mentor was not so easily deterred. Has she? He inquired. From what I can see, she's using you to further her goals, and all she's given you has made it easier for her to control you. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, Tanya interjected, taking a step into the room, gesturing between her and Harry. That was made clear from the beginning. I assist him with material issues, and in exchange he uses his magic to secure myself against supernatural threats. So what have you given him in exchange for overthrowing your father? The old wizard demanded, glaring a hole through her. Tanya pursed her lips, glancing to the side. We did not have time to discuss the details, but it would have to be something of equal value. This is how it starts, Hoss, Ebenezer sighed. She'll ask for more and more of you, if you let her get away with it, until she has so much of you have almost nothing left for yourself. Tanya asked for my help to save her twin sister from her father, Harry returned. So what if she didn't have something ready to give in return immediately? If we waited, Inari would have been raped by her own damn father. Eb's frown softened slightly, before his face hardened and he shook his head. And when she uses the same kind of motivation to manipulate you into doing more and more dangerous things for her? What then? What more could I ask of you aside from confronting my sire? Tanya muttered, exchanging unsure looks with Harry. There were many things she could ask for that Harry would not mind, but she wouldn't ask anything crazy, right? If it was too crazy, I'd say no, Harry eventually answered, and you'd accept that, right Tanya? Of course. She nodded, looking affronted that he even had any doubts. It is best for there to be mutual agreement, otherwise both parties will not be as fully invested. Right, Ebenezer scoffed, eyes hard, it's not as if you wraiths ever make agreements in bad faith, or without cheating. I do not invade his mind. Tanya hissed, eyes flashing silver, her fingers flexing, almost curling into fists. Why would I wish to inflict on others what my sire tried to inflict on me? Your siblings seem to have no problem with it, EB observed drily, eyes flicking to how Tanya had gradually moved closer to Harry, and even if I believed you, your hunger can't be trusted. She cannot feed on him, Tanya insisted, reaching one hand towards Harry. The room thrummed with power, almost robbing Harry of breath, and Tanya froze, her hand not quite touching him, her silvery eyes widening in panic. Don't fucking touch him, EB ground out, eyes flashing with an almost distant rage. Harry reached up and wrapped Tanya's stiff hand in his, noting the burn marks following where his fingers trailed across her skin. She still couldn't move. Let her go, sir, he asked his old mentor carefully, a cold sweat snaking down his back, the casual display of power highlighting just how dangerous EB was. He gestured towards the burns. See? I've got protection against her hunger. Hasn't it been years? Ebenezer blinked in a moment of genuine surprise. No. It's impossible. Harry frowned, a bit offended that his mentor didn't think he was capable of that kind of commitment. Oh. Well, he muttered, shifting awkwardly, letting go of Tanya's hand. The two of us we haven't had sex. It would have been a bit awkward, what with the burning. EB nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing even further. And has she tried to fix that problem? What? How would Tanya be able to know? Harry shook his head. For God's sake, she sometimes tells me I should try to reconnect with Susan. And he had tried, but with little success. Just what is your game, Wraith? Ebenezer demanded, tilting his hand slightly and forcing Tanya's head to jerk awkwardly until she was facing him. Is it to crush his love by encouraging him to chase what he lost? After which you could swoop in and claim him for yourself. What? Tanya gasped, suddenly able to speak, even if the rest of her remained paralyzed. I know you heard me. Surely you care about your students' emotional well-being, correct? Tanya asked, narrowing her own eyes at the old wizard. Harry was distraught when he lost Susan, so it would clearly be beneficial to his mental health to receive some closure, especially since they developed true love. Developed? EB questioned. About a year and a half ago, Tanya replied. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry felt slightly put out that they were talking about his love life like he wasn't there. When did this arrangement between the two of you start? The old wizard continued, confusion growing on his face. About the same time, Harry answered. E.B. looked taken aback. She waited for you to have the Wraithsbane before pulling this. Otherwise I could not be sure he was not unduly influenced, Tanya explained. The old wizard's face furrowed in thought, before his eyes hardened and his hand twisted again. Tanya tensed, her hunger suddenly rushing to the surface, and she convulsed, thrashing against invisible chains, mouth twisting into a soundless snarl. E.B. Stop it! Harry yelled, almost lunging at the old man. There was a gasp next to him, and Tanya would have slumped to the floor if Harry hadn't managed to catch her. What the hell? What did E.B. do? HRMM, the old wizard grunted, face scrunched up in discomfort. I still don't trust this, he began, but his stance relaxed slightly, but I've seen enough that I will trust you to make your own decisions, Haas. His eyes locked onto Harry's gaze, feeling like it was piercing his soul, and for a moment Harry wondered if you could get more than one soul gaze with a person. Thanks. He should probably be relieved that E.B. was standing down, but all this was a very different side of his mentor. He was in my head. Tanya whispered, through clenched teeth, pressing her face into Harry's neck, using the burn to keep her hunger restrained. E.B., why? Harry gasped softly, somehow still feeling betrayed. It was one thing to already know that his mentor, the one who had taught him the laws of magic, had beaten their importance into him, could violate them. It was another to see him turn it against someone he cared about. Harry pulled Tanya tighter against him. It reminded him too much of Justin. Had to make sure, E.B. muttered, one hand rubbing at his forehead. That was against the laws, Harry whispered, voice tight with shock and anger. She's not human, Haas, the old wizard sighed. You could have soul-gazed her. Harry shot back. And risk letting a white court get a look into my innermost being. Ebenezer scoffed. We are still at war, Harry. That does not need to continue, Tanya suggested, voice still tinged with uncertainty. So you did use my G-student to topple your father, the old wizard concluded. Harry frowned. That wasn't. I can let it go, Ebenezer continued, this time. God damn it. Harry snapped. If you've looked into her head, then you know she's not like her family. Maybe, the old wizard partly conceded. Or maybe she's just young. You have what you wanted, Tanya bit out, steadying herself and pushing off Harry to stand on her own. She glared at the old wizard, but the trembling in her arms showed that Ebenezer had her rattled. If you have no further business here, please leave. The black staff stared back at her, unfazed, before glancing over at Harry. Is that what you want? I think that would be best, Harry replied, voice surprisingly steady, a sort of eerie calm settling over his mind. I am trusting you, for now, Harry, Ebenezer declared, his gaze steely and cold. But if you're wrong, I will handle it. With that, the old wizard pushed past the two residents and strode to the door and out of the townhouse. When the door closed, Tanya slumped, stumbling over to the table and collapsing into the chair Harry had been sitting in earlier, head clutched in her hands. Her body was tense, drawn taut like a tense wire. Harry knelt next to her, sliding an arm around her side comfortingly. Having someone mess with your head was very violating for anyone, and Tanya hated this more than most. She leaned into him, starting to tremble as her composure failed. Now it was no longer needed. Part of him understood his former mentor's wariness, and he knew that Tanya's older sisters, and his own brother had done similar things, but they never pretended to follow the laws of magic, and now, knowing what the Black Staff could do, Harry wasn't sure he could trust McCoy, let alone the White Council that kept looking for reasons to lop practitioners' heads off. Perhaps, Tanya started hesitantly, and Harry suppressed a flash of anger. He was supposed to stop this kind of thing from happening. Perhaps we should not invite other people here, in case they misunderstand. Yet, probably for the best, Harry replied, giving her arm a squeeze. He doubted there would be a worse reaction, but he had not thought the man who had taught him the laws of magic would break them right in front of him. There was also a part of him that liked the idea of keeping their cohabitation between the two of them. Tanya took an unsteady breath, but her trembling steadied, even as she leaned into him. How are you holding up? Harry asked. We need to find ways to shield our minds, Tanya answered, in her typical fashion. Yet, Harry couldn't help but agree. Unfortunately, it wasn't something he had been taught much about, which may or may not have been deliberate, now that he thought about it. But that wasn't what he asked. Tanya sighed. I understand your mentor's suspicion, but I feel violated. She pressed her face into Harry's neck, hissing slightly at the burn. Her hunger must have come to the surface in her defense. This was supposed to be a safe place. I shouldn't have invited him in without telling you, Harry apologized, a guilty pit forming in his gut. It would be slightly hypocritical of me to blame you for a failure to realize the extent a parental figure is willing to go to, Tanya observed graciously. Still should have seen this coming, Harry muttered. He was pretty hostile to you from the beginning. We can only prepare for the future, Tanya replied with an air of finality. And I did drag you into something dangerous without proper compensation. You don't have to worry about that. On that subject, Tanya stressed, raising her head to give Harry a chiding look, what would you like for dinner? Harry blinked, was it really okay to talk about what EB did later? His stomach growled, and he yawned. Maybe she had a point. You really up for cooking anything? Harry asked. You've got to be tired too. I will be. Tanya's assurances were interrupted as her own yawn spread her soft, pink lips, giving him a glimpse of her very dexterous tongue. Her put-out expression once she regained control of her reflexes was pretty cute. Let's not burn the house down because we fell asleep at the stove, Harry suggested jokingly, mostly. I could go for a ham sandwich. Really? After all you've done today, you want a ham sandwich? Tanya replied flatly, giving him an unimpressed look, her version of a pout. Hey, Harry objected, smirking, it's a ham sandwich from you. Tanya's expression didn't change, but Harry spotted the slight blush on her pale cheeks. Grab the buns, she ordered, almost playfully, I will grab the meat. Harry snickered internally at her phrasing, and did as he was told. Chapter 24, This is not a good cataloging system, Harry. Chapter text. It makes sense to me, Tanya. Corinne Murphy woke up feeling like utter shit, on several levels. She had felt like shit since yesterday, when she got back to her empty house. She wasn't sure why that bothered her. That was a lie, she knew exactly why it bothered her. She was over 30 years old, and had risen as far in the ranks of the Chicago Police Department as she probably ever would. It wasn't that she hated her job, it was an important job, one that needed to be done. But she had poured so much of herself into it, to the point it felt like all she had outside of work were 2 failed marriages and strained family relationships. That hadn't bothered her that much before. She hadn't let it bother her, until now. She had thought special investigations had been making a real difference, dealing with the supernatural incidents that other departments refused to touch, and if she was being entirely fair, they were making a difference, but the more things she faced, the less meaningful any of their actions seemed. The damn loup-garou had torn through the whole station and they could do nothing about it, and she would have been dead if Carmichael hadn't taken a bullet for her. Then there was the nightmare that she was helpless to fight, and had left her shaken for months. But in some ways, that hadn't been as bad as yesterday. She had long ago resolved herself to facing danger, even risking her life in the line of duty, but there was something viscerally violating about being subdued so easily by the goddamned sex vampires. Corinne hated feeling helpless, like she had been with the wolf and the nightmare, but yesterday had been worse. An invulnerable werewolf and a dark spirit were things that no normal human could take on, and to some extent, that was also true of the sex vampires. But they looked too damn human. She had spent her whole career fighting tooth and nail to be taken seriously by most of the men on the force, trained harder, worked longer, and she had reached a point where she could hand quite a few of them their ass on the sparring mat. And then the vampires gave her a come-hither look and she could do nothing. If not for that stupid hedgehog, Corinne pushed that thought out of her head. She had tried so hard to be strong, and time again it seemed to mean nothing. Harry had done more to cut down on the number of monster attacks just with his fiery reputation than SI had managed in years of dedicated work. Vampires could shoot a fully automatic weapon more precisely than she could shoot a handgun, not to mention openly flaunting firearm laws, and despite all her discipline, she still caved to the rape vampire about as quickly as a street whore to a few $100 bills. That her ex-husband was fucking her younger sister, and her friend who she might have had some interest in was clearly taken by a younger, richer, and sexier vampire college girl who Corinne couldn't really bring herself to be mad at because of the evil mind rapist and literal rapist vampire father. Was this what her life was going to be now? Stuck bailing water fruitlessly, with nothing to show for it. Left behind by everyone else. And it wasn't really their fault, no matter how it angered her. Mom was right that she had no real say over Rich anymore, and she had never made a real move on Harry, the dense idiot. She had no one to blame but herself. And didn't that just royally suck? Corinne groaned and forced herself to roll out of bed, wincing as her body protested the slow, but entirely too fast movement. She definitely wasn't old, but she definitely wasn't as young as she used to be. It didn't help that she was emotionally drained too. On the bright side, despite the crap little Lisa pulled with Rich, the family gathering hadn't been the worst part of the weekend. On the other hand, almost being seduced and raped by vampires took the cake. She let out a sigh as she splashed cold water onto her face, trying to scrub the grime of sleep away. Things really were crap if she had to use that kind of logic. Corinne looked at herself in the mirror. She looked about as bad as she felt. Her eyes had bags under them, her hair was disheveled and all over the place, and her face looked like it belonged to a hospital patient. And she usually was more of a morning person. God damn it all. She brushed her teeth, stumbled into the shower, and spent a lot more time scrubbing herself clean than she usually did, trying to wash away the dark thoughts, to no avail. Time seemed to pass both at a crawl and in a blink, and Corinne found herself staring at her microwave as she warmed up some breakfast, with no clear recollection of what had happened since she was moping in the shower. Mom's food was so much better. Tanya was a rich girl, but for some reason, Corinne suspected that the vampire girl could cook better than her too. She was already so seemingly perfect, so why the hell not? God, was this really her life? Cheap soap opera drama with her family, a thankless job, and no love life. She sounded like a character from some dumb TV series, and unlike a lot of those, not that she had seen many of them, there wasn't going to be some tall dark and handsome stranger to sweep her off her feet. Real life didn't work that way. In real life, tall, dark and handsome went with younger, prettier girls. Oh, for Christ's sake! Was she really jealous of a girl whose own father tried to rape her and her twin? That was almost the worst part. No matter how justifiable Corinne's frustrations with her previous day were, Harry's new girlfriend just had to have had an even worse day, so she even felt bad about getting mad at her. She was so out of it that a part of her almost enjoyed the attention the vampires had given her. No, that had to be the mind control, she was not that far gone. Corinne sighed, dropping her head into her hands with a frustrated groan. Was Mom right? She shook her head. No, at least not entirely. No matter how crap she felt, SI still needed her. While the department was now actually something functional, unlike when she had first taken over, a lot of it was still held together by string and force of will. But, Mom probably did have a point. She did not really regret ending her 2 past marriages, since neither had been really healthy, though she may have been less charitable to rich than she should have. But it wasn't just that. Corinne couldn't remember the last time she spoke to her mother or sister without it turning into an argument at some point. As much of a pain as Lisa could be, and as aggravating Mom's disapproval was, Mom was right about her sharing at least some of the fault. Her mind flashed back to her talk with Harry, to the confused look on his face when she implied she wanted to avoid her family, and to his almost wistful expression as he took in the Murphy family gathering. It was more serious than the ridiculous man usually held himself. He hadn't ever had much family, and he had lost most of it. Corinne still had hers. And he was goddamn right. She had been pretty close to death more times than was comfortable the past few years. There really was a good chance she would never get the chance to grow old with someone. She should have realized that her concern about Harry's wizard longevity was just an excuse. They would both be lucky if they got a chance to grow old at all. And now he had someone else. Someone who seemed to appreciate him, and could somehow stomach his jokes. She could even outlive him, even if he reached old age. Guess he deserved some good luck after all he'd been through. Corinne pushed away the rest of her mediocre breakfast, or was it brunch? She hadn't slept this late for a long time. Her appetite just wasn't there. She stared vacantly at her dinner table. She couldn't tell for how long. After a while, her brain slowly recognized the pile of paper as yesterday's mail. Had to be. Today was Sunday, and she hadn't even gone out to get it anyways. Sunday. She hadn't gone to Mass since, when? You know what? After Michael saved their asses yesterday, with no sword or gun, almost a literal prayer, maybe she owed the Lord at least this much. Corinne looked at her clock and winced. It was a lot closer to noon than she had thought. There was still evening Mass tonight, wasn't there? She vaguely remembered Harry mentioning that White Court vampires weren't much bothered by churches, but they seemed to fear Michael. So, maybe it would help. After an altogether very weird day, Charles stumbled back into the apartment he shared with Xander, almost fumbling the key due to how out of it he was. Oh hey, you survived. Xander greeted, looking back from his desk. Indeed, Charles replied, closing the door behind him. Though it had been quite a bit closer of a thing than usual. A bit late though, I was about to send out a search party, Xander commented. Probably wouldn't have worked, Charles mused, taking his shoes off and going to wash his hands, since I was sort of kidnapped man-napped? Adult napped? What's the etymology of kidnap anyways? I think it was originally referencing children getting, well, kidnapped, before eventually being used for other people too, Xander explained. But seriously, where were you, if you don't mind me asking? Well, Charles began, plopping down in his chair, it seems like Inari's father thought we were dating or something, so had me kidnapped. Wait, you were actually kidnapped? Xander exclaimed with concern. Yup, Charles confirmed, before narrowing his eyes at his roommate. Though there is something I have to ask before I explain anything. What? Xander blinked. Well, I'm glad you seem okay, but go ahead. Do you also happen to be some sort of unusual supernatural creature? Xander stared at his roommate for a few seconds. Are you sure you're okay? Just answer the question, Charles interrupted. Xander paused in thought for a second. I'm Catholic. I guess. I said unusual, Charles clarified flatly. In that case, Xander shrugged. No. Why do you ask? Because apparently Tanya and Inari's family are vampires, Billy is a werewolf, and magic is real. Xander stared. Are you sure you didn't discover drugs or something? Does adrenaline count? Charles questioned. Hallucinogenic drugs, Xander specified. Does Inari count? I don't think so. Then no. So what happened? Xander asked, still concerned. Do you need to go to the hospital? I already went there, Charles replied, rubbing his knuckles gingerly. Still in pretty good shape given I got zapped and then dragged into a cave where Inari's father was doing some vampire cult thing, then got in a fight with his guards because they hurt Inari, and then Tanya and her wizard boyfriend showed up and then I can't remember exactly what happened because Inari took my glasses. Oh yeah, Inari kissed me. I guess we are dating now. Congrats. Xander offered, not sure how to respond. It's good that you're doing well, given the circumstances, but are you sure you don't need help? It doesn't quite seem real, Charles muttered, only half listening. I can imagine, his friend replied reassuringly, getting kidnapped can't be fun. Should we call the police? Not that, Charles waved off, that seems pretty real, kissing Inari didn't. It was, I don't know how to describe it. Congrats on that, Xander said, but I still think you should maybe call the police about the kidnapping part. Don't think the cops can do anything about vampire lords, Charles muttered, besides, Tanya and her friends seem to have taken care of it. You're being literal about that? Xander asked with some concern. Yeah, Charles confirmed, as crazy as it seems. Well, Xander pondered, I don't think you'd go this far to play a prank on me, and you know what? He chuckled slightly. The idea of Tanya being paranormal makes a little too much sense. Well, they said that Billy is a werewolf, Charles added, and Professor DeRossi is another vampire, so maybe we could just ask them to confirm. Oh come on, we've seen Tanya and Professor DeRossi outside when it was sunny, Xander countered. Tanya's also been to mass and didn't combust. Apparently, sex vampires, Charles returned, face blank. Seriously? Xander snorted, before pausing, a thoughtful expression on his face. You know, that makes a little too much sense. My thoughts exactly, Charles huffed. Okay, Xander muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. What is this? Are we in some sort of bad urban fantasy story or something? Charles grunted. As if Chicago wasn't already enough of a mess. I think I'm going to need to see more evidence before I believe this myself, Xander sighed. Not that I think you're lying or anything. That's fair, Charles acknowledged. Maybe we should go talk to Tanya's wizard boyfriend. Tanya's what now? Xander exclaimed. He's in the phone book, Charles explained. No, the boyfriend part, Xander clarified. He just fought Tanya's father for her hand in marriage or something, Charles replied, shrugging. Fairly sure that qualifies. This I gotta see, Xander declared. The two of them blinked as a grumbling sound filled the room. Lunch first. Good plan. Tanya awoke feeling surprisingly refreshed, given all that had happened the day before. Perhaps it was because of the relief from her sire no longer being a threat, even if Wizard McCoy had demonstrated that there were other dangers still. Her hunger was also oddly quiescent, maybe because of the amount of energy she had consumed the day before. That didn't explain the incredibly vivid dream. Tanya felt her face heat up as what she remembered of the dream played out again in her mind. Damn it, Hungry-chan, wasn't she satisfied? A frustrated sigh escaped her and Tanya tightened her arms around her oddly warm pillow. Her eyes snapped open and she looked down to see Harry sleeping soundly under her. Embarrassment flooded through Tanya like a wave as she realized that her limbs were wrapped around his surprisingly comfortable torso. She tried to remember how this had happened, but made no move to change her current predicament. As the fog of sleep began to clear, she remembered Harry falling asleep at the table, after which she carried him to the bed. He was not extraordinarily heavy for a man his size, though he was fairly dense, and Tanya was stronger than any normal human had right to be, so it hadn't been terribly difficult. She must have been tired enough that she fell asleep right after putting him down. On any other day, that would have been embarrassing, but after yesterday, Tanya felt that she deserved a little slack. Though, this was the second time she'd ended up like this. Was this going to become a common occurrence? At the manor, she could blame it on her hunger's influence. Last night, she could explain with fatigue. But the fact remained that this had repeated, and she realized with a start that she didn't really want it to stop. Just what exactly was the nature of their relationship? At this point she could not really pretend it was merely tenant and landlord, or even security and ward. And just what did she want it to be, or become? Her hunger stirred sleepily, seeking the sensation of Harry's life energy, drawing Tanya's attention to where the two of them made contact. Pain and excitement jolted through her brain as her hunger made her suddenly all too aware of where her bare flesh pressed directly against Harry's face where it rested against her chest, the part her bathrobe did not cover. Her dream suddenly flashed into her mind's eye, and Tanya let out a strangled gasp as every single salacious detail suddenly etched itself into her memory instead of slipping away. She should really pull away, but this, she didn't want to. Harry mumbled in his sleep, shifting his head slightly, perhaps disturbed a bit by the noises she had made, the feeling of his stubble rubbing against sensitive skin odd and all too intriguing. Tanya tried to push herself up, but Harry grumbled and pulled her closer, his long arms slipping under her loose bathrobe and circling around her back. He was warm. This was nice. Getting up could wait. If Harry had a dime for every time he'd woken up with Tanya hugging him, he'd have 3 dimes, which wasn't much money, but still seemed weird given it was Tanya. He really wouldn't mind getting more theoretical dimes this way. Tanya's chest was wonderfully soft and warm. Harry tried to shove that thought aside as he tried to figure a way out of this predicament. Tanya had her arms and legs around him again, and he probably couldn't roll off the bed this time. Tanya grumbled in her sleep, her arms tightening around his head, pressing her soft, smooth breasts against his face. Harry's breath hitched, wondering whether it would be better or worse if Tanya woke up with him like this. Letting out a slow breath, he tried to extricate himself from her all too comfortable embrace, only to realize his good hand had ended up tangled in her hair, and his movement ended up pulling her head back slightly, drawing a cute sigh from his captor. He flexed his fingers, running his hand absently through her silky hair as it knots loosened. Tanya stirred, letting out a yawn, tensing her arms and further smothering Harry in her pillowy chest, a groan vibrating through her as she shifted sleepily. Her arms loosened and slid out from under his head as she arched her back and stretched, hands folded above her head, arms extending towards the ceiling, giving him a glorious view down her beautiful form as her bathrobe finally slipped off her shoulders. The muted light passing through the room's window blinds cast her in an otherworldly hue, and Harry was transfixed. She was breathtaking. Her shapely pink mouth opened in another cute yawn, and Harry vividly remembered the taste of her lips, and the feel of her mouth against his. Tanya sighed, her arms relaxing and folding behind her head, then running down her front, hands pausing briefly to cup her shapely breasts, before sliding down to the mattress. She leaned forwards, bracing herself on her hands right above him, silvery hair falling like a curtain around them. Her captivating silvery blue eyes blinked open languidly, finding his own immediately. Harry stared, and Tanya's lips flickered up in a slight smirk, eyes hooded sultrily and flashing with amusement and lust. "Good morning, Harry." "With a view like that, it certainly is," Harry breathed, smirking slightly at the pink flush spreading over Tanya's pale, smooth skin. "There's no need for flattery," the gorgeous woman on top of him sighed, rolling her striking eyes slightly, though Harry didn't miss the pleased look that graced her face. Harry just smiled, taking in the beautiful sight, sure that Tanya knew full well it was genuine. "You are far too easy to please," Tanya huffed, glancing away from him, cheeks flushed a pleasant pink. "You're not that hard to please either," Harry pointed out, reaching up and running his fingers through her silvery hair, which was loose and messy, but still looked artful instead of disheveled. "I am not easy," Tanya sniffed, tilting her chin up challengingly, "not like my less discerning elder sisters." "Didn't say you were," Harry reassured her, tucking a strand of loose hair behind her hair. "Which is why I'm glad you've put up with me." Tanya frowned slightly, leaning into his touch. "You have been more than helpful. More than I really deserve." Her eyes fluttered shut as he stroked her head gently. "Any woman would be lucky to have you." Harry paused. Elaine and Susan hadn't been that lucky. But for once, regrets about them faded away as he thought about what Tanya was implying. "And are you feeling lucky?" he asked, almost hesitantly. The signs were all there, but... "Yes," Tanya breathed, locking eyes with Harry. "Without you, I could not have stopped my sire," and then, her eyes squeezed shut and her lips twisted into a grimace. "I do not want to think about what could have happened to Inari to me." "Not what I meant," Harry chided softly, stroking his hand gently along the side of her face. Tanya pursed her lips and glanced to the side, but did not pull away. "Breaking your protection would be too risky," she whispered. "I already owe you too much." "I owe you a lot too, you know," Harry pointed out, running his knuckles down her neck. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she leaned down, bringing their faces closer together. "After that night, I was a mess," Harry continued, "could barely feed myself, barely left my home." His fingers brushed along her collarbone, drawing out a small sigh from her parted pink lips. "And there you were," he whispered, "bringing me food and making me eat it." His hand slipped lower, down the soft swell of her breast, but Tanya didn't seem to mind, arching her back into his touch. "Reminding me that there were people out there who cared about me. That was the agreed-upon payment," Tanya murmured softly, "nothing more." Her breath hitched as his finger brushed the sensitive, hard peak of her nipple. "Then what about all this?" Harry asked, reaching back up and rubbing his finger over the shield charm set in her choker. A jolt of lust shooting through him as he remembered the leash that was supposed to hook to it. "Compensation for inadvertently making you homeless," Tanya answered breathlessly, leaning forwards as if he was pulling on her choker. Their faces were almost touching now, her deliciously soft chest pressing into him, her body contouring against his in a wondrous sensation that almost wiped all thought from his head. "We don't know that it'll break," Harry pointed out, hand cupping the back of her neck. Tanya's eyes shot open, and a startled look passed over her face as she realized how close together they were. But the risk. Harry craned his head up and kissed her gently on her soft lips, drawing a satisfied sound from her as she suddenly reciprocated with great enthusiasm, pressing both of them back down onto the bed, lost in their connection. Her hands gripped the sides of his head, fixing it in place so their eyes remained locked as they kissed. Her legs tightened around his waist, their bodies molding together as much as the clothes Harry was still wearing would allow. His good hand cupped the back of her head, fingers threading through her lustrous hair, while his injured arm hugged her tightly. She tasted, like every nice thing rolled into one, sparking through him like a shot of coffee. Refreshing like a cold beer after a long day, and as warm and comforting as hot chocolate after coming in from the cold. The two of them plundered each other's mouth like people drowning and searching for breath, tongues twining together in a heady sensation. Harry didn't want the moment to end. Nor did Tanya let go, so their lips remained locked together until his lungs burned, and then longer still. After what seemed like an eternity that still passed far too quickly, Tanya stiffened and then collapsed against Harry, limbs relaxing and going still. He rolled to the side, reluctantly breaking their kiss. Tanya's tongue almost seemed to stick to his, and as they separated, he tasted something sweet, salty, and coppery. Heat suddenly surged through him, and he had rolled over on top of Tanya before he realized what was happening, but her gasping breath and the sting in his wrist gave him just enough pause. "Tanya!" Harry whispered urgently. "Are you okay?" She almost slurred, staring up at him with unfocused eyes. "Or tongue." She shook her head, blinking her eyes back into focus. "My hunger doesn't know what's good for her," she gasped breathlessly, her quick inhalation doing interesting things to her chest. "We don't have to test it now," Harry managed to bite out through his mind and body's screams of protest, leaning his weight down against her. Stars and stones, he ached for her. Tanya cocked an eyebrow imperiously. "Why wait?" She hooked her legs around his waist, pressing herself against him. A thump sounded out through the townhouse. Harry and Tanya shared a look, untangled themselves and were on their feet in a flash, eyeing the door to Tanya's room. Was someone there? "Miro." "Yeb." A disgruntled mister yowled outside the door, before letting out a surprised hiss as the scratching pattering of doggy feet heralded Mouse's arrival. "We forgot to feed them, didn't we?" Harry groaned, not able to tear his eyes away from his girlfriend's tantalizing figure. Tanya sighed, crossing her arms under her chest, before giving Harry a once-over. "I'll take care of it, you really need a shower." As frustrated as he was feeling, Harry had to concede the point. Feeding Harry's imperious cat was a familiar experience for Tanya. It wasn't that Harry neglected the furry bob-tailed thing, but Tanya tended to be an earlier riser, and Mr. the cat quite disliked being made to wait. As a result, the unusually large domestic feline was quite put out that the two of them had slept in this morning, meowing impatiently and swatting at her. As far as he was concerned, surviving mortal peril was no excuse to delay his breakfast. As far as Tanya was concerned, Mr. was fat enough that his cry for nourishment did nothing to quench her ire at him for interrupting her and Harry. They had been so close. Tanya shook her head, trying to shake off the lustful haze, idly dodging Mr.'s irritated swipes as she poured dog food into one of his food bowls. Mouse yipped cheerfully in thanks as she set his breakfast down in front of him. He was certainly an intelligent little puppy. They would have to get him his own pet accessories. Mr. hissed at the small dog, who, oblivious, began munching on his food. The jealous cat crouched, hair fluffing out aggressively, ready to leap on the interloper. Tanya snatched him out of the air by the scruff of his neck, holding him up and away as the oversized cat wailed and flailed his limbs in distress. Tanya held him there until she partly filled another one of his food bowls, after which she set the sulking cat down in front of it. Mr. took one look at his smaller than usual meal and meowed piteously, looking up at Tanya with an affronted look. Tanya was unmoved. "You are fat. You are now on a diet." The admittedly plump cat mewed plaintively, before nibbling at his food with the air of a bereaved destitute orphan. Serves him right for cutting short her time with Harry. Though, if their relationship was what she thought it was, they would be spending a lot more time together. They already did spend a lot of time together, now that she thought about it. Tanya sighed, petting Mouse on the head, mind drifting back into a blissful haze, ignoring the cat's progressively more pitiful performance. It would have been risky for them to test their relationship, but her hindbrain was convinced that it would have been well worth it. With the animals fed, Tanya went about feeding herself. With human food. As in food humans eat. Screw you, Harry. Now that phrase kept invading her thoughts. Like Harry. Though was it really an invasion if she didn't mind it so much? Shaking her head, trying to knock away the intrusive thought, Tanya stepped lightly to their refrigerator. One of her favorite things about American culture was the commonality of large refrigerators and stocking up on groceries. They would have had to go grocery shopping much more frequently if they had been using a smaller refrigerator, given the amount that Harry ate. Yes, it was that, and not how much she liked cooking. Having more food at hand also made her feel more secure in the event of an emergency, whether natural or not. She collected butter, bacon, eggs, and ingredients for miso soup from the refrigerator, setting them on the counter, before collecting several bread rolls from the pantry. In short order, the bread rolls were buttered and warming in the oven, the bacon and eggs were sizzling, and the miso soup was gently simmering in a pot. The smell of cooking grease and miso paste wafted through the kitchen, wonderful to the senses. Mr. the cat yowled plaintively, winding himself around her legs, but Tanya ignored him, though she did cut a small piece off for Mouse, who was sitting patiently by his bowl, panting happily. As their breakfast finished cooking, she heard the shower turn off. Harry should be out soon. With a slight smile at the thought, she scooped the bacon and eggs onto 2 plates and pulled the bread rolls out of the oven and placed them into a basket. The soup would take a little bit longer. A few minutes later, Harry meandered into the kitchen, wearing boxers and a slightly too small t-shirt that accentuated his physique nicely. He yawned slightly, running a hand through his damp hair, before striding over to stand next to her as she stirred the soup to inhale the pleasant scent of miso soup. "That smells really good," he murmured into her ear, and Tanya couldn't stop the delighted shivers running through her body at his proximity, even though he had said something similar many times before. "Of course it does," Tanya returned. It was her cooking after. "But not as good as you," Harry cut in, a dopey grin on his face. "Wah?" Tanya stared at him for a moment, mouth slightly agape, before feeling her face flush hot at the strangely gratifying compliment. The heady taste of his lust wafting over her senses alongside the scent of now prepared soup. Harry snorted in amusement, reaching up to brush a loose strand of hair out of her face. His touch was gentle, and felt oddly comforting. "Hey, your hair got all mussed up." Tanya mock glared at him. "And who was responsible for that?" She turned off the heat, stirring the pot for a moment, before ladling a bowl of soup for each of them. "I can fix that for you," Harry offered, and the thought of him running his fingers through her hair again settled pleasantly in her mind. "I would like that," Tanya replied with a smile. "But eat first, or else the food will get cold." Harry laughed, an altogether pleasant sound, walking over to the table and pulling a seat out. "Well, after you, princess," he suggested with a smirk. "That is not how the White Court works," Tanya returned with a roll of her eyes, but she sat in the offered chair, craning her head up to give her partner an unimpressed look. It just made him chuckle in amusement, and he sat across from her at the table, the two of them tucking into their breakfast as they suddenly realized just how hungry they were. Harry all but inhaled his food, letting out a hum of appreciation that sent a jolt of excitement through her, which she tried to disguise with a sip of her soup. The questioning look on his face told her she failed, so she just smiled, enjoying how the tinge of his emotions colored the taste of her food. In some ways, it was a shame how the satisfaction of life energy had made regular human food, that humans eat, seem less fulfilling, but even the ambient energy was excellent seasoning. Mr. yowled, rubbing himself against Harry's leg urgently, drawing his attention away, which annoyed Tanya more than she would like to admit. "What's up with him?" Harry asked. "He's upset about his diet," Tanya replied primly, taking a neat bite out of her eggs. "Diet?" Harry asked, reaching down to give the oversized cat a scratch between the ears. "He is fat," Tanya elaborated, pointedly ignoring Mr., while sectioning off a portion of her bacon and holding it below the table for Mouse. The puppy eagerly snatched up the snack and laid down against her foot, tail wagging happily. "Are you mad at him because he interrupted us?" Harry laughed. "Of course not." Tanya objected, feeling heat flash through her face. Harry smirked, giving her an amused but entirely unconvinced look, and Tanya felt herself flush under his gaze. She shifted in her seat, arching her back slightly. Had they forgotten to turn on the air conditioning? She had thought it would have been cooler after it rained. The infernal cat butted his head against Harry's leg insistently, but just received a pat on the head instead of any food. "Sorry mister, but the missus says you're on a diet." Tanya shifted again, even if said jokingly, being referenced as such pleased her a bit more than it really should. Perhaps she should have changed robes, this one felt too heavy for the current temperature. The hot soup warmed her pleasantly, but also made her clothes feel more stifling. Having finished her soup and her breakfast, Tanya leaned back against her chair, loosening her bathrobe, definitely not paying attention to how Harry's eyes watched her movement intently, before darting away in embarrassment. He tried to focus on his meal, but he was clearly distracted. Both of them ate quite fast, but she'd given Harry an appropriately large portion, so it took him longer. Normally, Tanya would get a head start at cleaning up, but today she was content to sit and relax as he finished, savoring the occasional sheepish glance he sent her way. Mr. had slinked off in a huff, pursued by a curious Mouse, much to the cat's displeasure, which left Tanya and Harry alone together for the rest of their meal, which they spent in companionably silence, their nonverbal affection coloring the air in a soothing way. Finished? Tanya asked as her partner scraped the last of his meal into his mouth. Harry nodded, taking care to look her in the eye. Tanya leaned over the table to take his plate, bringing her chest level with his face, smirking slightly as he lost the fight not to stare, his eyes tracking the sway of her bust like it was a hypnotic implement. She carried the plate, bowls and utensils to the sink and began washing them off, bending over slightly more than necessary. Harry let out a satisfied sigh, before standing up and moving behind her. Thanks for the food, he rumbled into her ear, giving her hip a teasing squeeze, before striding out of the kitchen. Tanya stood there, frozen for a few long moments, as she realized with a start that she had been deliberately moving in a way to attract his attention. How long had she been doing that? It was very unprofessional, but so very gratifying, and well, if they were a couple, then it was part of the job description, to an extent. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, absently sliding her robe even looser as it rubbed uncomfortably against sensitive skin. It didn't help that much, but she was able to at least finish cleaning the dishes. In her distraction, her bathrobe has been splashed with water, so with a sigh, she slipped it off, heading to her room. She needed to get changed, anyways, even if she felt rather comfortable at the moment. The phone on the wall rang before she could leave the kitchen. It could be Inari, so Tanya paused and picked it up. Hello. Hello, Tanya, Lara's voice said. Tanya hung up the phone, sudden rage shooting through her. How many siblings did she help cull? All those years of acting maternally, and she sided with their sire when it really mattered. The rational part of her pointed out that Lara was one of their sire's favorite victims, and that her suggestions were better for survival, if not for living, but the rest of her snarled in betrayed rage. But all of her was sure that she could not trust her eldest sister like she once did. She had known that ever since she discovered what they were, but part of it had not really sunken in. It was an uncomfortable thought to realize the person who raised you was broken enough they concluded that it would be better for you to be raped and have your mind violated than dead. It was disconcerting for Tanya, even with her memories of past lives. It had to be worse for Inari. And here she was, distracted by her own lusts rather than checking up on her twin. If she were fair, Inari would be quite justified in not trusting her fully anymore. The phone rang again, and Tanya reflexively picked it up. Little sister, she hung up again. Why did she think it would be Inari this time? Should she call her twin? Inari was with the carpenters, who would probably be better at comforting her than Tanya would be. This sort of encouragement was not her strong suit. The phone rang a third time, and this time Tanya stared at it for a moment. Harry walked back into the kitchen, holding her hairstyling kit. He paused, giving her a quizzical look, before his eyes widened as he took in her form. His admiration was quite gratifying, but at the moment, Tanya just looked at the phone as it continued ringing. You gonna pick that up? Harry asked, trying very hard to keep his eyes on her face. It's Lara, Tanya replied, amusement at his sudden bashfulness improving her dipped mood almost as suddenly. Oh, Harry muttered. Probably owe her an apology. Whatever for? Tanya asked, turning to eye him questioningly. Well, Harry shrugged sheepishly. I kind of did tie her up and choke her out. Tanya stared at him, taking a moment to realize what he was referring to. I doubt Lara would hold that against you, she scoffed. She might even ask you for a repeat performance. Tanya narrowed her eyes at Harry. But you would decline, of course. Yeah, Harry answered after a second of confusion. That's just weird. The phone continued to ring. But you probably should still talk to her, Harry suggested. Even if she really betrayed your trust, I think she was trying to care for you, just in a really messed up way. At the very least, we need to sort out the family finances, Tanya acknowledged hesitantly, picking up the phone gingerly. Hello, Lara. Tanya, her sister's voice answered, sounding a lot more haggard than she had ever heard before. What is it you want? A part of Tanya winced at how rude she was being, but it was impossible to pretend that things were going to go back to the way they had been before. Things are never going to be the same, are they? Lara whispered, almost wistfully. That is a good thing, Tanya bit out, or did you enjoy your previous arrangement as our sire's stalking horse? Lara's voice sharpened in indignation, before a resigned breath slowly escaped her. I suppose there are few things as unforgivable as familial betrayal. You told me to let him rape me. Rape Inari. Tanya snarled, clenching the phone too tightly in her hand. Even worse, you told me to submit to being his slave like you were. Lara was silent for a moment. Is there anything that would allow you to forgive me? Tanya frowned. Was there? What could make up for such a violating betrayal? Why was Lara asking this? What else was she planning? A scraping sound jolted her out of her circling thoughts, and she turned to see Harry setting a stool next to her. She smiled at him thankfully, taking a seat. He was probably right, This conversation would take some time. A soft breath escaped her as Harry started running the brush through her hair, the pleasant feeling sending shivers through her as her body relaxed under his ministrations. Tanya? Lara asked hesitantly. I do not think there is any one thing that can accomplish that. Her breath hitched as the brush caught in a tangle, loosening as Harry gently pulled through. But it is not impossible. If you convince me that you will never betray my trust in such a way again. Her earlier ire cooled, largely drained away by Harry's practiced fingers gently pulling against her scalp, leaving her mind clearer for the conversation. I will not do so willingly, Lara replied grimly. But I will need your assistance to ensure our newfound freedom. Tanya stiffened. Is there a problem with him? Not exactly, Lara answered with satisfaction. He will no longer be a problem. Her voice came out breathless, suddenly oozing with lust. Tanya snorted silently to herself. Then what is the issue? Her eyes fluttered shut as Harry ran his fingers through her hair as he gathered it into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. His absence will be an issue though, Lara explained. Harry pulled on her hair, twisting it into a bun, the motion gently craning her head back. Tanya? Lara asked curiously, voice tinged with surprise and amusement. Are you with your lover at the moment? I am with my, Tanya paused, tilting her head back to look Harry in the eye. I am with my boyfriend now. She arched an eyebrow, daring him to correct her. He just grinned and gently tilted her head forward, hands tangled pleasantly in her hair. What relevance does that have? Tanya wondered. Lara let out a light laugh. I forget how young you are, sometimes, little sister. Tanya could hear the smirk on her voice. You sound as if you are enjoying yourself. Why don't we meet at the manor? Then we can discuss securing our future safety. That would be more secure than a phone line. Did Lara think she and Harry were? How shameless. A shiver of pleasure shot up her spine as Harry pinned her hair into place. Enjoy yourself, little sister, Lara laughed. If you need advice, you know I am more than willing. Perhaps in retaliation for her earlier behavior, Lara hung up on her. Think it's a trap? Harry asked, tucking a few loose strands of her hair into place. I find it unlikely, Tanya replied. Given she referred to the other white courthouses, it seems likely that she wants, or perhaps needs our assistance. I don't particularly like what your older sisters do, Harry began, a frown in his voice, but they're still better than the Malvera or Scavies. I do not know the details, but I cannot imagine a leading family built on fear or despair being an improvement over the current situation, Tanya observed. Even disregarding my admittedly biased outlook on the matter. Wouldn't have thought a family who fed on wrath would have as reasonable a head as Clough, Harry pointed out, now done with her hair. What's up with him anyways? He leaned against her, arms wrapping around her torso in a loose hug, tingles rippling through her body where his rough skin rubbed against hers, while his breath sent shivers down the back of her neck. I am not privy to the specifics of his family life, although he has mentioned a few of his children to me, Tanya replied, pressing herself back against him, arms reaching up to circle his neck. One runs a conspiracy nut newspaper, one is a bartender, one is a physical therapist of sorts, and his wife runs a protective formal wear shop, and must feed by angering ignorant people who cannot tell the difference between the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei logo from that of the Reichsbanner Schwarz-Rot-Gold. The what? Harry asked in confusion, hands stroking her side gently. The Nazis and the Social Democrats, Tanya sighed. People get them confused. Harry asked, taken aback. Yes, Tanya confirmed, before shaking her head slightly. But we are getting off topic. She frowned in thought, tilting her head back to look up at her boyfriend. It may simply be that Professor de Rossi is the old man in a profession where most die young, so to speak. That's a good point, Harry mused, eyes flicking down her body for a second. But still, doesn't that still mean that it would be possible for White Court to be less utter bastards? No offense. He winced apologetically. My mother was never married to my sire, so I am a bastard, in a manner of speaking, Tanya smirked, shifting in her seat. A real charming one, Harry grinned back, arm sliding up teasingly and pressing pleasantly into the underside of her bust. Will you cease distracting me? Tanya scoffed with a roll of her eyes, even as she arched into the sensation. Right, important topic, Harry acknowledged, I'll keep a lid on it for now. Tanya mock glared at him, and he just grinned, squeezing her breasts together with his arms. I think you are correct that it is possible for us to be more than just parasites. Tanya pursed her lips doubtfully, her breath hitching at his touch. But it seems unlikely that will bear fruit. Maybe things could change, now that the old monster is gone, Harry shrugged, the motion sending jolts of excitement through her. That would assume they would want to change. Don't they? Harry asked. I didn't think any of your sisters looked particularly eager for things to stay the same, given how fast they jumped your sire. Tanya grimaced. I did not need to be reminded of my family's incestuous activities. She stilled as a particularly disturbing thought came to mind. What if one of my sisters becomes pregnant? Harry winced, trying and failing to suppress a sort of repulsed lust. Tanya glared at him, and he shrugged sheepishly, before letting his eyes rake across her form, his affection for her sweeping away the intrusive thought. We beat them once, he pointed out after a slightly awkward silence. If they try anything we can do it again. I suppose, Tanya agreed, with some hesitation. Though I don't really want to fight my family again so soon. There's going to be at least some diplomacy, Harry returned. Lara does seem to like the sound of her own voice. Tanya sighed. I do have to clear the air with them. At the very least to ensure they will leave Inari alone. Another day visiting Wraith Manor, Harry muttered. This is starting to become a trend. There is another problem, Tanya declared, drawing a concerned look from Harry. What? You styled my hair before I took a shower. Oops. It's fine. As long as you do it again afterwards. Mind if I join? His hand slipped up to cup her breasts and a moan escaped from deep in Tanya's throat. No, she gasped, breath hitching as her boyfriend's large, rough hands kneaded the sensitive flesh, sending jolts of pleasure through her body. Would take too long. It took a while for her to ask him to stop. This would be the third time Harry was heading to Wraith Manor in as many days, which in other circumstances would be a concerning trend. To be fair, it was still pretty concerning even with Tanya by his side. Hopefully today would be less of a mess than the last two visits had been. It was not starting off that well, since Harry's injured hand meant he couldn't drive, or ride behind Tanya on her motorcycle. No, stop imagining it, inner Harry. That meant they were left with driving the Blue Beetle, which had actually not been banged up at all during this misadventure, now that he thought about it. Hey. Usually he needed to get the doors replaced or something after stuff like this happened. I still cannot comprehend how you can endure this, Tanya groused from the driver's seat, long, flexible legs bent a bit awkwardly because of how small the car was. It's not that bad. Harry protested reflexively. But yet it was awkward. You are 6 inches bigger than me, Tanya pointed out flatly, giving him an unimpressed glance, and I find the fit uncomfortable. She was dressed in an expensive formal suit, probably one of Mrs. de Rossi's. Both of them were a little tapped out with all the fighting they had been doing recently, and they were pretty sure Lara didn't want that, but it didn't hurt to be careful. What? Can't handle a little discomfort, princess? Harry teased, doing his best not to stare. For some reason, Tanya had picked a blouse with a very deep cleavage, so with the suit jacket on, it almost looked like she wasn't wearing a shirt at all. The suit was also cut tightly to her frame, conforming nicely to the shape of her body, something that he now knew quite well. Oh no, I find this perfectly enjoyable, Tanya retorted, a sarcastic drawl in her voice. But I don't understand why you continue to subject yourself to unnecessary discomfort. You took my apartment, told me to change my fashion sense, and now you want me to dump my old car too. Harry snarked without any real heat. Though it did sound kinda bad when he put it that way. I suppose I can understand its sentimental value, Tanya sighed. But I think we should acquire a more secure or comfortable method of transportation. Second thoughts about your giant vibrators. Harry was pretty sure she liked motorcycles because they were easier to park in a city, but with the stuff that happened recently, he could see why she would be considering a bigger car. While convenient, I don't believe they will suit my needs as well anymore, Tanya shrugged. Not if we want to stock protective equipment in the vehicle. Well, Harry conceded, maybe a thought for later. Ah, yes, Tanya mumbled. That was slightly premature. They fell silent for a minute, now focused back on the immediate problem. Do you think your sister will react badly when we show up armed? Harry asked. For you, I doubt it, Tanya replied. I am fairly certain she would be understanding of my own need to be armed. She pursed her lips in a thoughtful expression, before shrugging slightly. Though now that I think about it, I do not need weapons to be dangerous to them. The memory of her bowling through her sisters and almost literally ripping Lord Wraith apart flashed through Harry's mind, a thought that made him feel weirdly hot under the collar. It had been strangely beautiful to watch. And maybe knowing how the same Tanya could melt into putty under his touch had something to do with it. Yet, Harry mused. How come you seem to be stronger than them? I know age doesn't mean more power for White Court the same way it does for the ramps and blamps, but older wamps are usually stronger, and at least more experienced. An uncomfortable look passed over Tanya's face. Perhaps it had to do with me being larger than them. It'd give you reach, Harry considered. And I guess that'd give you an edge if you're in the same weight class. He frowned. But you were throwing them around like you were in a different weight class entirely. Both in the physical and metaphysical sense. I think being underestimated played a significant part, Tanya hedged. Perhaps my sire's influence over them also made them less coordinated than they would otherwise be. Dunno about that, Harry muttered. They looked very in sync to me. Then perhaps I have more fresh experience fighting vampiric foes, Tanya suggested. That would make some sense, and ramps were stronger and faster than lamps typically. Probably part of it, Harry agreed. Whatever it was, I think you beat them up enough that they'll hesitate a bit before trying anything. They better not, if Lara seriously wishes to win back my trust. They spent the rest of the drive in silent anticipation. The Wraith mansion looked much the same as they pulled in, but there was already a notable change at the gate. Antonio was there again, but he had a few buddies with him. Well, you certainly look all grown up, miss, Antonio greeted them, giving Tanya's outfit a speculative look. I'd say you should put on a shirt, but, he shrugged. I know how you ladies are when you find a guy you like. I am wearing a blouse, Tanya objected. Really? Antonio asked with some surprise. If you are, it wouldn't make a difference if you took it off and gave it to your boyfriend here, you'd be showing off the same amount of skin. Tanya glared at him. Can we pass, Antonio? Sure, he waved them through as his buddy opened the gate. Since when did he comment on your clothes? Harry asked as they rolled towards the manor entrance proper. He occasionally made comments when we were younger, Tanya replied. Though he never joked about that before. I mean, that blouse is a bit different than what you usually wear, Harry pointed out. You don't like it? Well, I don't know, since I can't see it. I'm not taking the blouse off. That's not what I meant. Right now. Tanya pulled the car to stop as Harry face-palmed. Was Tanya trying to get him to pick out her clothes or something? Most of it looked the same. And she looked great in or out of any of them. But that was enough getting distracted. There were also 2 guards at the door, and these ones also looked a lot more alert than the Ken and Barbie twins. Judging by how they held themselves, they knew how to handle a gun. Good thing they weren't going to shoot them. Probably. Hello Ms. Wraith, one of them nodded as Tanya stepped out of the car. Your sister requests that you and your +1 join her for some refreshments in the East Garden. Will she be alone? Tanya asked, eyeing the new guards speculatively. I believe a few of your other siblings will be there as well, the other guard replied. I see. Tanya nodded, stepping past the guards. Harry followed her, and the guards did as well, trailing after them a short distance away, though they seemed more concerned with protecting them, which was a fairly new experience for Harry. Tanya led them through the mansion and then outside again, into a beautifully managed terraced garden that looked like it belonged in some period drama, complete with faux ruins, possibly actually ancient statues, with the plant life overgrown in a controlled way to lower visibility, either to make it more interesting to explore, or for more privacy for Wraith activities. There was a fancy-looking table on the top terrace, made of fine, looping wires, surrounded by similarly designed chairs, and loaded with some expensive-looking snacks and drinks. From the looks of it, the other Wraith siblings had begun partaking before they got there. Lara sat in one chair, dressed in white clothes accented with red roses, not unlike the ones blooming on the bushes behind her. Her hair was drawn into a long tail and she sipped primly at a glass of wine. Natalia stood ramrod straight beside and slightly behind Lara, dressed in a uniformly black suit. Her eyes tracked the approaching group carefully, a hint of concern showing despite her expressionless face. Thomas stood off to the side, looking like he felt a bit out of place. His eyes met Harry's, and he nodded, trying to form his usual charming smile, but it looked a bit strained. Felicia, dressed similarly to Lara, and looking no worse for wear from Harry blasting a hole through her chest last night, was nibbling on some sort of cracker, leaning against the table and tapping her foot impatiently. Elisa stood in the shade of a rosebush, a bit away from the table, arms folded, staring off into nowhere. She was wearing a dark-colored hoodie, and looked like she really would rather be anywhere else. Lara rose as the new arrivals got closer, setting her wine glass on the table and spreading her arms in welcome. Tanya. It is good to see you, she beamed at her younger sister, and it seemed at least partly genuine. You as well, Harry. Her gaze briefly swept to him, brimming with a mix of emotions that was hard to follow. Lara, Tanya greeted carefully. What is all this? The older Wraith smiled, gesturing to the chair across from her. Just a small family discussion, little sister. Tanya settled into the chair gracefully, eyeing her sister speculatively. Harry, not feeling comfortable around this many white court, even if they were all keeping a lid on their hungers, chose to stand. Better if they needed to fight. Thomas shifted, moving a bit closer so he could back his brother up if it became necessary. This seems quite overmuch for anything simple, Lara, Tanya accused. What is it that you want? Straight to the point, as always, Lara tittered, laughter sounding like tinkling bells. The other families will be in for quite the surprise. Her face grew serious. And that is what we must discuss, as much as I would like to say I simply wish to celebrate our freedom. Didn't you do that last night? Harry snarked, drawing an annoyed glare from Natalia, but Lara just laughed. I suppose that is one way of looking at it. But it leaves a power vacuum, Tanya cut in, looking like she would much rather not remember what her siblings had been doing the previous evening. Indeed, Lara confirmed. And what will the consequences be? Tanya asked, folding her hands on the table. If we do not manage to ride the fallout, they will kill us, Lara explained simply. How do you plan on ensuring that does not happen? Tanya frowned, eyes narrowing dangerously. Strike first? Eliminate their ability to perform such an attack. Harry stifled a snort. That was Tanya all right. They would never see that coming, Lara conceded. But we lack the strength for that, and as you have demonstrated, it may be possible to turn some of them to our side. She smiled, gaze flicking between Tanya and Harry. Better to make friends than enemies, wouldn't you say? You really want to make friends with the Scavies or Malvera? Thomas burst out. That'll never work. Oh, no, Lara denied. I am aware that they would simply view it as another opportunity to move against us. But we do need to at least maintain the usual politeness. So they do not have casus belli? Tanya asked. From what I understand, they are already inclined to work together, so it seems unlikely we could push them to collaborate more. In part, Lara confirmed. It would also confirm to them that something has changed, and free them to act accordingly. You plan on pretending that dearly lobotomized Dad is still around? Thomas wondered disbelievingly. What? Are we going to say he's in seclusion or something? They'd never believe that. They are what they eat. Felicia chimed in, biting a baby carrot in half. One's too much of a coward to act first and the other will never really believe they can win. Her voice was still light, not as smoky as most of her siblings, but she didn't sound quite as childish as she had yesterday. Not so simple as that, Elisa scoffed. They would have gotten bumped off already if that was all there was to it. She also sounded different, with a more pronounced New England accent. Their leaders control their lessers through said fear and despair, Natalia explained. They are thus able to coordinate towards unified action, unlike the remaining Tarquin or Barbarossa. She still sounded the same. Pride is a lonely road, Lara said airily, and wrath is too volatile for long-term aims. Unless you can control it. Just how many different types of wamp were there? Lust, fear, despair, wrath, and now pride? Couldn't they feed on something nice? Like the feeling you get when hugging puppies? Are you suggesting that the S&M are unlikely to move if there is uncertainty? Tanya cut through the chatter, getting back onto the main point, even if she worded it a bit funny. Not openly, Lara hedged, tilting her head slightly. Then we will have to be prepared, Tanya declared. We? Harry pointed out. Sure you can trust them, after what they've done. Natalia made to retort, but Lara stopped her with a gesture. Trust. Tanya mused, gaze sweeping over her older siblings. Not the same as before. But our enemies would not discriminate even if I distanced myself, would they? That is hard to say definitively, Lara hedged, clearly pleased that Tanya seemed willing to work together. There was an almost proud look in her eyes, if tinged with plenty of regret. Regardless, Tanya continued, narrowing her eyes at her older sister, you are my siblings, even if you've betrayed my trust. As much as that angers me, you are still preferable to the other families. Thanks for the vote of confidence, sis, Thomas drawled, an amused grin on his face. Didn't they chain you down and try to kill you? Harry blurted out, giving his brother an incredulous look. Yeah, true, Thomas shrugged. Not really over it, the other families would do worse though. I will find a way to make it up to you, Tommy, Lara reassured him. I owe you that much. Like you owed him a bullet to the chest. Harry remarked drily, reminding them of their short gunfight outside the film site. That was under a different set of circumstances, Lara replied slowly, a wry grin pulling at her crimson lips. If you do not hold a grudge regarding that scuffle, I will not hold a grudge about you manhandling me. If anything, you'd want him to do it more, you freak, Elisa snorted. Hey! No kink shaming. Felicia objected, glaring at her sullen sister. Don't get me started on you, Elisa sighed. Miss daydreaming about a man who drilled a hole through you. I was shot through the heart. Felicia cried, kicking her legs petulantly. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond to that, and based on how Tanya narrowed her eyes at her bickering sisters, he probably shouldn't. However, there was something different here. It wasn't as if he knew Tanya's wamp sisters all that well, but this kind of behavior was very different from the creepy mind rape synchronization he had seen from them last night. It was a bit more actually sisterly. Like each wraith here was actually thinking for themselves. And for someone who had clearly set up this meeting place to assert her place of dominance, Lara did not respond to her sister basically undercutting her. It could have been a ploy to show that without their old man, they could be sisters, but for a second, Harry saw a flicker of pained nostalgia in the older vampire's eyes, a surprisingly hopeful look for someone like her. It could be acting, but Harry had seen Lara crack before, and this looked like another example, just in the opposite circumstances. In the alley, her immortal life had been inches away from ending, while here, she was in a secure position with a lifelong weight suddenly lifted from her shoulders. From the way Tanya tilted her head minutely, it seemed that she saw that too. Lara was very good at hiding her monstrous nature, and this slight glimpse of vulnerability did more for that than Harry would like to admit. Were they like this before? Tanya asked softly. Not quite, Lara replied in the same tone. But we can't become innocent again, can we? No, Tanya agreed solemnly, and her image in the sight flashed through Harry's mind. Harry set his hand on Tanya's shoulder and gave her a reassuring squeeze. Tanya leaned into his hand, pressing her silky skin against his, something he hadn't expected, but she had become a lot more physically affectionate recently. And well, he didn't really mind. Lara looked amused at first, but her expression morphed into confusion and then outright shock for a moment, though Harry wasn't quite sure about what. Sure, Lara didn't think he was a complete idiot anymore, but Tanya had enough charm that it shouldn't be that surprising he had fallen for her. And he really had. With the smug satisfaction oozing from his girlfriend, she seemed to know it too. Either that or she was getting one over her older sister. Perhaps now, we will have more opportunities to live our own lives? Tanya asked, both hopefully and also challengingly. Lara stared at her, curiosity and some confusion leaking out from her controlled expression. Perhaps. But it is a dangerous world, so we must stick together, even in our newfound freedom. I do not disagree, Tanya replied evenly, but do you include Inari as part of the family? Of course. Lara exclaimed, looking genuinely taken aback by the question. Why ever not? She has not yet fledged, Tanya pointed out. Kinda hope she never does, Thomas mumbled, drawing pointed looks from both Lara and Tanya. What? The old man's not here to gag us anymore. Explain, Tanya requested politely. Well, you know, Thomas began hesitantly, if one of us has their first time with someone they're in true love with, then it kills the hunger and they become a normal person. Wait, really? A very unlikely occurrence, Natalia pointed out, given the nature of youths and our father's demand for secrecy. She glared at Thomas for a moment, then blinked and shook her head, realizing that there was no need for that anymore. Truly? Tanya asked in a carefully even tone. Are you suggesting that Inari might have a chance at living a normal life? For all that's good for, Felicia snorted. If anyone is able to manage that, I think Inari would be the one, Elisa murmured quietly. Is it actually true? Natalia asked, glancing down at Lara. I do not remember something of the sort ever happening, even if the rumor was persistent for as long as I remember. Lara frowned. Truthfully, nor do I. But there must be some truth to this, or else there would be no need to obscure it. At the very least, Tanya sighed. At least she will have an informed choice, unlike the rest of us. Complicated expressions passed over the Wraith siblings' faces. Even if some of them were much more comfortable with their vampiric nature than others, it looked like none of them had nice memories about what happened when they fledged, or what happened shortly afterwards. Harry squeezed Tanya's shoulder again, and she relaxed slightly. We should not lie to her anymore, Tanya said finally. And if she doesn't want anything to do with us anymore? Elisa asked. She is more forgiving than we deserve, Tanya replied softly. There was silence for a long moment in the garden, the Wraith siblings all pondering something in their heads, while Harry waited, feeling a bit like he was intruding. Finally, Tanya looked Lara in the eye and nodded. Our family has never run on trust, and I do not think we can, even now, not with the extended family. I am still not sure I can trust you, and I know you no longer fully trust me either. However, Lara cocked a head questioningly. I believe it would be better if greater trust could be re-established, Tanya continued. After all, there is more benefit in collaborating if we are not stabbing each other in the back. We are all liars, Tanya, Lara pointed out, leaning back sensually in her chair. We rather have to be. It is not as if we could be truly honest with each other, let alone with mortals. Not publicly, as of yet, Tanya conceded, but that was not what I was speaking of. There are some things that must be kept secret, Lara countered. Things that can create grave peril if they become more widely known. Dangerous not just to our interests, but to all others as well. And what exactly are our interests? Tanya asked, tilting her head back questioningly. Peace, Lara declared, spreading her arms wide and arching her body in a way to show off. I want peace. This war has not been good for our interests, or your White Council's, Harry dear. That is all well and good, Tanya replied. But I doubt you are suggesting an attempt to convince the Red Court to come to terms. They are committed, and are unlikely to stop. Not to mention that the other families likely do not mind seeing the White Council reduced, and are already sniffing for weakness like you said. Lara smiled. So peace is also in your interests, then. Naturally, Tanya conceded. But it is not your sole desire, is it now? Of course not, Lara replied. I also want prosperity, though I am certainly willing to share. It can hardly be called prosperity if only one person benefits, Tanya remarked. Then we have an accord, then? Lara asked lightly. Didn't take you for a Honda girl, Harry snarked, reminding the two sisters that there were, in fact, other people present in the garden. The older Wraith sister rolled her eyes dramatically, and Thomas groaned, palming his face with his hand. Felicia giggled. I don't know what he meant, but it sounded funny. Don't encourage him, Elisa sighed, before a slight smile pulled at her lips. But, it feels good to laugh for real, for once. I do not see what the Japanese have to do with this conversation, Natalia grumbled, giving Harry an annoyed look. I have never heard all of you speak so freely, Tanya observed softly. It is refreshing. We have never been so free, Lara replied in the same tone. But you said we can't celebrate. Felicia complained. What's up with that? We have to at least delay the spread of the news, Natalia explained with a resigned sigh. Though I never said you could not have fun, Felicia dear, Lara clarified with an indulgent smile. But it's more fun when you're there too. Harry and Thomas shared an uncomfortable glance. Even without their daddy dearest, it looked like the Wraith sisters were still weird. To be honest, I wish I could go without for a bit, Elisa mumbled, retreating into her hoodie slightly. Doesn't feel right without him and, I don't like that. Hell's bells, that was messed up. Maybe I can help. Felicia offered. Elisa's face twisted in discomfort. For Chris' sakes, you're my sister. Hasn't stopped you before though. When daddy messed with our heads. Elisa snapped at her sibling, before catching herself. I'm not doing that anymore. Felicia, you said yourself, no kink shaming, as you call it, Tanya interjected. Fine. Lara's mini-me drawled. I think the point has been made, Lara declared with a low chuckle. Felicia, Elisa, if you have other places you would rather be, then feel free. Is that wise? Natalia asked with a frown, apparently worried about being outnumbered by the more rebellious members of the family. Lara gave her a meaningful look. If they wanted to kill me, they would have already done so. Natalia looked like she swallowed a lemon, but nodded. The more childish Wraith hooped and hopped off the table before sauntering off to do who knows what, while the morose one left to take a nap or something, given how tired she looked. Is there something you would like to say with less of an audience? Tanya inquired. There are many things I would like to say, many things we should have spoken of before now, Lara mused, but I believe I will take a page out of your book and be more direct. She leaned forward, resting her chest on the table and clasping her hands under her chin. I think it should be clear that the two of us are the ones who care the most about the direction our family takes. Raising one delicate hand, she began counting off. Felicia fledged too young and has not matured nearly enough, Elisa barely was allowed to have a thought of her own in decades, and while you two could, neither of you have ever cared much for it, have you, Thomas? Natalia. She gave the other two siblings an expectant look. I did not have much chance to think for myself until I was too old to learn, Natalia answered blandly. Never thought I'd live long enough for it to matter, Thomas shrugged. Have I ever mentioned how your family is fucked up, Tanya? Harry muttered. Tanya snorted, tilting her head back to look up at him as she leaned back in her chair. You could have phrased that better, but I don't think any of us could deny that. Harry did his best not to react to the slight smirk on her face as she noticed his gaze wandering. Not to mention your side of the family had its own share of issues. You got me there, Harry conceded. Our family tree is going to be so messed up, Thomas snickered. Oh, there is no tree at all, Lara cut in with a laugh. I am forced to agree with the wizard, Natalia admitted, a frown on her face. Though may I ask how his presence is supposed to improve things? Ah, thank you, Natalia, we have indeed strayed from the main topic. I do not intend to usurp control of the family, Tanya declared, locking eyes with her oldest sister. Especially not in regards to public-facing roles. Even if I were capable, I am too young to be respected by those I would need to interact with. I'm glad you see that, Lara replied with a pleased smile. And to your point, I myself lack quite the reputation to be taken seriously by many of our competitors, even though I am older. This can be an advantage, but still poses problems. Are we just going to pretend dear old dad isn't a vegetable then? Thomas scoffed. And hasn't Tanya been doing a lot of the accounting and stuff anyways? I organized and streamlined a lot of the processes there, but I am not in control of them, Tanya objected. That's an oddly specific denial there, little sister, Lara tittered. I can never tell if you are a poor or excellent liar. Tanya paused for a moment. What do you mean by that? On the one hand, you are still young, and still need to work on your tells, Lara drawled. On the other hand, you and your wizard friend have managed something that hundreds of beings thought more dangerous than you both failed. Even more, you took him by surprise. She smiled crookedly. Surely you see how unnerving some would find this. I once thought family meant something for us, Tanya replied coolly. But it clearly meant something different to the rest of you. It can change, Thomas cut in quickly, giving Lara a sharp look. We can change. We cannot show weakness, not now, Lara shot back. Didn't we look weak because of his inaction and passivity? Tanya pointed out. Yes, a major shift would look suspicious, but a failure to change would also be fatal. What kind of change would you recommend? Her older sister asked, eyes narrowing in thought. You have already made some changes, the younger Wraith remarked. The new bodyguards are clearly more than ornamental, and I know you prefer a more reciprocal arrangement when possible, as that allows for better performance. But that is not what you are referring to, is it? Lara observed pleasantly. For one, our hungers can feed off of things other than humans, Tanya began. And with the mechanism Harry developed to store life energy, this means that we do not have to be as concerned about ruining our investments in human resources by having someone take too deep of a bite. There are many creatures that will be missed far less than even the most unwanted human, especially as surveillance technology improves. Lara and Thomas glanced at each other, looking taken aback. Feeding off of what you are suggesting bears significant risk, even with our ability to heal, the older Wraith sister remarked. And I admit to being surprised that you are so adventurous. Admittedly, it was not originally my intention, Tanya hedged. But after killing several that sought to feed on me, it became a preference, shall we say. How the hell did you manage that? Thomas blurted out, eyes widening in horror. Initially, Tanya trailed off, blushing slightly in embarrassment. Initially I managed by ripping their throats out and draining their life force that way, but it was incredibly messy and inefficient. It is much easier to drain them if they are staked to the ground. Her siblings stared at her blankly, before giving Harry a questioning look. It works surprisingly well, he added. A lot of them really can't help chasing what looks like a human woman down a dark alley to their deaths. That, being able to feed in such a way, Lara murmured. That's not normal, Thomas whispered. That would have been useful to know a few years ago, Tanya said drily. It would have saved me a number of headaches and cleaning bills. Regardless, you are both capable of feeding off of the batteries Harry made. There was Tanya glossing over how weird she was again. The two older siblings shared a glance, something unspoken passing between them. Feeding using the batteries is filling, if not as invigorating as feeding directly, Tanya continued, interpreting their hesitation as being about her pitch and not her being weird. However, there is much less risk involved with the batteries, and they can be stored for later use if necessary, which proved very useful in combat situations. Or when one of us is badly injured, Thomas added thoughtfully, turning to give Tanya a solemn nod. It stopped me from doing something I could never live with. So thank you, Tanya. Think nothing of it, the younger sister waved off, you are my brother, after all. Yet, Thomas being his half-brother too was making this whole thing a little weird, but Harry pushed that thought to the side. That much is obvious, Lara agreed, a thoughtful look on her face. But how easily are these batteries created? And how long do they last? I cannot imagine vital energy lasting long outside the body. There are two types that we have found to be feasible, Tanya replied in her lecture voice. First, is a piece of iron imbued with a facet of emptiness. It will eagerly absorb energy, and does not lessen the taste, so to speak, significantly. However, the energy will degrade in quantity and quality over time, lasting a few weeks at best if properly stored, a few days if not. These are also quite simple to make. According to Harry's estimation, any practitioner with a shred of thaumaturgical talent could create one given the instructions, though the number and rate at which they are able to do so would vary. And the other type? Lara prompted, curiosity evident on her face. I presume it is better for longer storage. Just so, Tanya confirmed. Silver objects hold charge for much longer, perhaps indefinitely, especially if the object has some thaumaturgical resonance. Utensils, for example, and piercings, for some reason. One of Lara's eyebrows arched elegantly, and Thomas let out a sound halfway between a sputter and a laugh. It varies a bit depending on the person using them, Harry added. At least, if you're storing some of your own energy in them for later. So for you, it'll probably be something, well, sexual. Lara hummed in amusement. That sounds quite intriguing, Harry dear. Of course, Thomas scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Harry just rolled his eyes and ignored them. The energy tastes more stale in comparison, Tanya went on, but does not really degrade over time, as far as I have observed. And you say they are simple to create? Lara asked, face returning to a neutral state, but her eagerness still bled into her normally perfect poise. Tanya shook her head slightly. The silver batteries take a fair bit more talent to make work, Harry explained, but it isn't super complicated. Specifically, it was harder to get the release mechanism right, setting up the battery itself was about the same. What about capacity? Lara pressed, now clearly interested. That is something more difficult to quantify, Tanya admitted. Without active use, one battery is enough to keep my hunger quiescent for about a week, and of the ones we have made, a common red court vampire can be drained for enough energy to fill anywhere between 5 to a dozen batteries depending on the situation. It is unfortunately not an exact science. And of course, if you draw on your hunger, that will deplete their stores. Sounds almost too good to be true, Thomas murmured. How come no one ever tried this before? I would not know, Tanya replied, but it seems likely to me that it comes largely due to a lack of trust. Our hungers push most of whatever magic we have in a specific direction, so something of this kind would have relied on normal human practitioners. Given our sire's tendencies, he likely did not approve of the idea of giving someone else power over him. I bet no one thought of it because they were too horny, or just didn't think it was worth bothering with since it isn't that hard to feed on someone, Harry interjected, only partly joking. Perhaps it is a blind spot of ours, Lara mused, giving Tanya a searching look. This was not entirely your idea, was it? Tanya shook her head. I came up with the idea, Harry acknowledged, but she was the one who realized how useful it would be for her. The older Wraith siblings were silent for a moment, clearly deep in thought. After some time, Lara spoke again. What do you want in exchange for the knowledge for these batteries? Tanya? Dresden. Use them, Tanya declared. As much as many normal humans would be perfectly happy to have intercourse with one of us, the addictive and supernatural nature attached to us can lead to problems. Using these batteries would insulate against the deleterious effects and potentially reduce the impulsive decision-making our hungers can lead us to. You want us to attempt more equitable relations with humans? Lara wondered. That is a risky thing to attempt. I think our sire's current condition helps demonstrate the limitations of thralls, Tanya pointed out. Not to mention that you clearly see the value of functional subordinates compared to the slavishly loyal. She glanced up at Harry, a small smile quirked her lip up. And, after all, our partnership is an example of the usefulness of such arrangements. Harry wasn't sure that their relationship could be in any way normal, but if this got the Wraiths to act more human than vampire, it could be a good thing. Perhaps there is some merit in the idea, Lara admitted, but I think we have talked enough about business. She gave Tanya a knowing smile. I'm sure you have some celebrations planned, no? Maybe? Harry tried not to think about what almost happened in the morning. Tanya flushed slightly, but looked like she still had something to say. I suppose some of the details can wait, but I do have a largely unrelated question. Oh, do tell, sister, Lara crooned, an expectant smile on her face. You mentioned that if an unfledged has their first sexual encounter with someone who shares true love with them, it kills their hunger, is that correct? As far as we know, that is the case, Lara confirmed. Why? Has Inari finally made a move on her boyfriend? Perhaps, Tanya shrugged. But what about a fully fledged white court? What happens during their first time? Both her siblings stared at her in incomprehension. You are still a virgin. Lara mumbled blankly. How the hell is that possible? Thomas yelled. Didn't you get assaulted? He trailed off, realizing what he just said. Tanya shrugged. I was assaulted, not raped. I do not think Black Court care much for such things. Her siblings stared at her in horror, and Harry noted some realization flickering in their eyes. For a moment, Lara looked afraid of her own sister. Why was that? How did you survive? Thomas croaked. I am not sure, Tanya replied. It may have been stunned by a holy symbol I happened to be wearing. When I came to my senses all that was left was dust. I see, her older sister murmured, looking into the distance thoughtfully. Thomas met Harry's eyes, and he sighed. We really owe you one, Harry. You owe Michael for that one, Harry returned. I only helped a bit. Do not discount your own efforts, Tanya huffed, giving him an unimpressed look. Or at least respect the value they had to me. Yeah, got it, Harry sighed. Lara let out a short laugh. A genuine, uncontrolled one. You two are certainly close. Not sure exactly how it happened, but, Harry narrowed his eyes at Lara, his voice dropping threateningly, you know what happened to the last vampire who hurt a woman I cared about. I'm sure you're smart enough not to make the same mistake. I am not nearly as short-sighted as Bianca was, Lara declared quickly, looking slightly rattled by Tanya's revelation. Don't think I've ever heard something like what happened to you, Thomas murmured. So I have no idea. Probably nothing will happen. Aside from severe pain, Lara pointed out. Ah, so nothing worth discussing, Tanya concluded. The two older wraiths gave Harry unreadable looks. He tried, and failed, to not think about what Tanya was implying. How are you going to explain this to the rest of the family? Thomas wondered. You let me worry about that, Lara replied coyly. Though be prepared, you may have to perform some diplomacy in the near future. Great, Thomas sighed. I don't really know what I expected, but I shouldn't have been surprised that this made everything more complicated. Tanya glanced briefly at her watch. While this has been a fruitful conversation, we have some other engagements. She stood, nodding to her siblings. I will see you again soon. It was lovely for you to come back and visit, Lara replied with a smile, as if this was really just a family meet-up and not some political shenanigans. Don't do anything too crazy, you two, Thomas called. When has that ever been a concern? Tanya scoffed over her shoulder. Tanya, do you remember how we got into this situation to begin with? Harry pointed out. Hush. It was a perfectly rational move. Right, let's go with that. Rosalina loved her family. Well, the ones who raised her at least. Her cousins were a hoot and Aunt Erica was a softie under her serious exterior. That didn't mean they weren't scary though. She had crossed Uncle Cluff's line once. Never again. And now, they all seemed a bit nervous about something, which scared the hell out of Rosalina, no matter how much she didn't want to admit it. When they recommended that she visit the carpenter's place for the day, that just made her more nervous. Her vampire family was telling her, also a vampire, to go to the home of a Knight of the Cross. Auntie Erica had flipped her shit when she first heard that Rosalina had made frenemies with Molly Carpenter, and even up till now, her family had been a bit nervous about how close she was getting, because it was really not a great idea to seriously mess with the family of the Fist of God. But now they basically threw her out the door in the direction of the Carpenters, still not telling her anything about what had them all riled up, and that scared her. More than visiting the Carpenters scared her. But she wasn't that kind of bitch, so here she was, walking up to the front door of the most aggressively normal house that was anything but. It was quieter than normal, usually at least one of the kids was out and about in the yard. Just what the heck had happened? Still, Rosalina was no chicken, so she knocked on the door sharply as always, standing outside and trying her best not to think about the angels guarding the place. Sure, she was mortal enough they'd leave her alone, probably, but she feared God enough not to want to tempt it. That, and she really did like the Carpenters. The door opened and Molly poked her head out. What do you want, bitch? The blonde snapped with little real heat. What? I can't decide to come visit my friends. Rosalina shot back, a wide grin spreading across her face. Malls never failed to disappoint. I really don't want to deal with you right now, Molly groaned. Who says I was talking about you? Rosalina shot back snidely. Why you? Molly clenched her jaw and let out a slow breath, the familiar scent of her anger forcibly tamped down. She let out a sigh. As much fun as bitching at you can be, Inari's been through some really terrible stuff, so I don't think this is a good. Wait, what happened to Inari? Rosalina's roommate was a total sweetheart, who would want to hurt shit. Some family stuff, Molly explained, giving her a weird look. Empty night, the bottom dropped out of Rosalina's stomach. Her own awakening had been bad, and the wraiths did it in an even more fucked up way. Is she okay? Yeah, a bit shaken up, but she doesn't seem hurt. Rosalina frowned. If it was what she was thinking, Inari wouldn't look hurt. Is Charles all right? Charles? Molly asked, giving her a confused look. I heard he needed to go to the hospital but was mostly okay. What's he got to do with this? Oh right, she didn't know, did she? Wait, the fuck did you do, Rosalina? Molly barked. I didn't do anything, the redhead shot back heatedly. She had standards. Yes, you did not do anything. Both belligerent young women froze, turning to see the speaker. Inari stood in the foyer behind the eldest Carpenter kid, face flat and so uncharacteristically inexpressive that Rosalina could have believed that this was Tanya instead, if not for the usually cheerful twins' hair being loose, something the more serious twin rarely would allow, even if their nature meant that they looked good even if slightly disheveled. Inari? Molly asked worriedly. Why, Rosie? Inari whispered. Why didn't you tell me? Rosalina wasn't sure what to say, and she was pretty sure her uncle's suggestions of shooting or hitting something wasn't going to help someone like Inari. Molly looked entirely lost. I wasn't supposed to, she finally mumbled lamely. I don't know what you're talking about, Molly remarked, but when the hell has that ever stopped you? More than you'd think, Inari replied before Rosalina could respond. Believe it or not, by her family's standards, Rosalina is a good girl. What? Their normal friend glanced between them, blinking owlishly. And, I'm the bad girl, Inari mused, almost giggling. Molly and Rosalina shared a concerned glance, the confused blonde mouthing a what the fuck, while the redhead felt the sinking feeling in her gut only grow worse. Fuck your family, she declared, dealing with awkwardness the only way she really knew how, aside from Tanya they all suck. Inari broke into hysterical giggles. Fuck my family indeed. Ha ha ha. And they really do suck. Shit, Rosalina coughed. She really should have worded that better. What? Molly screeched, throwing her arms up in the air. Can someone explain what's going on? Why don't you invite Rosalina in, Molly? Inari suggested, voice suddenly dead serious, all laughter wiped away. What do you mean? The carpenter asked. I already opened the door for her. Dad said only things that wait. She narrowed her eyes at Inari. How do you know about that? Her eyes widened until they were the size of saucers and they snapped to Rosalina. What are you? Was this whole thing a trick? The wrath vampire stuttered, not expecting to be outed like that, especially not by Inari of all people. Shit, what did she do? The only way she knew how to make friends was with aggression, but she had enough sense to realize that it wouldn't work the best in this situation. All these years, you were lying to me about what you were. Molly shouted, face red with anger and betrayal, one hand clutching her crucifix. What are you trying to do with us? I ain't doing shit. Rosalina denied. I thought you were cool cause you were always ready to get up in arms about stuff and it tasted good. Tasted good? What the fuck does that mean? Rosalina sighed, shoulders deflating. She was a shit liar, and well, she wasn't gonna risk lying right on heaven's doorstep. So she loosened the leash on her little rabbit friend, her vision sharpening enough to see her own reflections change in her friend's eyes, skin paling, hair turning blood red, and eyes glowing silver, even as shock widened Molly's eyes, before morphing into anger. You're fucking white court. Molly growled. What the hell are you trying to do with my brothers? Rosalina blinked. What? She's not that kind of white court, Inari interjected softly. Hey. Molly started, turning towards Inari. Her family feeds off of anger, the pale-haired girl explained, voice whisper quiet and distant. The ones you were thinking of? That would be me. Molly's jaw dropped, and she stood there in stunned silence, and Rosalina could practically hear the gears in her head turning behind her flummoxed eyes. So Thomas, Natalia. Tanya. Molly breathed. Mother of God, it all makes sense now. She frowned. But why? Why did Dad never? He must have known, Inari murmured, eyes downcast. I guess he thought we deserved a chance to escape our family's fate. A flood of conflicting emotions warred on Molly's face. How many of my friends are fake? She shook her head. No. No way. She pointed at Inari. I've known you and Tanya since we could barely walk, there's no way you were faking all that. Inari smiled, eyes glimmering with tears. I'm glad you see that, Margaret, she whispered. Then the blonde turned to Rosalina, a less certain look on her face. I've known you for years too, but I thought you were terrible at lying. Rosalina had to concede that, but she wasn't great at telling the truth either. Yeah? I don't think I lied to you about anything except calling you ugly and stuff like that. So what? Was it all a game then? Molly yelled, face turning red as something clicked in her head. Trying to piss me off so you could feed on my anger. No. Rosalina stammered. That's how I made friends with my cousins. Don't try lying to me now, Molly snarled, her fist balling in rage. You seriously expect me to believe you being such a bitch as you acting friendly? Well. No one could possibly be that dumb. Ouch, but it had taken Rosalina way too long to figure out that most people weren't like her family. She had Matthew to thank for that. Where was he, anyways? Hopefully he wouldn't hate her. I guess I'm fucking dumb, then, the wrath vampire sighed, squaring her shoulders, and stepping across the threshold into the house. A sharp pain flashed through the base of her skull, and the world suddenly looked duller, her limbs felt heavier, more fatigued, but the constant violent urge in the back of her head faded, but all Rosalina focused on was the shocked look in her friend's eyes as she recoiled. A chick, larger for its age, staring into the white expanse of sky out of the boughs of the great tree it was hatched in, under protective wings of her parents. There was a fire in her heart, a yearning to be strong, great, and free, watching the birds of prey soaring through the sky and aspiring to be like them, not heedless of danger, exactly, but not yet fully understanding the dangers of the wider world. It fussed over its smaller siblings, watching over them with an intensity similar to her mother, even as she quarreled with her elder. A sparrow could never be an eagle, but small creatures can still bring great wrath, and humans were a lot more resourceful than they were often given credit for. This one, as young and yet weak as they were, had a spark of defiance, and was a step away from pecking out an enemy's eyes. Rosalina sucked in a lungful of air as she stumbled, not quite sure what had just happened. She and Molly had locked eyes plenty of times as they bickered, but this was new. What? Molly gasped. What was that? What was what? Inari asked, glancing between the two of them worriedly. You looked at each other and just kind of froze up for a second. She frowned, looking at Rosalina and judging her reaction. You didn't do that, did you, Rosie? You look a bit shaken. Wasn't me, the redhead confirmed. We've stared each other down plenty of other times, not sure why this time was different. She felt like she had heard about something like this, maybe from one of her family, but they could have been pulling her leg. You, shit, Molly snorted, almost collapsing against the wall, a near hysterical grin on her face. It's weird as hell, but you're actually not a rebel at all, and how the hell aren't you always roiding out with that thing in your soul? It ain't smart to get people pissed enough to try and kill you, Rosalina replied, feeling slightly violated, if relieved that Molly seemed to understand. That only happened once, and I really don't want to do it again. Did you see into each other, or something? Inari wondered. Is the saying that eyes are the windows to the soul more literal than I thought? Maybe. Rosalina mumbled. There are things you shouldn't look in the eye, but that's usually cause they can do stuff to you that way. And you can't? Molly asked. Well, not specifically. I don't think, the redhead answered hesitantly. Her hunger's influence seemed stronger on people she looked at, but she wasn't sure if that actually had anything to do with eye contact, or if that was just a more animalistic thing. Inari mused. I know some people who don't ever really make eye contact with people, but most of them are hurt in some way or scared. Well, I guess Harry doesn't either. Well, he's also been hurt, but that's not why. You can't be serious, Molly whispered. Who? Rosalina blurted. She knew of a few people named Harry, but none of them made sense in this context. Tanya's boyfriend, Inari explained, entirely unhelpfully. Right, Rosalina drawled, while Molly stared at the pale-haired girl in shock. But... What? Molly stuttered. How did? When did that? Are you fucking with me now? I don't know. Inari shrugged. They've been close for at least 4 years, or so. No, not quite 4 years, but they've kind of been in denial until recently. How the hell was Tanya the first one to get a boyfriend? Rosalina murmured disbelievingly. Wait, they were dating the whole time. Molly squawked. How is that fair? Kinda. I'm not really sure how it worked. Inari shook her head, cutting off that train of thought. Anyways, do wizards have some special thing about looking people in the eyes? That, kind of rang a bell, but it wasn't like Rosalina knew that much about that stuff. Just not to cross any wizard with a sword. Though, if it was a wizard thing. Rosalina glanced at Inari, wondering if they should try the same thing. While she was pretty sure it wasn't some white court thing, this was the first time she'd left the roar brain buddy behind at the door. A sliver of unease crept up her spine at the thought of Inari seeing into her like what she and Molly had, but Rosalina quashed it. She wasn't a coward. And it probably won't work anyways. She gave the other white court, or at least fledgling, a meaningful look, and Inari looked her in the eyes for a long moment. Nothing happened, but Rosalina suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to back away. Well, it doesn't seem to work for either of us, Inari observed, glancing over to Molly. So whatever happened seems to be something to do with you. Molly glanced between her two friends, eyes no longer as suspicious, but still filled with uncertainty. How can that be true? You two are the vampires, I guess. She sighed, closing her eyes. I'm just a normal girl. Never really had a chance, did I? Normal my ass, Rosalina snorted. She was the daughter of the Fist of God, and maybe a potential wizard? Inari let out an amused huff, though she gave her despondent friend an understanding look. Molly, just because me and Tanya are a bit crazy doesn't mean you aren't special too. Most people don't skip a couple grades, and well, no one seemed to think you looked out of place as part of our friend group. Really? Molly scoffed. I'm not as smart, not as pretty. Hell, I can't even keep up in sports stuff. We're all older than you, Rosalina pointed out. The last bit's pretty normal. The blonde gave her a hurt look, and the red-headed vampire cringed. Shit, she could have worded that better. You shouldn't worry about that, Mols, Inari replied, shaking her head slightly. You've skipped a couple years in school, so most of the people you're around are older than you. The fact you can mostly keep up means you're pretty amazing. She moved to hug her friend, but paused, almost flinching. Rosalina could kind of understand how Molly felt. She was in the same year as Tanya and Inari, but she was 4 years older, and by God they made her feel practically retarded in comparison sometimes, and even Molly was better at school stuff than her. If she hadn't figured out that being dumber than the Wunderkind didn't make her actually stupid, she'd have felt a lot more insecure about being shown up by girls quite a bit younger than her. Do you really mean that? Molly whispered. I kind of always felt like you were just humoring me sometimes. Of course I mean it. Inari cried. You're practically a little sister to me. That, yeah, I guess that makes sense, the shorter blonde sighed. Molly, Inari insisted, stepping closer to her friend and surrogate sister. Please, I'm being serious here. Look me in the eyes and you'll see I'm not lying. The youngest girl hesitated for a moment, before looking up and locking eyes with her friend. The two of them stood still for a second, but Rosalina could see tears welling up in their eyes. Then the moment passed, and both girls sucked in gasps of air as they collapsed into a hug. Molly started bawling, and Inari was crying too. Rosalina briefly considered whether she was supposed to be crying too, before deciding it was better to just join the hug so her two teary friends didn't fall over or something. The three of them stayed that way for a bit, long enough for the two crying girls to calm down. It was a little weird that no one had bothered them through the whole exchange, since Rosalina was pretty sure the rest of the carpenters were also home, given it was a weekend and school hadn't started yet, and the house wasn't big enough for no one to have heard anything. Maybe they were just courteous enough not to interrupt, which usually made no sense to even consider for little kids, but the carpenters were weird like that. They didn't speak for a good long while. Molly and Inari were a bit too teary and Rosalina decided that not opening her big fat mouth was probably the best option, but the cards were all on the table, including the one that none of them had known about. As it turned out, the rest of the family was actually waiting for them to talk it out, with Mrs. Carpenter rushing out and offering them cookies once Molly and Inari had started to get a hold of themselves. Rosalina couldn't help but feel she was intruding a bit, but the cookies were nice, and the little carpenter kids were cute, looking like they weren't sure whether they should be mad at her for making their big sister cry, or happy that they had worked through some of their problems. Really, she was just happy that Mr. Carpenter was not angry at her, though he did seem a bit worried. Once Mrs. Carpenter had gotten the kids to sit down at the table for some snacks, the patriarch of the family pulled Rosalina aside. "You were not invited in, were you?" he asked, though he clearly knew the answer. Rosalina shook her head. "No, and honestly, I kinda prefer you don't. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to be able to think clearly." She shrugged. "Besides, I figure if anything happens that needs me to roid out, one of you guys could just ask for help, and I think that counts." The unassumingly dangerous man gave her an approving nod. "It seems my trust was not misplaced," he remarked, eyes twinkling with amusement, "no matter how crass you can be." "Sorry about the cussing," the redhead muttered sheepishly. "You are forgiven," Mr. Carpenter granted sternly. "At the very least, you did not take the Lord's name in vain." Rosalina gulped. "Yep, not doing that in this house. I must admit to being a bit surprised that you and Molly grew so close, though in hindsight I suppose she did need an outlet for her frustrations, and you have enough restraint for that." What was she supposed to say to that? "Though you should probably apologize for feeding on her without her knowledge, however lightly." "Right." Rosalina agreed quickly. "She learned to temper herself enough that I really can't get much from her anymore." I wonder if that is your kind's purpose," Mr. Carpenter mused, but Rosalina was spared guessing about stuff she had no clue about by the doorbell ringing. It turned out to be Inari's friends Charles and Xander. "Or maybe boyfriend," Rosalina amended as she watched the baby wraith almost tackle Charles, the guy grinning like a loon, despite apparently almost getting eaten. Or at least that's what Rosalina assumed. He was a bit weird, but Rosalina could kinda see how his tendency to not remember how rich the wraiths were might be a bit appealing to someone like Inari. That and he was willing to try her food combinations. Still, it left Rosalina feeling a bit like a third wheel, so she went and chatted with Daniel and Matthew about paintball. The two guys looked like they wanted to ask about what exactly happened with their older sister, but ended up not doing so, maybe because they sensed it was something personal, or they figured that that was just kind of how she and Molly got along. Man, Rosalina was not looking forward to them learning about her being a vampire. She hoped they took it as well as Inari did, though her roommate had been more worried about her blood-stained clothes at the time. Wait, on second thought, these guys grew up with Tanya, Inari, and Molly as their reference for girls. Geez, Rosalina felt bad for the chicks in high school who tried to get their attention. They'd be a catch too, if they picked up even a fraction of their dad's character. Some time later, the doorbell rang again. Rosalina had a guess for who it could be, and turned out to be right, as Mr. Carpenter opened the door to reveal Tanya and a really tall guy. "Oh, that Harry. I'm glad to see you look well, Tanya." "Harry," Mr. Carpenter greeted. "Why don't you come inside?" "It is good to see you, Mr. Carpenter," Tanya greeted, stepping through the door. "How is Inari?" "Hey Michael," Harry waved, following the wraith into the house. "Your sister is strong," Mr. Carpenter replied, "but she is still clearly shaken by what happened." What happened?" Rosalina asked, waving hello to Tanya and her apparent boyfriend. "If you don't mind me asking." Tanya and Harry glanced at her, before sharing a meaningful look. "Oh okay, they were probably fucking. Somehow. My sire tried to force the issue of Inari," Tanya replied simply, her eyes flashing silver momentarily. "And I objected, vehemently." Despite being suppressed by the threshold, Rosalina's hunger snapped up as much as it could, stricken by the urge to fight or flee as Tanya's hunger loomed threateningly. Empty night. Rosalina flinched, her hunger recoiling from the more dangerous one. Tanya's hunger had always been strong, but this was new. She didn't eat the White King, did she? It's good that you won? I assume you won, Rosalina offered haltingly. We did, Even if it was a close thing, Tanya nodded solemnly. And it was not entirely without loss. She glanced down at a small container, which smelled faintly of blood, now that Rosalina focused on it. He was a very brave hedgehog, Harry added. Rosalina blinked. Hayek was involved? What, did someone step on him or something? The two people involved gave her flat looks. Right, sorry. Tanya sighed. I suppose you couldn't have known. The pressure relented as the wraith's hunger went to sleep. You're Cluff's kid, right? Harry asked. Or was it niece? Technically a distant cousin, Rosalina replied automatically, most of her mind trying to come to terms with just how weird Tanya's hunger was, but I just call him uncle most of the time. Well, he seems alright for a vampire lord, Harry remarked with a shrug. Really good shot too. Just what did Tanya and her boyfriend get up to? I'll tell him you said hi the next time I see him. Rosalina offered. I imagine that Professor de Rossi will want to speak with Harry in person in the near future, Tanya added, as if that was just some everyday occurrence, so there is no need. Though we do need to find a proper way to thank him for his aid. Do you have an idea of a gift he would appreciate? Was that really what was important right now? He likes historical weapons, I guess. Rosalina offered. Uncle Cluff did have a bunch of old weapons in his collection. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised, Tanya mused. Thank you for the advice, Rosalina. You're welcome, I think. So why were you here, anyways? Harry asked, giving Rosalina a curious look, though not looking her in the eye like. Wait, wizard, eyes being windows to the soul, was that a soul gaze? Was Molly actually a wizard? How the hell was that possible? I know Harry is quite the fascinating specimen, Rosalina, Tanya drawled flatly, but I am also a bit curious why you are here. Okay, they were definitely fucking. I don't really know, the redhead shrugged. My aunt just suggested I hang out here for the day. Didn't say why, and it was a bit weird, since she flipped her shit the first time I came here. The two tall people shared a glance, before turning back to Rosalina with thoughtful looks on their faces. I see, Tanya mused. Their concern is unnecessary, but I suppose it makes sense. Not elaborating further, she stepped past the wrath vampire and Harry followed after her, also not explaining anything. Wait. How do you know more about what my folks are thinking than I do? Rosalina cried, getting a bit fed up with being left out of the loop. I wouldn't say that, Harry said with a shrug. Just that they probably told you to come here since it's one of the safest places in the city. Rosalina let out a grunt of frustration. Then what are you guys doing here? Putting Hayek to rest somewhere safe, Tanya replied. Shit. Right, her hedgehog died. What the fuck was going on? Did Uncle Cluff and Tanya knock off the White King? Was that something she could even ask about? But Tanya didn't seem to have more time to chat, and their hosts also joined in the morning over the little spike ball. Now that she thought about it, Hayek the hedgehog had been with them for a lot of their lives, so it wasn't that surprising they looked quite sad too, though it was a bit weird to see Tanya express grief, childhood pet or not. Rosalina still felt quite a bit out of place though, since she wasn't that familiar with their spiky friend, and the thought of what Tanya had been up to recently distracted her from paying too much attention. Everyone was taking it seriously though, so Rosalina did her best to look solemn and keep quiet. Are you alright, Rosalina? She was snapped from her thoughts by Matthew's voice, the young kid looking at her worriedly. I'm fine, Matt, thanks, she replied absently. Alright, what's bothering you? Matthew insisted, giving her a disbelieving look. Am I being that obvious? You aren't trying to pick a fight, Matthew answered blandly, face as sincere as always, and Rosalina couldn't help but flinch. Well, Matt, you know how something weird went down with Tanya and Inari's family. The kid nodded. Do you know more about that? We're all pretty worried, even if they seem fine right now. Maybe, the redhead mused. You probably don't have to worry about it, but do you ever get the sense your family is up to something sketchy and you feel nervous about it? Kinda, Matthew shrugged. I know Dad's work can get dangerous, and well, Marge gets into a lot of trouble, but that's probably not as bad as whatever you're worried about. Yeah, fair enough, Rosalina muttered. Dunno how I always forget your family is a bit weird, even if you seem really normal. Not that that's bad, cause it would be pretty nice if more people were like you guys. Thanks. Matthew replied, looking confused. Though what's got you so worried, if you don't mind me asking? I guess it just seems like there's gonna be a lot of things changing soon, the redhead explained. It may be good I think if the thing that happened went the way I think it did, then at the very least the worst case scenario didn't happen, but it still makes me nervous. Especially because, well, she chewed her lip worriedly. Molly knew what they were now, so the cat was out of the bag. She shouldn't care what the kids would think about her being a vampire, but Rosalina still felt weirdly worried about it. Well, what? Rosalina turned and looked at the boy, deciding at the last second not to meet his eyes just in case. She didn't know when that stuff started to happen for wizards, but it had already happened once, so she was a bit unsure of risking another one. I'm not exactly who I seem to be. Oh, so you aren't a vampire? What? How did you? Rosalina gawked at the kid, shocked that he would throw stuff like that around so nonchalantly. Matthew gave her a flat look. We all heard you girls yelling, you know. We usually do. You're pretty loud. And you took that seriously. Inari doesn't lie, Matthew pointed out. Sometimes she just doesn't know stuff. She also never forgets. Yet, she can be a little scary sometimes, Rosalina remarked, watching him for any reaction to her heritage, to which she found none. She and Tanya are twins, and they aren't as different as people think, Matthew added thoughtfully. You really aren't gonna ask about the vampire thing? Maybe, I'm kind of curious, the kid replied, not seeming terribly bothered by the whole thing. But I'm not gonna ask if you don't want to talk about it. You're kind of a weird kid, aren't you, Matt? Rosalina snorted. What? Not scared I'm gonna drink your blood or something? I don't think that's what you want from me, he replied. Wait, what did he mean by that? And well, you aren't very good at pretending to be someone else, so you're still Rosalina, just a little more weird. You always know what a girl wants to hear, Matt, the redhead muttered sarcastically, even though she was just a tiny bit relieved to hear that the kid didn't suddenly think she was a monster. Well, she was, just not a, you know, monster. I don't even know if you girls know what you want to hear, Matthew grumbled, looking away and shaking his head in annoyance. Rosalina laughed. He got her there. What a weird kid. Tanya stood in front of the small grave marker they had made for Hayek the hedgehog, wondering to herself when she had gotten so attached to the small creature. Her emotions in this body were so much stronger than in her first, and in some ways even her second, but she managed to keep them contained most of the time. It wasn't just the brave sacrifice of her usually aloof pet, but also the frantic rush of blood and terror the past few days, and with the sudden release of tension, her feelings were straining dangerously against her fraying control. Maybe that was why she had almost tried to jump Harry's bones. On second thought, she actually tried, they were just interrupted by that damnable cat. Her hunger stirred at the thought, and Tanya did her best to clamp down on the heady swirl of conflicting emotions, not to mention the desire burning through her veins, making her skin itch and the fabric of her clothes feel strangely uncomfortable. This couldn't be because her hunger needed more energy, she was full up after tearing into her sire the previous night, or perhaps it was the excess of energy itself that was interfering with her emotions. Frankly, this mix of feelings was bizarre. This was a serious occasion, and she should not be so. Harry slipped an arm around her shoulders, and her hunger calmed, giving her more space to think. He was the best hedgehog I've ever known, the irreverent wizard declared solemnly. He was the only hedgehog you have ever met, Tanya pointed out drily, though inwardly thankful for his comforting gesture. Doesn't make it any less true, Harry waved off. Always knew he was a stubborn little guy, but still didn't expect him to go out like that. He was reaching the end of his lifespan, she murmured. I suppose he decided to face his end on his own terms. I hope I can be that brave when my time comes, Inari whispered, hugging her twin on her free side. Don't speak of such things, Tanya chided without any real heat. That isn't something we have to worry about right now. Maybe, Inari mused, but all the stuff that's happened has got me thinking. I can give you two some space to yourselves, if you want, Harry offered. Not sure how much I can help. Tanya shook her head. No, I would prefer you stay. Inari gave him a small smile. After yesterday, the number of people I trust has gotten quite a bit smaller, but you're still on it. Harry looked oddly flattered by that. And he should be, as despite how many friends Inari made, the list of people she trusted deeply was relatively small. Well, happy to hear I have your approval, Harry chuckled. But you better treat Tanya right, mister. Inari declared, giving the tall wizard a serious look. Or else we will all be mad at you. Inari, is that really necessary? Tanya sighed, giving her twin an exasperated look. Hey! I have to find some stuff to tease you with, Inari shot back with a grin. Shall I do the same about you and Charles? Tanya replied blandly, causing her twin to flush and look away, her face falling suddenly. Right, that was probably not the best thing to bring up. A jolt of realization shot through her as she remembered what their brother had said. If Inari and Charles were really in love, then it was in their best interest for their relationship to be consummated as fast as possible. Inari gave her a questioning look, seemingly sensing some of her thoughts. Though regarding Charles, it might be best if you get married quickly, Tanya suggested, a twinge of amusement rushing through her as her twin flushed scarlet. Tanya. What do you mean by that? Inari sputtered. Even Harry looked at her with some surprise. If your first time is with someone with whom you share true love, then it will kill your hunger, and you can live a normal life, Tanya explained. Kill my hunger? Inari asked, why do we call them that? She seems more thirsty than hungry. Harry snorted, of course he would find that amusing, and Tanya elbowed him discreetly so he wouldn't undermine the seriousness of the situation. And, when you say normal, does that mean I'll just become like a normal human, her twin continued thoughtfully, before her face twisted into a frown. But I might still hurt Charles, and did she really do anything wrong? There are ways we can mitigate that risk, Tanya returned. And according to Thomas, yes, you would be a normal human. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Charles asked from somewhere behind them. What do you mean? Tanya turned to give him a questioning look, part of her realizing she had noticed him, but for some reason had not paid his arrival any thought. Odd. You're kind of assuming that Sunshine wants to be a normal human, he pointed out. Tanya frowned. I did not think Inari would want to live a life that requires her draining the life of other people. Charles shrugged, glancing at Inari. Yeah, that's not something you'd want, but, being a normal human means you'll move on while your family doesn't. Besides, it's really up to you, first of all. Tanya blinked. He had a point. It would also be painful for Inari to have to separate fully from the family, no matter how much their trust had been broken. She really should have thought of that. Not to mention that being normal means you don't have as much ability to fight back against stuff like what happened the other day, Charles added. Thanks for bailing us out, by the way. You're taking all this rather well, Harry commented, giving the nondescript-looking young man a curious once-over. Well, I did a fair bit of freaking out already, Charles replied nonchalantly. And I got a girlfriend out of it, so it isn't the worst thing that could have happened. Charlie. We talked about this. Inari exclaimed, slipping out from Tanya's hug to loom over her boyfriend. He wasn't exactly short, but she was still quite a bit taller. I almost hurt you really bad, she continued, deflating slightly. Why are you so cavalier about the stuff you've gone through? It really wasn't that bad compared to some of the stuff other people went through, Charles pointed out. That doesn't mean you should be so ready to throw your life away. Inari cried. You know that if I end up becoming like Tanya, then I'd end up killing you, right? It was telling that her twin did not for a moment consider anyone else for that process. One life for immortality. Charles remarked, almost idly. Seems like a pretty light cost compared to a lot of stories about it. No, it isn't. Inari snapped, grabbing her friend by the collar. Not when it's you. Her eyes glimmered with tears, and she looked a moment away from crying. You care about me more than your family. Charles muttered skeptically. Don't try confusing the subject. It's not the same thing. Inari shot back. Don't think I'm worth that much. That's up to me to decide, Charles. Inari wasn't usually so forceful. It seemed that she really cared for him. Well, they're pretty cute together, Harry murmured in Tanya's ear. Though, he's kind of a little bit too okay with dying. Tanya gave her partner a look of exasperation. That's rich coming from someone who exhibits risky behavior often. Well, at least I got you to back me up now, right? Harry shot back with a grin, and Tanya felt her face heat up yet again. What was it about him that made her so irrational sometimes? Stop distracting me, she hissed, glancing back to Inari and Charles. It looked like the two had reached some sort of agreement, but her twin still looked upset, and Charles, well, his face didn't reveal much, which suggested he was deep in thought. It seems to me the two of you are in love, Tanya remarked, loudly enough for them to notice. Inari's head whipped around and she stared back at her twin in surprise. Charles just gave her a perplexed look. That, hey, Inari murmured, glancing at Harry, a thoughtful expression on her face. By what criteria are you judging that? Charles asked curiously. I assume you aren't making that assertion via wild speculation. Well, Tanya began, you are both unusually patient and kind regarding each other, which is rather significant as you are kind to most people, Inari, and you are quite patient overall, Charles. I can't say I expected you to start with that, Charles muttered, sharing a knowing glance with Inari. Neither of you seem to envy each other, nor are you arrogant or rude, Tanya continued. I don't think that's the right checklist for this situation, Charles pointed out. Since I'm pretty sure you're talking about the romantic one and that list is not for that. English is kind of vague about love as a word, anyways, Inari added, laughing awkwardly. I don't think you should discount that so readily, Charles, Mr. Carpenter interjected as he approached the group. This might be the first time Tanya makes an assertion like this. Second, Tanya corrected. Second time, the older man amended with a chuckle, and we all know Tanya is very willing to argue her point. That doesn't necessarily make her correct, Charles observed. Though she usually is at least able to support her arguments. I'm not so sure that works for this situation though. You were quite willing to risk your life for her for no tangible gain, Tanya pointed out. That is a solid point in your favor. I mean, I was probably going to die anyway if I didn't do anything, so there was no greater risk to trying to fight, Charles replied. I think I see how you two became friends, Harry remarked drily. Even if that is true, Charles, Mr. Carpenter called out as he joined them in the backyard, you shouldn't dismiss your actions as if they meant nothing. Even if you feel like they ultimately didn't accomplish anything, there are others who appreciate your willingness to stand by them even in the face of death. That is a fair point, the unassuming young man conceded thoughtfully. Now, I have something important I need to speak with Tanya and Inari about, Mr. Carpenter continued. Would you mind if I speak with them privately? Charles shrugged. You're the boss here. I guess you're basically their dad at this point, Harry snorted, before a conflicted look passed over his face. Tanya elbowed him in annoyance. Why would that bother him when Thomas, being a half-sibling to both of them, didn't really get a reaction? But that was not important. What would you need to say that you do not want Harry or Charles to hear? Tanya asked defensively. It's not that I do not want them to hear it, Mr. Carpenter denied. It is simply something that I believe is important to speak with just the two of you first. I do not think it would be a bad thing for you to tell Harry and Charles, in fact, it would be a good thing. He smiled slightly. Relationships should not be built on lies, after all. Was it some relationship advice then? Admittedly, he was perhaps the best example Tanya had to ask for advice, especially since he had some experience dealing with the effects of the supernatural on said relationship, even if she could not see the appeal of the way he went about it. You aren't going to give them a shovel speech? Inari asked hesitantly, only partly joking. Mr. Carpenter laughed. Knowing what they did yesterday, I am fairly certain that wouldn't work. I dunno, Harry snarked. I think I'm more scared of you than I am of Lord Mario. Oh, was that his name? Charles asked, a skeptical look on his face. You two are a little bit too unconcerned with your own well-being, Mr. Carpenter sighed, shaking his head in fond exasperation. Tanya couldn't help but feel he was being a bit hypocritical. If you have something important to talk about, I think you should go and do that, Charles mused, scratching his chin thoughtfully. I'm still trying to figure out how to explain this to my parents. He frowned. Having a girlfriend is probably something important to tell them, but I feel like that might make them disregard everything else as fantasy. As much as his deceased parents had clearly left a hole in his life, Harry's face suggested that he was just a bit glad that they were no longer around to comment on their relationship. Well, if he did not want to be part of that conversation, there was no reason to drag him there. Anything Mr. Carpenter said was likely worth considering, at least, even if Tanya didn't follow his advice. Are you sure? Inari asked. I'll probably just tell you about later anyways. Charles shrugged. It's fine, I need to pay my respects to the hedgehog that helped save my life anyways. Inari looked a bit hesitant, but a quick glance at Tanya led her to yield, perhaps sensing that the men seemed to have reached an understanding. The twins followed the older man towards the house, while their partners stayed by Hayek's grave. So, did that really just happen? I think so. It's a bit hard to believe, isn't it? Yup. Didn't think a girl like them existed, let alone two. Tanya smirked as she heard some of what the two men were muttering. It was quite flattering. The inside of the Carpenter home was unusually quiet. There were still 7 juveniles running around, but their typical exuberance was a bit subdued, all of them clearly sensing something serious had happened, even beyond the death of a pet. That didn't stop the younger ones from hounding Rosalina into playing hide and seek, but it did mean that Mr. Carpenter was able to maneuver them into his study without being accosted by one of his many children, closing the door behind them. Once they were alone, he let out a long breath, and for a moment, Tanya could see the signs of age on his weathered face. There were laugh lines, but there were also signs of stress. Now that she thought about it, she did not actually know much about Mr. Carpenter's past, but it must have been one of significant struggles. She wasn't sure if he had a real retirement plan, but his determination to defend the opportunity of others to have a peaceful life was admirable. So, what do you want to tell us? Inari asked hesitantly, looking a bit like a young child who had been caught with her hand in the candy jar. Mr. Carpenter looked her in the eye, then turned and met Tanya's, and she realized with a start that they were about the same height. They had grown a lot in the past few years, physically and otherwise, and by the distant look in his eyes, Mr. Carpenter could see it too. First and foremost, I must apologize to the two of you, he began, speaking softly, but with enough solemnity that neither of the twins interrupted even though they did not understand why he felt the need to apologize. I've known, from the beginning, what your family was like, he continued. And to my shame, I did not tell you of the dangers that came with that when I should have. It wasn't that surprising. For one, as much time as they spent with him, they weren't his children, and thus not fully his responsibility. And while Tanya herself might have been able to comprehend such an explanation when she was younger, she wasn't sure if she would have handled learning about something like that very well as a child, or if she would have even believed it. Not to mention that Mr. Carpenter had a responsibility to his own family, and meddling in the affairs of vampires could jeopardize them. You knew? Inari whispered, her face scrunching up in confusion. I did, Mr. Carpenter confirmed with a nod. And I should have explained it to you. Why? Inari cried, throwing her hands in the air. Why did you let us near your kids? We're a danger to them. Inari, Mr. Carpenter replied softly. I know you care about my children. I will not think less of you for letting your own pain out. Inari stared at him with watery eyes, before she inhaled a deep breath, closing her eyes, some tears running down her face. After a moment, she exhaled slowly. Why? She asked plaintively, staring at the ground. Why hide it from me? Why let me think I was something other than a monster in the making? Tanya's head snapped to her twin in shock. If she was a monster, then Tanya was what? The Demon Lord? We all have the potential to be monsters, Mr. Carpenter countered softly. And we have the choice to turn away from that path. He smiled gently at Inari, similar to the ones he gave his own children. And I am confident you will make the better choice. How could you have known that like 10 years ago? Inari gasped out through clenched teeth. A sad expression passed over his face. It can be a difficult thing, being the children of evil people. But I had faith you could be better, and I was right to. Even about you, Tanya. My sire's behavior was simply too inefficient and destructive, Tanya objected. Rebelling was just the rational choice. And your love for Inari played no part in it. Tanya could not deny that. It hadn't been entirely logical. You can certainly be selfish, Mr. Carpenter continued. But you quite obviously care for others as well, Tanya. Even beyond your belief that reciprocity is important to maintain good relations. Was there really more to that? For once, Tanya was close to letting herself believe that. There were too many opportunities down that road to pass up. You say I have a choice, but you never gave me one, Inari pointed out slowly, narrowing her eyes at Mr. Carpenter, squaring her shoulders defiantly, but there was real fear of rejection in her stance. I did not give you some very important facts that could influence that choice, yes, he answered apologetically. I had thought to explain that to you when you reached puberty, but you two grew up so fast, and by that time, I hesitated, worried that it could destroy your relationships with Molly. He smiled sadly and bowed his head. I was wrong to do so, and quite mistaken about my own children's ability to give grace. Can you forgive me for what I withheld from you? I don't see why you need to apologize, Tanya replied. You already gave us much more than you were ever obligated to. And in all fairness, I may not have believed it if you had told me. So you can forgive him? That's surprisingly gracious of you, sis, Inari muttered, looking unsure of herself. And here I thought I was the nice twin. You are, Tanya declared. If anything, she would be the evil twin. Even now, she was already a vampire, while Inari wasn't. If you cannot forgive me, I understand. Mr. Carpenter looked them both in the eyes. But know that my door will always be open to you if you need help. Don't make it sound like we're never coming back, Pops, Inari sighed. I know that it probably would have sounded crazy, but I can't help but feel hurt by it. Her eyes hardened. But Tanya's right. Yes, you hid it from us, but even if you're as good as family to me, I had a family, brother and sisters of my own that should have been the ones explaining things. But they did not. I don't know if I can forgive them, but at the very least, I can start by forgiving you. Mr. Carpenter smiled. You are very kind, Inari. Thank you. Tanya nodded. And it isn't as if you could have predicted my circumstances, especially since neither of us share our older siblings' proclivities. Both her twin and her surrogate father frowned at the reminder. That was, Inari muttered. Really don't want to think about that. You have also offered us sanctuary in your home on many occasions, not to mention saving us last night, while asking nothing of us, Tanya continued seriously. It would be a bit crass to have expected more. Mr. Carpenter sighed, shaking his head fondly. You two really did grow up fast. Part of me feels sad that you had to go through the circumstances that you did, but I am humbled by the maturity the two of you have developed. Well, we did have a good role model, Inari mumbled, her ears turning pink as she glanced away bashfully. Her development was indeed impressive, since their family was less than helpful in that regard, while Tanya had the memories of the Solariman and the child soldier to work off of. Though she was forced to admit that even she had looked up to Mr. Carpenter at times. As much as Tanya was skeptical of his reliance on faith, his actions were brave and selfless, so should be respected. I am glad to have been part of your lives, Inari's surrogate father declared with a smile. And I am glad you have found partners you can trust. I am glad you were a part of our lives too, Inari stammered, her eyes welling with happy tears, throwing herself forwards to hug the knight who saved them. Mr. Carpenter returned the hug and gave her an affectionate tap on the back. "Thank you for helping us this much," Tanya offered. "I will make sure to repay you in some way." Mr. Carpenter did not want anything in return, but it would be wrong to take advantage of his generosity. "Ha! The two of you have basically helped raise some of my children," Mr. Carpenter laughed, "so you have already helped us out quite a bit." Tanya didn't argue, but that still felt inadequate. Margaret and her siblings were all fairly rational for youths, they would probably have been fine without their interference. "Even if you do not care to collect, we will forever be indebted to you, Mr. Carpenter," Tanya declared solemnly. "See mere Tanya," Inari called, "you don't have to be all serious right now." She reached out and pulled at her twin's arm. Tanya did not resist. While the day had not been nearly as stressful as the previous one, Harry was glad to get back to their place. It was good to see that Inari and Charles seemed to be handling things all right, even if they were clearly shaken, but whatever Michael said to the twins seemed to have helped a lot. He always seemed to know what to say. Harry had checked in briefly with Arturo after that, and while the film had basically been put on hold for the police investigation, which now extended into the investigation over the disappearance of several suspects, the man himself had safely gotten married to Joan, so Inari turned out to be right. Arturo had been very apologetic about not being able to pay Harry enough for what he did, but he wasn't exactly sure what the filmmaker meant, since he handed over the agreed-upon amount. Either way, Harry didn't care that much about it, especially not with Tanya being as distracting as she was. How the hell had he managed to miss the signs of her interest for so long? How did she? She could literally taste what he felt about her. That wasn't important though, Harry thought as he watched Tanya slide out of the passenger seat of the Blue Beetle, taking a moment to admire the view. It just meant he didn't feel bad about staring anymore. Tanya's hips swayed more than usual as she headed towards her door, so she clearly knew he was watching, and Harry couldn't keep the dopey grin off of his face as he got out of the car, locked the door, and headed inside his side of the townhouse. Mouse the puppy greeted him enthusiastically at the door, while Mr. the cat gave him a disappointed glower. Harry reached down to pet the excited little dog. "Who's a good boy?" The puppy yipped excitedly. Mr. yowled piteously, ambling into the kitchen area as if starved. Harry snorted at the overdramatic display, but poured out some food for the two animals and refreshed their water bowls. Mr. looked disappointed by the amount, but Tanya said he was on a diet, so Harry decided he was going to go along with it. Okay, maybe he was a little mad at Mr. for interrupting them, especially now she was officially his girlfriend. It was pretty funny. In hindsight, it really should have been obvious that Tanya had more than just professional or security interests about him from the very start. She was one of the most straight-laced people he'd ever met, but she'd clearly been shaken by the events of that night, and he'd helped her out, even giving her information that could help her fight back. To be fair, Harry had been in no shape to notice or read into things after what happened that Halloween, especially after developing a sudden burning hate for vampires, but he really should have noticed after she suggested he basically move in with her. The only thing keeping him from feeling like a total moron was the fact that Tanya herself hadn't really seemed conscious of it. Now that she was, hell's bells. Harry tried very hard not to think of Tanya approaching dating with the same intensity as she did most other things, and what she might come up with, especially if she asked her sisters for advice. Sisters with centuries of sexual experience. He hurriedly took a shower, trying to let the running water wash away those thoughts, but now, if they were actually a thing, was that really wrong? Oh, what the hell was he doing? Harry wondered as he dried himself off. Was it really okay to be dating a girl 10 years younger than him, even if she behaved like a serious woman twice her age? Especially since he'd known her since she was a teenager? She still was a teen, technically. Tanya was an adult, so there was technically nothing wrong, and even Michael didn't seem to have an issue with it. Still, it felt a bit wrong. Maybe it was the part where he just helped her beat the crap out of her family. They were monsters, sure, but now that his anger had cooled a bit, it kind of seemed a bit skeevy out of context. Never mind the fact that he had done all that to save Inari and her boyfriend, but since he had also fought them to avenge his mother, it almost looked like he had seduced Tanya and used her to get revenge against Lord Mario. Oh god. Was that what Lara thought? Harry sighed, shaking his head slightly as he pulled a beer out of his icebox. Obviously, they kept the fridge in Tanya's side of the townhouse. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tanya's judgment, but she deserved better than him. All of his other relationships hadn't ended well, and it wouldn't be fair to her to risk the same thing happening to her. Harry. He blinked, startled out of his thoughts, turning to see his vampire landlady giving him a curious look, head tilted to the side, silvery hair loose and flowing down to her shoulders and drawing his gaze down to the loose bathrobe she was wearing. It left little to the imagination. Tanya, Harry replied dumbly. Was there a point to hiding his lust when she could sense it? His girlfriend smiled, before striding over and snaking her arms around him. He couldn't resist, leaning down to capture her lips, hands roaming down her sides, tracing her curves through the thin nightwear. She kissed him back with heated fervor, practically sticking her tongue down his throat and hooking her leg around his. Harry's worries melted away, and he decided they didn't really matter. Instead, he let himself get swept up in the moment, savoring the heady feeling of having a woman in his arms and the promise of more to come. Eventually, they had to break for air, both of them panting heavily. So, Harry began, staring into Tanya's captivating eyes and idly running a hand through her silvery hair, still slightly wet from her own shower. "What do you want for dinner?" "I would like some sausage, I think." Well, this has taken a very long time. Sorry about that, I kind of let off the gas at the finish line. Either way, this is here. Thanks to everyone who's had some fun reading this. I am still surprised at just how many people were interested. Now it has reached its end. Thanks to Half-Baked Cat, Dareth, Abhorsen, Rockies, and Vista of the Burning Heavens for helping proofread. I do have some other stuff I've been working on, if any of you are interested, such as Trails of Wrought Iron, a Trails of Cold Steel FIC. It isn't a Yujo Senki or Dresden Files one, but it has been pretty fun to write so far, and hopefully fun to read too. I should probably get that snippet thread up too, since there are things written up that didn't get into a proper story yet. I also have a Discord if people want to chat or keep up with new stuff I'm working on, as well as a Ko-fi for anyone who feels like sending me money for some reason. I should probably add some more incentive on that. All that said, writing this story has been a rather interesting experience. I'm glad those of you who've stuck around seem to have enjoyed it. Thank you again for reading. Notes. Thanks to Tacit Soliloquy, Readhead, Obloquy, Half-Baked Cat, and others on the Tanya Writer Discord server for their help with brainstorming and editing. The story thread on space battles has some additional content, if you are interested.